After continuous negotiations, all matters related to Konoha village were finally finalized. The leader of Konoha village was named Hokage, and the first Hokage was the god of ninja world, Hashirama Senju. When Konoha was just established, the relationship between Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama had not deteriorated. At this moment, two famous people in the ninja world were standing quietly in a courtyard of Uchiha. Unlike Uchiha Madara's seemingly indifferent expression, Senju Hashirama looked particularly excited at this moment, as if the child to be born in the yard was their child. Of course, maybe this is also true for Hashirama Senju. In fact, this is just an ordinary Uchiha family. A disabled old man who barely survived has become the sole breadwinner of the family. The woman who was giving birth at this time was his granddaughter-in-law, the only member of the family besides him, and also the last hope. Although not all ordinary families in the Warring States period were so miserable, it is not wrong to say that a small action team could not put together a complete family. The reason why Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha gathered here is actually very simple. This child's family and the timing of his birth are so special. There are quite a few children born this year, and these children can be said to be born on the tide of the times. But today, when Konoha was officially established, and it was the Uchiha clan, the meaning was completely different. Senju Hashirama doesn't understand these things, but Senju Tobirama does. Besides, even if there were no such inexplicable meanings, he would still be willing to let Hashirama Senju come. Woo-wah, as the two cries sounded, a joyful voice came from the house. Senju Hashirama immediately became excited and prepared to rush over to witness this child that was born to Konoha. Even Uchiha Madara's seemingly cold expression wavered for a moment, but before the two of them could rush into the house, they heard a scream filled with terror. After looking at each other, they immediately went into the house. As soon as I landed, I saw everyone in the house looking at the two children in the old man's arms in horror. They both looked and saw that the two wrinkled babies in the old man's arms had another vertical pupil closed on their foreheads. This is... Uchiha Madara frowned and leaned over. Not to mention the Uchiha clan, even the entire ninja world has never heard of having three eyes. If it were any other family it would be fine, but the Uchiha are famous in the ninja world for their Sharingan. If there is an extra eye, does it mean there is an extra Sharingan? Unlike ordinary people who know the Sharingan by the number of Megatama, Uchiha Madara already knows that the essence of the Sharingan's power lies in the size of its pupil power. If the third eye is really equivalent to an extra Sharingan, then the pupil power will be half as high. They are twins. If they can both open the kaleidoscope and fuse it into the eternal kaleidoscope. Uchiha Madara thought about it and shook his head again, because he was the holder of the eternal Mangekyo, he could understand that kind of pain better. Senju Hashirama on the side didn't have any extra thoughts. To him, the children of Konoha were his children, he just wanted these children to grow up peacefully and no longer experience the pain of the Warring States period. What is the child's name? Uchiha Madara asked. The old man's heart tightened, and he quickly replied, Master Madara, my grandson said before he died that if he gave birth to a pair of brothers, they would be named Uchiha Nama and Uchiha Kage, and he hoped that the two brothers would be inseparable. Inseparable, Uchiha Madara said speechlessly. Ignoring these conversations, what is the baby in the old man's arms thinking at this time? It can be said that Uchiha Wa, who had just traveled through time, felt terrible. He just hadn't slept for 8 days, and God knows how he ended up sleeping in this place. There was some chattering in my ears, but I didn't know what it was saying. With Uchiha's limited knowledge, he could barely tell that these people were speaking Japanese. Add to that the strange physical sensations I was experiencing and the occasional Madara. Uchiha Namahake roughly guessed that he might have traveled through time and space into Naruto. Coupled with my own strange physical sensations, it seems that I have traveled through time and space and become a baby? It seems that the baby not only has cognitive problems, but also physical factors. Uchiha Mabo couldn't help but sigh in his heart as he tried to control his body. Even his adult soul could not effectively control this young body. With the chirping sound in his ears, Uchiha Bo felt more and more sleepy, as if a hand was constantly pulling him down. Is it impossible for a small body to bear a powerful soul? As soon as this thought popped up in Uchiha's mind, he fell into a deep sleep. Unlike Uchiha Naga, who was asleep, his younger brother was much more active than him. He opened his dark eyes and observed the onlookers. Then, Jiji saw something and started grinning. Soon after the two brothers were born, their names became known to many ninja clans in Konoha. Uchiha Hui, the great-grandfather of Uchiha Nama and Uchiha Kage, is a member of the Uchiha clan who suffered from war. Although he is called an old man, he is actually only in his 40s. Although he still had hidden injuries from the war, with the current peace in Konoha, it would not be a big problem for him to live another 10 or 20 years. Originally, Uchiha Hui thought that Uchiha Madara or Senju Hashirama would take the two brothers away, but in fact they did not. The brothers' mother, Uchiha Kuri, recovered after being weak for a while after giving birth to the brothers. Even his physical fitness has greatly improved, but Uchiha Lee is not ninja, so I don't have much feeling about these. Uchiha Hui and Uchiha Lee devoted all their energy to the two brothers. Unlike his elder brother Uchiha Nagata, who had been sleeping for a long time, his younger brother Uchiha Kage was very energetic and grew exceptionally fast. The end of the first 5 Kage summit also foreshadowed a very short period of peace that followed. The distribution of the tailed beasts also made the concept of tailed beast deterrence gradually appear on the historical stage, and the 5 major ninja villages were completely distinguished from other small ninja villages. In the third year of Konoha, the correct way to use the tailed beasts was shown, and Uzumaki Mito, the first 9 tails Jinchuriki key in the history of the ninja world, appeared in Konoha. Uzumaki Mito also officially became the second most powerful force in Konoha. At the same time, relevant Jinchuriki techniques of the major ninja villages also came into being. The fourth year of Konoha was a very ordinary year in history, but it is different for Uchiha Namahaki and Uchiha Kage. At the age of 4, they are finally about to start their ninja career. Chakra extraction technique is the foundation and basis of ninja. Whether it is chakra or chakram, it essentially relies on this basic skill. By extracting physical energy and spiritual energy and mixing them into chakra, ninjutsu, illusion, physical technique, ninjutsu, etc. are released. After 4 years of growth, thanks to the abnormally fast growth rate of children in the ninja world, Uchiha Nama's body was finally able to support his powerful soul. The only difference between Uchiha Kage and him being able to freely control the vertical pupil on his forehead is that no matter how hard Uchiha Kage tried, the vertical pupil on his forehead seemed to not exist and ignored him. Chakra extraction is the foundation of ninjas, and the core of its practice is practice makes perfect. It is normal to have difficulty in extraction during the initial practice, Uchiha Hui explained to the two brothers. The originally somewhat cloudy eyes have now been replaced by the blood-red Tumagadama Sharinan. Even though he is old and frail now, he still has as much chakra as an ordinary Chunin. According to Uchiha Bo's understanding, it is to constantly develop the body and become familiar with the body, and when every cell in the body is used, that is the limit of this body. However, it is still difficult to reach the limit. The human body has infinite potential, and spiritual energy is actually the real reason that limits the amount of chakra of most ninjas. And it is different from Uchiha's understanding of chakra, which is a kind of energy that squeezes and damages the body. Chakra does not essentially harm the body. What really harms the body is excessive chakra extraction, or frequent fighting. Extracting the right amount of chakra can promote cell metabolism, and the extracted chakra can also nourish the cells in turn. Otherwise, how do physical ninjas improve their physical fitness? Do you really think that it can be achieved simply by exercising? Even physical ninjas cannot do without chakra. It's just that he can't use ninjutsu and genjutsu due to his lack of control over chakra or the limited amount of chakra. After listening to Uchiha Hui's explanation, Uchiha Nama and Uchiha Kage couldn't wait to start trying to refine chakra. Uchiha Hui still opened his Sharinan to observe the two brothers. Although the Sharinan cannot observe the specific flow of chakra like the Byakugan, it still greatly increases the perception of chakra. I saw energy constantly generated and then dissipated in Uchiha Bo and Uchiha Kage's bodies. These are all quasi-chakras produced in the wrong proportions. Although it is also body energy, it is difficult to store and cannot be released in ninjutsu. It is a product that is easy to appear in the early stages of practicing chakra extraction. Fortunately, this product is harmless to the human body and will return to the body quickly after dissipating. Therefore, there is basically no harm in practicing chakra extraction techniques. If you have to say something, it is that young children may overextract chakra because they do not control the degree well. Affecting physical potential is still a minor issue, but damaging vitality and shortening lifespan is serious. That's why Uchiha Hui was standing here and staring. No matter what the two brothers meant to the Uchiha clan, to him, they were the only and last hope of his family. Ha! Uchiha Hun looked at Uchiha Bo in surprise. Under the perception of the Sharinan, a large amount of chakra gathered in Uchiha's body. In comparison, although the Uchiha Kage on the side was also able to condense chakra, due to his lack of proficiency and control, a large amount of body energy was still converted into quasi-chakra. I thought the boss was weak, but it seems that is not the case, Uchiha Hui thought to himself. The performances of Uchiha Nama and Uchiha Kage in the past year were both noticed by Uchiha Hui. In the eyes of Uchiha Hui and most of the Uchiha clan members who pay attention to the two of them, Uchiha Kage's potential is far greater than that of his brother Uchiha Nama. On the one hand, there is the problem of Uchiha Naga's weak physical condition, which everyone mentioned earlier. Because his body could not support the powerful soul, Uchiha Bo was in a sleeping state for a long time. However, other members of the tribe considered this to be a sign of Uchiha Bo's congenital weakness. On the other hand, there is the issue of vertical pupils. The biggest difference between the two brothers and other Uchiha brothers is the vertical pupils on their foreheads. At this stage, most people who know about this matter are secretly paying attention to the two brothers. The main reason is that it is still uncertain whether the three eyes of the two brothers can open the Sharinan normally. Only when you can open the Sharinan normally can you realize its true unlimited potential. The problem of Uchiha's inability to control or even open his vertical pupils was not only a concern to Uchiha himself, but everyone who paid attention to this matter had noticed it. In such a comparison, the Uchiha Kage who can freely control his vertical pupils has at least unlimited potential. While he was thinking, the chakra in Uchiha's body became more and more powerful, and before he knew it, he had surpassed the ordinary genin. Seeing, it's okay. Uchiha Hui shouted hurriedly. As Uchiha Hun's voice fell, Uchiha Wada suddenly opened his eyes, his expression full of joy. Uchiha Hui was also pleased with Uchiha's wave shape. I can understand that, but this is not the time to worry about these things. Uchiha Hun hurriedly came to Uchiha Bo and carefully examined Uchiha Bo's body. Only after making sure that there was no problem did Uchiha Hui breathe a sigh of relief. When you refine chakra in the future, you must always pay attention to your physical condition. Our body has certain instincts, and it will give us prompts when it is refined to a certain level, Uchiha Hui emphasized to the two brothers again. Uchiha Bo nodded, and his joyful look clearly showed that he did not hear what Uchiha Hui said. In Uchiha Wada's opinion, the existence of vertical pupils is the golden finger for him to travel through time. But unlike his brother's vertical pupil, his vertical pupil could never be opened or controlled. It was not until the chakra was refined at this time that Uchiha Bo regained the perception of his vertical pupils, and at the same time he understood why he could not use his vertical pupils. It's just because Uchiha's wave-shaped vertical pupil was born with a single Megatama Sharingan. Uchiha, who had no chakra before, naturally could not control the single Megatama Sharingan, even though this Sharingan was his own. Of course, it's fortunate that this Sharingan belongs to Uchiha Nagata himself, otherwise without chakra, Uchiha Nagata would have lost a lot of vitality. For the sake of self-protection, this vertical pupil has always been closed. As Uchiha Bo Wa regained control of this vertical pupil, the large amount of mental power from his previous life temporarily stored in this vertical pupil quickly merged with Uchiha Bo Wa. Under the huge impact of mental power, Uchiha Wada fell into coma as expected. At the moment when Uchiha fell unconscious, the Uchiha Kage who was trying to refine chakra suddenly opened his eyes and shouted brother. Uchiha Hui immediately flashed over, picked up Uchiha Nama, and rushed to Konoha Hospital with Uchiha Kage. Not to mention the turmoil in the outside world, at this moment Uchiha Bo only felt that his head was swollen as if it was about to explode. The pressure brought by the fusion of the soul origins of the previous two lives had already put a great burden on his body. Unexpectedly, even the mental power from the previous life was preserved. That is the complete mental power of an adult. It would be fine if it was absorbed slowly, but the impact of releasing it all at once would be hard for even an adult to withstand. Fortunately, Uchiha Bo had double the soul essence after all, so after adapting for a period of time, there were no other impacts. The most important thing is that Uchiha Naga seemed to have re-experienced the process of his own time travel from a third-person perspective. In a blue-green tunnel, where it is impossible to tell the front from the back, or the length or width, Uchiha Bo's soul from his previous life was drifting in it. The dark green liquid with light green gas was pulled and absorbed by the Uchiha wave. Until he was attracted by a depression in a tunnel, Uchiha Naruto came to the world of Naruto. During the fall, a large part of the light green gas scattered in the ninja world, and an especially large part fell into a long blue-purple energy dragon. After arriving at the mother body, some of the light green gas that had not yet been completely integrated was distributed to Uchiha Kage. It was also from this time that the vertical pupils on the brothers' foreheads began to grow and form. The strange scene ended here, and Uchiha Bo vaguely sensed an inexplicable message. Every time his eyes evolve, the vertical pupil on his forehead will also unlock some of its self-sealing properties and evolve further. Uchiha's understanding of this sentence is that the vertical pupil Sharingan will always be one level higher than his own eyes. This is what we call cheating, Uchiha Bo shouted excitedly in his heart. It is still unknown whether the Rinnegan is Indra plus Azura or Uchiha plus Senju. However, with the existence of vertical pupils, when the eternal Mangekyo is opened, the vertical pupils can reach the level of the Rinnegan, and if the chakra amount can keep up, then it is definitely a Quasi 6 paths level combat power. Although the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan is also difficult to use, after all, it is impossible for him to do this to his own brother, right? While thinking, Uchiha Wanbo felt his body getting heavier and heavier, until it reached a certain critical point, and then the familiar feeling of heaviness returned. The noisy sounds from the outside world came from far away, until after a buzzing sound in his ears, Uchiha Wanbo could hear the sounds outside clearly. Lord Hashirama, what's the situation with seeing? Uchiha Hun's nervous voice was the first to reach his ears. Before Uchiha Nama could hear the voice of Senju Hashirama, he heard his brother Uchiha Kage exclaim, "He seemed to wake up just now." Then Uchiha felt his hands being held by two other hands. Shape. Hearing Uchiha Hui's two nervous calls, Uchiha Ho also opened his eyes, and the vertical pupil on his forehead also opened with him. Seeing Uchiha Wabo waking up, Uchiha Hui's nervous heart was barely relaxed and he gently patted Uchiha Wabo's body and said, "You little brat, you scared me to death." Only then did Uchiha Nema have time to look around. In a gray-white room, in addition to Uchiha Hui and Uchiha Ying, there were two other middle-aged men standing beside the bed that Uchiha Nema had never seen before. Although he had never met them before, Uchiha Nawa knew them both. One of them was none other than Hashirama Senju, who had appeared when the two brothers were born and whom they had never seen again since. Although he has never seen the other person, Uchiha Naga, he can be roughly guessed from his appearance that he should be Konoha's first politician, master of forbidden techniques, and the younger brother of Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama. Ha 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 ha, it's good that you're awake, said Hashirama Senju, laughing. Senju Tobirama on the side was not as thick-skinned as Senju Hashirama, nor was he as concerned as Uchiha Hun and his grandson. At this moment, he was looking solemnly at the vertical pupil on Uchiha's forehead, wondering what he was thinking. Brother, your eyes. Finally, Uchiha Kage was the first to notice something was wrong. He stared at Uchiha's wavy vertical pupils with his three wide eyes and exclaimed. Hearing this, Uchiha Hun also noticed the vertical pupil on Uchiha's forehead, and regretted calling Senju Hashirama and the other two. Previously, Uchiha Namehaka suddenly fell into a coma while practicing chakra refining technique. Uchiha Hun thought that there was something wrong with Uchiha Namehaka's practice, but after checking 2 or 3 times, he couldn't find the problem and had to ask for help. However, the medical situation within the Uchiha clan is difficult to describe, so Uchiha Hui thought of Senju Hashirama. Although Senju Hashirama is famous in the ninja world for his fighting ability, in fact, at this time during his time, Hashirama Senju could be considered the #1 medical ninja in the ninja world. When Tobirama Senju, who was staying with Hashirama Senju at the time, heard about it, he also followed. Before Hashirama Senju could do anything, Uchiha Kage found that Uchiha Nama had woken up. After Uchiha Madara's defection, the Uchiha clan's already awkward situation in Konoha has become even more awkward. Brother, Senju Tobirama suddenly broke the silence. What do you think of these two children? Why not take them as your disciples? This will also further ease the relationship between Senju and Uchiha. Senju Tobirama said this and gave Senju Hashirama a hint with his eyes. As for whether this suggestion has any effect, Senju Hashirama scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. Haha, I'm not very good at teaching apprentices, and I don't know much about sharing on. Before Senju Hashirama could finish his words, he was interrupted by Uchiha Hui. It is certainly an honor for the child to be able to worship the god of the ninja world as a teacher. Uchiha Hui roughly guessed what Senju Tobirama was thinking. It was nothing more than letting Senju Hashirama use his unique personal charm to put the inevitable paranoia of the two children into practice in Konoha. After all, no matter what, this is no longer the era of life and death among the ninja clan. No matter how wary we are of each other, we are still part of Konoha. Therefore, this gentle way of education could not help but appear in Senju Tobirama's mind. Not only for the Uchiha, but also for other ninja clans and even those talented civilians, Senju Tobirama had this idea. That's right, brother. No one is more suitable than you to be the master of these two children, Senju Tobirama said with a sigh of relief. Upon hearing this, Senju Hashirama said excitedly and puzzledly, is that so? Well, from today on, I will be the master of these two children. It was visibly that Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Hui both breathed a sigh of relief. Uchiha Kage didn't have much feeling about this, but what about Uchiha Wave? Uchiha Wave was naturally happy to see these things happen. He is the disciple of Hashirama Senju, so in terms of seniority, he is 1 generation older than Tsunade. But speaking of which, there is still some time before Tsunade is born. Judging from their age, the Sunin were supposed to be born in the 10th year of Konoha? However, these are not the point. Instead, if this is the case, then Uchiha would be the most authentic Hokage. Fortunately, I was born in a good era, otherwise my excellent talent would only become a reason for others to be jealous of me. Fortunately, in this era, Hashirama Senju suppresses everything. Given Hashirama Senju's status and position, and the special circumstances of the Uchiha brothers, the matter of becoming their apprentice was naturally not so easy. Senju Hashirama wanted to keep everything simple, but was rejected by Senju Tobirama. By the way, didn't it say before that Hashirama Senju suppressed everything? Let me add a parenthesis here, except for his younger brother Tobirama Senju. It can be said that whether it was Hashirama Senju or Madara Uchiha, ever since their other brothers were almost dead, the affection they invested in their only younger brother was no less than that of the so-called brother-supporting demons. After discussion between Senju Tobirama and some elders of the Uchiha clan, it was decided to hold a semi-public ceremony and invite some well-known people in the ninja world to participate. Just as Senju Tobirama had thought before, the most important thing about accepting a disciple this time was to show the attitude of the Senju clan or Senju Hashirama. After all, the relationship between Uchiha and Senju is well known. Even the hatred and prejudice between this pair of 1,000-year-old enemies can be let go, so what can't Konoha let go of? On the other hand, Senju Tobirama also intended to let Senju Hashirama show his face more often in the outside world. Ever since the battle between Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, news that Hashirama Senju was seriously injured has been spreading everywhere, and even some villagers in Konoha believed the news to be true. In Senju Tobirama's view, this was just a test of Konoha. It would be fine if Senju Hashirama was really injured, but the problem was that although Senju Hashirama's current condition was not good, it did not affect his combat effectiveness. Do you really think that Hashirama Senju can't lift the sword anymore? Besides, Senju Tobirama is no pushover. According to the Warring States period, he was definitely a super clan leader level fighter. If it weren't for the fact that Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha were too amazing, it would have been Tobirama Senju who dominated an era. It was precisely because of the existence of Hashirama Senju that Tobirama Senju focused more of his energy on studying ninjutsu and improving the Konoha system. Since it was only a semi-public ceremony, it was held in a huge conference room in Konoha without much preparation time. Originally, the Uchiha wanted to hold the ceremony in the Uchiha clan's territory, but was rejected by Senju Tobirama. What a joke, other ninja villages are also going to send people, so what's the point of holding it in the Uchiha clan's territory? Since the major ninja villages had just been established, those who came were the assistants of the cage or the apprentices of the cage of each village. In short, they were people who could represent the cage of each village. Of course, that was the excuse made by the cages of each ninja village. In fact, they were simply afraid that if Hashirama Senju was fine, what would happen if everyone came together and Konoha wiped him out? At the ceremony, Uchiha Naga met many characters that he knew in his previous life but had never seen before. Sarutobi Hiruzen's father, Sarutobi Suzuki, is also the current patriarch of the Sarutobi clan. This guy is also at the patriarch level, which is equivalent to a cage level in today's terms. The current patriarch of the Ino, Shikaku and Jo clans. Although Uchiha Wawa doesn't know him, he should be the father or grandfather of Shikaku's generation if nothing unexpected happens. He is not at the level of cage yet, even ordinary cages cannot defeat him if they unite. Not to mention the Hyaga clan. Although I have never heard of his name, he is definitely a cage level clan leader. Uchiha Naga estimated that the Hyaga clan came with the idea of a strong alliance, and they certainly didn't expect that the so-called ninja village system was also a pitfall. In fact, all major ninja clans have been tormented to varying degrees by the ninja village system. The current Konoha is indeed at its strongest stage. There are 2 super cage level people. Including Uzumaki Mito, there should be 3 super cage level people. Not to mention the shadow level. The shadow level of this period is much higher than those later ones that seem to be wars but are actually small fights. There are more film level actors being produced, and the value of their works is much higher. Putting aside some individual talented monsters, just in terms of knowledge, combat experience, and war experience, there is no comparison at all. The 3 ninja world wars recorded in history were simply the daily attacks and fighting during the Warring States period. Apart from getting to know a lot of people, what practical benefits did this apprenticeship bring to the 2 brothers? In fact, it's really nothing. It's not the time for the 2 brothers to practice advanced ninjutsu. According to the advice of Senju Tobirama, it is more important for the 2 brothers to learn a lot of common sense knowledge and lay a good physical foundation. If it were in the future Konoha, this would be the age to go to school. But there was no ninja school in Konoha at that time, and therefore, the various ninja clans in Konoha still followed their own way of teaching children. At the same time, the education is also very different from the large class education in ninja schools. The ninja education of the ninja clan does not attach importance to theory. The core is 2 words: quick success. Improve the child's combat effectiveness as much as possible in a short period of time to ensure his or her survival possibility. For ninjutsu and chakra, you don't need to know why they are there, it is enough to just know how to use them. The teaching staff are generally those who have rich combat experience within the tribe. That they may not be strong, but they are definitely durable. Uchiha Nama and Uchiha Kage, who had become disciples at the age of 4, were naturally not in the large class of the Uchiha clan at this time. The Senju Tobirama in front of him was holding 2 pieces of chakra paper in his hands and thinking about something. Although he is not famous for his ninjutsu, in fact, Tobirama Senju is the real doctor of ninjutsu. Well, it seems that the name of Doctor of Forbidden Techniques is more suitable for Tobirama Senju. Thunder, fire, and feng shui, Senju Tobirama murmured, looking at the 2 brothers with a very strange look. The chakra attribute of Uchiha is lightning and fire, which is a very common Uchiha attribute, but the attribute of Uchiha Kage. The attributes of wind and water are rare among Uchiha, and there is not even the fire that is essential for Uchiha. If he and Uchiha were not indeed twins, the Uchiha bloodline would have to be questioned. And they are mutually exclusive, or rather, mutually reinforcing. Senju Tobirama sighed. Wind helps fire, water helps thunder, but at the same time, wind overcomes thunder and water overcomes fire. While thinking, several complex ninjutsu flashed through Senju Tobirama's mind. Ahem, that's enough. Senju Tobirama coughed twice and introduced, in theory, the series of water and wind ninjutsu have considerable requirements for the amount of chakra, and the series of thunder and fire have certain requirements for chakra control. But the 2 of you forms chakra amount far exceeds that of your peers, and although Shadow's chakra amount is not small, it is still slightly insufficient in comparison. In most cases, people with less chakra are more likely to practice chakra control, while people with more chakra are more likely to have difficulty controlling chakra. Senju Tobirama also felt a little regretful as he spoke, as the compatibility of the two brothers' chakra amounts and attributes was exactly the opposite. Ever since he merged his previous life's spiritual power at the age of 4, Uchiha Nama's chakra growth has been faster, and at the age of 6, his chakra volume has officially reached the normal level of a jonin. Originally, Uchiha Hui was worried whether this huge amount of chakra would overwhelm Uchiha's young body. Fortunately, after many inspections and studies, it was found that Uchiha Bo's chakra mixture ratio was very different from that of ordinary people. His chakra was often mixed with a ratio of 7:3 of spiritual energy and physical energy. As mentioned earlier, normally there is a fixed ratio for chakra extraction, but this statement is not entirely correct. To be precise, everyone has a suitable chakra mixing ratio, but as ordinary people, the mixing ratio is similar. Instead of groping for it, it is better to directly stipulate a fixed ratio. But for some special people, this seemingly reasonable fixed ratio will only have a counterproductive effect. Although they can extract chakra normally, they are unable to unleash their full potential. The most classic example known in this regard is Hashirama Senju's chakra. The ratio of spiritual energy to physical energy in Hashirama Senju's chakra reached 2:8. If this ratio happened to an ordinary person, let alone whether chakra could be formed, this ratio alone would be enough to wear down the body and the person would be bedridden in no time. Of course, this resulted in Hashirama Senju's chakra having very strong vitality, and at the same time, the spiritual energy did not drag down the immeasurable physical energy. Uchiha Bo is in a similar situation now. The huge spiritual energy is far beyond the reach of physical energy. If it is refined according to the normal chakra mixing ratio, it will not only be a burden on the body, but also a waste of spiritual energy. Compared with the vitality-filled chakra of Hashirama Senju, Uchiha Namahaka's chakra is colder and more malleable. Even with his untrained chakra control ability, Uchiha Namahaka can mold the chakra into various shapes. From this perspective, it seems that Uchiha Madara's chakra should also have his own proportions. Having said that, compared with Uchiha Namahaka's inhumanly huge chakra amount, Uchiha Kage's chakra amount is pitifully small. According to Uchiha's definition, he doesn't even reach the threshold of Chunin. Of course, even so, they are still much stronger than most newly graduated genin, especially since the two brothers are only 6 years old now. It is far from the golden age for rapid physical growth. Whenever this happened, Senju Tobirama would sigh at the greatness of his younger generation, and he would become more determined to educate the two brothers psychologically. Then let Sing learn lightning-style ninjutsu first, and Ying learn water-style ninjutsu first. Senju Tobirama thought for a moment and decided. After removing the forbidden technique, Senju Tobirama was best at water-style ninjutsu. Lightning release ninjutsu. This ninjutsu can be said to be the most scarce part of Konoha's ninjutsu at present. Although there are many ninjas with lightning attributes in the Uchiha clan, most of them are used as auxiliary. The Uchiha clan members still use fire-style ninjutsu more. Perhaps the loving Uchiha clan is naturally kind, doghead. It doesn't matter. It won't be difficult for Senju Tobirama. It's just a lightning ninjutsu. Let's see how he can do it. Second, research it out. While brainstorming, Senju Tobirama also introduced to the two brothers the corresponding functions of some seals. After all, it was not an era of war anymore, so there was no need for quick success. Senju Tobirama would naturally tell his crossed-out eldest brother's apprentice about the fundamental theories of the ninjutsu that he had researched. In this way, since they began studying under Senju Tobirama, the lives of the two brothers have become more fulfilling. He got up early in the morning and did his daily physical exercise. After dinner, he went to the training ground to receive guidance from Senju Tobirama. In the afternoon, he returned to the Uchiha clan's territory to learn how to use the Sharingan. Do another physical exercise in the evening, perform daily chakra refinement before going to bed, and then sleep. It can be said that only in this ninja world with a lack of entertainment and the pressure of death in the ninja world can Uchiha Naga be self-disciplined to this extent. As for Uchiha Kage, his idea is even simpler. He will do whatever his brother does. On this day, as usual, after breakfast, Uchiha Namahaki and Uchiha Kage went to the training ground together. These training grounds were newly built and had not yet been named like the Konoha of later generations. It can be said that Konoha during the reign of Hashirama Senju was more of a large gathering place for ninjas than a ninja village. The situation only gradually improved after Tobirama Senju took office, otherwise he would not be regarded as the #1 politician in the ninja world. After arriving at the training ground, Uchiha Nama discovered that in addition to Senju Tobirama, there were 6 boys and girls aged 13 or 14 standing on the field. As Uchiha Nama and Uchiha Kage approached, the 5 men's eyes were fixed on the two brothers. Senju Tobirama first introduced Uchiha Nama and Uchiha Kage. "These are my students, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Uchiha Kagami, Akimichi Tofu, Mito Kato-en, and Utane Koharu." Every time Senju Tobirama spoke about someone, someone raised their hand and greeted the two brothers. These 6 people are all from the ninja clan, among which the ninja clan of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Akimichi Tofu is second only to the big clans like Uchiha, Senju, and Hyuga. Therefore, these 6 people actually knew Uchiha Nama and Uchiha Kage, but they had never seen them. To be honest, anyone with some power in the ninja world should know Uchiha Namiya and Uchiha Kage. How could the three-eyed Uchiha, a disciple of Senju Hashirama, not attract attention? After introducing Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others, Senju Tobirama introduced Uchiha Nama and Uchiha Kage, my brother's 2 disciples. I will teach them temporarily and study with you recently. After Senju Tobirama finished speaking, the scene fell into silence. Uchiha looked at the future 3rd Hokage and the 5.5th Hokage in front of him. The 2 young people at this time are completely different from the images shown in future movies and TV shows. You can say that Danzo is selfish and bad, but you really can't say that he doesn't love Konoha. At this time, when he was 13 or 14 years old, Danzo Shimura, who became a student of Tobirama Senju together with his companions, still had a heart full of light and expectations. In the early days, Sarutobi Hiruzen was worthy of the title of ninja hero, but later on he became a tyrant. Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others were naturally very curious about Uchiha Nagata and the other, but the 2 brothers were 6 years old now, and could be considered little adults in the world of Naruto. During the Warring States period, they might have experienced countless battles. In this case, although the vertical pupil on the forehead is tightly closed, it still gives people an inexplicable sense of pressure. Moreover, the identities of the 2 brothers are actually different from those of Sarutobi Hiruzen and the other 6 people. The 2 brothers are formal apprentices and formal disciples of Senju Hashirama, while Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others are only students of Senju Tobirama but not disciples. Uchiha Nawa thought for a long time but couldn't think of a suitable name to address Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others, so he could only say hello, seniors. Seeing Uchiha Naga speak, Sarutobi Hiruzen and others also spoke up to greet him. Seeing this, Tobirama Senju nodded secretly. He intended to let Uchiha Nama and the other 2 have some bond with his students. Only when they had feelings and bonds with each other could they truly be locked in Konoha. And Uchiha Nagata's current performance also proved to him that the 2 brothers were not the kind of eccentric Uchiha. But then again, it seems that the more sunny and cheerful Uchiha becomes more powerful after opening his eyes, and the drastic change in emotions also makes his mind more distorted. Senju Tobirama thought in his heart and said, I called you all here because you have almost learned some basic studies. The next step is my research during this period. Compound ninjutsu. Uchiha Nama's eyes lit up when he heard that. He knew the compound ninjutsu very well. The power of ordinary ninjutsu is ultimately limited before it reaches the level of forbidden techniques. It is extremely difficult to reach the Kage level by relying solely on ordinary ninjutsu. The compound ninjutsu is equivalent to the bloodline limit that ordinary people can learn. In fact, the difference between the 2 is very obvious. Point 1 is a change in the essence of chakra, and the other is only a change in the form of expression. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen's performance in the later period was very poor, he was actually at the peak level of Kage combat power, and the core of his reliance was the compound ninjutsu that he could release on his own. There is no need for Uchiha Nagata to research compound ninjutsu to the point where he can release it alone. After all, the upper limit of compound ninjutsu is there. When it really comes to the late stage, is it the Sharingan that is less useful, or the Sage mode that is less useful? But whether it is the Sage mode or the Sharingan, after all, they are not available now. You can't just go and kill someone to get the Sharingan. Therefore, compound ninjutsu is definitely more than enough for the early transition. The 2 brothers will learn a part separately, and then release it together when the time comes. What? You said this is too much of a test of tacit understanding? Are you kidding? Uchiha Nama and Uchiha Kage grew up together. If they don't have a tacit understanding, who will? Danzo and Hiruzen? The only disadvantage of this is that once the 2 brothers are separated, their fighting power will be affected. But then again, why should the brothers be separated if they know that they will have nothing to do? First, it is the combination of water and thunder, said Senju Tobirama, first releasing the shadow clone to summon a clone. Personal compound ninjutsu should be the product of Sarutobi Hiruzen's later in-depth development. What Senju Tobirama researched was just a deep fusion of 2 types of ninjutsu, which was not as deep as the one used by Sarutobi Hiruzen later. Water Escape, Water Spear, Thunder Escape, Thunderbolt. The 2 Senju Tobirama released 2 ninjutsu one after another, and the 2 ninjutsu merged together very quickly. The water flow, carrying lightning, rushed towards the predetermined direction. This is a basic torpedo compound ninjutsu. It has obvious shortcomings. It has low power and is not very practical in combat, so it is only used for training and familiarity. Tobirama Senju introduced after releasing his shadow clone. The reason why the second half of the sentence is added is because there have been examples of training ninjutsu being used as combat ninjutsu. The actions of Senju Tobirama just now were somewhat different from what Uchiha Nama had imagined. Originally, Uchiha Nama thought that compound ninjutsu was the simultaneous release of 2 ninjutsu and their powers superimposed on each other. But just now, Senju Tobirama released the water-style ninjutsu first, and then released the lightning-style ninjutsu after the water had already shot out. Is it the jet lag? Uchiha Bo murmured in his heart, making some rough guesses. Sure enough, the following introduction by Senju Tobirama confirmed Uchiha Nama's guess. Compound ninjutsu is not simply releasing two ninjutsu at the same time to superimpose them, but when using compound ninjutsu, there are strict requirements for timing, power, and direction. Take water and lightning as examples. Lightning is released much faster than water. If they are released at the same time, it is easy to cause the two to be staggered. Therefore, the person who releases lightning needs to pay attention to the release timing of the person who releases water and choose a perfect time to release. The timing varies from person to person and from ninjutsu to ninjutsu. The speed of forming seals, the speed of releasing seals, and the number of seals will all have an impact, so you will need to adjust your skills accordingly. And the power is determined by the main attribute of the compound ninjutsu. Compound ninjutsu often involves one taking advantage of the other to assist and expand the advantage. Taking mines as an example, there are two types of compound mine ninjutsu. Point one is water-based mines, which are responsible for increasing the power of water, and the other is mine-based, which are responsible for providing higher controllability for mines. Among these, when water is the main factor, the power of lightning must not exceed the water itself, otherwise it will only destroy the critical point of balance in the compound ninjutsu, causing the two ninjutsu to cancel each other out. Similarly, this will be affected by the degree of release of the person who releases it, the power of the ninjutsu, and the chakra of the person who releases it. You have all received chakra control training, and you are familiar with each other's chakra capacity. All you need to do next is to get to know each other better. As for the power of ninjutsu, apart from the matching ninjutsu I selected, which has strong adaptability, you will need to try and find the balance point for the other ninjutsu yourself. After Senju Tobirama finished speaking, he asked the 8 people to practice on their own. There is no need to say much about Uchiha Namahaki and Uchiha Kage. Among the 6 students of Senju Tobirama, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo are practicing together. Uchiha Kagami is with Akimichi Tofu, and Mito Kato N is naturally with Yutain Koharu. Uchiha Nama and Uchiha Kage stood together. Without hesitation, Uchiha Nama released the ninjutsu that Senju Tobirama had just released, Water Style, Water Flow Spear. The Uchiha Kage also seized the opportunity almost similar to that of the Senju Tobirama and released a matching lightning ninjutsu, Lightning Release, Thunderbolt. However, the ninjutsu released by the two did not produce the ingenious fusion released by Senju Tobirama, but instead they were mixed together and hit the tree trunk that Uchiha Nama was aiming at. Uchiha Wawa frowned. According to his idea, it should be easy to accomplish given the tacit understanding between the two brothers. However, there was no problem with the timing and the release of Senju Tobirama, but the results were very different. Senju Tobirama on the side nodded secretly. Uchiha Nama and Uchiha Kage have been inseparable since birth. This level of tacit understanding was within his expectations. As for the failure, he was not surprised. Even though he had made all the theoretical preparations, Tobirama Senju tried many times before using the compound ninjutsu. It has to be said that compound ninjutsu is very useless for Tobirama Senju. Not only does it require a lot of time to try and practice in advance, but he also needs to use shadow clones in advance if he wants to use them. If you're looking for single target lethality, wouldn't Tobirama Senju's Flying Thunder God Slash be better? As for pursuing large-scale and high-powered ninjutsu, you should think that Senju Tobirama's sea escape technique is just a decoration. In the original work, the only 2 people who can create the sea on the spot are Kisame and Senju Tobirama. There are huge differences in how compound ninjutsu is released by different people. The timing I use is only suitable for myself. When 2 people actually use it, there are slight differences in the proportionate chakra refinement per person. Especially the chakra of form is more different from that of ordinary people, so you can only try various timings slowly by yourselves, explained Senju Tobirama. Uchiha Nama and Uchiha Kage nodded when they heard this. As expected, looking and doing are always 2 different things. However, compared to the progress of others, the progress of Uchiha Nikaidashi and Uchiha Kage is much faster. After all, the 2 of them often only need to look at each other, or sometimes even without looking at each other, to understand each other's meaning. In the following time, Uchiha Namahaki and Uchiha Kage spent their time trying compound ninjutsu, physical training and chakra extraction. It has to be said that between the establishment of Konoha and the 12th year of Konoha, the ninja world as a whole was peaceful and prosperous. This situation continued until the death of Hashirama Senju, and the ninja world became chaotic again. However, compared with the situation in the Warring States period, where there was a small fight every 3 days and a big fight every 2 days, it was much better. In a sense, the ninja village system is indeed an improvement. At least it is much better than the situation of ninja clans fighting each other. It's a pity that Hashirama Senju's understanding only goes so far. The peace that had just been established in the ninja village deceived too many people. Only after experiencing the changes of the times did people discover that the ninja village system was not such a superior system. Or maybe a successful and ambitious person will appear and unify the ninja world, making it obey the voice of one person. Only in this way can peace be maintained for a long time. As the saying goes, things that are separated for a long time will eventually come together, and things that are together for a long time will eventually separate. This is exactly the case. As for whether Uchiha Naga has the idea of becoming the first person to unify the country, at least not at the moment. There is no other reason. The water in the ninja world is actually very deep. Point 1 At Satsuki's Heike is hiding in the dark. I don't know what he is doing during this period of time. There is also a six-path sage, that is, it's Satsuki Higoromo, who died, but it is not over yet. All dead. There are even some things that I don't know whether they are traveling through time or through parallel worlds. In short, there are all kinds of strange things in the dark. In that case, it is not a problem to describe the Ninja World War as a minor incident. No matter how great the potential is, it must be realized first. However, if all the potential is really realized, Uchiha WA will have to be careful. But it's only been these 12 years, and the ninja world is about to be in chaos. Uchiha Na murmured in his heart. In the early morning, the light from the window shines on the low bed. Uchiha Nama had already put on her clothes and was standing by the window looking at the scenery outside. The unbalanced technological development has also led to the greatest preservation of the natural scenery in the ninja world, which was something Uchiha Nama rarely saw in his previous life. It's been 8 years, Uchiha said with emotion. The past 8 years have been like a dream. Every time I wake up I feel incredible. Stroking the closed vertical pupils on his forehead, this is Uchiha Bo's greatest confidence in this world, and it is also the foundation for him to protect everything. Brother. Hearing his brother's call, Uchiha Wawa turned around and found that his younger brother, Uchiha Kage, had also packed up and was ready to leave. Uchiha Nama nodded and walked out the door with Uchiha Kage. This was their necessary physical exercise every morning. The ninja's extraordinary system does not obviously strengthen the physical body, but the physical body is also the foundation of the system. In fact, affected by the dissipated energy at that time, Uchiha Kage's spiritual energy was far beyond that of ordinary people, but it did not reach as outrageous level as Uchiha Nama. Even so, it is enough to make Uchiha Kage's advantage in spiritual energy. There is a saying that goes, if you want to go fast you must play to your strengths, but if you want to go far you must work on your weaknesses. At this time, the biggest factor restricting the amount of chakra of Uchiha Wave and Uchiha Kage is the lack of body energy. If you want to replenish your body's energy without damaging it, you have to exercise. You don't need to reach the same level of expertise as a physical ninja of the same level, but you can't let that drain your powerful spiritual energy. As usual, Uchiha Nama and Uchiha Kage ran around the outermost part of the clan territory. The only difference this time was that many Uchiha ninjas were not at home. Uchiha Nawa frowned as he ran, thinking about what big things happened in Konoha in the 8th year. Until he thought of something, Uchiha's pace became slower and slower. The Uchiha Kage behind him stopped in confusion and looked at his brother with a silly face. Uchiha Nawa resisted the urge to pinch his brother. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that his guess was right. Yes, that's all, Uchiha Bo murmured. Konoha's 8th year was still a peaceful year under the suppression of Hashirama Senju. The only major event that happened was Senju Tobirama becomes the second Hokage. From then on, Konoha entered the era of Ninja Village, and various policies that had a profound impact on future generations came from the hands of Senju Tobirama. The ninja school system appeared during this period. Although it has some criticisms, it is indeed the only way for civilian ninjas to succeed. At the same time, it did provide Konoha with a lot of necessary talents. In addition, there was the emergence of the Uchiha Guard, which was used by later generations to gradually marginalize the Uchiha. I have to say that there is actually no problem in giving this position to the Uchiha clan. The only problem is that the Uchiha clan simply doesn't bother to do public relations. And the ninja world's top public opinion expert, Danzo Shimura, is determined to deal with the Uchiha. Otherwise, the Uchiha Guard is actually doing a very good job, with first-rate public security, and is not afraid of any background at all. In addition to the impact on the Uchiha clan, there is also an impact on the Senju clan itself. Senju Tobirama ordered the Senju clan to remove their surnames and integrate into Konoha. This strategy made the Senju clan appear to have disappeared, but in fact they were everywhere. A certain golden retriever who always has a sister, don't you think so? God knows how powerful the gene must be to suppress the red-haired man of the Uzumaki clan. There was also Ashura, who was reincarnated well into the Senju clan, but was inexplicably reincarnated into the Uzumaki clan. The Senju clan had gone into seclusion, but they had not been exterminated. Why did they leave the Senju clan and go to find the Uzumaki clan instead of reincarnating? Uchiha was a little skeptical. He also has an abnormal nerve reaction with Flying Thunder God. Who knows if it is from the lineage of Senju Tobirama. However, these are not what Uchiwabo really cares about. No matter how far-reaching the impact is, it will be in the future. What really makes Uchiwabo care is the First Ninja World War. Uchiha Nama frowned. Tsunade was born shortly after Senju Tobirama took office, and a few years later, Senju Hashirama died inexplicably. The First Ninja World War broke out in the year when Hashirama Senju died. Perhaps most people do not have a clear understanding of the First Ninja World War, but it can be said that apart from the Fourth Ninja World War, the First Ninja World War was the most extensive and the most tragic war in terms of casualties. Without the suppression of Hashirama Senju, the long-suppressed ninja world was in complete chaos, and the 5 major countries joined the battle. As for the specific combat capabilities of the participants, it may not be that impressive. But speaking of deaths, let's put it this way: 4 Kages died in the First Ninja World War. The second generation Mizukage and the second generation Tsuchikage, the two fools, died together. The second generation Hokage and the second generation Reikage ended on the eve of the First Ninja World War. The Kaze Kage, who seemed to be fine, could do nothing but watch the Sand Village being destroyed. After only 10 years of raising him, Rain Village launched an uprising and he succeeded in defeating himself with all his efforts. As a result, less than 10 years after the end of the Second Ninja World War, the Third Ninja World War broke out. It turned out to be true that it was a 5-village fight, that it was so well known, but in the end it only happened 4 times in 60 years. Hui let out a long breath and calmed himself down a little. After all, according to Uchiha Nama's memory, the First Ninja World War should have taken place around the 12th year of Konoha, which is still 4 years away from now. Moreover, during the First Ninja World War, Tobirama Senju had not died yet, and Uzumaki Mito was in charge of the village, so the village was still stable. Besides, war is the best opportunity for Uchiha to grow, Uchiha said, and his frown finally relaxed. The ninja world was too peaceful during this period, which also resulted in Uchiha having an absurdly strong mental power but no mental stimulation to open his eyes. From this perspective, it is absolutely correct for Konoha in later generations not to allow the Uchiha to participate in the war unless they have no choice. It is also understandable that the Uchiha became useless in later generations. Perhaps the moment the Uchiha was unwilling to follow Uchiha Madara away, he was already beyond help. As a modern office worker, even though he has made so many mental preparations, whenever Uchiha Nagata thinks about going to the battlefield, especially before he becomes invincible, he will become emotionally unstable. Why can't I have a system where I can sign in and be invincible while I'm idle? Brother, Uchiha Kage looked at his brother in confusion and subconsciously tilted his head to give him a fatal blow. Just as Uchiha Namiya had expected, in less than 2 days, the news that Tobirama Senju was about to take office as the second Hokage spread throughout Konoha. The various deeds of Tobirama Senju, whose presence was not that strong originally, were publicized. It was through this that some ordinary villagers learned that there was such a powerful existence in Konoha. As for the ninja clans, they did know about Senju Tobirama. Although not as monstrous as Hashirama Senju, Tobirama Senju is also a stable super shadow level. However, unlike the overall atmosphere in Konoha, the mood of everyone in the Uchiha clan was not so good. After all, although the Uchiha was the defeated party, Konoha was established by the Uchiha and the Senju on an equal footing. Even if it was not stated explicitly at the beginning, the first generation gave the Senju of the victorious side to you, so shouldn't the second generation be given to us Uchiha? Uchiha could only say that this idea was ridiculous. Let's not talk about the Senju clan who is still alive. Hashirama Senju. Tobirama Senju himself is a super shadow level. Uzumaki Mito's surname is Uzumaki, but as the wife of Hashirama Senju, it is more appropriate to say that she is a member of the Senju clan. This is also a super shadow level. Where is Uchiha? After Uchiha Madara left, there were only a few big and small Uchiha cats left. Of course, this so-called big cat is also at the level of Kage, and is much stronger than the Uchiha in later generations. It is hard to imagine that the generation or even the generations of Uchiha before Uchiha Fugaku did not even have a Kage level, but this is Uchiha. As long as the 3 Megatama can make up for the shortcomings, he can be a true elite jonin, the kind that ordinary people of the same level would not dare to fight alone. As long as you have 1 or 2 outstanding achievements besides the Sharingan, you will be able to reach the level of Kage. How could such a blessed family be ruined like that? It can be said that his heart has indeed been corrupted by the appearance of peace, and he has lost the Uchiha blood. I don't know if he can still be called Uchiha. It was only during Uchiha Ataka's generation that it was considered normal, with 3 pairs of Mangekyo that ensured 3 Kage-level warriors, and they were extremely difficult to deal with. It's just a pity that these 3 ways of thinking are more abnormal than each other. Uchiha Bo couldn't help but feel a little itchy as he thought about it. That when he thought of these future descendants of his, he began to doubt his own IQ. Does the Uchiha bloodline have any influence on the brain? It only says that the emotional stimulation required to open the Sharingan will affect the spirit, but it does not say that it will affect the IQ. It is outrageous to destroy a tribe in order to resolve the conflict between the tribe and the village. Brother, why do the uncles and aunts look so unhappy? Uchiha Kage asked Uchiha Nama puzzledly while lying in front of the window. On the one hand, Senju Tobirama was too busy as he was about to take office. On the other hand, the 2 brothers had almost learned all the compound ninjutsu and all the basic ninjutsu. As for further ninjutsu, in the words of Senju Tobirama, they are still young and there is no rush. Uchiha Nagata could understand this statement. After all, the current Konoha was not the Konoha of later generations, and there was not such an urgent need for combat power. Besides, the purpose of establishing Konoha itself is to protect children from the troubles of war. Nowadays, many people's pursuit of practice itself is greater than the need to prepare for war. In this environment, no matter how talented Uchiha Nagata and Uchiha Kage are, their focus is to strengthen their foundation and not harm their bodies. Therefore, Uchiha Namahaki and Uchiha Kage are now more focused on studying and researching some necessary theories in the room. Of course, the necessary meditation and physical exercise are still necessary. Haha, you're just greedy for things that don't belong to you. Uchiha Bo shook his head and laughed. The combat power mentioned earlier is actually only one aspect. The most important thing is Uchiha Madara's departure. After all, if Hashirama Senju had not known Uchiha Madara, even if Hashirama Senju would still have established Konoha and still loved peace, it would be hard to say whether Hashirama Senju would have destroyed Uchiha. Hashirama Senju just loves peace, he is not the Virgin of Mercy. The number of people who died at the hands of Hashirama Senju is no less than that of Uchiha Madara. Of course, due to the bond between Indra and Azura, the above assumption is not valid. What Uchiha Madara was actually thinking was whether the reason why the Senju and Uchiha put aside their feud and prejudice was because of the kindness of Senju Hashirama himself, or the inseparable bond between Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. At least Uchiha Madara personally prefers the latter. It is hard to say how much Hashirama Senju's opinion of Uchiha has changed after Uchiha Madara left. As I said, once Uchiha Madara left, the Uchiha seemed to still exist, but in fact, its demise was only a matter of time. About 4 years. Uchiha said, putting his hands on the windowsill, thinking about the next plan. Senju Hashirama should be dead soon, so find a way to fix it if you can, otherwise it will be gone forever. Wood release must be ruled out first, and the contract with the wet bone forest must be required. Among the 3 holy places, Ryokai Cave and Mount Mayaboku will be found by Jiraiya and Orochimaru respectively later, so now Uchiha can only go to find them by himself. There is still a chance that Ryokai Cave can be found, but Mayaboku Mountain. Not everyone can reverse channel themselves to one of the 3 holy places when practicing spiritualism. The wet bone forest was most likely passed down from the Senju clan, but I don't know if it was only passed down within the clan. It shouldn't be, after all, it was passed down to Sakura later. But it is also possible that Tsunade does not take these provisions into consideration. The probability is not high. No matter what, he is a disciple of Senju Hashirama, so he should be able to pass on the skills. He will definitely be able to pass on the skills. Uchiha Bo couldn't help feeling a little uneasy as he thought about it. During this period of time, the inheritance of the wet bone forest is relatively easy to access. And if he doesn't even give him the inheritance of the wet bone forest, it's even more impossible for him to give him the one that Uchiha Bo wants later. Regardless of what Uchiha was thinking, 2 days passed quickly. Go. Konoha as a whole was still in a peaceful atmosphere, because under the watchful eyes of the Konoha villagers, Hashirama Senju put the Hokage hat representing the second Hokage on Tobirama Senju's head. If there were any doubts before, they were dispelled when Hashirama Senju appeared in public intact and passed the position of Hokage to the next person. Only Uchiha Nawa frowned even deeper when he saw this scene. It seems that there is indeed no problem with Hashirama Senju's condition. His vigorous vitality is as dazzling as burning fire to Uchiha Nama's terrifying mental power that has always been restricted by his physical body. What Uchiha Nama didn't expect was that before Uchiha Nama could take Uchiha Kage to find Senju Hashirama, he was called over by Senju Hashirama after the inauguration ceremony. Following behind Hashirama Senju, every person who passed by greeted him along the way. Although he had seen this scene before in movies and TV shows, Uchiha Naga still felt a little emotional when he actually put himself in the situation and watched it from behind. Perhaps considering the wisdom that Uchiha Nama brought from his previous life, Hashirama Senju's ideas were naive and childish. But this man really gave everything for this dream, including his family, close friends, and even himself. Just as blind loyalty always gives people a kind of helpless admiration, Uchiha Nama's evaluation of Senju Hashirama is also complicated. There is nothing wrong with saying that Hashirama Senju is short-sighted and childish, but it is true that Hashirama Senju did bring more than 10 years of peace to Konoha and even to the ninja world. The ninja village system is indeed better than the ninja clan wars during the Warring States period. If Hashirama Senju could die of natural causes, it would at least bring decades of peace. It was not until he followed Senju Hashirama into a large and simple courtyard house that Uchiha Nama suddenly came to his senses. Although the surrounding scenery was unfamiliar, Uchiha now could guess from the fact that some people on the road called him clan leader that this should be the home of Hashirama Senju and the Senju clan. "I'm back," Senju Hashirama shouted happily, and then brought Uchiha Nama and Uchiha Kage into the house. When he entered the house, he smelled the aroma of food. When he looked carefully, Uchiha Bo saw a woman with a diamond-shaped mark on her forehead. She is the strongest person under Hashirama Senju in the true sense, and also Hashirama Senju's wife, Mito Uzumaki. The only difference between her and Tsunade is that Uzumaki Mito did not rely on the yin seal to make her appearance younger. "Hello, master's wife." Uchiha Nama and Uchiha Kage greeted after being introduced by Senju Hashirama. Uzumaki Mito smiled and said, "Hello, come, sit down and eat." Uchiha Kage and Uchiha Nama looked at each other and then knelt down in front of the table. "This is the first time you have come to our house for dinner since you became my disciples," said Hashirama Senju as he sat at the main seat. It's not that I don't care about you, it's Tobirama who said that you are the future of Konoha, and he wants to teach the future of Konoha well. Now that you have passed his test, he can truly hand you over to me, Senju Hashirama explained after taking a sip of sake. It can be said that Uchiha Nama and Uchiha Kage were disciples that Hashirama Senju was forced to accept. But Hashirama Senju recognized this bond in his heart, but he just didn't know how to teach in most cases. Senju Tobirama said that he would teach him well, so Senju Hashirama let him do it. He felt relieved about his younger brother. Although I have always had feelings towards Uchiha, they are not unacceptable. I asked you to come here today because I thought that as your master, I would have to teach you something, said Hashirama Senju, touching the back of his head and smiling sheepishly. The main reason is that I don't know what to teach you. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Nawa said without hiding anything, I want the Wet Bone Forest spiritual inheritance. Upon hearing this, Hashirama Senju was surprised and said, how do you know that my summoning beast is from the Wet Bone Forest? It's no wonder that Hashirama Senju was surprised that he is generally known for his would-release technique outside, and few people pay attention to his summoning technique. The elders in the clan told me that would-release cannot be learned. Apart from this, senjutsu can be combined with thousands of ninjutsu. If you want to learn senjutsu, you must first inherit the summoning jutsu. Uchiha Namahaka said the words he had already thought of. Ha 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 ha, it seems that there are still many powerful guys in Uchiha. Senju Hashirama laughed when he heard this. Uzumaki Mito, who was listening quietly at the side, looked at Uchiha Nama with a strange expression, then shook his head without saying anything. The elders in the clan said that? Everyone knows what those old Uchiha guys are like. Oh, Senju Hashirama doesn't know, that's okay. Okay, then let's learn the Wet Bone Forest summoning technique. Senju Hashirama hammered his right hand on his left hand and shouted happily, eat, eat. Then he shouted, I'm starting. Seeing this, Uchiha Nama and Uchiha Kage also started to pick up their chopsticks. Things went much more smoothly than Uchiha Nagata had imagined. In Uchiha Naga's conception of himself, it would be absolutely enough to rely on the compound ninjutsu in cooperation with Uchiha Kage in the early stage. Although compound ninjutsu is not very useful in high-end battlefields, it is more than enough for battles below the Kage level. In the middle stage, he relied on the Sage mode in Sharingan that Uchiha had just requested. As for how long this medium-term period will last, it depends on whether Uchiha Wave's expected plan goes smoothly. Later on, it was a joke. Once the vertical pupils of the Samsara Eye opened, we time travelers have always been free. After leaving Hashirama Senju's house, Uchiha Nama took Uchiha Kage to the residence of the Uchiha clan elders. He wanted to check whether the two of them had any close relatives. If all else fails, we can only try the power of science. Uchiha Bo couldn't help but sigh as he thought about it. People who travel through time and space to become Uchiha people all have a close relative who has become their enemy, or a mangekill left behind by their relatives. Why is everything going so smoothly since I got to Uchiha? This smooth sailing is not a good thing for the Uchiha. The Uchiha have to go through a lot of hardships to become a great talent. Uchiha Nawa thought about it and found it a little funny. Is this a kind of Versailles? Born at the right time, they were the only two disciples of Hashirama Senju, and were taught personally by Tobirama Senju. The Hokage faction and the Hokage faction, as long as they can guarantee the right to speak among the Uchiha later and don't let the Uchiha get sick, it's almost a great start, like the male protagonist in a female drama. The only drawback now is that I can't open my eyes without mental stimulation. Since Uchiha Madara left, the Uchiha clan did not immediately appoint a clan leader, but instead several clan elders temporarily handled clan affairs. The main reason is that times have changed and there is no rush to have a patriarch to take charge of the situation. Uchiha Madara didn't leave any children, so the clan leader's direct lineage has been cut off. In terms of strength, the only few shadow-level people now are still quite old elders in the clan. Check the relationship. Uchiha Lishuan looked at Uchiha Bo strangely, but did not refuse. After the Uchiha and the Senju jointly established Konoha, most of the Uchiha families that had finally regained peace were already in ruins. Some families chose to find some distant relatives through the records in the genealogy and reunited as one family. Some lineages in later generations also evolved from this. However, most of these are orphans who have basically no ability to survive and are arranged by the tribe. Or perhaps some ambitious but powerless tribesmen made this choice for the sake of their future generations. As for Uchiha Namahaki and Uchiha Kage, as the only two disciples of Senju Hashirama, they are naturally very famous. Uchiha Lishuan really couldn't figure out the point of the two of them checking their relationship. Besides, we have Uchiha Hui. Although that old guy is old, he still has rich theoretical experience. And although he is not a clan elder, he still has a lot of say in the clan. Although he didn't understand, Uchiha Lishuan still normally checked for all of Uchiha's blood relatives who were still alive. Grandfather, Uchiha Hui, my biological mother, Uchiha Kuri, my younger brother, Uchiha Kage, uncle, Uchiha Tomoyuki, aunt, Uchiha Liquid Break, cousin, Uchiha Ze. Hearing an unexpected word, Uchiha asked in surprise, cousin. Uchiha Lishuan was also a little surprised. After a careful inspection, he explained, he is the son of the daughter of the younger brother of your grandfather Uchiha Hui's wife. Grandfather's wife's, younger brother's daughter's son? Scratching his head, Uchiha Wei hadn't heard of such a complicated relationship for a long time. But after roughly understanding it, Uchiha Bo discovered that this was really his cousin, and the blood relationship was not particularly distant. 2 years older than you, Uchiha Lishuan said with some surprise. In both families, the middle generation was almost extinct, and then the new generation had new hope. Upon hearing this, Uchiha's eyes lit up, and he thought to himself, I just don't know what kind of talent he has. If he has good talent. Thinking of this, the plan in my mind became more perfect. Thank you, elder of the clan. Uchiha Bo thanked Uchiha Rikawa, and Uchiha Rikawa waved his hand to indicate that everything was fine. Many people know that Uchiha Madara transplanted Uchiha Izuna's eyes, but Uchiha Madara never told anyone else about the eternal eyes. Many elders in the clan only thought that it was the peculiarity of Uchiha Madara and did not think about transplanting the Mangekyo. After saying goodbye to Uchiha Lishuan, Uchiha Nama took Uchiha Kage back to his residence. On the way, Uchiha Kage asked, Brother, why are you asking about my cousin? Upon hearing this, Uchiha Nama stopped where he was, turned around, put his hand on Uchiha Kage's shoulder and said, Brother, we have a unique advantage, but this advantage also has a huge pit. We must first find a way to cross this pit, and then we can really rise to prominence. As he spoke, Uchiha became more determined about his plan. The vertical pupil on Uchiha Bo's forehead and his eyes are independent systems, so when his eyes evolve, there is not much difference between him and an ordinary Uchiha member. But Uchiha Kage is different. Uchiha Kage's vertical pupil is indeed the third eye on his body. During evolution, Uchiha Kage's 3 eyes will evolve synchronously. If Uchiha Kage wants to open the complete eternal Mangekyo, where can he find another Uchiha with 3 eyes? You can't let Uchiha Kage give birth to a child and then kill him. Even a tiger won't eat its own cubs. Uchiha Kage feels that although he is not a good person, he shouldn't be born like this. Therefore, the Uchiha Ze whom he had not yet met was the path that Uchiha now had prepared for himself. As for Uchiha Kage, he had other arrangements. In the short term, Uchiha Namahake has no plans to meet with Uchiha Ze, and before he is truly capable of carrying out his own plan, Uchiha Namahake has no plans to actually contact Uchiha Ze. In order to avoid any inappropriate bond or kinship between him and Uchiha Ze. 3 years have passed since Uchiha Nama and Uchiha Kage began studying under Senju Hashirama. In the past 3 years, Tobirama Senju has carried out various reforms just like in the original work, and many far-reaching systems including the ninja school system have taken root in Konoha. At the same time, a complete ninja career system was initially built by Senju Tobirama. What was originally a term for strength has now become a kind of rank. At the age of 11, Uchiha Namahaki and Uchiha Kage, who had not even opened their Sharingan yet, were appointed as special jonin by Senju Tobirama. The two of them also became known as the Gemini Stars of Konoha and the hope of the future. As expected, the Uchiha set up the Uchiha Guard under the arrangement of Senju Tobirama. Unlike the state of being despised by everyone in later generations, the Uchiha Guard at this time was still a department that was feared and respected. The most important thing for Uchiha Naga was the birth of Tsunade, the granddaughter of Hashirama Senju, in the second half of the 8th year of Konoha. Yes, Tsunade, not Senju Tsunade. Because in the 9th year of Konoha, the same year that the Uchiha Guard was established, Tobirama Senju issued an order for the Senju clan to integrate into the civilian population. Tsunade was born as the granddaughter of Hashirama Senju. She was the first to remove her surname as a role model when she was just born. In the 10th year of Konoha, 18-year-old Sarutobi Hiruzen and others were appointed as Konoha Jonin, and the first batch of Hokage guards were formed. For Uchiha Nagata, the biggest gain in the past 3 years is his physical growth. There is no advanced ninjutsu suitable for Uchiha Nama and Uchiha Kage to grow. Sage mode is very yes, but the prerequisite is that the body is mature. Uchiha Nama and Uchiha Kage, who are only 11 years old, are obviously not suitable for learning Sage mode. In the world of Naruto, the amount of chakra will enter a period of rapid growth around the age of 13, until it stabilizes around the age of 20, and reaches its peak around the age of 30. At this time, Uchiha Wa, who had not yet entered a period of rapid growth, had already reached the standard of an ordinary Kage. Without the mental power plug-in from his previous life, Uchiha Kage's chakra capacity has also reached the level of a Jonin. Due to the pressure of mental power, Uchiha Nama's body grew exceptionally fast that it was difficult for ordinary people to guess that Uchiha Nama and Uchiha Kage were twins. Brother, why do we have to bring Genin with us? Uchiha Kage asked in confusion while walking on the road. The current ninja school system is different from that of later generations. Students now enter ninja school at the age of 6, stay in school for 4 years, and graduate at the age of 10. The form of team-leading Jonin had already appeared during this period, but Konoha had a profound foundation, and the real team-leading Jonin were all veteran Jonin. On the one hand, the veteran Jonin have more experience and their strength has basically stagnated, so they have more time and energy to focus on the new generation. In most cases, the relationship between the leading Jonin and the members will change from teacher and student to master and apprentice. A few days ago, Uchiha Namahaki and Uchiha Kage were suddenly called by Senju Tobirama and were told that they had become the team's leading jonin, which naturally surprised them. You know, although it would be difficult for even an ordinary film-level actor to gain an advantage when the two of them work together, their ages are there after all. The 11-year-olds are only 1 year older than the 10-year-old graduates. And although the special jonin is also a jonin, Uchiha Nagata has never heard of any special jonin becoming a team-leading jonin. It should be a political exchange. Uchiha both thought for a moment and replied. The ninja school system had only been established for 3 years, and even the earliest batch of real civilian ninjas still had another year to graduate. Those who graduate during this period are basically members of the appropriate age from each ninja clan who go through the procedures and keep up appearances in the ninja school. Therefore, Uchiha Nama guessed that these 3 graduates were basically from some ninja clan, and most likely they were here to make favors and build connections. Even in the ninja world, if one's strength is not as high as that of Hashirama Senju or Madara Uchiha, one cannot avoid the ways of the world. Oh yes, why are there 3 graduates? Because Uchiha Namahaki and Uchiha Kage are the guiding jonin of a team. It's quite a joke, but it's not wrong. After all, Uchiha Nakatashi and Uchiha Kage can only exert their full strength when they are together, at least that's the case for now. I can't imagine that they, who are only 1 year younger than me, call me teacher, said Uchiha Kage, shaking his head. Uchiha Nama smiled and said, why are you afraid of being called old? Haven't you always been bothered by the fact that you look much younger than me? As he said this, Uchiha Bo couldn't help but touch Uchiha Kage's head. I have to say that the height difference is really convenient for head patting. Besides, what's wrong with the older brother touching his younger brother's head? Is there anything unreasonable about it? What's more, this is the world of Naruto, this is Naruto, it's hard to resist patting the head. Uchiha Kage did not shake off Uchiha Nama's hand, but said unhappily, I just don't understand that we were born and raised together, why are you so much taller than me? Uchiha Kage felt even more puzzled when he used his hand to indicate the height difference between himself and Uchiha Kage. This is called the difference in talent, Uchiha Namahaki explained. As for the real reason, even if Uchiha Namahaki told it, it would probably be difficult for Uchiha Kage to understand. After all, no matter how precocious they are not like those in later generations who have received a complete education, so their understanding of some things is still a little lacking. While they were talking, the two had already arrived at the gate of the ninja school. The appearance of the ninja school at that time was very different from that of later generations. Although the architectural style has moved closer to that of later buildings, it still retains the style of the houses and courtyards of this period. It looks more like a larger place where families educate their offspring. After looking at each other, Uchiha Wave and Uchiha Kage walked in. At this time, the class division ceremony was taking place in Class 1, Grade 4 of the ninja school. As the names were called out one by one, these people stayed together in groups of 3, waiting for the arrival of the guiding jonin. Who do you think will lead us? Asked Shenjong Huli. Nara Shikei thought for a moment and said, I don't know, but I guess there are only those few people. Akimichi Kiiyuki on the side did not respond but just kept eating the food in his hand that he could not name. Sure enough, every era has its own snacks. Bang! The door suddenly opened, attracting everyone's attention. A young-looking face came in from the door and said, Class 9, assemble. After saying this, he disappeared in an instant. Uchiha Nama outside the door held his forehead helplessly. After 11 years of life, Uchiha Nama discovered that his younger brother seemed to have some social anxiety. Everyone in the classroom looked at each other in bewilderment. Just now, was there a guiding jonin who flashed by? Nara Shikei shook his head helplessly and said, it seems to be more troublesome than I thought. Let's go. Then he patted Akimichi Kiiyuki on the shoulder. After hearing this, Akimichi Kiiyuki still did not say anything, but walked out of the classroom while eating his snacks. Hey, who was that instructor just now? I didn't see him at all. Please explain to me who it is, man or woman. Do I know who it is? What does he look like? He must be very strong since he can move so fast. It's a nice voice. Could it be a beautiful female instructor jonin? Please don't ignore me, I can accept a bad male instructor as a jonin. If you want to instruct a jonin, tell me. Shanzonghili kept talking along the way, but neither of the 2 people in front of him paid any attention to him. If you spend a long time with this guy, you will find that as long as you ignore him, he will just talk endlessly. But if you pay attention to him, you will be annoyed to no end. Why those 2 people? The Hokage's direct descendant is reasonable. Lui thought expressionlessly and couldn't help but feel a headache. The Nara family also knew the situation of the Uchiha, but just like Senju Tobirama, the more they knew about the Uchiha, the more feeling a headache. It is better to stay away from people in this family if possible. No matter what the 3 of them were thinking, the moment they saw Uchiha Nama and Uchiha Kage, Yamanaka Kori, who had been talkative, suddenly fell silent. Then let's go to the open space near the ninja school to get to know each other first, Uchiha said, breaking the silence. After saying that, Uchiha Nama and Uchiha Kage turned around and left. Lui and the others looked at each other and followed. Soon, the 5 of them were sitting on the grass next to the ninja school to practice taijutsu and kunao. For days have passed since they met Nara Shikai and the other two. With Nara Shikai's introduction, Huli and Kizzy also understood the deep meaning of Uchiha Nama and Uchiha Kage as guiding Jonin. Therefore, although Uchiha Nama and Uchiha Kage only led the three of them to do some ordinary D-level tasks, nothing happened. There is no suffering, no pretense, and slap in the face. I always feel that my life is not like that of the protagonist. Looking at the three people working hard on the D-level mission, which is actually of no great use, Uchiha Bo couldn't help but sigh. What is the protagonist? Uchiha Kage, who had been acting as a background board, suddenly asked. It is the center of the world and the foundation of the operation of the universe, Uchiha Nagata explained in a different way. Uchiha Kage nodded vaguely, not knowing whether he understood it or not. Uchiha was about to speak, but his body subconsciously stiffened for a moment, and then he turned around. The Uchiha Kage standing by didn't know what happened the moment Uchiha moved, but he turned around as well. Just as the two of them turned around, a shadow flashed by and Senju Tobirama appeared in front of them. Before the two of them could ask, Senju Tobirama put his hands on their shoulders and used Flying Thunder God to take them away. When Uchiha Nama and Uchiha Kage came to their senses, they found themselves in a dark meeting room they had never seen before. Wait here for a moment, Senju Tobirama said seriously, then used Flying Thunder God and hurried away. Although Senju Tobirama always has a stern face, the two people who have been in contact with Senju Tobirama for quite a long time can still distinguish the huge emotions hidden by Senju Tobirama this time. Looking around, this conference room is so airtight that you can't even tell where it is built. Only a few lights in the corner keep the lights on. There are a few chairs arranged around a rectangular table, with each chair having a certain distance between them. Only two chairs are very close to each other, as if they are a whole. After a glance, Uchiha Nama and Uchiha Kage knew that these two positions were reserved for two people. The two of them did not hesitate and sat on the two chairs and waited. Uchiha Kage stayed beside Uchiha Nama as usual, in a daze, and no one knew what he was thinking about. And Uchiha was guessing what might happen. Logically speaking, nothing major could happen under the suppression of Hashirama Senju, unless the major event was Hashirama Senju himself. The 11th year of Konoha, this time is indeed very close to the time point in Uchiha's memory. We'll know whether it is true or not soon, Uchiha Bo murmured, but he already had the answer in his heart. One after another, people that Uchiha had seen or not seen before were brought over by Tobirama. Among them, the one that Uchiha Nama is most familiar with is Sarutobi Suzuki, the current patriarch of the Sarutobi clan and Sarutobi Hiruzen's father. There are some others that Uchiha has never seen before, all of them are old men in their 40s or 50s. There is no way around it. It was very difficult to live past 30 years old during the Warring States period, so living to 50 years old was truly a long life. Without exception, the strength of these people is at the level of Kage. If we have to say that Uchiha Naga and Uchiha Kage combined are at the Kage level, there is no problem, they are just afraid of being separated. And at this time, the identities of the two people are more important than their strength. It is said that Konoha during this period was its true heyday. Senju Hashirama, who is at the peak of the Super Shadow level, is supporting the team. Senju Tobirama, who is at the Super Shadow level as a goalkeeper, is blocking the front, along with a bunch of Shadow level warriors who were left over from the Warring States period. I called everyone here today because I hope you can make some preparations. After everyone gathered, Senju Tobirama sat in the first seat and said in a deep voice, "My eldest brother is suddenly seriously ill. If other ninja villages know about it, the originally peaceful situation will probably be broken. Then Senju Tobirama couldn't help but stop at the end. When Konoha was first established, it was suppressed by the two great beings, Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, and occupied large tracts of rich areas in the ninja world. It can be said that as long as the villagers of Konoha live and work in peace and contentment, it is normal for them to have enough food and drink, and even to be a little rich. The worst off among the other four ninja villages is the Sand Village. Although the other ninja villages are better, they are not much better. Nowadays, all the major ninja villages have basically reached the second generation period. If it weren't for the long-standing power of Hashirama Senju, I'm afraid the other ninja villages would have been unable to bear it long ago. This is just a serious illness. If Hashirama Senju really passed away, it would be almost inevitable that Konoha would be attacked by everyone. With Uzumaki Nito in charge, Senju Tobirama will definitely not be afraid. But as long as there is war, there will never be a real winner. Even in a great victory, losses are inevitable in the process. What's more, other ninja villages are not easy to deal with either. Shortly after taking office, Tobirama Senju secretly established a special assassination tactics force, which was later known as the Umbu. Although this department is named after assassination, it actually also takes into account other functions such as intelligence. According to the information known to Tobirama Senju, both the second-generation Mizukage and the second-generation Tsuchikage are not easy to deal with. Especially the second Tsuchikage, that one with unique bloodline, it is difficult to assess his strength before actually seeing him. After all, it is not enough to just look at the technique. Hashirama Senju is not strong because of wood release. The reason why Hashirama Senju is strong is actually because of his huge chakra that is not like that of a human. At that level of chakra, any ninjutsu used would have unimaginable power. However, at least in terms of destructive power alone, the second Tsuchikage is no less threatening than the tailed beasts, which means that the second Tsuchikage is at least at the level of a super Tsuchikage in terms of combat power. Seriously ill. Why did you suddenly become seriously ill? After hearing what Senju Tobirama said, everyone present changed their expressions. What is the reason for the peace in the ninja world? Hashirama Senju himself may not know. I know, but others must know it. Quiet. Senju Tobirama shouted softly, and the super shadow level of chakra instantly suppressed everyone present. Even though Suzuki Sarutobi, who was already at the peak of the cage level and seemed to be dangling at the gate of super cage, felt a sense of suffocation. Brother is still seriously ill and his life is not endangered. I'm notifying everyone now just because I hope you can make preparations early, prepare for the worst possible scenario and eliminate unstable factors, Senju Tobirama said as he glanced fiercely at everyone present. Although no one spoke after hearing this, everyone's expression showed that they thought Senju Tobirama was lying. I and the 3 members of the Ino, Deer, and Joe clan should be able to work together to stop the Hidden Thunder Village. Sarutobi Suzuki spoke first and got to the point. Sarutobi Suzuki is at the peak of the cage level, and the combined strength of Ino, Shikaku and Joe is no less than that of an ordinary cage. During this period, the strength of the Reigakure village is only average. The Hidden Lightning village has been ranked second in strength since the third Reikage. The ones who are really difficult to deal with at this time are the second Tsuchikage and the second Mizu Cage. Without the home advantage, the second generation Mizu Cage is enough to perish together with the second generation Tsuchikage. If he can maintain the home advantage, the second generation Mizu Cage will definitely be at the super cage level. Moreover, the current situation in Konoha is that Uzumaki Mito is in charge of Konoha, and the only one who can actually take action is Senju Tobirama. If we really talk about comprehensive strength, Konoha is definitely the number one, but this number one cannot withstand the joint attack of the remaining few families. Especially in the ninja world, there has actually never been much anti-aircraft power. Many people must have experienced the powerlessness of Uchiha Namiya's second generation of impure world reincarnation in the face of air units in a mobile game in his previous life. In the real ninja world, although everyone has the 2 means of attack, ninja tools and ninjutsu, it is difficult to pose a threat to air units until the ninjutsu reaches a certain scale. What's more, the second Tsuchikage also has outstanding perception ability. If he really can't win, he can just run away. If he can win, he can use dust release from the sky to the ground. Most people and most troops will be too busy to deal with it. It can be said that the second generation Tsuchikage of this period was the true number one under Hashirama Senju, and it was no problem for him to form an army by himself. And this is not the little old man who always sprains his waist. The second generation Tsuchikage can be said to be the limit of non-bloodline ninjas, and his chakra amount is on par with that of Senju Tobirama. Senju Tobirama nodded when he heard this. With the strength of Sarutobi Suzuki and the 3 heads of the Inoshikajo families, plus a certain number of ninja troops, it would be enough to deal with the Hidden Thunder village. The problem now is the Tsuchigakure village and the Kirigakure village. Leave the Kirigakure village to us, Hyaga, said Hyaga Hinata, the current clan leader of the Hyaga clan. With the addition of the Uchiha, it will be enough, said the Uchiha clan elder Uchiha Kakuchi with narrowed eyes. The reason why the Hidden Mist Village is named after mist instead of water is because the Hidden Mist Village has always been good at applying the Hidden Mist technique as its foundation. However, this advantage will disappear in front of Uchiha and Hinata. In terms of hard power, except for being unable to deal with the second generation Mizu Cage, the 2 clans are enough to suppress the current Mist Village. However, the mobility of the second generation Mizu Cage is not as exaggerated as that of the second generation Tsuchikage. With the reconnaissance capabilities of the 2 clans, it can still be avoided. Of course, there is another major factor, that is, the Hidden Mist Village has been in a state of transition for many years and has a shortage of talent. After removing the second Mizu Cage, a super cage level figure, the entire Hidden Mist Village could not produce even 1 cage level figure. Therefore, the Hidden Mist Village as a whole was in a state of more defense than offense. Katagami Jonin and Cage Jonin, you, the second generation, lead the troops to defend the Sand Village, Senju Tobirama said very formally to Uchiha Nama and Uchiha Cage. Uchiha Nama and Uchiha Cage, who had been watching from the sidelines, immediately nodded, and said yes. The others looked at each other without saying anything. With the strength of Uchiha Nakatoshi and Uchiha Cage, it is still difficult to fight against the Sand Village. However, if it is just defense, it is still possible as long as the 2 of them do not make mistakes. Okay, then let's settle it this way, said Senju Tobirama. As for the Tsuchiya village that had not been mentioned, it would naturally be Senju Tobirama who would lead the people to deal with it. During this period, the Tsuchiya village was the most powerful ninja village besides Konoha. Next are some other preventive arrangements, Senju Tobirama continued. Uchiha Nama on the side knew that there was nothing for him to do next. At this time, Uchiha Naga was thinking about the situation during the First Ninja World War. This was the first large-scale battle among the major ninja villages, and everyone's thinking was still limited by the combat form of ninja clans during the Warring States period. Although the current organization is also based on a 4-man squadron, it forms a ninja force of a 100-man squadron and a 1,000-man battalion. However, in terms of combat mode, the brigade is more often split into various squadrons to form multiple forces, relying on multifaceted tactical victories to achieve the final strategic victory. Therefore, the role of personal strength will be magnified during this period. Unlike in later generations, ordinary cage-level beings dared not leave the team at all. Even a super cage-level being famous for his ninjutsu would be besieged and killed by a group of tens of thousands of people. As long as the Sand Village doesn't release the tailed beasts, we'll have a way to deal with it. Uchiha Naga finally came to this conclusion. Since the conference room was completely independent, Uchiha Nawa didn't know exactly how much time had passed. When the meeting was over, Senju Tobirama sent everyone back one by one, leaving only Uchiha Nama and Uchiha Kage in the meeting room. After sending the last person back, Senju Tobirama sat on the chair and let out a long sigh. I asked you two to defend the Sand Village. What do you think? Senju Tobirama looked at Uchiha Nama and asked. As for Uchiha Kage, he thought he had gotten to know the two brothers well after all these years. With our strength, the defense should be enough, but what is the teacher's physical condition? Uchiha Naga asked after answering casually. The last time Uchiha Nama saw Senju Hashirama was 2 months ago, and at that time, Senju Hashirama was still fine. Senju Tobirama was silent for a moment, then he put his hands on their shoulders and said, Big brother's condition is very strange. After all, you two are his disciples, so it's reasonable for you to go and take a look. After saying that, he used Flying Thunder God to bring the two of them to the door of Senju Hashirama's house. After knocking on the door, Senju Tobirama walked into the yard with Uchiha Nama and Uchiha Kage. It was at this time that Uchiha Bo realized that it was almost dusk outside. Time flies so fast, I don't know what happened to those three guys, Uchiha Bo thought subconsciously. After all, Uchiha Wave and Uchiha Kage disappeared suddenly. At that time, Nara Shikai and the other two were still on a mission. In a room next to the room where Uchiha Namahaki and Uchiha Kage ate, the layout of the room is mainly white. Looking out the window, Senju Hashirama was lying quietly on the bed, looking extremely weak. Originally, Uchiha Nama thought that the serious illness that Senju Tobirama mentioned meant that he was weak and bedridden. As a result, looking at the current situation, it is true that he is bedridden, but the problem is that Hashirama Senju is in such a state that he is almost dying. This is outrageous. Within a few days, all organs aged rapidly, but on the surface, there was no apparent change. Senju Tobirama stood behind the two brothers and spoke. His originally cold voice now sounded filled with an indescribable sorrow. Uchiha Wa did not reply, but stared at the circuit formed by the light green energy. I don't know why, but that thing has a great attraction to Uchiha Wa. Suddenly, the energy stopped flowing, and then quickly gathered towards the point above Hashirama Senju's forehead. Before Uchiha Bawa could react, the ball of energy flew towards him. Almost in an instant, the energy hit the vertical pupil on Uchiha's forehead and merged into it. Uchiha only felt a flash of cool feeling, which then turned into a burning pain. Only at this moment did Uchiha Nama realize the real pain that one would have to endure when opening the Sharingan. That it was not just the pain of the heart. The feeling of the flames burning the eyes at the moment the Sharingan was opened was something that only those who had truly experienced it could understand. As the burning sensation of the vertical pupils became more and more intense, Uchiha's eyes began to repeat the painful process of the vertical pupils. The moment his eyes began to hurt, Uchiha Bo couldn't help but cover his eyes and scream. Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Kage heard Uchiha Nama's scream and hurriedly looked towards Uchiha Nama, but he found that Uchiha Nama was covering his eyes with his hands, blood flowing through his fingers and cheeks, and the vertical pupil on his forehead had turned into a Tumagadama Sharingan. Uchiha Kage looked at Senju Tobirama in panic and asked, Teacher Tobirama, what happened to my brother? Senju Tobirama, who was surprised to see Uchiha's wave-like appearance, comforted him, Don't worry, your brother is awakening the true power of the Uchiha clan. As he said this, Senju Tobirama couldn't help but feel a little relieved. When he saw his teacher was seriously ill, he opened his Sharingan out of sadness. It seems that his education was very successful. Obviously, Senju Tobirama misunderstood the reason why Uchiha opened his eyes, but this misunderstanding also made Senju Tobirama more reassured about the two brothers. As for why Uchiha Kage did not open his eyes, it is not well known that Uchiha Kage's talent is higher than that of Uchiha Kage. Senju Tobirama is one of the few people who knows that Uchiha's vertical pupils are open at birth. In comparison, although Uchiha Kage is also gifted, he is obviously not as talented as Uchiha Naga. How does Uchiha Bo feel at this moment? Uchiha Nama felt like he was about to die in pain. Although he had been Hokage for 11 years, Uchiha Nama had not actually suffered any injuries. There was no mental blow that required Uchiha to overwhelm himself. Although his usual practice is hard, it is definitely not to the extent of torturing himself. Therefore, Uchiha Bo's tolerance for pain is still at the same level as in his previous life. I told you, I don't look like the protagonist at all. Uchiha Bo covered his eyes and cursed in his heart. After merging that ball of energy, Uchiha Nawa knew the whole story. That ball of light green energy was just a very small part of the energy that Uchiha Bo had scattered when he traveled through time. As for why the return of this energy will trigger the advancement of the Sharingan, this brings us back to the reason why the Uchiha wave shape and the Uchiha Kage's vertical pupils were formed. In fact, the essence of the Uchiha wave shape and vertical pupils is the manifestation of this energy. It's just that the energy in Uchiha Bo's body is in a semi-sealed state. These scattered energies will open part of the seal during the return process, thereby upgrading the vertical pupil on Uchiha Bo's forehead. The reason why the eyes will be upgraded is that when the seal on the forehead is opened, it will cause Uchiha Wa's mental power to fluctuate. This fluctuation will produce an effect similar to mental stimulation, thereby evolving Uchiha Wa's eyes. Of course, normally such a small ball of energy would not cause the vertical pupils of Uchiha's wave to evolve. However, Uchiha Bo's own spiritual energy was already very strong. The return process of this trace of energy caused Uchiha Bo's already difficult to suppress spiritual energy to become completely uncontrollable. In other words, it was simply that Uchiha Wa's huge spiritual energy could not withstand the provocation and exploded casually, causing Uchiha Wa's eyes to evolve, which in turn caused the normal seal opening process and the upgrade of the vertical pupil on the forehead. And because both eyes opened the Sharingan for the first time, the speed was much slower than the vertical pupils. It seemed as if the evolution of the vertical pupils drove the evolution of the eyes. The pain gradually faded away. Uchiha moved his hands away and opened his eyes tentatively. The field of vision was clearer than ever, as if the resolution had been upgraded to a higher level, and the vision was not blocked by bloodstains as Uchiha Bo had imagined. How is it? Senju Tobirama asked as he looked at Uchiha's one Magatama Sharingan, his voice much softer than before, although it still sounds tough and cold. Uchiha Naga carefully felt his condition. There was no change in his body. The amount of chakra increased a lot, but not too much. After all, he had just opened his eyes. If he opened the Mangekyo, the chakra increase that might be brought about would be enough to bring Uchiha's chakra amount to the peak of Kage level. The amount of chakra has increased and I don't feel any discomfort in my body. Uchiha Nama told Senju Tobirama about his condition. Senju Tobirama nodded. It was pretty much what he had guessed. Although he hated the Uchiha clan, he was actually the one who knew the Uchiha clan best. His understanding even exceeded that of the Uchiha clan themselves. Therefore, Senju Tobirama knew that the situation of Uchiha Nama and Uchiha Kage was special, not because of their talents, but because of their mental emotions. It is the most difficult to create something from nothing. After you have truly opened your eyes, there is no further improvement. It's not that difficult. If you use more chakra to nourish, you may even be able to advance without mental stimulation. Senju Tobirama told Uchiha some of his guesses. Uchiha Wa nodded to show that he understood. He had thought about this before. Can the Sharingan be upgraded by using long-term mental energy flushing instead of intense mental stimulation? Okay, don't tell anyone about your specific situation, big brother. Live a normal life and grow up normally. If there's anything you can't handle, come to me. We are still alive, Senju Tobirama instructed after sending Uchiha Nama and Uchiha Kage out of the Uchiha clan's territory. After Uchiha Namiya and Uchiha Kage answered, Senju Tobirama used Flying Thunder God and left again. Brother, when do you think I can open the Sharingan? Uchiha Kage said enviously as he looked at Uchiha's eyes, which had returned to their original state. Uchiha Nama and Uchiha Kage spent their 12th new year in Konoha. During this period, Uchiha Nama and Uchiha Kage took Nara Shikai and the other two on missions as usual. The ninja world is as peaceful as ever. However, Uchiha Nama knew that Konoha had made a lot of preparations for the possible war. The first is some necessary strategic materials, which Konoha has been secretly storing for the past 6 months, as well as the mobilization of ninjas. Although Konoha is still accepting missions as normal, it has concentrated 60% of its strength in the village and is ready to explode at any time. If emergency mobilization is added, Konoha can unleash 90% of its strength within a few days. It can be said that at this time Konoha had actually laid the foundation for victory in the First Ninja World War. If you want to cause an outburst, Konoha has already been prepared and is not afraid of your sneak attack at all. In a protracted war, although Konoha is 1 against 4, the other 4 ninja villages will not share strategic materials with each other. With Konoha's own foundation and current reserves, it will be no problem to drag down the other 4 ninja villages. It seems that every time there is a ninja world war, everyone just can't hold on any longer or can't bear the losses, so they temporarily cease fighting. At this time, the promotion system for ninjas in Konoha or the ninja world was very different from that in later generations. At this time, the promotion of Genin was to become Chunin directly after completing a certain number of missions and with the recommendation of the guiding Jonin. Instead of having to go through exams like in later generations, where a large number of people were eliminated and only 1 or 2 were left to advance. Therefore, with the recommendation of Uchiha Nama and Uchiha Kage, Nara Shikage, Yamanaka Kore, and Akimichi Kiyuki have all become Chunin. Oh, by the way, Uchiha Namahaki and Uchiha Kage finally became official Jonin after they were 12 years old. Actually, the two of them had never gone out to carry out any missions. Putting these aside, at this time, in Konoha's newly built number 16 training ground, logically speaking, with Yamanaka Gilai here, you should be able to cooperate well. Uchiha Bo touched his chin and looked at the three people in front of him who were in chaos due to a lack of coordination and asked puzzledly. The secret techniques in the minds of the Yamanaka clan are really useful in terms of coordination and command. Uchiha Namahaki and Uchiha Kage rely on their tacit understanding and can often know what the other is thinking with just a glance. Although the level of tacit understanding among the three is much lower, they can still communicate by relying on the mountain clan's peculiar way of thinking and communication. The speed of thinking is very fast, and it often only takes a moment for three people to make certain arrangements. However, Nara Shikai and the other two were fine in the beginning, but after the complexity of their coordination increased, if the three of them were viewed as a whole, they were simply a group of people with a very long reaction time and very fast movements. That's true, but Huli always talks a lot of nonsense, teacher, Nara Shikai explained with a headache. Uchiha Naga fell silent after hearing that. Yamanaka Kore was indeed a bit of a chatterbox. Since Uchiha Wawa did not interfere in the exchange of thoughts among the three people, it was thought that Yamanaka Kore would not talk so much nonsense when making tactical arrangements. In fact, we can let Huli spend more time with teacher Ying, Akimichi Kiyuki said suddenly while sitting on the ground. With just one sentence, everyone's attention was shifted to the Uchiha Kage who was diving behind the side of Uchiha Wave. Uchiha Kage reacted very violently and shook his head frantically. No, I think it's absolutely not allowed. Uchiha Kage felt that he would go crazy if he was left with Yamanaka Kore, a guy who would chat with anyone he met. Teacher Ying, why do you dislike me so much? And what I said was not nonsense at all. It was just a supplement to the plan. Shan Zonghuli finally couldn't help but speak. After taking a deep breath, Narashika said, "What kind of good person would ask me when I told him to release the ninjutsu in 3 seconds, whether it was to release the ninjutsu exactly in 3 seconds or to start the hand seal in 3 seconds? Also, when I found the 3 targets, I asked them whether they were tall, whether they were in the same team, and whether there were any girls," Akimichi Kiyuki added. "If you don't tell me, how would I know when to use the ninjutsu? What if it's just a few tenths of a second off? I was clearly asking for supplementary information on the incomplete details of the plan, okay?" Yamanaka Kore said loudly, his neck turning red. "I have to aim when I release the secret technique in my mind, okay? If I don't know how high it is, what if I miss it? How is this nonsense? Nonsense is words that have no value or nutrition. It's obvious that what you said was incomplete. Why are you still talking nonsense to me? If I was talking nonsense, how could the previous training go by so quickly? Besides," seeing Yamanaka Gilai talking non-stop, Uchiha Bo couldn't help but shook his head. The cooperation between these three guys is actually pretty good, so it is still possible for them to defeat a special Jonin who is not fully developed. However, the in-depth training of the three-person cooperation was very bumpy. Nara Shikai is not as afraid of trouble as Shikamaru, but Nara Shikai seeks to simplify complex things and wants to deal with problems in a simple way. As for Shanjong Huli, this guy usually has a lot of things in his mind and complains that his mouth speaks too slowly. But when it comes to communicating his thoughts, he is not restricted by his mouth. As for Akimichi Kiyuki, there's really nothing wrong with this guy. He can't be said to be hardworking, but he's not indifferent either. Are all members of the Akimichi family like this? Fortunately, I am not Huli's teammate, Uchiha Kage said to Uchiha Naga in a low voice. During training, Huli is mostly talkative, but when he is outside, he always attracts the attention of people around him. What, you hate him? Uchiha Bo asked curiously. Uchiha Kage shook his head and said, I don't hate it, I feel it would be awkward standing by, but I am still very happy standing by and watching. This answer made Uchiha Bo laugh out loud. It turned out that I people are the toys of people, right? Bah! 2 consecutive eagle cries were heard, and Uchiha Bo's face changed. You three should practice first. If I come back late, you should go home first. After Uchiha Bo instructed the 3 of them, he and Uchiha Kage used the instant body technique to leave. 2 eagle cries were heard, calling on Konoha's Jonin to assemble at the Hokage building. Training ground number 16 was not far from the Hokage building, and since Uchiha Namahaki and Uchiha Kage were very fast, there were less than 10 Jonin there when they arrived at the Hokage building. Due to problems with the review system, the current number of Jonin in Konoha is much larger than in later generations. Therefore, Senju Tobirama divided the Jonin into 3 types: ordinary Jonin, team leader Jonin, and retired Jonin. Ordinary Jonin usually take on missions alone or with a few friends. They currently account for more than 20% of Konoha's Jonin. The leading Jonin, such as Uchiha Namahaki and Uchiha Kage, are the smallest in number and only account for 10% of the Jonin in Konoha. Retired jonin are the most numerous and common jonin in Konoha. These jonin are basically jonin who survived from the Warring States period, or some jonin who were promoted from the Chunin of the Warring States period. These people have long been tired of the life of being a ninja. According to their age, they can be divided into old and middle-aged people. The middle-aged people will still obey the orders of the Hokage, and they will also come when there is a gathering order like the current one. And those elderly jonin are the antiques of their respective families. As long as the enemy does not reach their doorsteps, they will just stay at home obediently. Therefore, under normal circumstances, these team-leading jonin can be understood as what later generations called elite jonin. Currently, this conference hall is the place in the Hokage building specifically used for meetings between the Hokage and the senior ninjas, and can accommodate about 1,000 people. The ninjas mentioned above who obeyed the orders given in the meeting, minus some who could not come due to missions, still numbered about 800. After all, they were all jonin, and although their travel speeds could be fast or slow, the slowest one could reach the meeting room in only 6 or 7 minutes. After everyone gathered, most of the conference hall was filled with people. It must be said that this point is something that Uchiha criticized a lot. After all, jonin is a middle-level unit in this world. There wasn't even a stool for the meeting, but it seemed that even the Hokage didn't have a stool in this meeting room, so that was okay. Uchiha Nama, Uchiha Kage, and Sarutobi Hiruzen stood together with the 6 people. It can be seen that during this period, the Hokage faction had already begun to differentiate itself from others. It is no wonder that someone in Uchiha Naga's previous life said that unless one's strength reaches the level of Hashirama Senju, one should not think too much about Hokage if he is not from the Hokage faction. From a factual point of view, this statement seems to be correct, but in fact it is biased. The main reason for this state of Hokage being passed down from generation to generation is that those who have the potential to become Hokage will be discovered early and thus recruited. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Uchiha Kagami, Akimichi Tofu, Mito Kato N, Utane Koharu. It is not easy for these 6 people to be accepted as disciples by Senju Tobirama. There is no need to say much about Sarutobi Hiruzen, the future 3rd Hokage, the pinnacle of Kage level, with no blood, no bloodline, and no limit to immortal arts. As for Danzo Shimura, you can say he is a bad person, and you can say that his mind has been corrupted by power, but if you really talk about strength, if he were not old, this guy would actually be at the Kage level. The information problem about Kunao stabbing Susanna Junjun is that in the ninja world where everyone is fragile, under normal circumstances, Kunao at close range is indeed a killing move. Uchiha Kagami, the elite jonin of Uchiha, there is nothing much to say about this. It is normal for him to reach this point with Uchiha blood. Akimichi Tofu doesn't have many roles in the original work, and it's not clear whether he is an elite jonin or a Kage-level ninja. However, he did not form the Inoshikacho combination according to family tradition, so there must be something behind it. The last 2, Mito Kato N and Utane Koharu, may not be fooled by how they appear in the original novels, but in fact, they were both elite jonin in the beginning. Just like Shimura Danzo, they were corrupted by power. Shimura Danzo at least knew that strength was the basis, but they just took the wrong path, while these 2 completely gave up training and focused on politics. Back to the topic, soon after the jonin gathered, Tobirama Senju arrived at the meeting place using Flying Thunder God. Sure enough, the Flying Thunder God ninjutsu is too comprehensive. Umbu report, a large number of Iwagakure troops have been spotted moving in the direction of Longian village. Rayan village's supplies are frequently mobilized. Everyone, war may be coming. Senju Tobirama spoke seriously to the group of jonin. Upon hearing this, the jonin who had been quietly waiting for Senju Tobirama's order immediately started a war. What a distant word. After living in Konoha for 12 years, they once thought that there would never be war in the world again. Ignoring the comments of the jonin, Senju Tobirama continued, regardless of what the Reigakure village does, since the Uegakure village has mobilized its troops, let's fight them. Next, those whose names I call out will step out and form an elite team of 200 people. We will attack immediately and use lightning speed to stop the bad thoughts in the hearts of the Uegakure village, said Senju Tobirama in a decisive tone. Then Senju Tobirama began to call the names of the jounins one by one. Among them, 6 out of 10 are jonin left over from the Warring States period, and only 40% are jonin established after the village was built. The names of Uchiha Nagata and Uchiha Kage are on the list. Uchiha Nama could roughly guess what Senju Tobirama was thinking. The reason why the major ninja villages were ready to take action was simply because they received the news that Hashirama Senju was seriously ill. Senju Tobirama's idea was to send out the most elite small force to hurt and scare the Uegakure village, so as to delay the arrival of war even more. It's a pity that the major ninja villages are always afraid of Hashirama Senju. Even if they receive the news that Hashirama Senju is seriously ill, they will not dare to act rashly due to the remaining power and will try to test Hashirama Senju's condition in a provocative way. No matter how well Senju Tobirama did, the First Ninja World War was doomed the moment Senju Hashirama failed to show up. There was nothing Senju Tobirama could do about this. It was a fact that Senju Hashirama was seriously ill, and what Senju Tobirama didn't know was that if he hadn't taken Uchiha Nagata and the other 2 to see Senju Hashirama, I'm afraid that Senju Hashirama has already died. After Uchiha took away that energy, Hashirama Senju's condition finally stopped getting worse. It was limited to not getting worse. That energy was the reason why Hashirama Senju became like this, but it didn't mean that Hashirama Senju would get better without that energy. Only Konoha can come up with a team of 200 jonins. Uchiha Nagata complained in his heart. The role that a team of 200 jonins can play on the actual battlefield is actually not that big. However, in today's local war situation, if the terrain is suitable, it is even possible to completely wipe out the enemy's large force. At this moment in the forest, a large number of human figures flashed and moved forward quickly. Since the team was a small group composed entirely of jonin, in the context of time constraints, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was in charge of the team, decided that all members should use the instant body flickering technique to speed up their journey. As for why the team leader is Sarutobi Hiruzen, in fact, it is easy to understand. The age of Uchiha Nama and Uchiha Kage is a big factor, and only a few people such as Senju Tobirama know the strength of Uchiha Nama and Uchiha Kage. If they wanted to start an internal battle before setting off to establish their reputation and prestige, it would be fine under normal circumstances, but at this moment, Senju Tobirama really had no such experience. Moreover, later on, Uchiha Namahaki and Uchiha Kage led the team alone to defend the Sand Village. As long as they fought steadily and cautiously, they would not lack for military merits. Sarutobi Hiruzen is 20 years old this year and his strength is at the level of an elite jonin. The most important thing is that at this time Sarutobi Hiruzen has taken over as the patriarch of the Sarutobi clan, and his status makes it easier for him to win the support of others. Speaking of this, Uchiha Bo didn't know what the Uchiha clan was thinking. They actually ignored him and Uchiha Kage. It is true that the two of them became disciples of Hashirama Senju, but their surname is still Uchiha and they live in the Uchiha clan's territory. Surprisingly, no one from the Uchiha clan came to ask the two of them if they wanted to get a position within the Uchiha clan. Oh, by the way, the patriarch of the Uchiha clan has been established, and he is a guy named Uchiha Yazaki, an ordinary Uchiha elite jonin, but with no position or record in Konoha. In fact, this is also the current situation of most families. Although everyone has joined together to form Konoha, each family still considers their own family to be more important. Some ninjas will be sent to serve in Konoha, and the situation of these ninjas will be reported to Konoha. But at the same time, they would secretly hide some of their members, a bit like the private soldiers of Uchiha Nama's ancient family in his previous life. However, the situation has improved a lot after Sarutobi Hiruzen came to power. What this means is that there are very few family ninjas in other families except the Sarutobi clan. It can be said that Sarutobi Hiruzen, who came from a middle-level ninja clan, focused more on attacking the major ninja clans. He just failed to distinguish between public and private affairs, and was attacking other ninja clans while supporting his own family. It has to be said that the 200 jonin marched at a very fast speed. They reached the border of the Land of Fire in just 4 days. This is to ensure that a certain level of combat effectiveness can be retained. Set up camp here and the reconnaissance team will conduct a 4-way reconnaissance, ordered Sarutobi Hiruzen. Unlike the unreliable master Hashirama Senju, Tobirama Senju, as the teacher of Sarutobi Hiruzen and the other 6, actually taught them a lot. Ninjutsu is only a part of it. Whether it is battlefield command or political strategy, Senju Tobirama teaches them. The so-called 4-way reconnaissance is actually to conduct reconnaissance in 4 directions in front of the camp at intervals of 45 degrees after setting up camp. In contrast, there are 6-way reconnaissance and 8-way reconnaissance, which are the abbreviations of a common reconnaissance method in the ninja world. As for camping, well, the action formula for large-scale troop operations can only be said. After all, a small troop of 200 people can no longer rest on the spot like a normal 4-person team. If the battle results are not ideal, support from within the village may be needed to form a real camp. With the help of ninjutsu, a decent camp was quickly established. At this time, in the largest tent in the middle of the camp, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uchiha Kage were sitting inside. Seeing, to what extent can your strength cope with it at most? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked Uchiha Nama and Uchiha Kage with some concern. As a student of Senju Tobirama and the patriarch of the Sarutobi clan, Sarutobi Hiruzen knew something about the strength of the two brothers. But Sarutobi Suzuki was still there, and he had not delegated all the information and power to Sarutobi Hiruzen. As for the strength of Uchiha Naga and Uchiha Kage, he only knew that they were at the Kage level, but he didn't know at which stage of the Kage level they were. Uchiha Nama and Uchiha Kage looked at each other and Uchiha Nama said, "I don't know much about that Tsuchigoku village, but we can handle the regular Kage level. If there is blood, my brother and I can hold out for a while together depending on the situation." Regular Kage level, that is, Kage level without bloodline limits. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded when he heard this, but his worry did not subside much. In ordinary ninja battles, there seem to be very few bloody ninjas, but after actually reaching the Kage level, the so-called regular Kage level is actually less than the bloody Kage level. In other words, it is extremely difficult to reach the shadow level without any blood. Just like Sarutobi Hiruzen, he is also 20 years old this year, and even with Senju Tobirama as his teacher, he has not been able to reach the level of Kage. If it were other people, at this level, they could only gain experience and barely be considered a shadow level. This actually shows how gifted the Uchiha are. An Uchiha with 3 Megatama can be considered an elite Jonin if he practices casually, as long as he is not an idiot, and he is extremely strong in single combat. If one has a certain degree of development in the Sharingan, has made some efforts in illusion, and has some combat experience, then he can reach the level of Kage. But looking at it this way, it seems that Uchiha's path is a bit wrong. Instead of using the Sharingan's advantage in illusion, he used its dynamic vision to engage in close combat. Should we wait here for the troops from the Uegakure village? Uchiha Naga asked. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head when he heard this. We are only setting up a camp here to prevent the war from escalating. We will set off after we have rested and gathered intelligence. Unless it is absolutely necessary, we should not let the war happen on our own land. The corners of Uchiha Bo's mouth twitched involuntarily. How could a person change so much? After finishing the topic, Uchiha Nama and Uchiha Kage left together. Brother, how are we going to fight then? Uchiha Kage asked nervously, his voice carrying a hint of uneasiness. Uchiha Nama was stunned when he heard this, then he realized that his younger brother was different from him. Uchiha Kage was just a normal 12-year-old boy, and this was his first time on the battlefield. We don't need to rush to take action when the time comes. We can just deal with the enemy together. If a Kage-level warrior takes action, we will stop him. This battle is not our stage yet, Uchiha Nama sighed, looking into Uchiha Kage's eyes. In less than half a day, the 4 teams that went out for reconnaissance returned one after another. Konoha's reconnaissance team configuration can be said to be the best in the entire ninja world, without a doubt. The 4-member team includes the Abarame clan, the Hyuga clan, the Inyazuka clan, and the Yamanaka clan. You have to know that in the world of Naruto, there are actually very few real perceptive ninjas. Although these people in the reconnaissance team are also reconnaissance ninjas, they all rely on bloodstains for reconnaissance rather than real perception abilities. The 2 most powerful reconnaissance ninjas are the second Tsuchikage and Senju Tobirama. Both are able to sense chakra at a distance of tens of kilometers. As for Minato Namikaze, logically speaking, his perception ability should also be excellent. The practice of Flying Thunder God technique requires 2 aspects, perception ability and sealing technique level. In the original work, we do have some experience with Minato Namikaze's sealing technique, as he learned the Uzumaki sealing technique from his wife Uzumaki Kushina. As for the perception ability, there is not much demonstration of it. What's more, Minato Namikaze's most powerful ability is actually his inhuman nerve reaction ability. Therefore, Namikaze Minato was able to rely on the Flying Thunder God technique to directly become a super shadow level even though his own chakra level was only at the shadow level. It should be said that during the 4th Ninja World War, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the 3rd Hokage who held the title of the strongest Hokage, was only slightly stronger than Tsunade. After the reconnaissance team returned, Sarutobi Hiruzen summoned representatives from various ninja clans to discuss matters in the tent. Although there were no other Uchiha members participating in the team this time, Uchiha Namahaki and Uchiha Kage naturally received an invitation from Sarutobi Hiruzen. Everyone, relevant information has been obtained. Sarutobi Hiruzen said this as he handed the scroll of intelligence he had compiled to the others for them to circulate. Uegakure village sent a ninja team of 1,500 people this time. According to Hineda's observation, there are about 20 Jonin among them. The leader is Onoki, the apprentice of the second Tsuchikage. Does anyone have any ideas? Sarutobi Hiruzen said this, his expression slightly relaxed. 1,500 people is indeed a large number, but there are only about 20 Jonin among them. And there were no veteran strong men, only Onoki, the apprentice of the second Tsuchikage. Uchiha, who was standing by, couldn't help but twitch his mouth when he saw Sarutobi Hiruzen visibly relax. No, buddy, you really think Onoki is the same as you? Onoki, who has mastered Dust Release, is definitely at the Kage level. I just don't know how much combat experience he has, otherwise it would be no problem to say that he is at the peak of the Kage level. Come to think of it, everyone has been lacking combat experience since entering the ninja village era. Both Onoki and the second Tsuchikage were very lazy. They flew into the sky and used Dust Release. In the worldview of Naruto, this kind of fighting style is pure roguery. Night attack. Shinmura Danzo said with a sinister look on his face. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Nawa took a deep breath and said, "Very good, you are worthy of being Danzo Shinmura. Since we have already found out the location of the Uegakure camp, its strength is not that great. A direct night attack will cause them heavy losses," Shinmura Danzo continued without noticing the change in Uchiha's facial expression. "With the Hyuga tribe here, it won't be difficult to spread them out and avoid or directly destroy the Uegakure's secret sentries," said Narayo Shishi, obviously agreeing with Shinmura Danzo's idea. "No matter what, there are 1,500 people. It is better to avoid a head-on confrontation if possible. We can solve the problem of nighttime communication," added Shanzhong Huiai. It has to be said that the team cooperation among the pig, deer, and butterfly tribes is not their strongest point. Only on the battlefield can they fully display their abilities. Uchiha sighed slightly and said, "Let me add some information about Onoki." Seeing that everyone's attention was drawn, Uchiha Kage subconsciously moved aside and hid behind Uchiha's opponent. Uchiha Nama continued, "Onoki, the disciple of the second Tsuchikage Mu, went to Konoha with the second Tsuchikage in the second year of Konoha to sign an alliance agreement. Uchiha Madara beat up the master and his disciple. That year, Onoki was only 13 years old. Bloodline elimination is different from bloodline limit. Bloodline limit is only acquired through bloodline inheritance, while bloodline elimination is acquired through learning. Onoki, as a disciple of the second Tsuchikage, has inherited all the teachings of the second Tsuchikage. During this period, Onoki's strength is the weakest, but he should be at the level of Kage." After Uchiha finished speaking, the place fell into silence. After Uchiha Madara defected, most of the stories about Uchiha Madara were eliminated in Konoha. Not many people knew about this meeting, and most people just thought that Onoki was just an ordinary student of the second Tsuchikage. Faced with the Kage level, this group of jonin who were in the transition period between the Warring States period and the Ninja Village period really had no desire to fight. At that time, the Shadow level was still called the Clan Leader level, and that was a person who could truly support a family on his own in the chaotic Warring States period. And even though Onoki and the others don't understand, don't the second Tsuchikage and the others understand? For such a person who is so powerful in the ninja world, the ninjutsu that he relies on for his survival is actually studied by most ninja villages. The jonin, as the middle-level officials of each ninja village, also have this information. But Super Shadow is Super Shadow. Even if the information is made public, it will only make people feel despair but not defeated. Onoki inherited all the skills from the second Tsuchikage and can almost be considered a smaller version of the second Tsuchikage. What the second Tsuchikage is most famous for is not only his dust release, but also his rogue super light and heavy rock technique, as well as one of the best perception abilities in the ninja world. It is these three abilities that make the second Tsuchikage invincible. If the same is true for Onoki, how should they deal with it? Although ninjutsu is a long-range attack, it is still easy to dodge if you really have a distance. And Onoki flew in the sky and threw down dust. Escape is just a complete rogue move. Then we must attack at night. Shimura Danzo said sternly, "Only if our people join forces with the Tsuchikage's people can we make Onoki afraid to use dust release." Narayoshi nodded and said, "That makes sense." Then he changed the subject and asked, "What if Onoki also has strong perception abilities?" Upon hearing this, Danzo Shimura frowned and fell into thought. If Onoki also had a strong perception ability, then Konoha's reconnaissance behavior should have been discovered, and the difficulty and benefits of the night attack would suddenly become less tempting. It was two Chunins from the Hidden Rock Village who were hiding here using the Earth Release technique, and Genin from the Hidden Rock Village were walking on the ground from time to time. The so-called secret sentry is a sentry hidden in the dark, which is a supplement to the normal sentry post. The two bored people were telling each other about interesting things that happened in the past. "Thunder escape," agitated a voice that seemed far away yet near rang in their ears, startling them both. But before the two could react, lightning came from the ground and accurately filled the space where they were. "Ah!" The two men screamed in pain, but their voices were covered by the thick layer of soil. "Water escape," watering. Another sound was heard, completely destroying the hopes of the two earth ninjas, and water poured in through the reserved breathing holes. The two people paralyzed by lightning were covered by the water before they could react. Thunder and lightning rushed into the lungs of the two men along with the water flow. On the ground, Uchiha Nama and Uchiha Kage still had tiger seals on their hands, and a Hyuga clan member with white eyes stood beside them. After confirming the death of the two people, the Hyuga member immediately teleported to the next place. And in the open space not far from Uchiha Namahaki and Uchiha Kage, there were several corpses wearing Uegakure village forward protectors. The wounds were all on the neck, a fatal blow that also made the person unable to make any sound. It has to be said that Konoha, with the presence of the Hyuga clan and other tribes, has advantages that are difficult to match in other ninja villages, both in reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance. A similar scene was played out in all four directions of the Uegakure camp. After discussion with Sarutobi Hiruzen and others, they finally decided to divide into 5 groups, with 4 groups attacking together and 1 group maneuvering. Among them, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Uchiha Nama, Uchiha Kage, and Narayoshi led a team respectively. Each team consists of 40 people, with 5 people in each group, and each group includes a reconnaissance ninja and a communication ninja. The secret sentries have been cleared, the communications ninja beside Sarutobi Hiruzen said as he came up to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and said, "Okay, notify all teams to attack immediately when they see the fire." The communication ninja immediately formed hand seals and used secret techniques to pass the message to other teams. This form of communication is not common in actual battlefields. On the one hand, the distance cannot be too far, and on the other hand, it places high demands on the communication ninja itself. This method was later used when the 5 major ninja villages united during the Fourth Ninja World War. However, it is most suitable to be used in such an extremely elite team. Seeing that the communicating ninja indicated that the message had been delivered, Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly formed hand seals and invested nearly 40% of his chakra into this ninjutsu. Fire style, Super Fire Dragon Bullet. As soon as he finished speaking, flames burst out of Sarutobi Hiruzen's mouth. The originally small flame became thicker as it moved away from Sarutobi Hiruzen, until it formed a fire dragon that was much larger than Sarutobi Hiruzen, and it swayed as it rushed towards the Uegakure camp. Almost at the moment the fire lit up, loud shouts were heard from two other places. Wind escape, huge breakthrough, ninja technique, fire tornado. Then, one figure after another flashed from the darkness, and when they appeared again, they were scattered throughout the camp. Enemy attack. Finally, someone in the Uegakure camp shouted that there was an enemy attack, and then one person after another followed suit. Earth escape, super light and heavy rock technique. With a gloomy face, Oniki used the super light and heavy rock technique to fly in the air, but in the dark night, only vague figures could be seen, some fighting, some running around. There was some visibility in one direction that was ignited by the huge fire dragon, but all that could be seen there were corpses. In another direction opposite to it, there is a huge fire tornado still raging. With Onoki's knowledge, he could see that this fire tornado was not a simple fire escape, but a fire escape attached to a tornado. The wind fueled the fire fueled the wind, and the inexplicable strong wind helped form this raging fire tornado. That's right, this is the combined ninjutsu used by Uchiha Namahaki and Uchiha Kage, Fire Tornado. It is essentially a combination of fire style, large flame breath and wind style, whirlwind. Logically speaking, with the cooperation of Uchiha Wave and Uchiha Kage and the addition of a large amount of chakra, the power of this ninjutsu will not be weaker than the S-level ninjutsu, which is known for its range power. But it shouldn't reach this extent. Let's not talk about Uchiha Wave. Even if Uchiha Kage was squeezed dry, he wouldn't be able to release a tornado through wind style, whirlwind. What a coincidence, Uchiha Nama said with a smile while looking in the direction of Shimura Danzo. Shimura Danzo's strong gust of wind happened to drive the direction of a natural strong wind, which happened to be very close to the direction of the tornado, so it turned the tornado into a tornado like a spinning top. This is going to make Tsuchiya very busy. This level of ninjutsu is definitely a forbidden technique in the ninja world, but if it happened in Uchiha Namahaka's previous life, it would be a natural disaster. But before Uchiha could react for long, he saw a beam of white light shooting down from the sky. The moment it landed on the ground, it turned into a huge white cube of light. Then the light block gradually dissipated, the fire tornado disappeared, and even a large square pit appeared on the ground. Looking at the big pit from afar, Uchiha Bo wiped away the non-existent cold sweat. After the ninjutsu was released, it automatically moved forward and was already some distance away from where Uchiha Nama and Uchiha Kage were. Even though Uchiha Nakadashi and Uchiha Kage were able to get away in an instant with their reaction speed, they still felt nervous when they faced dust release. Looking in the direction where the light beam appeared, a blurry short figure was floating in the sky. Oniki floated in the sky, looking at the destroyed ground but did not find the person who cast the ninjutsu. Although there is a coincidence, the power of the combined ninjutsu itself is also not to be underestimated. Oniki originally wanted to deal with the sorcerer as well, but he found no trace of him. That pillar of light was exactly Onoki's dust release original realm separation technique pillar, which could best limit the range of dust release to avoid accidentally injuring the Uegakure. It has to be said that the plan of Sarutobi Hiruzen and others was successful. In such a chaotic situation, Onoki did not dare to use dust release. After all, if he was not careful, they would all turn into atoms. Onikife used long-range earth escape techniques in the air with a grim look on his face to help the rock ninjas on the ground. From time to time, he also had to dodge the ninjutsu or darts and kunao flying towards him. It seems like a good idea to wait and see how the enemy attacks from a distance, said Uchiha Namiya and Uchiha Kage as they used ninjutsu alternately to attack the surrounding Uegakure. Originally, Uchiha Nama's idea was to just play a supporting role with Uchiha Kage. After all, it was his first time on the battlefield and his first time killing someone. Uchiha Nagata was not only worried about his own condition, but also about the condition of Uchiha Kage. However, I didn't expect that the two of them were actually more suitable for the battlefield than imagined. I don't know if it was because of the Uchiha bloodline. Uchiha Naga estimated that he was subconsciously influenced by his past life. And the Uchiha Kage. Uchiha Nama even suspected that Uchiha Kage had some mental illness in this regard. The originally somewhat introverted Uchiha Kage became more and more excited after participating in the killing of 2 rock ninjas, and even began to attack the rock ninjas everywhere. Be steady, don't piss off Oniki. Uchiha Nagata held down the excited Uchiha Kage and persuaded him. Uchiha Kage nodded and said, "Don't worry, brother." After saying that, he threw out another water wave, which made Uchiha Naga tremble with fear. Water escape is often known for its large range and the ability to overwhelm others with its force. Now that Uchiha Kage has the chakra of an elite jonin, he can use water jutsu with great force. As expected, the large area of water jutsu immediately attracted the attention of Onoki, who was flying in the air. In addition, the use of fire escape caused the camp to catch fire, and the vision was much better than before. Dust release, the original world peeling technique. Without any hesitation, Onoki angrily released the dust release in the direction of Uchiha Nama and Uchiha Kage. Oh my god! Uchiha was startled, and when he looked up, he saw Onoki charging up his dust escape. Seeing this, Uchiha Kage at the side raised his hand and formed 4 seals, and a water dragon formed behind him. The corner of Uchiha Bo's mouth twitched, and he felt that the image of his younger brother in his heart had collapsed a little, but he still quickly formed a seal, and almost at the same time as Uchiha Kage, he shouted ninjutsu, Uchiha Thunder Dragon. As soon as he finished speaking, the water dragon rushed out first, and at the moment of rushing out, purple lightning merged with it. Almost instantly the water dragon was filled with lightning, but it was not the water that carried the lightning, but the water and lightning that merged together. The power is almost the same as Storm Release, the only difference is that Storm Release is a fusion of chakra properties, while the combined ninjutsu of Uchiha Wave and Uchiha Kage is just a fusion of ninjutsu. The Thunder Dragon moved and rushed towards Onoki. Just as Uchiha Nemawa had expected, the light column formed by the dust release spread out the moment it came into contact with the Thunder Dragon in the air, turning everything within a certain range into atoms. What Uchiha Nama didn't expect was that after the water flow was dissipated, the lightning still maintained its original shape and rushed towards Onoki. Earth escape, cloud of earth. Onoki put his hands together, and a speck of dust in front of him was enlarged into a huge stone. The Thunder Dragon hit the rock, blasting it into pieces, while some of the lightning still dispersed and spread to Onoki. Hiss! The power of the spreading lightning was not strong. Onoki took a breath and his body felt a little numb. Uchiha stared at the scene, his brain working rapidly. The principle of dust release is to break down the objects it touches into atoms, so no matter how hard the object is, it cannot resist dust release. But lightning is a large number of charged particles, and cannot be decomposed by dust release. The water dragon as a physical entity will cancel out the dust release, while the thunder dragon will continue to attack as planned. Uchiha Bo was thinking as he spoke. Then do we just need to use physical ninjutsu to offset dust release while using energy ninjutsu to attack Onoki? Uchiha Kage's eyes lit up. Uchiha shook his head and said, it's not that simple. Dust release as a ninjutsu itself also has energy, and it will also be offset by energy ninjutsu. And Onoki doesn't only know how to escape from the dust. Dust release is a fusion of the 3 attributes of wind, earth, and fire, which means that Onoki, who is able to use dust release, is at least proficient in these 3 ninjutsu. There is one thing Uchiha Naga didn't say, which is that the range of dust release is directly related to the chakra invested by the user. If Onoki ignores the massive chakra investment of the Uegakur ninja, the range of dust release will reach a terrifying level. In that situation, it would not be so easy to use physical ninjutsu to block dust release. Thinking about it this way, Uchiha Madara is the monster. Uchiha Madara thought with a headache. At the beginning, Uchiha Madara crushed the second Tsuchikage who was at his peak. Dust release can be said to be a natural counter to Susanoo. Dust release, boundary separation technique. Onoki gathered strength in both hands and shouted angrily. Uchiha Nawa below heard this and immediately said to Uchiha Kage in fear, go, this move can't be blocked. As soon as he finished speaking, the ball of light in Onoki's hand instantly turned into a rectangular beam of light and hit the direction of Uchiha Bo and Uchiha Kage. Fortunately, Uchiha Nama and Uchiha Kage, who had been prepared, had already left in an instant. However, Uchiha Nama was not careless but took Uchiha Kage and continued to move away from that place. Sure enough, the rectangular column of light shrank a little and then quickly expanded into a huge cube, and then slowly dissipated. Onoki in the sky was breathing heavily. He had not yet reached his peak, so it was still difficult for him to use the limit stripping technique. If he wasn't so angry, he wouldn't have used this trick. The original realm stripping technique can be resisted by relying on physical offset, but there is no other way to resist the limit stripping except dodging. Damn dust release, Uchiha Bo cursed. This thing is just like that concept, it's unreasonable. You not to mention ordinary ninjutsu, even if the magic technique comes and I say I will decompose it for you, I will still decompose it. How did Uchiha Madara respond during the 4th Ninja War? Uchiha frowned and thought, it seemed that the large number of area skills had worn out Onoki's mana, but at that time, Uchiha Madara was a filthy earth body with maximum tolerance, and Uchiha Madara didn't take it seriously. It seems that consuming the mana bar is a solution, but if you make a mistake, you will die. Or you can use some ranged attack or a face-to-face attack to kill Onoki in seconds? It doesn't seem reliable when you think about it. Uchiha Bo shook his head helplessly. Think about it this way, if Kakashi didn't have this flaw, then Uchiha Obito's eyes would indeed be more shameless. Hiruzen, when should we evacuate? This guy Onoki is more difficult to deal with than we thought. Uchiha's wave-like voice entered Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind. This is a secret technique unique to the Yamanaka family of communications ninjas. Yes, Uchiha did not find the communication ninja from his original team. Fortunately, Uchiha was lucky and discovered a hidden communication ninja from the Yamanaka family. At this time, the communication ninja held his head with one hand and placed the other hand on Uchiha's temple. At the same time, at Sarutobi Hiruzen's place, after receiving the secret communication technique from the Yamanaka clan, the communication ninja beside Sarutobi Hiruzen placed a hand on Sarutobi Hiruzen's forehead. Just now I suddenly thought of a question. At this time, Nara Yoshiji joined the conversation between the two. If we evacuate, we will be separated from the Uegakure ninja. Uniki can fly. What if he follows us? Nara Yoshishi said, and Uchiha Nama and Sarutobi Hiruzen both looked unhappy. Time was urgent and the night attack was launched without much preparation, which seemed to have too many loopholes. Hold the rock ninjas hostage, but Uchiha Nama soon thought of a solution. It doesn't matter, just take a few rock ninjas with you, but you must let Oniki see it. This guy is a disciple of the second Tsuchikage. As long as we have an Uegakure ninja in our hands, he will definitely be cautious. As the shadow of a village, I cannot abandon the people in the village. Uchiha Nawa said that at the end he felt that his move seemed to have a bit of moral kidnapping in it. However, Onoki was still a young man at this time, and there was a high probability that he would fall for this trick. It's a good idea, but it's not safe. The Uegakure suffered heavy losses this time. It's all Onoki's responsibility. If he gets angry, he may ignore the captives and attack us. We can't put our hopes on him. Nara Yoshiji spoke quickly. Shimura Danzo also joined the conversation and said, after all, we only have 200 people. It's hard to hold too many people hostage while ensuring the speed of evacuation. If there are only a few Uegakure, we can't guarantee that Onoki won't take action. As long as we destroy the bodies and cover up all traces, no one will know. It was obvious that the four of them had realized that it was time to evacuate. This time, we have achieved good results while Uegakure was caught off guard. It is likely that a head-on war will break out next. If they don't evacuate now and are left behind, Konoha will be seriously injured. Uchiha Namahake frowned as he listened to the discussion between the two. He didn't think that Onoki would ignore the Uegakure, but he certainly couldn't place his hopes on the enemy's character. After all, these 1,500 Uegakure are far less valuable than our 200 people. If Onoki can kill us, then the damage we caused before will be counted as battle losses. From Onoki's point of view, the value of doing so is very high. Danzo Shimura continued to analyze. In the Tsuchikage camp, there are no other valuable people except Onoki. On the contrary, we have the disciples of the first Hokage, the students of the second Hokage, and 200 Jonin, Nara Yoshiji said helplessly. The force of Konoha's attack this time was indeed strong, but it included too many people who could not be lost. Otherwise, if they really fought, no matter how powerful Onoki was at this time, he would not be able to deal with 200 Konoha Jonin, and they would eventually kill Onoki by exhausting them. But again, it's not worth it. Damn dust release, Uchiha Bo cursed subconsciously. According to Uchiha Nama's original idea, during this period, only the second Tsuchikage and the second Mizukage were important figures in other ninja villages. As for Onoki, Sarutobi Hiruzen and others, they had not grown up after all. In fact, Sarutobi Hiruzen was indeed no match for Uchiha Nama as Uchiha Nama thought. However, facing an unreasonable ninja like Onoki, even though Uchiha is also at the cage level, he still has no way to deal with Onoki. Before coming here, Uchiha Namahake had thought about the possibility of facing Onoki, but when he actually faced Onoki, the power of dust release far exceeded Uchiha Namahake's expectations. All the possible preparations that were originally envisioned were like bubbles. Let's evacuate together first. I will deal with Onoki, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly said. The determination in his words startled everyone. Uchiha Nama took a deep breath and looked far in the direction of Sarutobi Hiruzen. All the previous evaluations of this man who had a very different style of doing things in his life were blown away. So that's how it is. Real people don't have those personalities. They will have different ideas as the environment and various factors change. Therefore, my self-righteous thinking is actually not true, Uchiha Bo sighed in his heart. We can no longer just view them as anime characters. Uchiha Naga realized that a person's morals and thoughts will change. I'll stay with you. It's hard for me to deal with the dust release, but those small fry will be much easier to deal with, Uchiha said with a hint of murderous intent in his words. Apart from the two previous exchanges with Onoki, Uchiha Namahake and Uchiha Kage had not yet truly used their full strength. In fact, with the techniques that Uchiha Nama and Uchiha Kage are currently practicing, they are better at group battles rather than one-on-one fights. That is why it was difficult for Uchiha Nagata and Uchiha Kage to come up with a point-to-point combat method when facing this guy named Onoki. After all, we are still in the early stages of Uchiha Wave's plan, and all the systems that Uchiha Wave has built for himself are centered around the Sharingan. After all, the Sharingan, or the vertical pupil on the forehead, is the foundation of Uchiha Naga's survival in the ninja world. The practice of Sage Mode should be put on the agenda, Uchiha thought in his heart. Sage Mode is not only a necessary means for later battles, but also can greatly improve the two brothers' the person's ability to fight alone at this time. The words of Uchiha Nama and Sarutobi Hiruzen made Shimura Danzo, who was still an ambitious young man at the time, unable to hold back his excitement. Before Shimura Danzo could speak, Uchiha Nema said, "Danzo, you and Yoshishi must ensure the safe return of the troops. If any emergency occurs before we return, it will depend on you," Uchiha Nema said in a tone that said you are very important. In fact, Uchiha Nama really didn't want Shimura Danzo to stay and cause trouble. Sarutobi Hiruzen is a very comprehensive elite jonin, and is almost at the level of Kage. If Sarutobi Hiruzen were to deal with Oniki, it would be impossible for him to win, but he should be able to hold him off. And if Uchiha Namahaki and Uchiha Kage are Kage level with some specialties, then Shimura Danzo is an elite jonin with some specialties. To call him an elite jonin is because they look up to Shimura Danzo's attainments in Wind Jutsu at that time. Let Hinata Rika go in and search for people to evacuate along the way, Uchiha Naga said and stopped communicating. He turned to look at Uchiha Kage without saying anything, and Uchiha Kage smiled and said, "Wherever my brother is, I will be there." The silent Uchiha Nam put his hand on the Uchiha Kage's shoulder and said, "I will ensure your safety, I will." It seemed like he was promising something to Uchiha Kage, and it also seemed like he was promising something to himself. "Let's go and find Sarutobi Hiruzen," said Uchiha Wawa, and then he ran towards Sarutobi Hiruzen with the smiling Uchiha Kage beside him. I have to explain Oniki's situation to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Among these people, only Sarutobi Hiruzen is relatively easy to deal with Oniki. However, in ninja battles before Chouying, intelligence work determined 80% of the victory or defeat. In fact, although the dust release ninjutsu is extremely powerful, it is not that strong due to the limited charging time. Unable to withstand the attack, the second Tsuchikage developed an ultralight and heavy rock technique using the dust release technique. In the worldview of Naruto, being able to fly is already a bug. This also leads to the awkward situation when facing the second Tsuchikage and Oniki, where you cannot touch them when they are charging, and you can only dodge when they hit you. Sure enough, the duel is more interesting, Uchiha Naga thought to himself, but in fact, most battles in the ninja world rarely involve duels. Ninja itself is not an honorable profession, unless you reach the super shadow level and can destroy the world in battle. Otherwise, either they can't do anything to each other, or they just try a few times and then solve the problem in one go. Naturally, the movements of Uchiha Nama and others could not be hidden from Onoki, who was flying in the sky. Onoki was also thinking in his mind that this group of Konoha troops would definitely retreat, so should he chase and kill them when Konoha evacuated? After such a long time, he realized that Konoha might not be able to handle its own character. After all, at this moment, Onoki was not yet the immortal old man of the future, and he was still hesitating in his heart whether to give up some of the Uegakur. Of course, no matter how hesitant he would not just fly in the sky and do nothing. The consumption of dust release is actually very high. At this time, Onoki constantly uses earth release to help the Uegakur jonin establish an advantage so that they can withstand Konoha's offensive. Hiruzen, Uchiha called out, and Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly turned around to look. When he found out that it was Uchiha Namahaki and Uchiha Kage who arrived, he breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly asked for information from Oniki. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not regret his decision to stay, but the tension in his heart was inevitable. After all, this is also Sarutobi Hiruzen's first time to participate in a war, and he has to stay and face thousands of enemy troops and a powerful Kage-level leader. How strong is Oniki? Can't even you deal with him? Sarutobi Hiruzen said, his tone gradually calming down. Uchiha shook his head and said, he should be a very powerful one among the Kage level, but he is not impossible to deal with. As he spoke, Uchiha was also very dissatisfied with his situation. Onoki is indeed a rogue, but he is not impossible to deal with. As long as Uchiha Namahaki and Uchiha Kage can coordinate and alternate their ninjutsu attacks, it will not be easy for Onoki to perform dust release. Of course, it is mainly limited by Onoki's chakra amount and proficiency. The range of Onoki's dust release attack is not difficult to avoid. On the contrary, when the distance is kept, Uchiha Wave and Uchiha Kage both have enough time to react and dodge. Moreover, the original world separation technique will explode and trigger a decomposition effect after colliding with an entity, and can be resisted by using entity ninjutsu. As for the technique of limit stripping, there is no way to do it but to avoid it. Limit stripping is to limit a range and decompose all the things within this range, which is very different from original limit stripping. I see. After listening to the introduction of Uchiha Namiya and Uchiha Kage, Sarutobi Hiruzen's fear of Oniki's dust release subsided a lot. After hearing that Uchiha Namahaki and Uchiha Kage could not defeat Oniki together, Sarutobi Hiruzen had already classified Oniki as on the same level as his father, so naturally he couldn't help but be a little scared. Now that he has received the correction of Uchiha's intelligence, Sarutobi Hiruzen has already figured out how to deal with Oniki. If Uchiha Namahaki and Uchiha Kage had used their full strength at that time, it is very likely that Oniki would have been beaten to a pulp, but Uchiha Namahaki backed off first at that time. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen is alone, he can also use shadow clones to increase firepower. As long as he can spread it out, Oniki's consumption will not be less than when he uses shadow clones. Moreover, Sarutobi Hiruzen's chakra level has actually reached the level of Cage. Theoretically speaking, he can even use the 5 elements Great Chain Bomb. It's just that this ninjutsu didn't exist at that time. In a sense, this ninjutsu actually wastes a lot of chakra. On paper, Sarutobi Hiruzen has actually reached the level of Cage, but unlike Uchiha Naga and the others, Sarutobi Hiruzen still needs to form his own combat system and have certain combat experience. The Cage level figures of Uchiha Nakagami and Uchiha Cage are simply so powerful that even an ordinary Cage with little combat experience cannot deal with them. While the three were talking, the Konoha Jonin had basically gathered together again after they had dispersed. As for standing together, forget it. Onoki is still flying overhead. If we really stand together, who knows if Onoki will just peel off the original world and fall down. Seeing this, Uchiha Nama and Uchiha Cage looked at each other, formed seals with their hands, and finally formed a tiger seal at the same time, but did not end there. A huge amount of chakra surged out from Uchiha Nama and Uchiha Cage's bodies, but it did not form a ninjutsu, but continued to surge up. Evacuate! Danzo Shimura, who had already communicated, shouted loudly when he saw the situation, and then led the team to use the instant body technique to leave quickly. I originally wanted to chase. Tsuneki suddenly discovered that Sarutobi Hiruzen and the other two had not left. Just as Konoha has information about Onoki's appearance, other ninja villages also have some information about Sarutobi Hiruzen and the other two. Ninja technique, Fire Cloud. But before Onoki could take any action, Uchiha Nama and Uchiha Cage shouted in unison. The chakra that had previously surged out of Uchiha Wave and Uchiha Cage's bodies blended and moved with each other in the sky, and actually began to change its nature and form in the air. A red cloud of flames covered the entire Union camp. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't have time to be surprised, and hurriedly formed hand seals and used the Earth Dragon Bomb to welcome Onoki's original world peeling technique. As expected, when the Earth Dragon Bomb and the light column collided in the air, there was no deafening explosion, just a flash of white light, and both disappeared. Fall. Ignoring Onoki, Uchiha Wa continued to control the fire clouds in the sky. Balls of fire fell from the sky like raindrops, and exploded instantly after hitting the ground or touching objects. Fire Cloud, this is the most extensive combination ninjutsu of Uchiha Wave and Uchiha Cage at present. This ninjutsu is based on Uchiha Namehaka's fire escape technique, supplemented by Uchiha Cage's wind escape technique. But even with the current chakra amount of Uchiha Nakadashi and Uchiha Cage, this move consumed 90% of their chakra. The power is better than I thought, Uchiha said with emotion, panting. The two had never really used this move at their full strength. After all, it was difficult to find a suitable testing site in Konoha over such a large area. Uchiha Wa had anticipated this power. This move was not simply a combination of wind and fire. Uchiha Bo also added some of his own understanding to it, such as high concentration compressed energy in a confined space. That is why this move can only be performed outside the body, otherwise you will explode yourself to death first. Let's go and watch the show from a distance, Uchiha Bo said to Uchiha Cage, and then he and Uchiha Cage instantly moved away from here. The two of them in this state are not suitable to participate in the battle between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Onoki. So instead of staying here and getting in the way, it is better to stay away and recover the chakra. If Sarutobi Hiruzen really can't hold on, he can provide support at any time. At the same time that Uchiha Namehaki and Uchiha Cage were moving away, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Onoki had already exchanged several moves with each other. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was mentally prepared, used the Shadow Clone technique to alternate between Earth Release Ninjutsu and Lightning Release Ninjutsu. It looked like they were evenly matched. After completing another Earth Escape collision, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Onoki in the sky, sweat slowly dripping down his forehead. This can be said to be the most intense battle Sarutobi Hiruzen has ever fought since he became a ninja. Different from Uchiha Nagata and Uchiha Cage, who only regarded combination ninjutsu as a transition, Sarutobi Hiruzen regarded combination ninjutsu more as the capital for his survival. Therefore, he invested more energy in this, and accordingly, Sarutobi Hiruzen was very proficient in various ninjutsu. When releasing ninjutsu, Sarutobi Hiruzen can basically achieve better results with less chakra in all ordinary ninjutsu. Perhaps it is for this reason, coupled with Sarutobi Hiruzen's vast reserve of ninjutsu, that he is called the Doctor of Ninjutsu. Speaking of this, we have to mention the most popular titles of the first 5 generations of Hokage. The first generation Hokage is the god of the ninja world, the second generation Hokage is the master of forbidden techniques, the third generation Hokage is the doctor of ninja techniques, the fourth generation Hokage is the yellow flash, and the fifth generation Hokage is the legendary big fat sheep. To get back to the point, compared to Sarutobi Hiruzen, Onoki's consumption is actually greater. Onoki's current fighting style has changed to Earth-style ninjutsu feints interspersed with Dust-style special moves. Sarutobi Hiruzen's solution was also very simple. Whatever Earth Escape ninjutsu you use, I will use the same Earth Escape ninjutsu to counteract it. It does not require any thinking at all. When facing Dust Escape, I will use Earth Escape and Lightning Escape, defending and attacking at the same time. Moreover, the biggest feature of the shadow clone technique is that you will never know whether the object you hit is real or not until you actually hit it. As the fight went on, Sarutobi Hiruzen became more and more confident. The earth escape technique wrapped around the fire escape technique, and after the earth escape technique and Onoki's ninjutsu were offset, the fire escape technique continued to attack. He brought 2 shadow clones with him and used the 3 techniques of wind, thunder, and fire to attack at the same time. It can be said that all kinds of ninjutsu, both practiced and not practiced, were used on Onoki, who was treated as a moving target. The face of Onoki in the sky was so gloomy that it seemed like water was about to drip out of it. Damn Sarutobi people, Onoki cursed in his heart, feeling that none of the Konoha families were easy to deal with. During the Warring States period, the Sarutobi clan was famous for their mastery of the 5 elements. What is mastery? Of course, it means being able to achieve stronger effects with less consumption. Sarutobi Hiruzen was the best after being taught by Senju Tobirama. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to be bombarding non-stop, his actual consumption was less than Onoki's. Just by looking at Uchiha Hama and Uchiha Kage, who were recovering their chakra a little further away, one could feel how frustrated Onoki was. However, although it seems like a massive bombardment, the damage caused is minimal, Uchiha said with emotion. I have to say, being able to fly means being able to do whatever you want. Even a bombing density as dense as Sarutobi Hiruzen could be dealt with easily. If this happened on land, unless it was Flying Thunder God, even if it was the 3rd Raikage, he wouldn't be able to hide and would have to take it. The quality of these rock ninjas is indeed very poor. Although the fire cloud is powerful, it is an area-based ninjutsu after all. The Uchiha Kage on the side did not pay too much attention to the battle between Onoki and Sarutobi Hiruzen, but said while looking at the exhausted rock ninjas. Uchiha Nami nodded when he heard this. It must be said that the rock ninjas' cannon fodder tactics really had a prototype already. It seems that the most famous human wave tactic in Naruto is the siege of the 3rd Raikage by 10,000 rock ninjas, but from the perspective of profit it is indeed very profitable, but it is a bit inhumane. According to Uchiha Nagata's positioning, the Fire Cloud ninjutsu is a ninjutsu for clearing miscellaneous soldiers, and basically anyone at the level of a Chunin has the ability to resist it. Among the less than 1,000 remaining rock ninjas, only a few dozen are truly capable of resisting. Excluding those who are frightened, unable to react, and stupid, there are only a few dozen people who have the true level of Chunin. Although this was the result after the cleanup by Konoha's Jonin. But this ratio is also terrible. According to the ninja system of Rock Ninja C, a Konoha ninja of the same title can be 2 to 3 times stronger than an IWA ninja. In other words, on paper, one Konoha ninja can theoretically defeat 3 or 4 IWA ninjas. This is the 2nd strongest ninja village. No wonder Konoha didn't suffer any serious damage after 3 ninja world wars. Uchiha Naga sighed, realizing the difference in strength among the 5 major ninja villages. From this perspective, we can already predict how weak the Sand Village is. Throughout history, it seems that the Sand Village has always been the weakest side. Onoki in the sky was breathing heavily, thinking about how to break the current situation. It took almost 10 minutes to fight with Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the Uegakure in the camp suffered heavy casualties. After the initial chaos, some Uegakure finally reacted and reunited the surviving Uegakure. I have to say that asking the Rock Ninja, who is good at earth escape, to deal with fire is a bit too much. However, with a team of hundreds of people, they finally extinguished the fire cloud in the sky. As for the flames on the ground, that is none of the Rock Ninja's business. Anyway, this is the territory of Long State, not the territory of Two State. Sarutobi Hiruzen was naturally also concerned about the situation in the Uegakure camp. Seeing that the remaining hundreds of rock ninjas had gathered together, Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that it was time to evacuate. Nearly 10 minutes was enough time for the Konoha Jonin to evacuate a sufficient distance. Fire escape, fire song, as an extremely clear fire dragon flew out, Onoki in the sky hurriedly dodged. However, he didn't expect that the fire dragon would turn around and chase after Onoki the moment Onoki dodged, just like a living dragon. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked and found that it was Uchiha Namahaki and Uchiha Kage who had arrived. Uchiha Nawa looked at the effect produced by the fire dragon and nodded with satisfaction. This is an unfinished wind and fire combination ninjutsu, but the leader of this ninjutsu is not Uchiha Nama but Uchiha Kage. The complete effect should be that 9 dragons appear together and cooperate with each other, which was named Kowloon Farewell Song by Uchiha Nama. The characteristics of this technique are high flexibility and high controllability. It is essentially a layer of highly plastic wind wrapped around compressed flames. It can be detonated directly when needed, and the flame compressed to a certain degree will explode in an instant. Before that, the enhanced controllability can even control the fire dragon to entangle the enemy. What kind of crappy ninjutsu is this? Onoki cursed angrily as he was chased by a fire dragon. Seeing this, Uchiha Bo couldn't help but burst out laughing. At the same time, he discovered a big shortcoming of the two brothers. That is, the two brothers have too many individual ninjutsu and combination ninjutsu, and the two lack practical experience and cannot use appropriate ninjutsu when facing different enemies. For example, Huo Light can target Onoki very well. But on the one hand, the two brothers were accustomed to using Uchiha Wave as the main ninjutsu in battle, and on the other hand, they ignored this unfinished ninjutsu. If they had remembered this ninjutsu before, Uchiha Namahaki and Uchiha Kage would not have been so intimidated by Onoki. It seems that I still need to use ninjutsu more often. Otherwise, it would be too ridiculous to forget the restraining tricks to deal with the enemy, Uchiha Naga warned himself in his heart. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had come to his senses, hurriedly said, "Let's go." Uchiha Nama and Uchiha Kage nodded when they heard this, and used the body flash technique to leave with Sarutobi Hiruzen. After the war of attrition just now, Sarutobi Hiruzen only had 20% of his chakra left at most. Although Uchiha Hama and Uchiha Kage had rested for a while, they had actually only recovered 30% to 40% of their chakra. The surviving rock ninjas that gathered together seemed to number at least 600 or 700. Even though many of them were injured, their basic combat effectiveness was still guaranteed. If they were really surrounded, the three of them would not be able to escape without putting in a lot of effort. Moreover, this time is enough for Onoki to rest. Even more time is not needed. When Onoki recovers to 50%, he will be able to take down Uchiha Wa and the other two with ease. On the way to evacuate, Uchiha Nama saw Sarutobi Hiruzen looking thoughtful and couldn't help asking, "How do you feel?" Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned for a moment after hearing this, then said, "Kage level. Doesn't seem as strong as I thought." Seeing this, Uchiha Bo couldn't help but laugh. The strength levels of ninjas were actually divided by netizens in Uchiha Naga's previous life. In essence, Genin, Shinin, Jonin, Umbu, and Kage are just positions or titles, not levels of combat power. In the ninja world, everyone's judgment of strength is actually in a very vague state, and it is rare to directly say who has reached what level. It's just that people like Onoki or Uchiha Namiya are said to have the strength of a Kage, so this level of combat power is called Kage level. After all, there is only one Kage in a village, but there are also people whose strength is equal to or even higher than that of a Kage. These people are collectively referred to as Kage level, that is, people who have the strength of a Kage but are not Kage. As for the Super Shadow and Six Paths, these are only terms that appeared on the internet in Uchiha Naruto's previous life. There is no such concept in Naruto at all. Oh, there was no such concept before, but now that Uchiha Bo is here, so this concept may no longer exist. It is precisely because of this vague state that everyone's perception of film quality is actually different. In most people's perception, the Kage level is not actually a very high concept. A ninja who possesses the ability to kill an elite jonin or a group of jonin can be called a Kage level. Of course, this is not very high, but it is just relative. As for people like Sarutobi Hiruzen, they have been in contact with Senju Tobirama since childhood and have heard of Senju Hashirama, and these two guys are also Kage level in the normal view of the ninja world, so they naturally think that Kage level people are like this. Having said that, what Uchiha Wawa has been talking about, the level of chakra, is actually Uchiha Wawa's own subjective understanding. In the ninja world, there is no unit of measurement for chakra. People's descriptions of chakra are only, "Oh, this person's chakra is huge, it is X times more than mine," or "Wow, the chakra amount is not bad, it is almost the same as mine," and also "Tisk, weak chakra." In short, it is all a subjective feeling, and Sarutobi Hiruzen's current state is that he has broken the barrier in his heart. According to Uchiha's statement, Sarutobi on paper, Hiruzen's combat power is already at the level of Kage. It's just that Sarutobi Hiruzen himself doesn't think he is at the level of Kage, and he lacks combat experience and has no system in fighting, so he can't exert the combat power of a Kage. Onoki is a recognized Kage level person, and has been officially certified by the Tsuchikage village. He is destined to be the next Tsuchikage who can take the position at any time. In this situation, after fighting with Onoki, Sarutobi Hiruzen discovered that he seemed to be at the level of Kage as well. Uchiha Naga can only say that the current system of the ninja world is still too chaotic. If the political system, combat power system and hierarchy system are mixed together, it will be chaotic. Since they were separated from the troops, Uchiha Nagata and the other two moved much faster. Soon Uchiha Nagata and the other two returned to the large camp they had set up earlier. Since the Uegakure village built its camp directly in the land of Long, which is closer to Konoha, the Uegakure camp and the Konoha camp are not that far apart. The evacuation mentioned by the Konoha Jonin Corps meant evacuating back to this camp, not back to Konoha. If they ignored the established camp and directly retreated to Konoha, no matter what the outcome of the battle was, it would be defined as a defeat en route. It is naturally a pipe dream to expect a comprehensive defense with only 200 soldiers. But they couldn't really ignore the Konoha border and evacuate directly. Besides, there were 200 jonin guarding the camp, and Onoki didn't dare to come and provoke them. It is true that the average level of Konoha's jonin is lower now than that of the Warring States period, but it is still not comparable to those fake jonin. When the three returned to the camp was already on alert. The double vigilance of Hinata and Abarame allowed Uchiha Namiya and the other two to be discovered from a distance. Danzo Shimura and Yoshishi Nara were standing outside the camp to greet them. Hiruzen. Danzo Shimura called his friend, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief when he found that although Sarutobi Hiruzen looked a little disheveled, he had no scars on his body. Nara Yoshiji asked nervously, "What's the situation in Iwagakure?" After returning to the camp, Sarutobi Hiruzen was obviously much more relaxed, and his whole appearance gave people a very happy feeling. He first gave Shimura Danzo a reassuring look, and then Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a serious face, "Uniki suffered heavy losses, and more than 70% of the 1,500 Iwagakure were damaged. This battle was a great victory." Upon hearing this, Nara Yoshishi's face also put on a smile, and his expression turned from gloomy to bright. The several jonins who were following behind and representing the major families also showed joy on their faces. It was great to have won a great victory. Such a great achievement made even these people, who were the elites among the jonin, couldn't help but feel happy. "Thanks to the three of you," a jonin suddenly said with a bow, and the others followed suit and said, "The three of you should take the lead in this victory." Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to say something when he heard this, but Uchiha Nama spoke first. "The Cage and I were just helping out. If we talk about the first achievement, Hiruzen should be the one who defeated Oniki. For Uchiha Wada, such a military achievement is indeed not small, but it is actually not so great that Uchiha Wada must have it." Uchiha Nagata had no intention of competing for the third Hokage. At this time, Uchiha Madara had already gone into hiding, and allowing the plot to develop in its original form would be more beneficial to Uchiha Madara. When these hidden old silver coins come onto the stage one by one, that will be the time for Uchiha Wave to catch them all. Now Uchiha Naga only needs to ensure his own status so that he can do what he wants after the First Ninja World War is over. After all, although Sarutobi Hiruzen is indecisive, he still values friendship, at least the friendship with his old comrades. The third generation group headed by Sarutobi Hiruzen can be said to be the biggest scourge of Konoha in the middle period. Among them, Danzo Shimura was the worst. Later on, he was even able to assassinate Hiruzen Sarutobi. If Sarutobi Hiruzen had not taken their old friendship into consideration, Shimura Danzo would have died countless times. In the end, it was Danzo Shimura who put aside their old friendship. However, another factor was that at that time, Danzo Shimura had become too powerful to be controlled. Cutting off this cancer will definitely be beneficial to the future, but it hurts to cut off such a large piece of flesh. Given Sarutobi Hiruzen's indecisive character in his later years, it's no wonder that Shimura Danzo was so arrogant. Having said that, what Uchiha Naga wants to do is still somewhat outrageous and against human ethics, and it is certainly not something he can do as a Hokage. Besides, being a Hokage is very busy, so how can he have so much time to complete Uchiha's plan? It is important to find someone to take the blame. The importance of the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen is reflected at this time. As the direct disciple of the first Hokage, he had the experience of studying with Tobirama Senju for many years together with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Even if he is not Hokage, there is not much difference in power. By then, we can set up a department similar to the Root Department, and there will be no problem in calling it a village within a village. After congratulating each other outside the camp, a few people returned to the camp to discuss the follow-up matters. The fight is over, but what to do next? At the beginning, Senju Tobirama only said to deal with the troops sent by Iwagakure, and did not say what to do next. My suggestion is to hold the camp and send a few people back to pass the information to the second Hokage and ask about the follow-up matters, said Nara Yoshishi. Uchiha Nama heard this and said, "Shadow and I will go back. With Hiruzen's strength, it is more than enough to deal with Oniki. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their eyes to Sarutobi Hiruzen. It was said that several people went back, but in fact it was just Sarutobi Hiruzen who led the group, or Uchiha Nagata and the other two. If it weren't for the need to leave at least one cage-level figure behind to deal with Oniki, the three of them would have gone back. After all, such good news should naturally be reported to the person who has made the greatest contribution." Sarutobi Hiruzen agreed without a second thought and said, "With my current strength, it will be no problem for me to deal with Oniki. You can just go back without worry." It's not that I didn't think of this. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen was a bit indecisive in the later period, he still had political acumen, but he just had some character flaws. The reason why they agreed so readily was entirely due to Uchiha Nama's move outside the camp. It is true that Sarutobi Hiruzen blocked Oniki and covered the troops' retreat, but to be honest, the achievements of the Uchiha brothers who killed hundreds of enemies are really not as great. After all, it's about delaying Oniki, not killing him. Since Uchiwabo had given him the credit outside the camp, why would the Uchiwabo brothers return? Wouldn't you falsely report your military achievements? He really did falsely report his military achievements, but the ones he exaggerated were those of Sarutobi Hiruzen. So what does Uchiha think? Uchiha Nawa really didn't think that much, he just simply wanted to return to Konoha. The Iwagakure side is not his battlefield. It would be more in line with Uchiha Nama's idea to go back earlier, make preparations earlier, and welcome him to the Tsunagakure earlier. It is certain that Uchiha Bo's political acumen is not bad, but he is not a politician and he has the habit of thinking everything 3 times. After making a decision subconsciously, I am too lazy to think about the deeper meaning behind it. The strength of these 5 people is above that of elite Jonin, and they travel much faster than the troops. A little more than 2 days later, the 5 of them had returned to Konoha. Since this operation was not an open one, there was no welcoming ceremony after the victory. After returning, the 5 of them rushed to the Hokage building. What are the results? Facing the 5 people who suddenly appeared in the office, Senju Tobirama asked without raising his head without being surprised. Obviously, Senju Tobirama already knew about the return of the 5 people. Whether it is the umbu established by Senju Tobirama or the perception ability that Senju Tobirama himself possesses, Senju Tobirama can clearly know the slightest movement in Konoha and its vicinity. There are a total of 1,500 Iwagakure ninjas, led by Oniki. We attacked the camp at night. Nearly 1,000 Iwagakure ninjas were injured, and we had more than 30 people injured in total, said Uchiha Namiya, who was already prepared. Hearing this, Senju Tobirama raised his head and looked at Uchiha Namiya. How strong is Oniki now? Senju Tobirama asked, but he actually already had the answer in his heart, which was why he was confused. He had already found out part of the situation of the Iwagakure troops through the umbu, so he felt at ease letting Sarutobi Hiruzen lead a team of 200 jonin to set off. The main purpose is to train the abilities of Sarutobi Hiruzen and these 200 jonin, and also to tell other ninja villages that the new generation of Konoha should not be underestimated. However, the results achieved by Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uchiha Nagata far exceeded Senju Tobirama's expectations. In Senju Tobirama's estimation, Iwagakure should not be so miserable with the presence of Oniki. In the current ninja world, among the new generation of other ninja villages, only Oniki is considered a figure in the eyes of Senju Tobirama. Logically speaking, it should be difficult for Uchiha Namahaki, Uchiha Kage, or Sarutobi Hiruzen to deal with Oniki. Even if it was Tobirama Senju who went to fight Oniki, it would still take some effort. The ability to fly is very special in the ninja world. Hiruzen is aware of this and is able to defeat Oniki, Shimura Danzo said, feeling somewhat anxious. The closest people of the same generation in Konoha are the 6 disciples of Senju Tobirama and the 2 disciples of Senju Hashirama. There is no need to say much about Uchiha Nama and Uchiha Kage. They are extremely talented and are members of the Uchiha clan, which makes them very different from the other 6. Among the 6 people who grew up together, Uchiha Kagami is also a member of the Uchiha clan. It is easier for the Uchiha clan members to become jonin, and with the guidance of Senju Tobirama, it is not difficult for them to become Kage level. Chudeakufeng possesses the secret skills of his clan and has good talent of his own, but most importantly, Chudeakufeng's personality is that he does not compete with others. As Midaman An and Utane Kohara deepen their training, their pursuit of strength becomes less and less important. Among the remaining Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen is proficient in the 5 elements and is very compatible with combination ninjutsu. He is just limited by his own cognition and cannot exert his full strength. He is still an elite jonin. Only Shimura Danzo, who barely relied on his wind-style escape technique to become an elite jonin, could see no hope of going any further. When Tobirama Senju heard this, his eyes flashed with enlightenment. He knew Sarutobi Hiruzen. He was determined and valued friendship very much, and was very comprehensive. His only shortcoming was that he seemed to be restricted by him and his elder brother, which led to shackles in his heart. Now that he has broken the shackles in his heart, Sarutobi Hiruzen will be able to deal with Oniki with his comprehensiveness and steady approach. Just from this point of view, the casualties of Iwagakure were mostly caused by Uchiha Nama and the other 2. Senju Tobirama thought and glanced at Uchiha Nama. If 200 Konoha jonin defeated 1,500 ordinary Iwagakure ninjas, there wouldn't be any problem, but it's impossible that 200 people were only injured but not killed. The rock ninja suffered nearly 1,000 casualties. A large-scale combination of ninjutsu. After thinking for a while, Senju Tobirama said, "Leave the specific information to me, you go back and rest first, and I will inform you of the follow-up arrangements." After that, he continued to look down at the documents on the table. After the 5 people left, Senju Tobirama picked up the intelligence scroll that Uchiha had placed on the table and examined it carefully. Most of them were similar to what he guessed, except for the combination ninjutsu called Fire Cloud. "This amount of chakra is already very close to me," murmured Senju Tobirama. Thinking of his education of Uchiha Nama and Uchiha Kage, he couldn't help but feel relieved. As a teacher for so many years, he was very familiar with the situations of his 6 students as well as Uchiha Nakamura and Uchiha Kage. Yudin Koharu and Mito Kato are better at government affairs and can be used as assistants. Akimichi Tofu is more suitable as the foundation of Konoha. Although Shimura Danzo has ambitions, he lacks talent and strength. Hiruzen Mirai is at least not weaker than his father. As for the form and the shadow. Speaking of the form and the shadow, Senju Tobirama was still a little hesitant. As for the next Hokage, in Senju Tobirama's mind, he would choose between Uchiha Namahaki and Sarutobi Hiruzen. After all, Danzo Shimura lacked strength, and his personality was not suitable for such a prestigious position as Hokage. As for the others, Senju Tobirama was still worried. As for Hiruzen, he is good at maintaining the status quo, but it is difficult for him to make progress. Senju Tobirama couldn't help but sigh when he thought of his previous conversation with Sarutobi Hiruzen. This student of mine is firm in his own heart, but always hesitant towards others. The character of the shadow is ultimately an unstable factor. Senju Tobirama felt a headache thinking about these things. As a qualified leader, it was not enough to simply lead his own forces, he should also prepare a few more successors of his own. He could not let the forces stop immediately if he left. Although he didn't know that he would die in the First Ninja World War, Tobirama Senju still wanted to prepare a successor as soon as possible. Whether it is facing emergencies or retiring as early as possible, it is good in the end. The Thousand Hands disbanded, and the eldest brother also. All that was left for Tobirama to worry about was Konoha, left behind by his elder brother. Regarding the Uchiha situation, Tobirama Senju always called the Uchiha evil, but in his heart he had both love and hate for them. Although the Uchiha before opening his eyes were proud, they just had some personality at most, and they were really suitable as friends. But once the eyes are opened, no matter who they are, their temperament will inevitably change drastically. The more they develop the Sharingan, the more distorted their personality will become. No matter how confident Senju Tobirama was in himself, he was not sure whether his education could suppress the influence of the Uchiha bloodline. As for not letting Uchiha Nama and Uchiha Kage open their eyes, not to mention that this is a waste of their talents, no one can control whether they open their eyes or not. After leaving the Hokage building, Uchiha Namahaki and Uchiha Kage rushed home. This is the first time that the two brothers have been away from home for such a long time. "We're back!" Uchiha Nama and Uchiha Kage shouted loudly when they returned to the doorstep. After hearing a few hurried footsteps, Uchiha Lee walked over wearing an apron. Looking at this woman who was not even 30 years old, Uchiha Nama couldn't help but sigh at the cruelty of the Warring States. Again. Getting married and having children at the age of teens is not cruelty of human nature, but the helplessness of having no descendants if not doing so. It seemed that due to the nourishment of the mysterious energy, Uchiha Kuri, as an ordinary person, was exceptionally healthy and even looked like he was just 20 years old. Shadow. Uchiha Lee rushed over excitedly and hugged the two brothers. Uchiha Bo, who was hugged, clearly saw the tears in Uchiha Lee's eyes and could not help but remain silent. The scene of Uchiha Lee hugging the two brothers actually looked very strange. The 12-year-old Uchiha Namahashi and Uchiha Kage both grew very fast. Uchiha Namahashi was nearly 180 centimeters tall, which was much taller than most people in this ninja world where people are generally not tall. Uchiha Kage's growth rate is much slower than Uchiha Wave's, and his height is also over 168 centimeters. Uchiha Kuri, the mother of the two, is not tall, only about 165 centimeters tall. But this weirdness doesn't seem funny at all. Gently wiping away the tears from Uchiha Lee's eyes, Uchiha Lee said solemnly, "Don't worry, Mom, nothing will happen to us." Uchiha Lee just shed tears and said nothing, or perhaps the excitement in her heart made her unable to speak. When she was very young, her father, Uchiha Nama's grandfather, suddenly joined the war and never came back after that. When she grew up, Uchiha Lee married Uchiha Nama's father. Similarly, the sudden war took away her husband's life. Less than 2 months after her husband left, Uchiha Lee discovered that she was pregnant. Her dead husband didn't even know that he was pregnant. What's even more dramatic is that it was the last war the Uchiha participated in. Shortly after the war, the Uchiha and Senju announced their alliance to establish Konoha. She was just a little bit away from living a peaceful and happy life with her beloved man and her children. After the establishment of Konoha, Uchiha Lee thought that the war was gone and she would no longer have to live in fear. Uchiha Kuri and her husband's father, Uchiha Hui, take care of the brothers Uchiha Nama and Uchiha Kage. Such a hopeful and peaceful life has made Uchiha Lee very satisfied. But only 12 years later, his own children were suddenly called to participate in a new war. How could Uchiha Lee not be worried? She had experienced the same scene twice before, and both times they separated were the last time they met. This time, she didn't even have the chance to see Uchiha Nama and Uchiha Kage for the last time. She only knew that the two were on their way to the battlefield. As an ordinary woman and an ordinary mother, Uchiha Lee can only pray in her heart. She didn't know what kind of war required two 12-year-old children to go to the front line. They didn't even know that war had suddenly broken out in the once peaceful Konoha. All she knew was that her two children were in danger and she could do nothing to help. What could Uchiha Nawa explain to Uchiha Lee? After all, Uchiha Kuri is an ordinary person. She doesn't understand the things between ninjas. All she has experienced is the disappearance of her father and husband. All Uchiha Bo could do was to give his promise. Uchiha Kage, who was also assured by Uchiha Kuri, said to Uchiha Kuri in a comforting tone, "Don't worry, Mom. My brother and I are very powerful." As if to prove himself, Uchiha Kage said, "My brother and I have done a great deed this time." Uchiha Lee nodded when he heard this, hugged the two brothers, and said with a tearful tone, "It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back, let's go and eat." After saying that, he pulled Uchiha Nama and Uchiha Kage to the dinner table. Coincidentally, it was almost dinner time when we left the Hokage building, and we didn't expect that the meal would be ready when we got home. Uchiha Hui looked very calm sitting in the main seat when he saw the three people finally coming over. Uchiha Hui said, "You didn't bring shame to our Uchiha family, did you?" Although he pretended to be calm, it was not difficult to see that Uchiha Hui was excited. As a ninja who survived the Warring States period, Uchiha Hui knew very well the cruelty of war. Even though he knew how powerful Uchiha Nama and Uchiha Kage were, Uchiha Hui couldn't help but feel worried when he learned that the two brothers were going to the front line. "Of course, Grandpa, my brother, and I killed hundreds of rock ninjas." Uchiha Kage immediately excitedly showed off his and Uchiha Honen's battle record to Uchiha Hui. Compared to not daring to tell Uchiha Lee about the war situation, there was nothing to hide from the Uchiha Hui brothers. "Ha ha ha, you are worthy of being my grandson," Uchiha Hui also said proudly in cooperation with Uchiha Kage. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Kage smiled happily and sat on the stool with Uchiha Nama. The difference from when he is outside is that Uchiha Kage always talks more when he returns home, while Uchiha Nama just watches the harmonious scene quietly. Uchiha Kage showed off his achievements to Uchiha Hui, and Uchiha Hui cooperated with him and put on a proud look, but he couldn't help feeling a little worried in his heart. A battle involving thousands of ninjas was something that rarely happened during the Warring States period. This was especially true for Uchiha Kuriya, who was eating quietly. He looked happy as he watched the happy scene of Uchiha Kage and Uchiha Hui talking, but in his heart he was worried about the two brothers. Uchiha watched all this and enjoyed this pre-war final calm. Although Senju Tobirama did not say it explicitly, Uchiha Nama knew that the real First Ninja World War was not far away. The battle involving thousands of ninjas was a very brutal and rare war for people in the Warring States period. The next morning, after breakfast, Uchiha Nama and Uchiha Kage headed towards the former Senju clan's territory. After the Senju clan was disbanded, its members scattered throughout Konoha. It can be said that it has been well integrated into the civilian population. Moreover, since there are no blood characteristics, it is basically difficult to identify members of the Senju tribe except by checking the family tree. Now, the only ones still living in the Senju clan's territory are Hashirama Senju's family and a few old people who finally represented the Senju clan. Senju Tobirama's strategy is to integrate rather than self-destruct. Therefore, the name of the Senju clan still exists today, but it will disappear with the passing of these old men and the two brothers Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju. As for Tsunade, in the eyes of Senju Tobirama, she is the granddaughter of her eldest brother and the continuation of his bloodline. But because of this, Tobirama Senju hopes that Tsunade can live her own life, a life that is not restricted by the Senju clan and the identity of Hashirama's granddaughter. Having said that, after confirming Senju Tobirama's attitude, Uchiha Nama guessed that Senju Hashirama's death should have happened recently. Because no matter what, Konoha would not go to war without revealing the life and death of Hashirama Senju. Other countries will never take real action before finding out the specific situation. No one can say whether Hashirama Senju will show up and take a few people with him before he dies. As for concealing the news of Senju Hashirama's death, regardless of whether it is reliable or not, Senju Tobirama would not do such a thing. Uchiha Nawa still wanted to see his chief master for the last time. At least for a period of time before, this chief master really responded to every request. Even without this friendship, Uchiha Nama still wanted to see this tragic yet respectable idealist for the last time. As Uchiha Nama knocked on the gate, the person who came to open the door was not the familiar Senju Tobirama or Uzumaki Mito. Instead, she was a little blonde girl who looked to be about 1.2 meters tall. Although I had never seen her before, I knew at first sight that Uchiha Namiya was Tsunade, one of the future famous three ninjas. Of course, for most people, the title of the legendary Big Fat Sheep is more suitable. It has to be said that Tsunade did not live as the granddaughter of Hashirama Senju, just as Tobirama Senju wished. The best medical ninja in the ninja world, but in the end he was alone. "Who are you?" Tsunade looked at Uchiha Nagata and the other two in confusion. The three people who seemed to be closely connected had actually never met each other. I don't know if it was a simple coincidence or an intentional arrangement by Senju Tobirama. Uchiha both thought of his own idea back then and couldn't help but laugh. "In terms of seniority, you should call us uncle." "Uncle," Tsunade murmured in confusion and led the two of them into the yard. Although Tobirama Senju is not here, Mito Uzumaki is still here. Tsunade also didn't think that anyone would come here under this identity. For this uncle who suddenly appeared, Tsunade just regarded him as a former member of her grandfather's clan. Ever since Hashirama Senju fell ill half a year ago, Tsunade has been in grief. Although she is young, Tsunade actually knows a lot of things. Uchiha Nama followed Tsunade and was not fooled by this seemingly well-behaved girl. Tsunade's gambling skills were something that Senju Hashirama was very proud of. It seems that it is because Hashirama Senju's gambling skills are not very good, but he loves to play. It's the little figure. Uzumaki Mito smiled after hearing the voice and looking out the window. "Hello, master's wife," said Uchiha Nama and Uchiha Kage with a slight bow. Upon hearing this, Tsunade looked at Uchiha Nama and Uchiha Kage in surprise. She knew that her grandfather had two disciples, but I have only heard of it and never seen it. It was also at this glance that Tsunade saw the wave shape of Uchiha and the vertical line on Uchiha Cage's forehead, which were closed vertical pupils. In fact, the vertical pupils of Uchiha Wave and Uchiha Cage are not that obvious when they are closed and covered by their hair. In addition, Tsunade was shorter at the moment, so she didn't pay too much attention to the brothers' faces. After sitting down in the house, Uchiha said, "We came here mainly to visit Master. After all, it has been a long time since we came here. It's not short anymore." Uzumaki Mito sighed. Things and people have changed. This sentence is not suitable for Uzumaki Mito at this moment. It is hard for Uchiha to imagine what kind of mentality Uzumaki Mito, whose acquaintances have all died, was in when the time came to the period when Sarutobi Hiruzen was in power. Perhaps part of the reason why I don't rely on the Inseal to maintain my youthful appearance is that my heart has grown old. Hashirama's condition is very bad. In fact, when Hashirama's own recovery speed could no longer withstand it, it was already. Uzumaki Mito did not say what had already happened, but everyone except Tsunade already knew it. During the Fourth Shinobi World War, Tsunade, who was using the creation regeneration function, was told by Uchiha Madara that her recovery ability was close to that of Hashirama Senju. Later, many people joked that the grandfather's passive skill turned into the granddaughter's ultimate skill. Of course, the joke about Kunao committing suicide also emerged as a counterpoint to this. If Hashirama Senju's recovery ability doesn't work, then there is indeed no medical ninja who can cure Hashirama Senju. As mentioned before, apart from his identity as the god of the ninja world, Hashirama Senju himself is the best medical ninja. Uzumaki Mito suddenly sighed and said to Uchiha Nama, "Sing, I have an unwelcome request." Uchiha Nama glanced at Tsunade and replied, "Master's wife said so." Nodding, Uzumaki Mito looked at Tsunade and said, "How about Tsunade becoming your master?" After saying that, Uzumaki Mito turned around and looked at Uchiha Nama. Although he didn't say anything, just looking at him quietly made Uchiha Nama sweat. As for whether he wants to take Tsunade as his apprentice, there is no doubt that he does not want to. Uchiha Nama also understood Uzumaki Mito's thoughts. Hashirama Senju has passed away, and Uzumaki Mito and Senju Tobirama are also getting old. In the ninja world, 50 or 60 years old is already considered old. Uzumaki Mito also had to consider his only granddaughter. Uchiha Nama looked at Uzumaki Mito and then at Tsunade, not knowing how to answer. Seeing Uchiha's tangled expression, Uzumaki Mito sighed inwardly and said, "If this is not the fate, please take care of me in the future." For days have passed since Uchiha Namahaki and Uchiha Kage went to visit Senju Hashirama. These days, Uchiha Nama has been conducting some practical training with Nara Shikai and the other two. Although the general allocation of personnel is based on the family, if someone like Nara Shikai has a supervising jonin, he will ultimately have to follow the supervising jonin. Most of the ninjas in Konoha actually don't know what's going on in Sand Village. Or in other words, the situation in other ninja villages was not well understood by other ninjas except some high-ranking ones. Although the whole world was at war during the Warring States period, it was basically a case of one side fighting another, with everyone fighting in their own little piece of land. The Ninja World War in the conventional sense only occurred after the establishment of the ninja village. In the past, each country was involved in its own chaos, and the impact of a war was actually not very large. On this day, as usual, Uchiha Nama and Uchiha Kage were training with Nara Shikai and the other two at training ground number 14. As the war was imminent, Uchiha Naga did not train the three of them to be able to cooperate with each other anymore. Instead, separate the three and enhance each person's ability to face problems alone. In Uchiha Naga's eyes, when facing war, only by improving one's weaknesses can one survive better, and only by giving full play to one's strengths can one establish merit. For Nara Shikai and the other two, Uchiha Nama's positioning of the three is to better help them survive this war. The Second Ninja World War was the time when people of this age could really shine. Even Uchiha Nagata himself only wanted to gain more military merits rather than do anything to shock the entire ninja world. Of course, Uchiha Bo never considered himself a mediocre person. But in the ninja world, age and physical restrictions are indeed very large. If nothing unexpected happens, the three of them will follow Uchiha Namahaki and Uchiha Kage to defend the Sand Village. And it was on this day that a piece of news spread throughout Konoha. And it spread to the entire ninja world with Konoha as the center. The god of the ninja world, Konoha's first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, has passed away. Except for some high-ranking officials who already knew that Hashirama Senju was seriously ill, the villagers of Konoha were all shocked. If the news had not come from the Hokage building, the person who said such a thing would have been drowned by everyone's spit. The man who pacified the Warring States period and brought peace to everyone left just like that. When the news spread, Uchiha Nama, Uchiha Kage and Nara Shikai were having dinner at a barbecue restaurant. The originally bustling barbecue restaurant fell into silence the moment the news came. Only the flames were still dancing, with slight crackling sounds coming from time to time. At this moment, the crackling sound was so loud. Teacher! Nara Shikai looked at Uchiha Nama in surprise and panicked. With his wisdom, he could imagine what impact the death of Senju Hashirama would bring. Uchiha Nawa took a deep breath and nodded. Upon hearing this, Shan Zhonghuli exclaimed, "How is this possible?" As he spoke, he actually stuttered a little, even though he was usually a chatterbox. Uchiha looked out the window, and it wasn't just the store that was quiet. The spread of this news was like a ripple in which time stood still. Wherever it passed, it plunged that place into silence. Even the other ninja villages that received the news did not show the joy that was imagined. Some people sigh, some people miss it, and some are ready to take action. Senju Hashirama, the one who is just a legend, is different from the one in later generations. People living in this era can truly feel the presence of Hashirama Senju and are impressed by his charm. At the same time, Hashirama Senju's powerful performance also brought the ninja's combat effectiveness to a new level. Before this, the clan leader level was synonymous with strength, but the so-called clan leader level also depended on the support of the clan. At that time, the ninja clan still fought in teams. There is nothing to be afraid of a clan leader alone. A team of 5 jonin with good cooperation has the courage to attack and kill him. But since Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama appeared out of nowhere, the combat effectiveness of the ninja world has been brought to a new height, and the cage level has become the new title of the strongest. But everyone knows that the gap between the so-called cage level and Hashirama Senju is still as big as the brightness of the bright moon and the light of a firefly. Now, how can the passing of such a person not make people feel complicated? Under the 6 paths, no matter how powerful you are, it's all fake. Uchiha Bo murmured in his heart that if he didn't have a long life, no matter how powerful he got, in the end it would be nothing. Alas, Uchiha said with a sigh, breaking the silence, get ready to face the war. Perhaps everything had been secretly prepared long ago, and 2 days later, Hashirama Senju's funeral was hastily held. No one was invited to the funeral, but everyone was notified. Whether to come or not is entirely up to the individual. The drizzle, coupled with the black and white environment and the black and white outfit, made everything look so heavy. The venue was full of people, and looking outside, there were countless people standing outside in grief, not noisy, nor crowded. Starting from Uzumaki Nito, Senju Tobirama, Tsunade, Uchiha Nama, Uchiha Kage, Sarutobi Suzuki. Senju Hashirama's relatives, students, and former opponents came forward one by one and presented him with a white flower. Tsunade was standing at the front, already sobbing. Birth, aging, sickness and death are what everyone will eventually face and encounter. Senju Tobirama's voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone present. The life of the first generation was brilliant and legendary. He brought us peace, but peace also quietly left with his death. The actions of other countries tell us, that a brand new war is about to come. Thousand Hands door. At the end of the conversation, the sound of using chakra techniques hit everyone's heart heavily. In an instant, the originally quiet crowd suddenly became noisy. War, what a distant word, so distant that they thought they would never face it again in their lifetime. But at this moment it is right in front of us. In the past, the first generation led us, now we will lead the future. The peace that was taken away from us will need to be taken back by ourselves. Senju Tobirama said this, his voice much higher, with a hint of anger in his tone. Since Senju Tobirama's speech, Konoha has officially entered the stage of preparing for war. The originally bustling commercial street was now extremely deserted. Children running around everywhere were also locked up at home. The ninja village was established by the union of ninja clans, including large ninja clans and small ninja clans. Some of them still retain their identity as ninjas and continue the ninja clan's inheritance, and another part chose to integrate into ordinary life. Such a peaceful life without fighting and killing can always make people calm and addicted. At this time, ordinary people who moved from other towns in the Land of Fire only accounted for 30 to 40% of Konoha's population. In this era, the main population of the ninja village is still composed of ninjas and ninjas. Later, as time went by, the ninja clan was completely integrated into the ninja village, and the ninja village became more and more prosperous. Finally, ordinary people account for about 70% of the population. But this is not the case at this time. The news of the impending war has stimulated everyone. When the peaceful life is broken and the appearance of ordinary people is torn apart, they are still the ninja who survived from the Warring States period. Are the 10,000 Uegakure troops in the Third Ninja World War a lot? From the perspective of the ninja village at this time, both the quality and quantity were far behind. Just talking about Konoha, there were 2 overlords during the Warring States period, Uchiha and Senju. The number of ninjas from these 2 clans is no less than 4,000. However, the Senju merged into the civilian population, while the Uchiha gradually declined while keeping a low profile. It is a bit of an exaggeration to say that everyone in the current ninja village is a soldier. But when facing war, at least half of the population can serve as direct combat force. Of course, the population of the ninja village at that time was far from comparable to that of later generations. After personnel adjustments and transfers, without using up the foundation and without damaging the foundation of Konoha, Senju Tobirama organized a total of 13,000 ninjas. Among them, there are about 1,100 jonin, including special jonin, nearly 6,000 chunin, and 7,000 genin. The ratio of chunin to genin is close to 1:1, which is absolutely not seen in later generations. The main reason is that there was no chunin exam system during this period, so it was relatively easier to be promoted to chunin. Basically, as long as one's strength is close enough, one can be promoted to chunin. It's not like later generations where one has to take exams, participate in competitions, and have a certain amount of tasks to complete. The overall allocation is similar to what was discussed at previous meetings. The direction of Kirigakure was jointly defended by the Hyuga and Uchiha clans, and they were ordered to only defend and not attack. The Hyuga and Uchiha have a total of 2,000 people defending Kirigakure. The main reason is that as long as they open the Sharingan or the Byakugan, their minimum strength is at the level of Chunin, so the quality of the 2,000 people is very high. Another reason is that the Hidden Mist village can be said to be the village with the least population among the 5 major ninja villages, and there is a sea in the middle. It is easy to defend, but if it wants to attack, crossing that sea area is a big problem. Therefore, the actual number of people sent out by the Hidden Mist village will not be too large. The Kirigakure attacked Konoha out of profit, but the profit was not that great for the Kirigakure. After all, the Kirigakure was far away overseas, and it would not be easy to occupy a piece of territory if they really conquered it. In comparison, there is a certain hatred between Kirigakure and Iwagakure, so Kirigakure has to leave behind a large part of its forces to defend Kirigakure village. Uchiha Namahaki and Uchiha Kage led the team to defend Sand village, but the difference was that the two brothers had extremely high autonomy. In terms of personnel, Tobirama Senju assigned 50 jonin, 1,300 chunin, and nearly 1,500 genin to the two brothers. Sarutobi Suzuki led the team to deal with the Hidden Cloud village, and Senju Tobirama personally led the team to deal with the Hidden Iwagakure village. Both teams have more than 4,000 people. Among them, the Hidden Cloud village that Sarutobi Suzuki dealt with had relatively weak hard power during this period. With Sarutobi Suzuki's strength at the peak of the Cage level and a high-quality ninja force, he is the focus of Konoha's current strategy. The Hidden Cloud village was also the first target set by Tobirama Senju. After forcing the Hidden Cloud village to surrender, Sarutobi Suzuki will lead his team to support Senju Tobirama and quickly end the war with the Hidden Cloud village. The remaining Sand village in Kirigakure will not be able to hold out for long and will naturally seek peace. As for the direction of Iwagakure village, Senju Tobirama did not intend to push too hard before concentrating his strength. It's not that we can't win, but the damage will be more serious. Senju Tobirama didn't know what the future situation would be like, so he chose to preserve Konoha's foundation as much as possible. It is impossible to lose. Senju Tobirama could not even imagine the possibility of losing. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama have passed away one after another, and Uzumaki Mito is the last supermodel monster in the ninja world. Just because Uzumaki Mito was in charge of Konoha, Senju Tobirama felt very relieved. As for what to do if Uzumaki Mito can't cope with it or is no longer around, the Uchiha family is just hiding their strength and they are not exterminated. Senju Tobirama knows this family too well. As long as we do a good job of ideological education and make them love Konoha, when there is no need, just stay at home and bide your time. If Konoha is really attacked, the Uchiha will be the last line of defense. As long as more bonds are established and they are strong, there will definitely be a lot of Uchiha who will be enlightened because of Konoha. Even Tobirama Senju could not imagine how powerful this force was. Isn't Uchiha Kagami the best example? All 6 students of Senju Tobirama were brought by Senju Tobirama. Now that the war has come, it is natural for him to personally instruct these 6 students on how to deal with the war. As for Uchiha Wa and the other one, let them go to Tsunagakure and try. Tsunagakure's level is there, and there will be no problem as long as they don't make any major mistakes. The Ninja World War is coming. As Senju Tobirama spread the news, other small ninja villages also received the news. It can be said that this news caught many small ninja villages off guard. No, why did they fight? It's still the Ninja World War. How did it turn from a ninja clan war into a ninja world war? If the small ninja village is still confused now, then when the war really starts, the small ninja village will only be in pain. From the first Ninja World War to the fourth Ninja World War, although the fighting was fierce, there was actually basically no change in the territory. Moreover, there are very few battles that take place on the home soil of the 5 major countries. Wars were basically fought in small countries that served as buffer zones between the 5 major powers. In the end, no matter who wins or loses, the small countries will be the ones that suffer the most. Hashirama Senju, a respectable legend, the second Tsuchikage said with emotion. As for Hashirama Senju, you can say he is naive, you can say he is stupid, but you cannot deny his achievements. From the Warring States ninja clan to the ninja village system, Hashirama Senju did indeed extend the time of peace, although the final unification was not carried out. But how can a person who looks down from a god's perspective be qualified to mock a pioneer in practice? It's just a cognitive limitation. Teacher, when will we attack Konoha? Onoki said angrily while standing beside the second Tsuchikage. The camp was attacked and 1,000 rock ninjas were killed, but nothing was accomplished. If Onoki had not been the only disciple of the second Tsuchikage and if the Tsuchikage had not always had the final say in the Uegakure village, he would have been impeached by the Hokage's assistant long ago if he had been in Konoha. Oh, there was no such thing as Hokage's assistant during this period of time. It seems that this was a position that Sarutobi Hiruzen later prepared specifically for his old friend. From this perspective, it seems that in the end, only Konoha remains of the ninja clan. The other 4 major ninja villages have completed the integration of the ninja clans. Isn't it a joke that Konoha, which was the first to propose and establish the ninja village, failed to actually establish it in the end? If Minato Namikaze, who was not from a ninja clan, was given some time, the integration of the ninja clans in Konoha might have progressed faster. No rush. Although our environment is far inferior to that of the Fire Nation, it is still better than other big countries. We are not the most anxious ones at this time, said the second Tsuchikage, shaking his head. The death of Hashirama Senju doesn't mean that Konoha will be disbanded. Although Hashirama Senju alone represents half of Konoha's strength, even this remaining half is not something we can deal with easily, said the second Tsuchikage with a sigh. How unique is Konoha? Even if he were to join forces with the other 3 ninja villages to launch an attack, the second Tsuchikage would not have the confidence of absolute victory. Not to mention that the 4 major ninja villages are simply unable to work together. Konoha's hard power may not be much lower than that of the 4 major ninja villages combined. As we all know, there are 2 types of tailed beasts, one is the 9-tailed beast, and the other is the other-tailed beasts. Konoha currently has the first perfect Jinchura ki in the ninja world, Uzumaki Nido. After all, Onoki did not experience the Warring States period, although the second-generation Tsuchikage only saw a small part of it. But the second Tsuchikage had some understanding of Uzumaki Nido, a cage-level figure who was extremely proficient in sealing techniques. If the power of the perfect 9 tails Jinchura ki is added, the second Tsuchikage would not dare to underestimate this woman at all. There is also Tobirama Senju, who should be on the same level as the second Tsuchikage. Currently, the only ones in the ninja world who are at this level are him, Tobirama Senju, and that annoying guy from Kirigakure. As for the next generation, the second generation Tsuchikage glanced at Onoki and felt a little relieved. Onoki inherited all his skills. The only pity was that Onoki himself had no talent for perception, but dust release and superlight and heavy rock technique are enough to support Onoki to stand at their level. What's more, Onoki has more chakra than him. Thinking of this, the second Tsuchikage nodded and said, "But we can't just sit there and watch. As long as any ninja village declares war, we will declare war immediately." After the second Tsuchikage finished speaking, he saw Onoki nodded vigorously. The wars between ninja villages during this period were still very similar to those in the Warring States period. Before fighting, both sides had to issue a declaration of war, then agree on a time and place to fight. Of course, this was just the beginning of World War I when everyone still retained the customs of the Warring States period. As command gradually passed to a younger generation, the form of warfare became less constrained. Declare war? Why declare war when you haven't won yet? At the same time, in the Sand Village, the other country mentioned by the second Tsuchikage, the Wind Country, the second Kazekage was troubled by the elders' demands for a declaration of war. The second-generation Kazekage shaman had participated in the first-generation Shadowless Conference. Although he himself had not reached that level and therefore had no intuitive understanding, Shaman only knew that the guys at that level were very strong, extremely strong. As for Shaman himself, when he first took office as the second Kazekage, he was just an ordinary kage. During his reign, he studied Shikaku and developed the magnetic jutsu, which allowed him to control sand, and is considered a new bloodline limit. He also developed puppetry that uses chakra strings to control puppets. Relying on the 2 abilities he developed, Shaman was able to gain a foothold among the kage level, but even so, he is still the weakest among the 5 kage. At this time, the situation of Sand Village was even worse than that of the Sand Village in later generations. There is only one shaman at the kage level, and a one-tailed Jinchuriki who is not very stable. If we count further, the entire ninja village can only muster 5 or 6,000 ninjas. Whether the number of jonins can reach 3 digits is still a question. The puppetry developed by Shaman is easy to learn but difficult to master. It is no problem to use it to improve combat effectiveness and supplement middle-level forces, but it is extremely difficult to train jonins by relying on puppetry. Why do you think the Sand Village, with its strength, is one of the top 5 ninja villages? It can only be said that it is all thanks to the support of peers. A small ninja village is already very powerful if the so-called kage can have an elite jonin level. Under this circumstance, there would be no problem in terms of strength for the Rain Village during World War II to become the 6th largest ninja village. It's a pity that the cake is only so big that if you don't make the cake bigger, even if you have the ability to come in, you will only be unanimously excluded. The monk of the Sand Village was still hesitating, but the second Raikage of the Cloud Village couldn't care less. Declare war immediately. the second Raikage roared. Although his strength is not as good as the third and fourth Raikage who came later, the second Raikage is still at a good level among the Cage level thanks to his lightning release ninjutsu. I participated in the first 5 Cage meeting, but the second Raikage didn't have any outstanding feeling. Intellectual ability. It seems that except for Iwagakure and Kanahagakage, whose strength has been declining, the strength of the other 3 ninja villages is generally increasing. Lord Raikage. The Raikage secretary at the side tried to shout loudly to call the second Raikage's sanity back, but unfortunately, the effect is not obvious. Finally, under the persistence of the second Raikage, the Hidden Cloud Village officially declared war on Konoha. Led by the second Raikage, 4,000 Cloud Ninjas set out for the Land of Rice. After the news of Kumigakure's declaration of war spread, Sand Village also declared war, followed by Iwagakure. Kirigakure, which was far away overseas, was the last to receive the news. These guys are really impatient, the second Mizukage thought, pulling his mustache. Lord Mizukage, what about us? Asked the Kirigakure Jonin who came to deliver the information. The first moment after receiving the call from the 3 ninja villages of Kumigakure, Sandagakure and Iwagakure, Senju Tobirama summoned Sarutobi Suzuki, Uchiha Nama, Uchiha Kage, and Hayaga Taniki for a final meeting at the Hokage building. Tianyi, although the Hidden Mist Village has not yet taken any action, you must be on high alert. The Iron Country has always been neutral. If the Hidden Mist Village wants to declare war, it will definitely choose the Bear Country as the location. You can go to the border to garrison first. Remember not to take the initiative. Kirigakure is good at water. Even if you have the advantage on land, once you enter the water, it's still hard to say who will win. Besides, the Hidden Mist Village is located in a remote area. Neither the material reserves nor the personnel transportation can support their large-scale operations. Just hold them back until we decide the winner. Kirigakure doesn't need to worry too much. Senju Tobirama was the first to give instructions to Hinata Taniki. Hayaga Taniki is the representative of the Hayaga clan and is basically fully responsible for the war against the Water Country. I have already discussed this with the Uchiha side in private. As long as they do not violate military regulations or attack without authorization, there will be no conflicts. Senju Tobirama thought for a moment and added. In fact, Tobirama Senju also hesitated about putting the Hayaga and Uchiha clans on the side of Kirigakure. These 2 pupil art families have always looked down on each other. However, although Senju Tobirama allowed the Uchiha to join the war, he did not want too many Uchiha to participate in a high-intensity war. Therefore, placing Uchiha in the direction of Sand Village or Kirigakure is the best choice. From the perspective of Sand Village, it seems that being led by Uchiha Namahaka seems to be the most correct choice, but in fact, Uchiha Namahaki and Uchiha Kage have always been somewhat distant. The same is true for his student Uchiha Kagami. Uchiha maintained respect for the 3 people, but was far from close. Of course, Senju Tobirama was also very happy to see this. If Uchiha was placed under Uchiha Namahide, on the one hand, Senju Tobirama was afraid that Uchiha Namahide and Uchiha Namahide would have conflicts, and on the other hand, he was also afraid that Uchiha Namahide would get close to Uchiha Namahide. Uchiha is the origin of Uchiha Nama and Uchiha Kage, and this is inseparable. However, we must never allow Uchiha Nama and Uchiha Kage to become a family faction that is solely dedicated to the family. If we do this, all the efforts put in by Senju Tobirama will be wasted. So in the end, Senju Tobirama put Uchiha and Hinata together, because Hinata still had some brains after all. And in a sense, the seemingly powerful clans are actually very weak. The Uchiha people are not numerous, and even if they stick together, they cannot affect the overall situation as long as they do not rebel. At the same time, the existence of Uchiha will not be ignored. In this way, as long as Hinata Taniki is a little smarter, he should be able to take control of the situation. Shadow, form. Senju Tobirama looked at the young form in shadow. What I am most hesitant and worried about are actually you 2, Senju Tobirama said as he looked at the 2 of them and sighed. Uchiha Nama and Uchiha Kage are only 12 years old now, how could he not know that? But they are Uchiha people after all, and they will never grow without experiencing war. Logically speaking, it's wrong to let you participate in a war at your age, and it's even more wrong to let you take on the responsibility of defending a place. Konoha has not yet declined, and it is not yet time for you to shoulder this responsibility. But I believe in you, and I believe in my vision. Senju Tobirama stared at the 2 of them, especially at Uchiha Nama's eyes and said. Uchiha Nawa was stared at by Senju Tobirama that he was stunned at first, and then he understood something. What netizens joked about in the previous life was actually true. The person who knows Uchiha best in the world is precisely Senju Tobirama himself, who hates Uchiha the most. Maybe it's because I know it well enough that I hate it so much. Uchiha Naga thought from his own perspective that he would absolutely be willing to guard the Sand Village front. After all, if we are going to participate in a war, why not participate in a war where we have the greatest autonomy? Originally, Uchiha Nama thought that Senju Tobirama hoped that he and Uchiha Kage could gain military merit or that Konoha was really short of manpower. But now, looking into Senju Tobirama's eyes, Uchiha Naga finally understood. It's not because of manpower, nor because of military achievements, and certainly not because of proving anything, just because they are Uchiha. Uchiha were born for war, and only war can make Uchiha grow. It was precisely because of this understanding that Senju Tobirama tried his best to prevent the Uchiha clan from participating in the war. It was precisely because of this understanding that Senju Tobirama actively took Uchiha Kagami, Uchiha Nama and Uchiha Kage to participate in the war. Senju Tobirama believed in himself. He believed that under his teaching and guidance, the hearts of these three Uchiha were full of Uchiha. How could Tobirama Senju, who has always been in an advantageous position since the Warring States period, allow Konoha to be in a weak position? Even the Uchiha clan could have been destroyed if Hashirama Senju had not been soft-hearted. Now that the Senju have disbanded, Senju Tobirama has invested everything he has into this village. But Tobirama Senju also has self-knowledge. It is true that Uzumaki Mito has power that exceeds the current ninja world, but this power must not be used unless it is absolutely necessary. It is true that the purpose of the Jinchuriki key is to seal the tailed beasts and use their power, but every use has a price. Senju Tobirama himself is just a super shadow level with a specialization in one subject. With his water escape technique, he can be invincible among those below the super shadow level, and his flying thunder god technique can also make people helpless. But the amount of chakra is limited, and the means of explosive attack are also limited. Among the new generation, Tobirama Senju also truly understood it. After growth and experience, Akimichi Tofu will definitely be able to reach the level of Kage, but at most he will be an ordinary Kage. Sarutobi Hiruzen seems to have great potential, but the peak of Kage level is his limit. The five-element bloodline of the Sarutobi clan brought him growth. Although he has the foundation to become a Kage, the limited chakra of the Sarutobi clan has also become a shackle that restricts Sarutobi Hiruzen. In this regard, Sarutobi Suzuki is also facing the same situation. It's just that Sarutobi Hiruzen has learned a combination of ninjutsu, and his combat power and skills make him stronger than Sarutobi Suzuki, but not by much. The peak level of Kage is more than enough to be the Kage of a village, but it is far from the level of Konoha's foundation in the eyes of Tobirama Senju. Uchiha Kagami is from the same clan as Uchiha Namahaki and Uchiha Kage. He has great talent and potential. With 3 Megatama, he should be able to reach the Kage level. But the principle is still the same. Even if Uchiha Kagami opened the Mangekyo, unless the Mangekyo power is very powerful, it will be difficult for Uchiha Kagami to reach the super shadow level. Tobirama Senju has done research on the Sharingan. In the absence of any foundation, the 1 Magatama Sharingan is equivalent to the Genin, the 2 Magatama Sharingan is equivalent to the Chinin, the 3 Magatama Sharingan is equivalent to the Jonin, and the Mangekyo Sharingan is equivalent to the Kage level to the Super Kage level. Among them, the Mangekyo was the one that surprised Senju Tobirama the most. Theoretically speaking, any kind of ability is possible to exist in the kaleidoscope. The potential of Uchiha Nakatashi and Uchiha Kage far exceeded the expectations of Senju Tobirama. Originally, in Senju Tobirama's idea, as long as the basic strength of the two brothers could be at the level of an elite Jonin, they could completely reach the super shadow level with the help of 3 Mangekyakyos. And now, Senju Tobirama even wonders whether the two brothers can reach Uchiha Madara's level. Don't worry, Hokage. The Sand Village is left to us too. After Uchiha Namahashi and Uchiha Kage looked at each other, Uchiha Namahashi spoke. Senju Tobirama nodded. As for how to address Uchiha Nama, of course he had to address him by his position during working hours. Suzuki Senju Tobirama finally looked at Sarutobi Suzuki and said, "Since the Warring States period until now, there is no need for me to say anything more. The Hidden Cloud Village is now in your hands." After Senju Tobirama finished speaking, Sarutobi Suzuki nodded heavily. This kind of war was the first time for Sarutobi Suzuki to fight, so he was definitely a little nervous. But even if he didn't believe in himself, he should believe in Konoha, so apart from that little bit of uneasiness, Sarutobi Suzuki still felt excited. It wasn't for their excitement about war. The Sarutobi clan was not a warlike family. It is the excitement about this war that seems dangerous but is actually sure to win. There had never been a war like this in the Warring States period. Every time, the soldiers were extremely nervous and each step was difficult. Do you understand the excitement brought by "I have never fought such a rich battle in my life"? Then I'll leave it to you all, said Senju Tobirama after he let out a long sigh. The 4 people present nodded when they heard this. When leaving the Hokage building, the 13,000 ninja troops would naturally not gather in one place, but would wait outside the 4 gates for orders to set off according to the directions they were going. When Uchiha Namahaki and Uchiha Kage walked out of the south gate, nearly 3,000 ninjas were already neatly lined up in the open space. Among the 50 Jonin, nearly 40 of them were promoted after the end of the Warring States period. They stood at the front of the queue, either nervous, excited, or expectant, watching Uchiha Nagata and Uchiha Kage walk out of the gate. Looking at these nearly 3,000 subordinates of his, Uchiha Bo had a different feeling in his heart. That is a feeling that only those who have truly led troops in Uchiha Naga's previous life can experience. No wonder they want to divide the military power. Uchiha Nama sighed in his heart and shouted, "Let's go!" After he finished speaking, he took the Uchiha cage and headed towards the river country. Following closely behind were 50 jonin, with chinins and genins following at the end. At this time, they were still in the territory of the Land of Fire, so Uchiha Nawa could lead the team and run wildly without caring about the formation or conducting any reconnaissance. The purpose is very simple. Most of these nearly 3,000 ninjas have never been on the battlefield. In order to avoid losing control of his emotions, Uchiha Bo chose this method to lead everyone to vent their excitement or panic. Jumping in the jungle, Uchiha Bo and Uchiha Kage were not very fast. After all, there are still genin in the team. At this time, Uchiha Nama's thoughts were more focused on the existing Sand Village information and the memories of his previous life. The one in power now is the second-generation Kaze Cage Shaman. When this guy was in office, he invented the magnetic sand control technique, which became the signature move of the next 3 Kaze cages. There is also puppetry, but I don't know how Shaman uses poison. Has the combination of poison and puppetry been developed? If it is just pure puppetry, it is not particularly difficult to deal with. Apart from Scorpion Sword, who took a different approach and reached cage level through puppetry, only Cho is between elite Jonin and cage level. When she was young, she should have been cage level. After all, in the original work, it was the old Cho who declined in strength. Puppetry is more about supplementing the middle-level strength, and Shaman's combat power should rely more on magnetic control of sand. I wonder what type of sand he has. Uchiha, who was thinking, was suddenly stunned when he thought of Onoki. Wrong. Onoki is still a young man at this time, and he has forgotten about the old man Cho. I remember that when Cho died in Konoha 63, she was 73 years old. It is now the 12th year of Konoha, which means Cho is 22 years old now. Frowning, Uchiha Nama slowed down slightly, landed beside Nara Shikai, who was following the team, and asked, "Are there any medical ninjas in the army?" Nara Shikai was stunned when he heard this but still replied, "There are dozens of chinins who are medical ninjas. Normally, as an independent unit, there must be a Nara clan member as the military advisor. However, as a student and teammate of Uchiha Nama, Nara Shikai is a little weaker in strength. After all, his status is there, so Uchiha Nama's Nara military advisor is Nara Shikai." "I understand," Uchiha said, then he accelerated and went back to the front. Uchiha Kage, who had been running back and forth with Uchiha Nama, saw that Uchiha Nama looked unhappy and couldn't help asking, "What's wrong, brother?" Uchiha shook his head and said, "It's okay, I just want to know the preparations for dealing with Sand Village." Uchiha was not in a position to directly tell the information he had deduced based on his memories of his past life. Besides, it would be too late to go back and ask for medical ninja at this time. And it seems that ordinary medical ninjas are unable to deal with Cho's poison. Cho, who performed outstandingly in the Second World War, was completely defeated by Tsunade in the Third World War. However, no one except Tsunade could crack Cho's poison. "It's poisonous." Uchiha Bo sighed and felt a little headache. On the battlefield, except for the use of large-scale ninjutsu by Super Shadow level, nothing is more lethal than poison. And if nothing unexpected happens, Cho during this period is at least an elite Jonin. I just don't know what kind of puppets are used. The puppeteer's combat effectiveness will be greatly affected by the puppets in addition to his own combat effectiveness. After sorting out his thoughts, Uchiha Wa decided to wait until the camp was established. In this case, we can't just choose the main camp randomly, Uchiha Bo decided in his mind. Not to mention Uchiha Nama and Uchiha Kage, who were on their way. Since they were the ones declaring war, Tsunagakur had already established a large camp in river country near Tsunagakur. At this time in the central camp, Cho, who was feared by Uchiha Nama, was discussing matters with the second Kaze Cage Shaman. Cho, the leaders of the opposing team are Uchiha Nama and Uchiha Kage. Although they are not very old, they are already cage level, and most importantly, they are members of the Uchiha clan. Shaman introduced the woman in front of him. Puppetry will be restrained by some perceptive ninjas who can see through chakra. Both the Sharingan and the Byakugan can directly see our chakra lines. Shaman solemnly told Cho about a very fatal flaw in puppetry. Unless the chakra is concentrated to a certain level, it is difficult to observe with the naked eye. Perception ninjas can sense chakra, but they can only sense it roughly, unlike the Sharingan or Byakugan, which can directly see the chakra lines. Konoha, a place blessed by nature, Shaman sighed. He envied Konoha's resources and its geniuses. The one with the best talent in the barren sand village is Cho in front of him. Konoha's main camp was established on the border of river country near the fire country. The camp of 3,000 people was not as small as Uchiha Bo had imagined. When they attacked the Uegakur camp, they only broke in from one corner and did not see the whole picture. Now as the team leader, looking at the camp map, Uchiha Nama realized that managing 3,000 people was not as easy as they had imagined. Fortunately, Uchiha Nama has the help of Nara Shikai, who is from the Nara clan. The central tent is usually used as the command center of the camp. From the Warring States period to the present, except for some large camps and special terrains, most camps are built in this way. At this time in the central tent, there were Uchiha Nama, Uchiha Kage, Nara Shikage, a middle-aged jonin who survived the Warring States period, and a jonin from the Aberame clan. These are all the high-level officials of Konoha who are against Sand Village. There is no need to say much about Uchiha Nagata and Uchiha Kage, they are the highest commanders of the Sand Village. Nara Shikai sat here as a military advisor. The middle-aged jonin can be considered an experienced guide. After all, those who can survive the Warring States period must be familiar with the battlefield. The main responsibility of the Aberame clan's jonin is intelligence and reconnaissance. After all, wars are often fought with intelligence. The Sand Village has taken sufficient precautions. The insects cannot get close to the Sand Village camp, but the location of the camp has been determined, said a senior ninja from the Aberame clan. The voice was very flat, as if an emotionless robot was speaking. Uchiha Nama nodded when he heard this. Unlike Onoki's small-scale probing back then, this was a real war. Have you spotted any of the Sand Village's reconnaissance ninjas? Asked the middle-aged jonin. We've found it, but it's still some distance away from us, so it's not easy to capture it, the Aberame jonin replied. Nara Shikai held his head with both hands and said, Sagakure should still be conducting routine reconnaissance. They are not sure whether we have entered the land of rivers. According to the village's intelligence, the second Kaze Kage of the Sand Village has developed a special secret technique called magnetic sand manipulation technique. This secret technique will greatly enhance the perception ability of the master, so the reconnaissance ninja must be careful when conducting reconnaissance. After that, Nara Shikai looked at Uchiha Nama and asked, an elder of Yamanaka Kore also came with the team. He is very good at Yamanaka secret techniques. If there is a reconnaissance ninja, we should be able to obtain more intelligence. Oh? Uchiha Bo exclaimed in surprise that this was something he had not expected. Then Uchiha looked at the middle-aged jonin and said, send a jonin team to capture 2 or 3 Sand Village scout ninjas. The middle-aged jonin nodded and said yes. When we were on the road earlier, I asked Luyi, and he told me that there are only a small number of medical ninjas in the army. Uchiha Naga ended the previous topic and brought up the matter of medical ninjas. Nara Shika added, to be precise, there are only a few dozen professional medical ninjas, and some of the others have certain medical knowledge or medical ninjutsu. The middle-aged jonin explained, normally, in wartime, every 1,000 troops will be equipped with a medical team of about 20 people. Our troops have less than 3,000 people, so it should be enough to equip them with dozens of medical ninjas. Shaking his head, Uchiha asked, it is true in common sense, but what if the enemy is good at poison? After Uchiha finished speaking, the remaining 3 people looked at each other. Poison? The relevant intelligence did not mention that the Sand Village is good at poison, and the medical team has a certain suppression ability when facing most toxins. The Aberame jonin explained that there were no other ninja clans that were good at reconnaissance in Uchiha's army. Instead, it is mainly composed of the Aberame clan plus some other ordinary reconnaissance ninjas. In fact, from a political point of view, Uchiha Naga's team is very strange. Logically speaking, the reason why Uchiha Nama and Uchiha Kage were singled out to take charge of the situation alone must be that Senju Tobirama was optimistic about Uchiha Nama or Uchiha Kage. In this case, the Pro-Hokage family should be led by these 2. However, among the Pro-Hokage ninja clans, the most core are the Ino, Shikaku, and Jo clans. Although the fact that Uchiha Nagata and Uchiha Kage's students are from the Ino, Deer, and Jo clans has already expressed a lot of information. But apart from these 3 guys, there are no other people from the 3 tribes in the army. Among the major clans of Konoha, no one from the Uchiha clan, as the Uchiha clan's own clan, was in the army, and no one from the Hyuga clan was in the army either. In other words, Uchiha Nama's team is actually composed of many small ninja clans and the Aberame clan. Of course, Uchiha Naga guessed that there must be the hidden Senju clan among them. The Senju clan was integrated into Konoha, not disappeared. On the contrary, given the population of the Senju clan, this kind of thing cannot be avoided by the Senju clan. In addition to sand manipulation, Shaman also developed another secret technique, puppetry. Uchiha Nama looked up at the 3 people and told them the known information about Konoha and the information combined with Uchiha Nama's memories from his previous life. Puppetry is a secret technique with a high lower limit and a low upper limit. Even if you use it to the limit, it is difficult to reach the shadow level, because this secret technique is very limited by the puppet itself. If we can't solve the problem of puppets not being able to reach the level of Kage, then it will be difficult to reach the level of Kage with puppetry alone. But I also said that this technique has a very high threshold. With this technique, as long as you practice diligently, you can easily reach the threshold of Genin. If you can become proficient, you can easily reach Chinin. Of course, this is not the most important thing. Genin or Chinin, they are not difficult to deal with. The most important question is, for a puppetry technique based on mechanical engineering, how can we better improve the combat effectiveness of the puppet itself? After Uchiha Wa finished speaking, the 3 people present fell into deep thought. The 3 of them did not know this information, but Uchiha as a disciple of the first Hokage, it was normal for Sing to know some information that they didn't know. However, the information revealed by this intelligence did allow the three of them to associate it with the thing that Uchiha Naga had mentioned earlier: poison. Nara Shikei said with certainty that he believed that his teacher was not the kind of person who spoke without purpose. It's very likely that it's poison. Only by making the worst-case scenario plan on the battlefield can we face various situations more easily. If we treat it as a part of or even a large part of the Sand Village ninjas using puppetry and poison. The middle-aged Jonin seemed to be talking to himself but also seemed to be talking to Uchiha Naga and the other three. This is what I'm worried about. Dozens of medical ninjas are not enough to deal with poison techniques of this scale, Uchiha Nama said with a frown. Shortly after the meeting between Uchiha Nama and others, a team of 5 people left the camp. In the end, the 5 people did not think of a way to deal with the advanced toxin, so they could only launch a capture operation and get more information before making any decision. After all, Konoha is the defending side, and the difficulty of poisoning on the battlefield and poisoning in the camp is completely different. In fact, Uchiha Namahaka's main task is to keep the main camp intact and hold back the Sand Village. It's just that both Uchiha Wada and others want to go further on this basis. In any case, Uchiha Nagata and Uchiha Kage can both be used as 2 cage-level people, although these 2 cage-level people are inseparable. Judging from the current information available in Konoha, there is only 1 cage-level figure in Tsunagakure. It's not even the pinnacle of film level. Sure enough, the title of the weakest ninja village in Sand Village is well deserved. This 5-member team was selected by the middle-aged Jonin based on his understanding of some ninjas in the army. Among them is a leader with elite Jonin strength and a civilian Jonin. No one would believe it. It was obviously a member of the Senju clan who was disbanded and completely integrated into Konoha. It seems that with the blessing of the Senju clan's bloodline, the Senju clan members can often reach the level of special Jonin more easily. However, not many can reach the level of elite Jonin. In the Uchiha clan, special Jonin is a rare situation, and there are even more elite Jonin than Jonin. There are also 3 Jonin and 1 special Jonin. The special Jonin are members of the Aberame clan, and their main job is reconnaissance. The 3 Jonin came from 2 ninja clans that Uchiha had never heard of. Although Konoha's integration of the ninja clan was a failure compared to the other 4 major ninja villages, but it was not without achievements. Except for a few large clans, the integration of the rest of the small ninja clans was actually very smooth. Later on, basically all of these ninjas had become civilians. Although they still had the ninja heritage, they rarely considered themselves as ninjas anymore. If such a 5-man team were on a formal battlefield, they could only be used as spearheads at best, and the role they could play would be very limited. But in the pre-war stage, as long as they don't attack the camp, this kind of team can come and go freely. The elite Jonin among them is named Ritsu and has no surname, which is also a way to distinguish civilian ninjas. The special Jonin of the Aberame clan was named Aberame Matashi. What's interesting is that the two seem to just know each other. Although the 5-member team moved forward at basically the same speed, there was no communication between them. But it was obvious that the 2 Jonin from the same small ninja clan were closer, while Aberame Matsuji was closer to Ritsu. "We found the target," Aberame Matsuoka suddenly said. Li Xiao immediately raised his hand and said, "Stop." After that, the 5 of them stopped almost at the same time and formed a circle around the 4 trees. Aberame Mataji said, "About 300 to 400 meters away, there should be a Chinin or a special Jonin approaching us." One of the Jonin asked in confusion, "Did they find us?" Li Xiao shook his head and said, "Probably not. If they discovered us, they wouldn't come alone. Besides, the Sand Village reconnaissance ninjas basically don't have any long-range reconnaissance capabilities." In his early years, he had some contact with the ninja clan in Sand Village. How should I put it? Poor, weak, backward, and looking at the world from the bottom of a well. These words are quite suitable for the Sand Village ninja clan that Li Xiao first came into contact with. "Since he happens to be coming our way, let's kill him," Li Xiao decided, and without giving any further instructions, the 5 people hid themselves tacitly. In a team composed entirely of high-level ninjas, even if they are not familiar with each other, they can achieve a tacit understanding by relying on their experience and their own strength. They maintain a safe distance from each other while being able to provide support at any time, and there are no blind spots in their vision when they cross each other. Soon, a person who was dressed completely different from the Konoha ninja came into the sight of one of the Jonins. "The land of rivers is so big, what's the point of a comprehensive search? How can we possibly find anything? It will torment us." The man was muttering to himself, not observing anything, just jumping quickly. Obviously he just wanted to complete this meaningless task given by his superiors as quickly as possible. "Disease!" A sudden roar interrupted the Sand Ninja's mumbling. Before he could react, 3 more people suddenly appeared in his field of vision and his eyes widened. It was a pity that all his thoughts only stayed at this moment, and he fainted almost the next moment. "That's all, you're still a Chinin," a Jonin couldn't help but complain. The uniforms of the middle and upper ninjas in each ninja village are basically the same, so they can still distinguish them. But why is a Chinin so weak? It would be fine if he didn't take the task seriously. He had no vigilance, poor reaction ability, and basically no resistance. There are still differences between ninjas of the same level in different villages. It has something to do with the system, inheritance, environmental factors, etc. Anyway, since the Warring States period, the quality of ninjas in the Wind Country has generally been low. But don't take it lightly. The styles of ninjutsu vary greatly between different ninja villages, and it's easy to fail due to a lack of understanding. Li Xiao briefly explained it to a few people, but these people basically had no experience in dealing with external parties. During the Warring States period, the country was in chaos and everyone only knew their own little piece of land. Only people of the Uchiha or Senju level would know something about this to the outside world. But the mission requires 2 to 3 people, and this is just one person. Abarame Matsutsuka frowned. Knock him out and take him with you to find another one, Li Xiao said indifferently. Although he warned others like that, he really didn't take it seriously towards Tsunagakure. There is only one second-generation Kaze Cage in Sand Village who is at the cage level. He doesn't think anyone in Sand Village can stop him below the cage level. If nothing unexpected happens, the strength of this person can be said to be the strongest in Uchiha Nama's army except for Uchiha Nama and the other 2. The other 4 naturally had no objection to the decision of the team leader Li Xiao. And after experiencing this Chunin, the few of them also understood the situation of Sand Village. No wonder the Hokage trusted the Uchiha brothers, 2 young men, to deal with the Sand Village. I thought it would be difficult to capture a scout ninja from another large village. The Jonin team completed the mission better than Uchiha Nagata had imagined. 3 reconnaissance ninjas, one of whom is a special Jonin. The status of special Jonin in the Sand Village is basically the same as that of ordinary Jonin in Konoha. These people are aware of some confidential information. After being ravaged by the Yamanaka clan's secret techniques, Uchiha Nawa always felt a chill whenever he saw these 3 people again. It is a mental torture that is incomparable to any torture. Of course, this kind of torture is only incidental. After being tortured by this technique, you don't need to say anything. The caster already knows everything you want to know. Ahem, this is not my forte, so my attainments are relatively poor. Those tribesmen who are proficient in the secret techniques in this area would not do it like this, the special Jonin of the Yamanaka clan said awkwardly after coughing twice. Uchiha shook his head indifferently and said, as long as the result is good, it's fine. After saying that, Uchiha Bo looked at the information he had compiled in his hand. Just as Uchiha Namahaka thought, Cho participated in this war, but unlike what Uchiha Namahaka guessed, Cho's strength was only that of an elite Jonin. Is it the limitation of puppetry? Or is it that the lack of awareness has caused his cage-level strength to remain undiscovered? Uchiha frowned and wondered in his heart. But no matter what, this is a good thing. Then Uchiha gave up his speculation on this matter and said, notify the squadron leader and above to attend the meeting. After saying this, Uchiha Naga walked out of the tent which was temporarily used for interrogation. In the ninja world, there are no clear institutional restrictions on ninja troops. Basically, each leader will organize the troops according to his personal ideas. Since the ninja force of Uchiha Namahashi and Uchiha Cage was not an integer, Uchiha Namahashi combined 26 genin and 20 chinin into a squadron, and every 10 squadrons into a battalion. Each team consists of 7 people, some have 3 chinins and 4 genins, and some have 3 genins and 4 chinins. This meeting was different from the previous small intelligence exchange meeting where Uchiha Namahaka brought Uchiha Cage and only invited 3 people. Basically all 50 Jonins are present, including 2 very outstanding Chuyunins who have not yet been promoted to Jonin. These 2 Chuyunins are also squadron captains. The 5 battalions were handed over to Li Xiao by Uchiha Namahaka respectively. The previous middle-aged Jonin's real name was Edo Rakusai, Abarame Yuze. Another one was the Jonin brought by Senju Tobirama for Uchiha Namahaki, Uzumaki Suire. The last battalion was led by Uchiha Namahaki and Uchiha Cage. Among the first 4 Jonin, only Ritsu and Uzumaki Suire are elite Jonin. However, Uzumaki Suire himself can become an elite Jonin because of his sealing technique that even cage-level masters are helpless against, and his attack ability is relatively poor. Both Edo Gakusai and Abarameyu are among the best Jonin, but they cannot be called elite Jonin. There is no need to say much about the squadron, which is basically led by the remaining Jonin and special Jonin, with only 2 Chuyunins being exceptions. If there is such a thing as elite Chinin, these 2 are undoubtedly them. As for why they are so powerful as Chinins, you can tell from their names that these 2 people do not have surnames. Well, it's another member of the Senju clan who was integrated into the civilian population by Tobirama Senju. The meeting began, and the special Jonin of the Yamanaka clan stood up and introduced the information previously reported to Uchiha Namahaki. According to the latest intelligence obtained, the Sand Village has sent out a total of 3,000 Sand ninjas, including 70 Jonins, 1,000 Chinins, and the rest are Genins. It should be noted that the second Kaze Cage shaman has already participated in this battle and is already stationed in the Sand Village camp. In addition, among these 3,000 Sand ninjas, about 1,800 of them are using the secret puppetry technique developed by the second Kaze Cage after he took office. The most troublesome thing about this type of sand ninja is that the puppets they use are often poisoned. Moreover, some of the puppets are designed to be able to be disassembled for attack. This means that simply breaking up the puppets will not ensure that the puppeteer loses his combat effectiveness. The puppeteer uses chakra lines to control the puppet to fight, and I am not too far away from the puppet. Moreover, the combat power of most puppeteers is very weak. Besides that, here is the location of the Sand Village camp. As he spoke, the Yamanaka special Jonin drew a circle on the map to indicate that the Sand Village camp was located there. After he returned to his seat, Uchiha Nama said, "We are here to delay the Sand Village. Whether to attack or defend is up to us. What do you think of us? How should we attack and how should we defend?" Although the leader of the ninja world has absolute and arbitrary power, Uchiha Nama still wants to hear the opinions of the middle-level leaders. On the one hand, it is to better mobilize the enthusiasm of these ninjas. After all, Uchiha Wa is not strong enough to form an army by himself. Whether he wants to defeat Sand Village or defend the camp, he still cannot do without these 3,000 ninja troops. On the other hand, Uchiha Naga himself was actually hesitating whether to attack or defend. Uchiha Namahide is not afraid of anyone in the Sand Village, but the only thing that Uchiha Namahide fears is Cho's poison. The poisons of the Sand Village are all poisons that are tempered on weapons rather than poison mist with a wider killing range. The advantage of this type of poison is that it is more powerful and more difficult to cure. If the Sand Village uses poison to kill most of the ninjas, not to mention whether Uchiha can continue to win, the pressure on Konoha alone will be difficult to deal with. "I think the attacker," Li Xiao said first, "the threat of poison is deadly, but there are emergency solutions." After hearing what Li Xiao said, Uchiha asked, "Does Li Xiao have this kind of experience?" Li Xiao shook his head and said, "Experience doesn't play a big role at this time, but since the weapon is poisoned, we must pursue a big power rather than great contagion." Years ago, the first generation's father had developed a special medical serum. This serum cannot heal injuries or cure diseases, but it can limit the toxin or disease to a part of the body, thus buying more time for healing. Even when there is nothing you can do, you can still survive by cutting off your arm. Uchiha's eyes lit up. What a good stuff. Do you still remember how to make it? Edo Music on the side also asked happily. If that's the case, then please raise your hands if you're willing to take the initiative to fight. After Uchiha Bo finished speaking, almost all the squadron leaders raised their hands. Who wouldn't want military merit? At this time, war is not just about protecting the homeland, but also about exchanging military exploits for things that one does not have, which can not only replenish the family foundation but also improve one's own strength. And not everyone is free from greed for power. Unlike the scarcity of jonin in later generations, there were not many jonin at that time, but their competitive advantage was much smaller. There are only so many positions. Even if all the middle-level positions use jonin, there still won't be enough. And even if there is a position, wouldn't you want to go for a position with more benefits and easier work? What's more important is that war is something that will change people's mentality over time. Now some people will still hesitate whether to fight or defend, but when the fight gets intense later, almost everyone will say to fight without hesitation. It is not until the war is over that people realize how much they have lost. Then face the broken life calmly and get tired of the war. This is quite similar to Pain's idea in later generations, letting everyone feel the same pain, and then achieving peace because of the pain. Of course, this is obviously unreliable. Since we are going to fight, we should think about how to fight. Uchiha Wa fell silent. How to play? If Uchiha Nagata were to say it, then he would use fire jutsu. After all, lightning is restrained by wind. Although the fire wasn't that good. It is true that in Uchiha Naga's previous life there were many military books, records of classic battles, and so on. But please, apart from those who are just interested in these things, who has the time to study them? Anyway, Uchiha Bo is not interested in these things and has never even seen them. Maybe you learned some of it during compulsory education in junior high and high school, but you have basically forgotten it all. Even if he hadn't forgotten it, Uchiha Bo was not a war genius, and he might not be able to use it even if he had seen it. Legion Ninjutsu, are you still learning it now? Edo Lesai mentioned a term that most people present had never heard of hesitantly. He let out a long sigh and explained, this is a group ninjutsu that appeared in the Warring States period. However, it was rare before the first generation became the clan leader. Before this type of ninjutsu is activated, at least 1,000 ninjas of the same attribute are required to release the same or similar ninjutsu at the same time to form a whole ninjutsu. The power of this ninjutsu was such that no individual or team could resist it during its existence. But later, the individual strength of ninjas became more decisive, and the disadvantages of excessive consumption and cumbersome use were almost abandoned. Ninjas born in the past 30 years probably don't have much knowledge of this type of ninjutsu. Everyone present nodded in understanding and then reacted. The many difficulties in using this form of ninjutsu during the ninja era seem to have become much simpler now, and a sufficient number of people can be used more flexibly. Uchiha Nama speculated that this so-called Legion Ninjutsu should be the predecessor of combined ninjutsu. However, the application scenarios and usage conditions of the two are completely different, and there is no comparison. Uchiha Naga is very familiar with the combination ninjutsu, turning two ninjutsu that originally cooperated with each other into one ninjutsu that can be integrated. Isn't this Legion ninjutsu? This ninjutsu is indeed very suitable for us, or rather for us as a group of the ninja village. But the prefix of this ninjutsu is Legion. It's called this because ninjas need to be trained like ordinary military personnel. This way, hundreds of people can use the same ninjutsu at the same time, and the timing of their release won't differ too much. After the explanation of Li Xiao, it was also stated that this tactic cannot be used. We can lure the enemy and besiege them, Nara Shikai suddenly said, attracting everyone's attention. Everyone recognizes the wisdom of the Nara clan, but everyone can say the 4 words lure the enemy and besiege. The question is how to do it and to what extent. 4 teams lure the enemy, and 1 team besieges them. Nara Shikai had just said the beginning when everyone's eyes became strange. Using a small number of people to lure the enemy and then ambush and besiege them with a larger number of people, this is the normal way of thinking. If we simply use 1 or 2 battalions to lure the enemy, the Sand Village won't be fooled. Only if we use 4 battalions to pretend to be our entire strength, will the Sand Village believe our defeat, explained Nara Shikai. The reason why we are using 1 team to besiege is because of the existence of Senior Shui Lai. After saying this, Nara Shikai looked at Uzumaki Shui Lai. Seeing that everyone's eyes were looking at him along with Nara Shikagi, Uzumaki Mizure nodded in agreement and said, if there are 500 people cooperating with me, I can perform a large-scale sealing technique. The effect of this technique is isolation. The people inside can be moved according to the changes of the technique, thereby controlling the battlefield. The most important thing is that this technique can affect the chakra to a certain extent. The effect is very weak and does not affect the release of ninjutsu, but it will cause the external chakra to be seriously affected. Shui Lai was explaining, but he didn't notice that Uchiha Bo's face looked more and more strange as he listened. Sealing technique, is this definitely not some kind of formation? Uchiha laughed in his mind, and roughly understood why. As an anime based on Uchiha Naruto's previous life, Naruto contains many elements that were borrowed from the country where Uchiha Naruto lived in his previous life. It is normal for Uchiha Naruto to feel familiar with some individual places now. Li Xiao thought, the overall level of the Sand Ninja is lower than ours. The key lies in the puppet technique. Since this large-scale sealing technique can solve the problem of puppetry, I think our ninjas can easily kill the Sand Ninjas. Okay, that's it, Uchiha Bo decided. After that, he began to arrange the positioning of each brigade and the specific tasks of some corps squadrons. At the same time, the monks in the Sand Village who were being plotted against also discovered something was wrong. 3 reconnaissance ninjas are missing. It seems Konoha has arrived, Shaman said seriously. In fact, there are no so-called reconnaissance ninjas in Tsunagakur. The method used by Shaman is to assign a direction to each ninja. What Shaman didn't expect was that he received a declaration of war from Konoha the next day. After receiving the declaration of war, Shaman immediately summoned the elders to participate in the war and the few elite jonin of Tsunagakur. During this period, the Sand Village still used the elder system. In addition to the Kaze Cage, there were several other elders in power, but the elders only played a supporting role. In almost every aspect, there will be 1 or 2 elders responsible for the specific implementation and routine work. Big matters are discussed by the elders and decided by Feng Ying. Of course, this was the initial system of elders. By the time of the second Kaze Cage, the combined power of the elders was no less than that of the Kaze Cage. The main reason is that the second Kaze Cage himself does not have the strength to suppress the village, so he can only compromise on some political issues. Among the existing elders, 3 are in charge of war affairs. 1 is the elder who manages war supplies, 1 is the elder who manages the mobilization of ninjas, and the wartime strategy elder can also be called a staff officer. Apart from these, there are only a few elite jonin in Sand Village. Cho, an elite jonin who learned the art of puppetry from Shaman, and Cho's younger brother Ebizo. 1 is the elite jonin Zer, who uses Scorch Release, and the remaining 2 are non-blood elite jonin of the family. If we were to ask which village's ninjas disappeared the fastest and most completely, it would undoubtedly be the Sand Village. In the end, only the Kaze Cage lineage in the Sand Village could use magnetic escape, and the rest of the people did not even have a trace of blood or any secret ninja technique. However, what happened in the Sand Village cannot be considered as integration. After all, talents can be sold at will, and decline is inevitable. That's not right. Decline is only about a gradual decline after a period of glory. The Sand Village seems to have always been in a half-dead state. Lord Kaze Cage, excuse me for being blunt, although Konoha's number of ninjas is not as large as ours, the ninja clan in the Land of Fire has always been the strongest. And as far as I know, the leaders of Konoha this time are 2 Uchiha boys. Although they are only teenagers, they both have the strength of cage level. Ebizo spoke first after listening to Shaman's introduction. Shaman nodded and said, the war has been declared. Since Konoha has issued a declaration of war, we must fight. Now we need to consider how to win beautifully. He also knew that Ebizo was refusing to fight, but it didn't make sense for him to declare war and then refuse to accept the challenge when the other party issued a challenge. After all, Tsunagakur is one of the 5 major ninja villages. If he does this, no matter what, he, Tsunagakur, will definitely be nailed to the pillar of shame. Therefore, it is better to block such statements that may shake the morale of the army in advance, so as to avoid the elders from taking advantage of this to embarrass the future star of Sand Village. The monks of Tsunagakur really disliked these elders. When they were in the village, they always interfered with his decisions and suppressed young people. If he wasn't afraid of affecting the overall Sand Village, Shaman would have killed these guys long ago. By the time the Sand Village discussed a countermeasure strategy, it was already the next morning. At this time, on a small plain in river country, Konoha and Tsunagakur stood facing each other. The 3,000 Tsunagakur ninjas and more than 2,000 Konoha ninjas looked like a huge crowd. The number of people often sounds and looks very different. Looking at the bald man with tattoos on his face standing at the front of the Sand Ninja, Uchiha Namiya knew that this was the second Kaze Cage of Sand Village, Shaman, the founder of the ninjutsu system used by subsequent Kaze Cage. The question that had always made Uchiha Bo curious was now answered. The iron sand controlled by Shaman's magnetic escape technique is the same as that of the third Kaze Cage, but compared to the third Kaze Cage, Shaman's iron sand is smaller. Originally, Uchiha Nama thought that Seimon's magnetic escape technique originated from Shikaku, so Seimon, as the first-generation user, also used the same sand as Shikaku. However, iron sand is indeed more moderate in power and cost-effectiveness compared to gold sand and sand. No point in talking anymore, go ahead. Seeing that the monk opposite seemed to be about to start a war, Uchiha Nama shouted loudly and then rushed forward with everyone. The sand monk on the opposite side looked at Uchiha in confusion, but he quickly came to his senses and shouted for Tsunagakur. As soon as he finished speaking, he led the charge. The two teams, which seemed to be far apart, collided with each other almost in an instant. Fire style, great fire-breathing wind escape, strong wind break at the moment of contact. Uchiha Namahaki and Uchiha Kage used a very basic wind and fire combination ninjutsu together. Puppet secret technique, 10 machines maneuvered. The monk raised his left hand, and 10 puppets of different shapes were summoned out from the scroll. 2 of the puppets stood facing each other, forming a translucent chakra escape to block the combined ninjutsu released by Uchiha Wave and Uchiha Kage. Use your ultimate right away? Uchiha Naga said in surprise, and in the blink of an eye his eyes had turned into a single Megatama Sharingan. At the same time, the vertical pupils of Uchiha Wave and Uchiha Kage opened almost at the same time. He took out a kunao from his ninja tool bag, added lightning chakra to it and rushed toward Shaman. Water escape, water rushes into waves. Uchiha Namahashi behind him slightly charged up his energy and used water wave to summon a large amount of water to rush in all directions, trying to gain advantageous terrain while pushing away other ninjas nearby. As the monk's left-hand fingers twitched, the 10 puppets divided into 3 groups. 3 of them gathered together, 4 rushed towards Uchiha Bo, and 3 rushed towards Uchiha Kage. How could I not know Uchiha Fluid Jutsu? Uchiha Naga said mockingly while rapidly observing the movements of the 4 puppets. The movement was just enough to avoid the attacks of the 4 puppets and pass through the gap. The kunao in his right hand cut the chakra line connecting the 2 puppets as it flew. Secret technique, 3 stimuli. The monk shouted softly, and the 3 puppets that had gathered together to accumulate strength released their energy together. An attack composed of ninjutsu of the 3 attributes of fire, lightning, and wind was released and rushed towards Uchiha Bo. Water escape, water breaking wave. Thunder escape, thunder skywalked the Uchiha Kage, who was far away, released the water cutting wave early, cutting off the 3 puppets while passing by the Uchiha Kage and shooting towards Shaman. Almost at the moment of rushing out from the encirclement of the 4 puppets, Uchiha Nawa raised his hands and formed a seal to release the upgraded version of Thunder Escape on the ground, Thunder Escape in the sky. The lightning that was originally scattered in the air was drawn by the water current passing by Uchiha Namahaki, mixed into a lightning and water energy column that shot towards the fire, thunder, and wind energy columns released by Shaman's 3 puppets. Without even looking at the 2 energy columns colliding with each other, Uchiha continued to rush towards Shaman's direction. Uchiha's gaze was fixed on the 3 iron sand spikes beside Shaman. Uchiha Naga had seen this move on the 3rd Kaze Cage in his previous life, although the 3rd Kaze Cage was already a human puppet at that time. The speed of this spike is not very fast, but it can explode. If it can be controlled to form new tiny spikes during the explosion, the power will be considerable. Suddenly, Uchiha, who was moving forward, felt an unprecedented sense of panic. The vertical pupil on the forehead even felt slightly hot, and a cool breeze seemed to be blowing faintly at the back of the heart. In an instant, Uchiha felt that everything around him seemed to be still. The sound of heartbeats reached his ears, and Uchiha Bo seemed to see Shaman's faint smile. Lightning release, thunder flash. Uchiha opened his eyes, and his chakra was transformed into extremely weak electric current flowing through his body. Sizzle. It seemed like the sound of thunder and lightning, but also like the sound of muscles tearing. The monk only felt a flash of blue light, and Uchiha dodged the fatal blow. Brother, be careful. The voice of Uchiha Kage was heard at last, and along with it came the water arrows released by Uchiha Kage, which shattered the puppet behind Uchiha Kage. It's a pity that Thunder Flash is an incomplete ninjutsu. Although it greatly accelerated Uchiwama's nerve reaction speed and body speed in an instant, it still failed to achieve the effect of near-instant teleportation in Uchiwama's mind. Although he dodged the puppet's sharp blade, his left arm was still scratched. Subconsciously, Uchiha looked at the blade of the knife and the wound on his left hand, wondering if it was really not poisonous or if the poison had not yet taken effect. Before Uchiha could come to his senses, he saw a water wall suddenly rise in front of him. At the same time, 3 iron sand spikes hit the water wall, causing the water wall to ripple. Retreat! Uchiha came to his senses and retreated towards the monk without hesitation. Shaman looked at Uchiha with regret. It was a pity that the 2 killing moves he had carefully prepared were dodged. Squinting his eyes, he looked at the Uchiha cage behind Uchiha and thought to himself, it seems that there are still some errors and omissions in the information. This is normal. These 2 people did not take many actions. According to the intelligence Shaman had previously obtained, Uchiha Wana was the core among the 2 brothers, and their fighting style was almost always based on Uchiha Wana as the core output point. Shaman, who had already prepared for Konoha to obtain its own intelligence, carefully prepared this killer move for Uchiha Nama. The combat capability of the Uchiha cage, who was subconsciously ignored, should not be underestimated, and the response speed is very fast. A normal puppeteer must use chakra threads to control puppets, but it is not the case with Shaman, or it can be said that the 2 sets of secret techniques developed by Shaman can be used together. By mixing iron sand into some parts of the puppet, Shaman is able to control the puppet's movements without relying on chakra lines. However, this kind of control is far less sophisticated than puppetry, but it is harder to guard against. That is why, at the beginning, Shaman chose to use chakra lines to confuse Uchiha Wave, and then after Uchiha Wave ignored the puppet, he used iron sand to control the puppet to deliver a fatal blow from behind. Even Shaman was prepared to use the iron sand spikes he had prepared in advance to finish off Uchiha Nama if he dodged. It's a pity that the influence of Uchiha Cage was ignored in the end. This kind of killer move is basically only effective the first time it is used, and you will be on guard against it afterwards. Apart from anything else, it would be fine as long as the puppet is destroyed thoroughly. Anyway, it is not difficult for a shadow level person, especially for 2 shadow level people who cooperate well with each other, to destroy the puppet. Brother, are you okay? As Uchiha Nama retreated, Uchiha Cage rushed to Uchiha Nama and asked nervously. Uchiha Nawa came to Uchiha Cage and was about to speak, but was suddenly stunned when he saw Uchiha Cage's face. Seeing Uchiha staring at him in a daze, Uchiha Cage seemed to realize something. He took out a kunao and looked at himself through the reflection of the kunao. I saw that the 3 originally dark pupils had turned into 2 Megatama Sharinon, and the Megatama was slowly stopping rotating. Congratulations, brother, Uchiha said happily. For an Uchiha, it was very lucky to just be injured and open his eyes. You have to know that some people only opened their eyes after their entire clan was wiped out. The art of summoning spirits. Uchiha Nama suddenly wiped the blood on his arm to the center of his palm and slapped the ground. As the smoke cleared, a slug suddenly appeared on the ground. Picking up the slug and placing it on his arm, Uchiha said, "Please, slug, regardless of whether it is poisonous or not, let the slug be treated first." The advanced medical ninjutsu in the ninja world and the slug's treatment are actually more than just healing wounds. It's just that the effects will be much slower when treating other types of injuries. Okay, Master Singh, the slug's voice was clear and pleasant. After it finished speaking, the slug was seen lying on Uchiha's wound, with a faint green light shining from its body. You're trying to play dirty, aren't you? Uchiha looked up at Shaman, and found that Shaman was standing there without attacking, so he couldn't help but said with a grim expression. Shaman shook his head and said, "This is a battlefield. This can only be called tactics, not playing dirty. The battlefield is not a joke." Uchiha Nawa was stunned when he heard this, and then looked at Shaman in silence. I have to say that Shaman's move is really powerful, and most of the shadow level characters have no way to deal with it. Damn, it would be nice if I could use Flying Thunder God, Uchiha sighed in his heart. It's a pity that neither Uchiha Namahake, Uchiha Cage, nor the 6 students of Senju Tobirama have used the talent of Flying Thunder God. Pay attention to using rather than learning. I can only say that I still underestimated the second Kaze Cage. How could the person who created the magnetic style of sand manipulation and puppetry be a mediocre person? Uchiha Cage looked at Shaman with resentment. He only knew that this guy almost killed his brother. After feeling the condition of his body, Uchiha breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the injury was not serious, and with the treatment of the slug, Uchiha Naga did not lose most of his combat effectiveness. The unfinished ninjutsu was not so easy to use. At that moment, most of Uchiha Namahake's muscles were torn to some extent. With the support of chakra, Uchiha was able to force himself back. What makes me even more curious is that you just stood there and watched me heal. Uchiha smiled at Shaman teasingly. Shaman shook his head indifferently and said, "I can just hold you 2 back. Look around yourself." Uchiha Nama immediately looked in other directions. Li Xiao, who was fighting with Cho, was already at a disadvantage and even had minor wounds on his body. Seeing that Uchiha Bo's face was becoming increasingly ugly, Shaman couldn't help but smile. But this smile on Shaman's face gave people a ferocious feeling. Sure enough, the smile doesn't disappear, it just shifts. In fact, even Shaman didn't expect that his own sand ninja was so powerful. Originally, Shaman was thinking that as long as his killer move was effective, he would lead the sand ninjas to fight hard and then retreat. After silencing those elders who had witnessed Konoha's power, Shaman prepared to take the sand village to recuperate for a while. The truth is that the sand village has the weakest overall strength and the worst war potential. Even Shaman was prepared to retreat with the sand ninja if he didn't kill Uchiha Namahashi. He even prepared the retreat method en route, but he never expected that his own family could defeat Konoha. With a war on 4 fronts, even Konoha is having a hard time catching its breath. A flash of enlightenment came to Shaman's mind. After opening my eyes to the world, my original idea of keeping a low profile has changed a little. Just as Uchiha Nama and others would give up defense and take the initiative to attack when they feel they have sufficient capabilities, Shaman is also determined to further seek benefits after gaining the upper hand. Previously, he fell into panic because he was too aware of Konoha's strength and ignored the objective fact that the 4 major ninja villages were attacking Konoha together. Anyway, after getting the benefits, Konoha will not just target its own family for revenge. At worst, both sides will be destroyed and Konoha will not feel good either. And Cho, it seems she has found her own way too. Shaman also noticed Cho's performance. Although he had never seen Li Xiao, Shaman could tell from Li Xiao's performance that he was a very outstanding elite jonin. Even if Shaman tried to kill him himself, it would take some effort to kill him. After all, it is rare to see a cage-level warrior who just rushes forward with a kunao in hand. Uchiha wave form? The combination of physical skills and puppetry, compared to me, this path is more suitable for the sand village, thought the monk, and he had already made a decision in his heart. In fact, Cho's idea is very simple. The power of puppetry itself has reached a limit. Since I can't rely on the strengths of the extended barrel to reach the shadow level, why not make up for the shortcomings of the barrel and force my way into the shadow level? Cho also found solutions to the 2 biggest shortcomings of puppetry. The power of the puppet itself is limited, which is a limitation of the materials, but as long as the puppet can use ninjutsu, the problem will be solved. For this reason, Cho also consulted the monk, but unfortunately the monk's method was only suitable for him. Later, Cho came up with the idea of using mechanical techniques to make chakra follow a fixed route within the puppet's body, so that it could have an effect similar to ninja hand seals and release ninjutsu. But in this case, one puppet can only release one ninjutsu. To this Cho can only say that it is not a big problem. One puppet can only use one type of ninjutsu, so it would be nice to have a few more puppets, which will be enough when combined with each other. There are only a few ninjutsu that normal ninjas actually use frequently. So what about the other shortcoming of puppetry, the weakness of the puppeteer himself? This is even simpler, just physical training. When using puppetry, you cannot make hand seals to release ninjutsu, and illusion is something that depends entirely on talent, so physical skills are naturally the only solution. After becoming able to become a jonin by relying on physical skills, Cho's strength underwent a drastic change. At this point, Cho was actually only afraid of one thing, and that was a ninja who could directly destroy her chakra lines. Without her puppet, Cho will still lose most of her strength. Uchiha said to himself, as expected, Cho is indeed capable of fighting at the level of cage at her peak. She should be close to cage level now, but she still lacks some experience in dealing with various types of ninjas. For a ninja like Cho, it is bound to be a long and arduous journey to reach the level of cage, unlike a talented person like Minato Namikaze who could learn Flying Thunder God and directly jump from an ordinary jonin to the level of cage. We can't delay any longer, Uchiha said in a deep voice. After Uchiha Kage looked at him, Uchiha said, use the trick. Uchiha Kage nodded when he heard that. The monk who was eavesdropping from a distance looked at the two of them helplessly. Aren't all discussions done face to face now? Can the twins rely on their tacit understanding to be riddlers? Uchiha Bo put his hands together, and Uchiha Kage bit his finger and quickly formed a seal. The art of spiritual communication. Uchiha Kage summoned 2 slugs, which were much smaller than the one summoned by Uchiha Wave, and were only about the size of a fist. After Uchiha Kage finished using the summoning technique, Uchiha Kage's hands, which were originally clasped together, immediately opened and one hand reached out to Uchiha Kage. Uchiha Kage put one hand together with the hand that Uchiha Nama extended to him, and picked up the little slug with the other hand. The other little slug was picked up by Uchiha Nawa. Under Shaman's surprised gaze, the small slugs picked up by Uchiha Nama and Uchiha Kage respectively slowly merged into their bodies. Slug-like tentacles grew from the brothers' heads, and a large amount of mucus was secreted from the exposed skin on their bodies. Uchiha Bo let out a long breath, and along with his breath came a cloud of acidic white mist. Uchiha Kage closed his eyes tightly. If there were any sensitive ninjas here, they would have noticed that the chakra aura of Uchiha Kage had almost disappeared. This is the slug version of Sage Mode. Due to age restrictions, the two brothers found that they were unable to learn the Sage mode after trying. But in order to keep a trump card, Uchiha Nama and Uchiha Kage developed this exclusive version of Sage mode for the two brothers. It can be seen from the performance that the compatibility of the Sage mode is very low, and the two can basically be said to be human slugs. Immortal technique, fire escape, sky-wide fire, Uchiha Wave said, and then the hand that was originally clasped with Uchiha Kage quickly cooperated with Uchiha Kage to form this Uchiha Wave Special A ninjutsu developed for use in clearing battlefields. I saw a large amount of flames forming with Uchiha Wave and Uchiha Shadow as the center, and quickly expanded to the surroundings as if they could reproduce infinitely. Shaman, who had originally planned to stop them, retreated with the Sand Ninja without a second thought after the iron sand was melted. The squadron leaders who had already known about the situation immediately shouted to retreat and evacuated along the established routes in the direction that had been agreed upon. More and more flames appeared, as if they were going to burn the sky and boil the sea. Cough, cough, cough. Just accompanied by a violent cough, the flames quickly dissipated, and the speed at which they dissipated was much faster than the speed at which they appeared. The Uchiha Kage, who had recovered to normal, supported the weak Uchiha Namahaki and immediately followed the main force to evacuate. In the forest that was originally sparsely populated, figures flashed by. "Have you caught up with us?" Li Xiao asked Uchiha Nama and Uchiha Kage, who had caught up with them. Uchiha Namahaki, who was supported by the Uchiha Kage, replied weakly, "I caught up, but it's a little slower than I expected." The sand ninjas who have been staying in the desert for many years are not familiar with the way of traveling by jumping forward in the forest. In addition, their overall quality is a bit poor, so their movement speed is not fast. "That's good." He looked at Uchiha with a sad look and said with emotion, "The future belongs to you young people." In the previous battle with Cho, it can be said that Li Xiao had the will but not the strength. Originally he thought he would let Cho fall into a disadvantageous position so that he could carry out his subsequent plan. However, even though Li Xiao used all his strength, he was unable to gain any advantage over Cho. He could even feel the toxins invading his wounds. The last ninjutsu that Uchiha Madara released still frightened him. At that moment, he even felt as if he saw Uchiha Madara. Just looking at Yusaibo's current appearance, it is obvious that the side effects are not small. While calculating the position, Uchiha Bo was also thinking in his mind. The previous move, Fire Style, Sky of Fire, was only a fire style ninjutsu for clearing a large area, and its power was not that strong. The truly powerful one is the Sage mode, which can be said to be able to turn decay into magic. However, the forced use of the technique previously used by Uchiha Bo and Uchiha Kage could only last for a few seconds at most. In fact, the principle of the previous state was that natural energy could not completely invade Uchiha Wave. Uchiha Bo guessed that it was the protection of the energy he absorbed when he traveled through. Therefore, although natural energy can enter Uchiha Bo's body normally and will have an impact on Uchiha Bo, it will not cause Uchiha Bo to be completely invaded by natural energy. So Uchiha Bo came up with the idea of letting the slug assist the two in absorbing natural energy, so that the natural energy would become more adaptable to the human body after the first circulation in Uchiha Bo's body. The purified natural energy then forms Senjutsu Chakra in Uchiha Kage's body, and the Senjutsu Chakra then returns to Uchiha Kage's body. This created the Sage mode, which could only last for a few seconds. Relying on the huge amount of chakra, even if it is only for a few seconds, it is enough to release a super large fairy technique. A few screams were heard from the back, and Uchiha looked back and found that it was Shaman who had caught up first. The iron sand condenses into thorns and explodes when it approaches the target. Uchiha Nama discovered that Shaman's magnetic escape technique could not control much iron sand, but its level of refinement was much better than that of the third Kaze Kage. Uchiha Nama's guess about this is that the two have different focuses. Shaman uses magnetic escape more as an auxiliary, while the third Kaze Kage uses magnetic escape as his only means of attack. Unlike Cho and the third Kaze Kage, who reached the cage level through puppetry and magnetic escape respectively, Shaman, as the developer of the two techniques, did not develop them in depth. "Everyone speed up," Uchiha Bo frowned and ordered. "We can't get too entangled with the sand village and have to get to the preset place as soon as possible." The monk in the rear saw that Konoha actually chose to order a dozen ninjas to stop him and the rest of them to speed up, and he already believed in his heart that Konoha was going to flee. Originally Shaman was afraid that this was a trap set by Konoha, so he was very angry at the elder's unauthorized pursuit. In order to avoid accidents, Shaman took the lead to chase after and test it out. Konoha's actions were consistent with his understanding of evacuation after defeat. If a dozen ninjas were to die for a plan, they would lose the support of the people even if they won. As the two of them chased and fled, they soon passed the central part of river country. Shaman couldn't help but feel a little anxious. Once Konoha returned to the camp, it would be difficult to expand the results of the battle. Two teams will chase, the genin will follow behind, the deputy team will be in charge, and the captains and above will follow me to chase first, Shaman ordered after a moment of hesitation. Then he quickly left the team with a few senior ninjas around him. In just a moment, hundreds of people from the original Sand Village army left the team and followed Shaman. The sand village without sensory ninjas was actually not in a good position to pursue, and they could only rely on the traces left by large troops passing through the forest to determine the direction of Konoha. It was in this situation that the monk became more and more anxious and acted faster. The monk stopped only when he saw 3 people standing on a tree suddenly appear in his sight. Why would Konoha let the top leaders stay behind to cover their retreat? Shaman said in a serious tone as he looked at Uchiha Nama, Uchiha Kage, and the unfamiliar ninja, already having a bad premonition in his heart. Uchiha Nama shook his head and smiled, saying, "Shaman, this day next year will be the anniversary of your death. Action." As soon as he finished speaking, the ninja standing on the left side of Uchiha Nama put his hands together, and golden light quickly spread out with the ninja as the center. At the same time, the voice that seemed to be that of the ninja seemed to be the voice of hundreds of people in unison. Ninja technique, sealing barrier. Shaman thought to himself that something was wrong, and when he turned around, he saw that the puppets that were originally floating around the caster among the hundreds of chinins following him had fallen to the ground helplessly. "Retreat!" Shaman shouted and led his men to evacuate. Unfortunately, at the same time Shaman shouted, 500 ninjas with faint golden light on their bodies rushed over from all directions. These people are exactly the team of Konoha ninjas that disappeared, and they are also the nodes of this forbidden barrier. Since there are so many people performing the technique, the energy consumed by each person is not that great. "Uchiwabo, you are so cruel." Shaman glared at Uchiwabo and shouted angrily. Uchiha Nama smiled, his voice still weak, but it made the listener feel a chill. War has always been like this, at all costs, to seize the possibility of victory. "Don't think I'm helpless, bury the heaven and earth." The monk put his hands together, and a large amount of chakra gathered from his hands. Even the golden light on everyone's bodies was shaking slightly, but it was just a slight shake. A large amount of iron sand gushed out from the ground, and the range and quantity were comparable to Shikaku's, who did not use his full strength. The iron sand gushed out and immediately entangled the surrounding Konoha ninjas. It's a pity that within this barrier, the power of any out-of-body ninjutsu will be severely reduced. Even though the monk used all his strength, the iron sand that was entangled with him was still moving slowly. Not far from the forbidden area of the barrier, the remaining 2,000 sand village were also blocked by Konoha ninjas. They did not look defeated at all when they fled in defeat before. 2,000 against 2,000, even the elders of Tsunagakure knew that this time it was dangerous, especially when most of the elite troops in the army were taken away by Shaman. At Nara Shikai's suggestion, Uchiha Nama made preparations for both scenarios early on. If the monks do not divide their forces, then we will attack them from the front and back. If they divide their forces, then we will attack them from both ends. With most of the elite troops being taken away by Shaman, these more than 2,000 sand ninjas had no ability to resist at all. Under the leadership of the Sand Village elders, they fought and retreated. At this time, inside the barrier, Uchiha Nawa frowned as he looked at Shaman, who was controlling the iron sand and dealing with several senior ninjas. As the core of this barrier, the whirlpool water column must maintain the existence of the barrier at all times. Although Uchiha Bo itself will not be completely invaded by natural energy, it is not immune to natural energy and will still be harmed by natural energy. Thanks to the treatment of the slug, he now has a certain degree of mobility, but if he goes to fight with the salmon, he will be courting death. The Uchiha Kage will not be harmed by natural energy, but his chakra will basically be consumed in the process of maintaining the sage mode. Forget it, it's not the time yet. Uchiha Bo made up his mind and was not prepared to kill Shaman at all costs. Shaman seemed to have seen through Uchiha's thoughts, and he led Cho out of the barrier at the cost of more than 100 sand ninja corpses. The main function of this barrier is to affect the out-of-body chakra within the range, and it does not restrict the ability of the entity. After Shaman and his men escaped, Uchiha Bo did not sit idly by. Instead, he took the remaining Konoha ninjas who were in good condition and chased after them, in order to put some psychological pressure on Shaman. In the end, Shaman successfully reunited with the badly injured Sand Village elders, and evacuated together. This time, Uchiha Nawa did not order a pursuit, but returned to the camp after resting for a while. At the same time, on the Uegakure battlefield, while Sarutobi Hiruzen used ninjutsu to resist Oniki, he was also observing the battle between Senju Tobirama and the second Tsuchikage Matsu. After entering the cage level, it seemed that the psychological barrier was broken, and Sarutobi Hiruzen's strength improved by leaps and bounds, and was already very close to his father's level. Although Oniki studied dust release carefully after his defeat, the difficulty of dust release itself was there, and with limited time Oniki did not improve as much as expected. Now Sarutobi Hiruzen can even deal with Oniki with ease while observing his teacher's battle. While Sarutobi Hiruzen had the upper hand, Senju Tobirama was also constantly expanding Konoha's advantage. From time to time, he would use Flying Thunder God to attack some of the Uegakure Jonin. Even if he failed, the Uegakure ninjas would always stay alert during the battle. The powerful water escape even changed the terrain here, and a small lake has gradually formed. As the developer of dust release, the second Tsuchikage's attainments were far beyond Onoki's, but even so, his speed of releasing dust release was not much faster than Senju Tobirama's water release. With the addition of Senju Tobirama's Flying Thunder God, the second Tsuchikage couldn't hit Senju Tobirama at all. If he wanted to use dust release to attack the Konoha ninja, he would be blocked by Senju Tobirama's water release. On the ground, the Uegakur, which relied on the advantage of geographical location, still had the upper hand. However, as time went on, the battlefield was changed by Senju Tobirama, and the Uegakur, which had lost the advantage of geographical location, was already somewhat defeated. During this period, the overall quality of Konoha ninja was unique. On the battlefield, Danzo Shimura was in a stalemate with an elite jonin from Uegakur and was very dissatisfied with his own performance. Water Style, Super Water Dragon Bullet. It was another battle between Water Style and Dust Style, but this time the Water Dragon, whose chakra supply was increased by Tobirama Senju, was not wiped out by Dust Style. Instead, it shrank greatly and still had enough strength to rush towards the second Tsuchikage. He casually dodged the Water Dragon by moving sideways. The second Tsuchikage narrowed his eyes and had already thought of retreating. I thought that after I held back Tobirama Senju, Oniki could help Uegakur establish a huge advantage, but it turned out that the man named Sarutobi Hiruzen was just another rogue ninja. He can use the 5 escape techniques with ease, and combine them to take advantage of the sway and stiffness caused by Oniki's low level of attainment in dust escape techniques. The second Tsuchikage, who was thinking, suddenly sensed a familiar chakra fluctuation from Tobirama Senju. Not good, I only had time to exclaim in my heart. When the second Tsuchikage dodged sideways, he saw Senju Tobirama appear beside him, stabbing at him with a dagger in his hand. There's nothing I can do. The second Tsuchikage closed his eyes, and like Orochimaru's substitution technique, another second Tsuchikage emerged from behind the second Tsuchikage who had his eyes closed. After a successful attack, Senju Tobirama used Flying Thunder God to return to the ground and frowned as he looked at the second Tsuchikage, one floating in the sky and the other falling in the sky, feeling very puzzled. Whether from perception or feel, Senju Tobirama was certain that the second generation Tsuchikage he stabbed was the real one. It's just that this is the situation now. Senju Tobirama was still confused, but the second Tsuchikage in the sky had already scolded Senju Tobirama and Flying Thunder God. How can there be such a shameless ninjutsu as Flying Thunder God? The second Tsuchikage, who had already begun to think of retreating, did not think anymore and prepared to find Oniki to join him and lead the Uegakur to retreat. If the Uegakur only had a slight advantage on the battlefield, the Kumigakur had already entered the stage of competing for military merits. The Cloud Village, which underestimated Konoha's strength and did not fight with all its strength, suffered a great defeat. Sarutobi Suzuki stood at the edge of the battlefield and watched the situation with a sneer. The Kumigakur, which was crushed by Konoha in both numbers and strength, had no power to fight back. After getting rid of Sarutobi Suzuki's entanglement, the second generation Reikage immediately led the Kumigakur ninja to retreat. The lightning release ninjutsu of the hidden Cloud Village is still very good. Even the second generation Reikage, who is not so talented, can stand at the peak of the cage level with it. It's a pity that the second Reikage underestimated Konoha, or perhaps it can be said that the second Reikage did not think that Konoha would take Kumigakur as its main attack direction. The only 3,000 Cloud ninjas they brought were no match for the 4,000 Konoha ninjas. If the Cloud Village went all out, they would definitely be able to have 6,000 Cloud ninjas, and they would also be able to have 4,000 to 5,000 Cloud ninjas without affecting the village. It's nice to see you all again, Uchiha Naga said happily while looking at everyone present. Although some people were injured, they all managed to complete the battle against Sand Village alive and sat in the central tent again. In this battle, we lost more than 800 people, most of whom were injured in the process of luring the enemy. Nara Shikei began to introduce the statistical information. 600 of them are genin, and 200 are chuyunin. The estimated casualties of Tsunagakur are over 1,300 people. Among them, the elder of Sand Village is confirmed dead, and the elite Jonincho is injured. Everyone present nodded happily upon hearing this. The so-called damage in the ninja world refers to death or loss of combat effectiveness. Minor injuries are not included. This loss ratio is acceptable to everyone, and 1,300 is only the estimated minimum damage. The actual damage still needs to wait for information from the Sand Village. Except for us, in the direction of Uegakur, under the leadership of the Hokage, the Uegakur ninjas who successfully repelled the Uegakur suffered no more than 500 casualties. In the direction of Kumigakur, the Kumigakur shinobi suffered nearly 2,000 casualties and suffered heavy losses. There is no further information coming from Kirigakur, but overall, Konoha's external wars have been a great victory. Uchiha Nawa also began to introduce the information from other battlefields in Konoha. For Konoha, which was fighting on all sides, every victory on the battlefield was a great boost to morale. From this perspective, the ninja war seems to be over soon, a very young Jonin said with emotion. But after this Jonin finished speaking, he found that everyone else had fallen silent, and he couldn't help but look at Uchiha Naga in confusion. Li Xiao, who was standing beside Uchiwa, said with a wry smile, "A gambler who has lost everything will not know how to stop the loss in time." Hearing this, the young Jonin opened his mouth, but no words came out. During the Warring States period, the ninja clans fought each other in chaos and would not stop until they had reached their limit. The so-called ninja village today is just another larger ninja clan. Well, no matter what, we won this battle beautifully, Uchiha Naga said with a sigh. In the original Naruto world, the first ninja world war lasted for 8 years, and 4 Kage died in the process. Now with the influence of Uchiha wave, I wonder what kind of changes will occur. But no matter what, only by improving yourself can you increase the possibility of surviving the war. Uchiha Nawa, who originally thought he was safe, truly felt the breath of death during Shaman's plan. That was the first time Uchiha Nama faced death in this world. Thinking of this, Uchiha Bo couldn't help but look at Uchiha Kage again. The moment he was injured, he skipped one Megatama and went straight to the second Megatama, and this was based on the need to cross the threshold of opening his eyes. Sure enough, war is the fastest way for the Uchiha clan to improve. As expected, the battles among early ninjas were battles of intelligence. Uchiha couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Set up sentries as usual to guard against the counterattack of Tsunaigaku. Uchiha Namahake gave the final order. Konoha suffered 800 casualties, but the number of injured people exceeded 2,000. It is difficult to ensure that you will not be injured in such a battlefield. Even Uchiha Naga himself needs some time to recuperate. The power of the natural energy invasion was too great. The energy in Akibawa's body could save his life, but Akibawa's body still suffered a certain degree of damage. Fortunately, due to the long-term pressure of Uchiha Wada's mental power, Uchiha Wada's physical strength is better than that of ordinary people. After the meeting was dissolved, Uchiha Nama and Uchiha Kage began their own review. Brother, you are too impulsive. Uchiha Kage's words were rarely emotional. He was angry and worried at the same time. I was indeed careless. I didn't expect that Shaman's puppetry was different from ordinary puppetry. Uchiha Bo said with some fear at this moment. Come to think of it, brother, how did you dodge it at that time? Uchiha Kage asked puzzledly. At that time, Uchiha Kage thought that Uchiha Bo would definitely not be able to escape. If it wasn't for the fact that Uchiha waved and it was nothing serious, the Uchiha Kage might not have been as simple as standing with 2 Megatama. Uchiha shook his head and said, I don't know what's going on either. As he spoke, Uchiha Nawa also began to recall his situation at that time. At that moment, time seemed to stand still. Subconsciously, Uchiha Bo touched the vertical pupil on his forehead. He remembered that the vertical pupil was hot at that time. Is it that energy? Uchiha had a guess in his mind, but he didn't say it out loud. Instead, he changed the subject and said, forget about that. Since you have already opened the Sharingan, then the training of Uchiha-style illusion should be put on the agenda. Uchiha Kage nodded and didn't insist that he would never ask any more questions if his brother didn't want to say. Uchiha-style illusions are actually a series of illusions based on the Sharingan, and their power is much greater than other normal illusions. There was no arrangement of illusion in the previous training of Uchiha Nikaidashi and Uchiha Kage. The fundamental reason is that the Uchiha clan's illusion techniques are based on the Sharingan. Without the Sharingan, there is basically no need to learn other illusion techniques. However, Uchiha's greatest advantage has always been the huge mental energy brought by double or even more mental power. Under the influence of huge amounts of spiritual energy, Uchiha's chakra has personal characteristics and is also too huge to be like that of an Uchiha clan member. But these are just incidental. What really suits Uchiha wave is illusion from beginning to end. With such a huge mental force, Uchiha Naga didn't believe that anyone could withstand his illusion. Even if you can withstand Uchiha Nama's illusion, there is still the combined illusion that Uchiha Nama and Uchiha Kage are preparing to research. I think it's more important for you to take good care of your health right now, brother. Uchiha Kage suddenly said worriedly. Uchiha Kage had personally experienced the violence of natural energy. Although he didn't know why it didn't cause fatal damage to Uchiha Kage, it did not affect the damage to Uchiha Kage's body. Don't worry, as the number of attempts increases, my body is also adapting to this natural energy. Maybe in the end my body will completely adapt to the natural energy, and I can turn the Sage mode into normal mode. Uchiha Nama smiled. He won't die and it won't affect his foundation, it's no big problem. And just as Uchiwama said, by forced adaptation under such constraints, would Uchiwama evolve into an acquired immortal body? The monk sat in the first seat, looking at the ground in front of him without saying a word. A sand ninja nearby was still reporting the casualties. According to statistics, a total of 1,700 people have died or lost their ability to fight, and the rest have been injured to some extent. Among them are 21 Jonin and 200 Shuyunin. The 3 elders died in battle at the end. The sand ninja looked at Shaman carefully and found that Shaman was still looking at the ground with a gloomy face and did not say a word. Finally, the monk let out a long breath. The whole person looked much more ferocious. This defeat is my fault, there is no need to say more. This hatred will be avenged by Sandyan. Temporarily repair and wait for support from the village. In the village. I will write a letter later and it must be delivered to the village within 3 days. The monk had thought about teaching the village a lesson, but he never imagined that the lesson would be so great. 3,000 sand shinobi is the limit of how many sand village can provide without affecting the people within the village. Even if they gave up everything, Tsunagakure could still come up with 5 or 6,000 ninjas. Even if the levels are different, the difference in numbers can make up for it. However, in this case, on the one hand, it will be difficult for Sand Village to recover in a short period of time regardless of whether they win or lose. On the other hand, the defense force in the village is basically gone, but other ninja villages don't look down on a place like Tsunagakure. Shaman had already made up his mind that he would make Konoha suffer even if it meant risking everything. Lord Kaze Cage. Hai Lao Zhang opened his mouth, but he couldn't say the words he had prepared. The most correct choice is to cut losses in time and return to Tsunagakure to recuperate, and watch the other 4 major ninja villages fight each other out. To be precise, this is what Tsunagakure should have chosen from the beginning. In addition to the abundant resources in the Fire Kingdom, whether it is the Earth Kingdom, the Thunder Kingdom or the Water Kingdom, there are a few types of products that are produced in abundance. Although Hutong is not as wealthy as Konoha, life is still manageable. Only in the Sand Village, there is nothing but sand and wind. Due to successive defeats, during the reign of the 4th Kaze Cage, the Kaze Cage had to go out to look for the gold sand. Speaking of which, the 4th Kazecage's ninjutsu seems to be the 3rd most luxurious ninjutsu in the ninja world, carrying a lot of gold sand around with him. The first one should go without saying. Konan spent Kakuzu's life savings in one battle. The second one is the multiplying detonating talisman created by Senju Tobirama for use in conjunction with the impure world reincarnation. Each of those pieces is worth money. Under such circumstances, there is no point for other ninja villages to attack Tsunagakure. Historically, it was the Sand Village that took the first action, and then when they could no longer hold on, they would either surrender or seek peace. It's a pity that at the beginning, those old-fashioned elders who didn't know that the world outside was vast insisted on asking Sand Village to join the war. Saemon, who wanted to broaden Tsunagakure's horizons, also joined the battle, but he originally wanted to quit while he was ahead. Unexpectedly, Konoha gave Shaman a big surprise. According to Lord Kaze Cage, the presence of the Whirlpool country seems to be indispensable in this battle. Ebizo immediately changed his words when he saw Saemon looking at him. Hearing this, Shaman forced himself to calm down and nodded heavily, saying, "Yes, it's the guy from the Whirlpool country, damn sealing technique." Thinking of the sealing technique, Shaman gnashed his teeth. Being ambushed was not actually the main reason for the failure. The most crucial thing was the sealing technique that sealed the chakra from leaving the body. It has to be said that sealing techniques are the most buggy ninjutsu series in the ninja world. It can seal a ball of chakra for a ninjutsu, or it can seal the immortal chakra master like Kaguya at Satsuki. Even something like the Grim Reaper can be created. "I have a solution," Cho suddenly said, immediately attracting the attention of Shaman and Ebizo. Especially Ebizo, he didn't expect that his reckless and stubborn sister would also think about solving the problem. It seems that this blow is indeed not small. You can use physical threads to connect the puppets to transfer chakra. Although this makes it easier for the chakra threads to be cut, at least they will not be completely powerless, Cho said angrily. That sealing technique really restrained her to death. The idea of using physical lines for conduction still came from Chiamai Shaman, who could still use iron sand within the barrier. Previously, because she was unable to form chakra lines to control the puppets, Cho was only equivalent to a jonin who specialized in physical techniques. She was quickly defeated under the siege of 2 or 3 Konoha ninjas who also specialized in physical techniques. Fortunately, he was noticed by Saemon and rescued, otherwise this old antique of the future Tsunagakure would have died here. In fact, even if it is attached to a physical body, the efficiency of chakra transmission will be greatly reduced. Shaman opened his mouth and stated the actual situation that Cho did not know. The power of that ultimate trump card of Magnet Sand was originally extremely exaggerated, but under that barrier, not only did the difficulty of controlling the iron sand increase greatly, but even the amount and range of the iron sand that could be controlled were reduced. Otherwise, at least Saemon, who was a veteran Cage, would not be forced into a state of being unable to fight back by 2 Konoha jonin. But it's indeed a solution to a problem. Shaman changed his tone that he had no way to deal with the barrier, but like Cho said, difficulties are always better than not being able to use any combat power at all. It will take at least a week for the village to send support. While you are recovering, prepare a physical line suitable for the chakra line. After the monk said this, he sighed helplessly. I thought the puppetry I invented was already perfect, but now it is being suppressed by a sealing technique. Fortunately, it did not really serve as the foundation of the Sand Village, otherwise the Sand Village would have been completely ruined. I don't think we need to be so pessimistic, Ebizo said. Since the barrier will also affect their own use of chakra, they will definitely not set it up in their own camp. A frontal assault always leads to this problem, but stealing at night there is a great chance of attacking. As he said this, a gleam of light flashed in Ebizo's eyes. Intellectually he would rather retreat, but emotionally he also wanted to give Konoha a big one. Attacking at night. Shaman hesitated after hearing this, but after a moment he said, "Okay, let's attack the camp at night, but we only know the general direction of the Konoha camp and don't know the exact location, and Konoha's reconnaissance ninja. Seeing that Shaman agreed, Ebizo immediately said, according to intelligence, the reconnaissance ninjas from Konoha this time are from the Abarame clan. The Abarame clan's reconnaissance method is special insects, which can be avoided or driven away through special methods. In addition, compared with other reconnaissance ninjas, the Abarame clan's intelligence collection will have a time lag. As for the exact location of Konoha, we don't need to know it. As long as we know the direction, we can use your iron sand to determine it after we get close to a certain distance. During the ninja war, time seemed to pass much slower than usual. 8 days passed while Uchiha Nagata and Uchiha Kage practiced illusion techniques. During these 8 days, Uchiha Namahaka did not let his guard down, and the Abarame clan's reconnaissance ninjas kept a close eye on the movements of the Sand Village. But the Sand Village was like a wild dog that had lost a fight, curled up there and licked its wounds silently. But both Uchiha Nagata and Riku were certain that the Sand Village must be accumulating strength and waiting for an opportunity. Therefore, the search range of reconnaissance ninjas was further expanded by Uchiha Wave. Uchiha Nama doesn't want to be ambushed by Tsunagakur. What Uchiha Nagata didn't expect was that Uchiha Kage was extremely talented in illusion. Unlike Uchiha Nakamura's natural advantage in mental strength, Uchiha Kage's talent is more reflected in the use of skills. For the same illusion, Uchiha Bo relies more on his strong mental power to prevent the opponent from thinking that this is an illusion in the illusion world. The Uchiha Kage created a world of illusion that made it difficult to distinguish between truth and falsehood. In Naruto, there are two main common ways to get rid of illusions. Point 1 is to realize that you are under an illusion and disrupt your own chakra flow. The other is to ask your partners to help disrupt your chakra flow. However, in most cases, the first one is not reliable. Illusions can control your actions to a certain extent. It is not so easy to disrupt the flow of your chakra when you are already under an illusion. There is another uncommon type, which is the most advanced and the most useful one, that is, one who has a certain level of attainment in illusion and illusion coverage. That is to say, use your own illusion to cover the opponent's illusion, so as to break free from the control of the illusion. When it comes to ordinary ninjas, this method is used to see who has higher attainments in illusion techniques. But when it comes to the Uchiha clan members, I'm sorry, because the Uchiha clan members are naturally superior to all non-Uchiha illusion ninjas. For the Uchiha clan members, the battle of illusions eventually becomes a battle of pupil power. The most classic illusion covering in the original work should be Uchiha Atake, relying on Kotoama Tsukami to cover the control of the impure world reincarnation. Judging from what Uchiha Nama said in his previous life, Uchiha Nama himself is a pure numerical monster, and Uchiha Kage is the technique guy, oh no, the technique brother. In the dark night, there were only sparse lights in the Konoha camp. The sentries, some visible and some hidden, keep vigilant watch on the surroundings. Brother, you can try to create another illusion based on the existing one, Uchiha Nama said to Uchiha Kage after they used illusion on each other. The illusion space constructed by Uchiha Kage is actually very real, but Uchiha Kage's powerful mental power will give him an early warning. Therefore, with the subconscious realization that this was an illusion space, it became much easier for Uchiha Wave to break Uchiha Kage's illusion. Since the two were practicing skills, Uchiha Nama did not use his eye power to forcibly break it, but even so, Uchiha Kage could not do anything to Uchiha Nama. If he used ordinary illusion to transition, he wouldn't have to study how to deal with super shadow level enemies, but illusion was the Sharingan's comfort zone, and Uchiha Kage didn't want to give it up unless there was a better choice. Those who have huge amounts of chakra will never have weak mental power. The idea of rebuilding illusion based on illusion came from a movie in Uchiha Nama's previous life. The more layers of dreams you fall into, the more difficult it becomes to wake up. Build it again, the Uchiha Kage repeated, closing his eyes and trying. Only when the illusion space itself is real enough can another layer be built on this basis. Uchiha Nama guessed that the difficulty of this illusion should be second only to the two ultimate illusions of Izanagi and Izanami. It must be said that compared with Izanaga's ability to change reality, Mitoma Tsukami doesn't look that perverted. Uchiha can only say that the original work developed Izanami to less than 1%. Enemy attack. The sudden noise disrupted Uchiha's train of thought. The shouts of the ninjas and the sound of a huge bell rang in my ears. The sound of the bell was an idea that Uchiha Nama came up with after he attacked the Uegakur camp at night. He set up a large bell in the camp. Strike the bell immediately when the enemy attacks, and execute corresponding strategies based on the number of strikes. At this time, the bell rang 3 times, indicating that the enemy had reached the edge of the camp. Everyone went out to drive out the enemies in their respective areas, and each squadron leader immediately went to the area in charge to carry out regional command. What's going on? Uchiha Bo frowned and walked out of the tent with Uchiha Kage. I saw a fire in the southwest direction of the camp. Under the light of the fire, I could vaguely see flying puppets and iron sand all over the sky. What the hell is going on? What's the situation with the reconnaissance ninja? Uchiha Bo cursed, but did not rush over in a hurry. Instead, he took Uchiha Kage and left to where Li Xiao was. The place where Li Xiao lived was not far from Uchiha Bo. After just a few flashes, Uchiha Bo saw Li Xiao, who also had a gloomy expression. Seeing Uchiha, before he could ask, Li Xiao said, the Abarame clan's reconnaissance method has its shortcomings, but I didn't expect the Sand Village to find out so quickly. Fortunately, it was only a breakthrough in one direction at most. Uchiha nodded in understanding. He really didn't know whether the Abarame clan's reconnaissance method had any shortcomings. But since there are shortcomings, it is not impossible to discover them in a short period of time with the wisdom of a village. Never mind anything. We've already reached the camp. It's impossible to abandon the camp and escape. Let's organize a counterattack, Uchiha Naga said in a firm tone. Just after winning a battle, you abandon your camp and flee? Although in this case it is true that he can escape, but this is not Uchiha Nama's character. During the past 8 days, Kirigakure has been quiet. Kumigakure fought back fiercely, but they only launched 2 frontal attacks and are now in a state of small-scale friction. Not to mention Iwagakure, which has already entered a semi-training state. It is estimated that Iwagakure will be the last battlefield where the decisive battle will take place. At this time, Uchiha Namiya was beaten by the Sand Village and had to abandon his camp and flee. If he returned, he would be laughed at by Sarutobi Hiruzen and others. Fight, it's not like we can't beat him. Let the whirlpool water column raise the ceiling barrier. I don't believe that the Sand Village can defeat the elite of our Konoha without the puppet technique. Uchiha said angrily that the elite might not be real, but without puppetry, at least 40% of the sand ninjas would be useless. Shaman swung his right hand downward, and a large amount of iron sand rushed towards the Konoha ninja who was resisting. The iron sand had just flown halfway when it was blocked by a huge ball of flame, and part of it even melted directly. Shaman, I didn't expect you would actually dare to come, Uchiha Bo said to Shaman with a gloomy face. At the same time, Uchiha Nawa secretly breathed a sigh of relief at the puppets that almost everyone had behind Shaman. It seems that the proportion of puppeteers among the Sand Ninja is even higher than Uchiha Namiya had imagined. When Shaman saw Uchiwabo, his expression became even more ferocious. He stared at Uchiwabo and said, I said, Tsunegakure will avenge this grudge. Hee, I'm just afraid that you, Sand Village, don't have that strength. Uchiha Nama said with a sneer. A golden beam of light rose from the middle of the Konoha camp, and then quickly spread into a rectangle covering the entire camp and the open space near the camp. The moment the barrier was completed, Uchiha's expression changed. The puppets in the hands of the puppeteers behind Shaman were still floating in the air, staring at Uchiha Bo with empty eyes. Uchiha Bo Wa, who was experiencing a bit of the uncanny valley effect, immediately shifted his gaze to look at Shaman, while Shaman was looking at Uchiha Bo Wa smugly. Brother, it's a thin line, the Uchiha Kage beside him whispered after observing with the Sharingan. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Bo immediately opened his Sharingan and found that there were indeed solid thin lines in the chakra lines. Everyone, pay attention. There are thin threads wrapped around the Sand Ninja's hands. Cutting the threads will cut off the connection between the Sand Ninja and the puppet. Be careful of the puppet's attack. Uchiha Namahake looked at Sand Ninja and emphasized loudly to the Konoha ninja behind him. At the same time, since the Sand Ninja was conducting a one-way night attack, ninjas from other areas also gathered together under the command of their respective squadron leaders. The corners of Shaman's mouth twitched twice, and he cursed the damn Sharingan in his heart. Go. After saying that, Uchiha Nama and Uchiha Kage took the lead and rushed toward Shaman. Let's try a new move. Seeing the monk staring at him blankly, Uchiha Nama sneered in his heart and immediately released the illusion that he had prepared long ago. The Sand Ninjas and Konoha ninjas soon engaged in a battle, and as usual, an open space appeared around the battle between the 3 cage-level ninjas. Uchiha shot the kunao in his hand at Shaman, but the attack, which he thought was a sure hit, was blocked by a puppet. At the same time, Cho came to Shaman and patted him on the back. Shaman suddenly came to his senses. The surrounding situation made him understand what had happened. He looked at Uchiha with horror. Uchiha Nama sighed. It was better to use illusions when the enemy was least prepared. Although it could still be effective if they were noticed, it would be difficult for Uchiha Nama and Uchiha Kage to decide the outcome by illusions given their current levels. It was a good opportunity just now, but unfortunately it was interrupted by Cho. It's okay, you were just caught off guard. You are not fit to participate in this kind of battle right now. Shaman rejected Cho's request to fight together. As he said, spirit is not his weakness. I just didn't expect that Uchiha Nama could use illusion. After all, Uchiha Nama had never used it in previous battles. It is unrealistic to say that you are still hiding your abilities at that point. Although Cho was stubborn, she still respected her teacher very much. She turned her gaze to a little boy with a bun on his head. Nara Shikei, who was targeted by Cho, shuddered. When he found that Cho was looking at him, he called Huli and Kizi without thinking and ran for his life. In this chaotic situation, even the Jonin Nara Shikai didn't want to touch anyone, let alone someone of Cho's level. Damn, I think this barrier is not reasonable. Can't we set it so that they can't use ninjutsu but we can? It feels like we are at a disadvantage. Yamanaka Gilai shouted as he ran. That's strange, where is Lord Ritsu? Kizi felt a little aggrieved. It didn't make sense for 3 Chinins to fight against an elite Jonin. Water escape, water rushes into waves. A very thin stream of water shot out from a distance and cut the thin thread that Cho used to control the puppet. Cho looked at the person walking towards her from a distance with a very unhappy expression. It was Li Xiao who had just arrived. "Hey, it was fun fighting 8 days ago, right? Now it's my turn," Li Xiao said with a smile, and then he passed Nara Shikai and the other two and rushed towards Cho. Cho calmly took out a scroll from her ninja tool bag. Untie. As the smoke dissipated, 3 puppets with thin strings fell to the ground, and then floated up under Cho's control. This battlefield is really not a good place for us to participate in, said Shanzhong Li, wiping the sweat from his forehead. In fact, the 3 of them are quite strong, but it is difficult for them to display their abilities in such a chaotic environment. "Let's go and help the teacher," said Nara Shikai as he watched Uchiha Nama and Shaman's ninjutsu battle. Yamanaka Gilai looked at Nara Shikai in shock, speechless. "No, there are only 3 of us. What can we help with? We can't just use our heads to help. It's good enough that we didn't cause any trouble when we went there. Why are you helping? If you ask me, we should just leave immediately, so as to save the teacher some worries." Shan Zonghili was so excited that he even stuttered when speaking. "I'm not kidding. I saw that the scope of the teacher's battle was not very large. Let's go to the edge and turn around carefully to catch the flaw of Feng Ying," Nara Shikai said as he observed the monk's movements. "I think it's okay if we don't end the teacher's battle quickly. I don't know how long it will take," Akimichi Kiyuki said in agreement. It seemed that because of Cho's previous pursuit, no San Ninja targeted the 3 people at this time. "Let's go." Nara Shikai finally decided to give it a try. The secret techniques of the Yamanaka clan can be of great use as an aid in high-level battles. "Brother, Lu Yi and the others are coming over." The Uchiha cage next to Uchiha Bo suddenly said. Uchiha was stunned when he heard this, and then he found the 3 of them actually came closer, and among them, Yamanaka Gilai touched his fingertips together and aimed at Shaman. "No, we have to let them leave." Uchiha Bo glanced at Shaman and said with a frown. He didn't think that Shaman was a man of martial virtue. Sure enough, the monk who also noticed Lu Yi and the other 2 waved his hand, and the 3 puppets controlled by Iron Sand quietly flew around and flew towards the 3 people. However, the puppet controlled by Chakra cannot be hidden from the Sharingan. Fire style, Great Fire Dragon. Yushibo silently chanted in his heart, and 4 fire dragons spewed out from Yushibo's mouth and flew towards the puppet. "Haha, you wish." The monk chuckled, and with a thought, a large amount of iron sand was pulled up from the ground to form an iron wall to block the fire dragon. "Good opportunity," Nara Shikai said anxiously to Yamanaka Gilai. The technique of heart turning. Yamanaka Kore understood what he meant and immediately released the ninjutsu he had been preparing for a long time toward Shaman. "Be careful." At the same time, Uchiha's shouting voice also reached the ears of the 3 people. The sound of breaking air behind them was finally discovered by the 3 people. Ninja technique, the technique of doubling. Akimichi Kiyuki's right arm quickly grew larger, and with a strong slap he sent the 2 puppets flying. Then there was another blow, and the last puppet was smashed to the ground. The monk felt his head sink, as if he had lost consciousness for a moment, but when he came to his senses, a water dragon rushed towards him. Subconsciously, Tisha formed a shield in front of Shaman to block the water dragon. While blocking the water dragon, the killing move that had been hidden long ago was immediately released. Whoosh! With a whoosh sound, 3 streams of iron sand from the smashed puppet fragments shot towards Nara Shikai and the other 2. Akimichi K instinctively slapped away the lightning that was shot at him, but the other 2 accurately hit Nara Shikai and Yamanaka Kore, who were facing Uchiha Nama and Shaman. The 1,000 blades pierced through the throat and then exploded there, leaving no chance for treatment. Yamanaka Gilai hugged his neck and opened his mouth but only spat out blood foam mixed with iron sand. Nara Shikai's pupils dilated and he fell straight backwards. Akimichi Kiyuki turned around hurriedly, but he only had time to hold 2 people. At this time, there was basically only a small piece of bone and flesh left on their necks connecting their heads and bodies. Nara Deer was injured so badly that he lost consciousness in just a few breaths. The color in Shenzong Li's face was rapidly losing visibly. The scream of Shaman was also heard, and the lightning contained in the water dragon penetrated Shaman along the iron sand. But no one paid any attention to him at this time. Uchiha Nama and Uchiha Kage stared blankly in the direction of Nara Shikai and the other 2. The vertical pupil on the forehead and the 3 Megatama were spinning rapidly until they were almost in a line. Then, it slowly stopped. At this moment, the 3 hollow Megatama shapes and the vertical pupils are exactly Uchiha's wavy Mangekyo Sharingan. An indescribable power is contained in it, and at the same time, the relevant information is also understood by Uchiha Bo Shining. As he spoke, blood flowed from the vertical pupil on Uchiha's forehead. He stared at Shaman, and the 3 Megatama on his forehead began to spin rapidly. With a strong sense of crisis coming over him, the monk subconsciously held the iron sand upright in front of him. As if he could see the sand gate through the iron sand, Uchiha's gaze remained motionless, and the 3 hollow Megatama and the vertical pupils on his forehead were spinning faster and faster. "What?" The monk's terrified voice just came out and stopped abruptly. I saw a column of blood rising into the sky, and then slowly falling down. Teacher, Cho, who was being chased and beaten by Li Xiao from behind, couldn't help but exclaimed when she saw Shaman's miserable condition. Even Li Xiao stood there in surprise, looking at Uchiha Bo with a hint of fear in his eyes. Huff, huff, huff. Uchiha Nama gasped. The consumption of the Mangekyo technique was greater than Uchiha Nama had imagined. It is not the consumption of chakra, but the consumption of eye power and a kind of inexplicable energy. Brother Uchiha Kage still had tears in his eyes, and his three Magadama Sharinan were still looking at Shaman with hatred. I'm fine. I have avenged Lu Yi and the others. Uchiha Bo glanced at Uchiha Kage and made a note to get psychological counseling when he returned. Uchiha's personality is already extreme, and with the powerful Yinten chakra brought by the Sharinan, it is easy for Uchiha's temperament to change drastically. However, in addition to the improvement in combat power, the Sharinan also brings a significant increase in chakra. With the help of this Yinten chakra, Uchiha Wana not only further increased the proportion of spiritual energy in his own chakra, but the overall chakra amount also officially reached the early stage of super shadow defined by Uchiha Wana. The chakra level of Uchiha Kage has also reached the super Kage level, almost the same as that of Senju Tobirama. Of course, the most important thing is the improvement in combat effectiveness. The 3 Magadama Sharinan is based on the Elite Jonin, and relies on the illusion bonus and dynamic vision blessing that the 3 Magadama Sharinan brings. But for Uchiha Nama, what is more important is his vertical pupil kaleidoscope technique. A very perverted first sight killing eye technique, which is also the ultimate move against high-level ninjas that Uchiha and the other have always lacked. Time freezes, collapsing the timeline where the line of sight is focused, causing everything in it to collapse into the eternal nothingness without time. Release is a sure kill, because it is aimed at the target's timeline that no matter how the target resists or dodges, it is useless. The only solution is to interrupt Ukka's waveform. This is also the only shortcoming of this ninjutsu at present, that is, the preparation time is too long. In fact, the release of time condensation is very fast, but the key is that Uchiha waveform finds the timeline of the corresponding target. Perhaps once Uchiha Wave becomes familiar with it, the time required will be greatly reduced. Of course, this will have to wait until Uchiha Wave has the eternal Mangekyo. The pupil power consumed by Shining was extremely terrifying. Just the release of it once after it was turned on had already made Uchiha's wave-shaped vertical pupil's vision slightly blurred. Shoram.is dead. Li Xiao looked at Shrum's body from a distance, still somewhat incredulous. That is the shadow of one village. Even if the level is average, it is still the shadow of the 5 major villages. The wind shadow is dead. Then he came to his senses and forcibly released a large amount of chakra to spread his voice. In an instant, the originally chaotic battle gradually came to a halt. Then, they collided violently again. Cho held Shaman's body and looked at Uchiha angrily. After putting the body into the sealing scroll, he shouted and retreated. The angry and frightened sand ninjas gradually retreated under the leadership of Cho. The ninjas of Konoha watched the departure of Tsunagakur and did not continue to pursue them. With the death of the Kaze Kage, the battle of Tsunagakur has come to an end. A night raid ended with the death of Kaze Kage. The battle ended quickly, but its impact became increasingly greater. The death of the Kaze Kage left the sand village completely leaderless. Finally, Cho was forced to take over as the Kazekige's disciple to suppress the situation. The weakest shadow among the 5 major ninja villages is now online. The original 3rd Kaze Kage was still a child at this time, and it is unknown whether Shaman's early death would affect the growth trajectory of the original 3rd Kaze Kage. At the same time, Tsunagakur immediately signed a peace treaty with the neighboring Fire Kingdom and Earth Kingdom. The already poor sand village was made even worse. The Uegakur battlefield, which was already in a state of only minor friction, was directly stopped. The war in the direction of Yunyan, which was originally quite intense, seemed to have been poured with a bucket of cold water. The eyes of the Kirigakur battlefield, which had been ready to make a move, suddenly became clear. There are mainly 2 reasons. On the one hand, it is a big question as to which battlefield Konoha will deploy the troops freed from the Sand Village battlefield. On the other hand, how Uchiha killed Shaman is a bigger question. The intelligence sent back was very problematic. What does it mean to be stared to death without doing anything? The Uchiha clan's Mangekyo Sharinan was no secret during this period. No one wanted to face such a scary guy before figuring out Uchiha Nama's Mangekyo technique. Finally, this day has come. Senju Tobirama sighed as he looked at the information. Uchiha's personality will gradually change with the upgrade of Sharinan, and this change will be particularly obvious when the Mangekyo is opened. It can be said that no matter how confident he is in his education, only after seeing the changes in Uchiha Nama and Uchiha Kage after they open their eyes, Senju Tobirama can truly draw conclusions about the two. The name of that move is time condensation. Senju Tobirama thought about Uchiha Nama's eye techniques. Most of the eye techniques can read certain information through the names. So what is Uchiha Wa, who is being watched by the entire ninja world, doing it this time. It still doesn't work. Uchiha Nawa closed his eyes and tried to control the vertical pupils on his forehead. From the very beginning, Uchiha Nama discovered that his control over the vertical pupils was always like a barrier, not as easy as Uchiha Kage's. After opening the Mangekyo, Uchiha Nama tried to return the vertical pupils to 3 Megatama. This is an ability that the Uchiha clan members will definitely possess when using their Mangekyo Sharingan. But Uchiha Wave couldn't do it. Even after opening the Mangekyo, Uchiha Wave couldn't even close the vertical pupil of the Sharingan. It's not impossible. Uchiha Wave can also close the Mangekyo Sharingan by closing his vertical pupils. In addition to training his ability to control vertical pupils, Uchiha Wave also gained a lot. At least Uchiha Wa finally figured out what the special energy was that he absorbed when he traveled through time. The power of the origin of time. This is the information Uchiha realized after opening the kaleidoscope. The dark green energy ball is the original power of time, and the light green energy that escapes is also the power of time. At the beginning, Uchiha opened the Sharingan by absorbing the power of time from Hashirama Senju. Now, Uchiha Nama's Sharingan has evolved, opening a part of the vertical pupil seal on the original power of the world, allowing Uchiha Nama to obtain the time-related eye technique. If nothing unexpected happens, when Uchiha Nama opens his Mangekyo with his eyes in the future, he will also gain time-oriented pupil techniques. In that case, the Kage is probably the same in the future. When Uchiha Bo thought of this, he subconsciously glanced at Uchiha Kage. After determining what the original energy was, Uchiha Nama had certain plans for the brothers' eternal Mangekyo. Originally, Uchiha Nawa was thinking of using his cousin's eyes and then using cloning technology to make another kaleidoscope for his brother. Uchiha Kage's Mangekyo must be transplanted from 3 other Mangekyo. Now the general plan has not changed, but Uchiha Wave has one more option. If I can't get the cousin's eyes, then I'll look for the scattered power of time. By recovering the power of time, you can further open the seal of the vertical pupil on the forehead, thereby further revolving the eyes. As for where the power of time has scattered, just as a wanderer away from home will be closer to his fellow countrymen, the power of time will also look for people with time-related talents or people who have time abilities themselves. So the target is locked on, the old toad who seems to be able to dream about the future, the big white snake, the dragon vein, and the ninja tool that can travel through time are also possibilities. Oh, and those 2 guys. Uchiha Wa suddenly remembered the 2 hidden old silver coins. If his life level was high enough, he would be able to capture this dissipated time force. But it is still a question how much combat power these 2 guys can exert now. Brother, when will we return to the village? Uchiha Kage asked when he saw Uchiha Wa staring at him. Uchiha Nama came back to his senses after hearing this. At this time, Uchiha Nama had just received information from Senju Tobirama that the Sand Village requested to conclude a peace treaty. In fact, he was defeated and wanted to stop fighting for a while to recuperate. When you feel you are capable again, I will not care about the alliance and will just start fighting. However, after this alliance is made, there is no need to worry about Tsunagakur in the short term. Even if it is torn up, there will be a buffer period in between. The ninja war has not yet entered its climax, and the overall intensity of the war is not high. Even the Uegakur has already started training with Konoha. Therefore, Senju Tobirama's idea was to let Uchiha Nama and Uchiha Kage return to the village to rest for a while. If there is any problem, we will provide support at any time. On the one hand, it is out of concern for the 2 brothers. Even the strongest people will have psychological problems to varying degrees after going to the battlefield for the first time. Although Konoha does not have a medical system specifically for this purpose, it still has certain solutions based on experience. On the other hand, it is also intended to use Uchiha Wa as a deterrent. Aren't you afraid of Uchiha Bo? Then I will not let Uchiha Bo move for now, and I will go to whichever battlefield is more popular with Uchiha Bo. It can be said that as long as Uchiha Naga's information is not leaked, the so-called First Ninja World War may end hastily under this deterrence. Unfortunately, this is impossible. Whether it is spies, analysis, or even various channels, as long as the ninja uses this ability, weaknesses or solutions will be found. Even a buggy ability like Dust Release cannot dissolve energy attacks, so there is a possibility of being traded 1 for 1. Not to mention Flying Thunder God, the most famous forbidden technique of Senju Tobirama, and also the forbidden technique with the most well-known weakness. Although knowing the weaknesses of most of these bug-level ninjutsu does not mean they are easy to deal with, it just means that the deterrent effect is much smaller in comparison. The current situation is that the known information is that Uchiha Naga glared at Shaman, and then Shaman's head disappeared. God knows what the conditions and restrictions are for activating Uchiha Wave. It's not like there hasn't been a Mangekyo Sharingan before, but I've never seen such a miraculous ability. Of course, this is only true for other people. For the Uchiha clan, this ability is just okay, and they have seen even more buggy ones. Let Li Shao lead the team back to the village. We're going somewhere, Uchiha Bo said after hesitating for a moment. Since the ninja war cannot be fought for a while under his intimidation, Uchiha Nama now wants to take Uchiha Kage to the Dragon Vein to take a look. It just so happens that we are now in the Kingdom of Rivers, not far from the Kingdom of Winds. As for whether it would be a bad idea to go to the Kingdom of Wind at this time, wouldn't it be better if no one knew about it? The method is very simple, just kill everyone you see. Okay, Uchiha Kage nodded in response, without asking where to go or what to do. Since his brother said to go, then he would go. I don't know what the status of Lulin is during this period. Uchiha Bo thought to himself that he was very interested in this country or town built on a dragon vein. Interestingly, Lulin, as a country, is a country within the Kingdom of Wind. Or it seems that most countries don't know that there is such a country in the ninja world. If I can absorb enough time power, I should be able to at least upgrade to the Mangekyo. The power of the origin of time will automatically condense 2 time-oriented pupil techniques for me. Adding the vertical pupil will bring me to the eternal Mangekyo. Uchiha I am calculating in my mind. If the plan goes well, Uchiha Naga's strength will reach the super shadow level at the speed of light. And as the control over the power of time quickly approaches the 6 paths level, until he completely masters the power of the origin of time and enters the 6 paths level. It's a pity that I can't enter the time perspective now, otherwise many things would be easier. Thinking of a technique and the information he got, Uchiha Bo couldn't help but sigh. In the yellow sand, 2 figures, one tall and one short, wearing windbreakers were walking in it. The tightly closed vertical pupils on their foreheads proved that they were none other than the most famous Uchiha twins in the current ninja world, Uchiha Nama and Uchiha Kage, who Uchiha Bo let out a long breath. In a windy environment like the Land of Wind, even breathing requires more effort than usual. It's worthy of being the country of wind. This kind of environment is indeed more suitable for practicing wind-style ninjutsu, and the power of wind-style ninjutsu will be greatly enhanced. Uchiha Namahaki thought as he walked forward against the strong wind. The Land of Thunder is at a higher altitude and is more suitable for the practice of thunder escape technique. The Land of Earth is surrounded by rocky deserts, and the Land of Water is more of an island country. The Land of Fire. In a sense, the dense forests are indeed more suitable for the practice of fire style. Why do I feel like I'm lost even with a map? Uchiha Bo couldn't help but complain as he looked at the environment around him, which had hardly changed. Before leaving, Uchiha Bo asked Li Shao for the map of the Kingdom of Wind. It has to be said that Konoha is naturally advantaged in collecting intelligence. Even though it has not set foot in other countries, it still has many paper maps of various countries. Brother, what do you want to do when you grow up? Uchiha Wawa suddenly asked Uchiha Wawa, who was following him silently. Since birth, the 2 brothers have been inseparable, just like their names suggest. But Uchiha Boen did not ask about his future thoughts. I will do whatever my brother does, Uchiha Kage answered seriously. Uchiha was stunned when he heard this, and then he said, you will eventually have to start a family, and you will eventually separate due to various reasons. What will you do then? Uchiha Kage shook his head fiercely and said, no matter what happens, I will stay by my brother's side. Uchiha Kage's words made Uchiha Namiya subconsciously stunned, and even his forward step stopped subconsciously. This was a feeling that Uchiha Nagata had never experienced in his 2 lifetimes. I will be with you forever, Uchiha Bo murmured, but the word forever did not seem far away to him. In the worldview of Naruto, there is the possibility of life level improvement and immortality. In a sense, the Uchiha could even call themselves descendants of God. However, when taking the last step, Uchiha Bo was not sure whether it was a combination of Uchiha and Senju, or a combination of Indra and Ajura. Theoretically, both should work, but the former will be much slower. It doesn't matter. At worst, after Uchiha Wa reaches that level, he can just go to an orchard and grab some fruit. No matter what time is always on Uchiha's side. Brother, what do you want to do? Uchiha Kage asked when he saw Uchiha Bo stop. He was just following his brother. As for where they were going or what lay ahead, Uchiha Kage didn't really care. As long as Uchiha Kage was there, he was satisfied. I want this world's culture to be unified. I want this ninja world to no longer be in conflict. I want my wish to come true. At the end, Uchiha Naga almost let out a long sigh. My wish came true. I actually like many characters in Naruto. However, Uchiha Bo was not sure whether the existence of these people would be affected by his arrival. From the perspective of the unification of the world lines in Uchiha Naga's previous life, there should be no impact. However, Uchiha Wave absorbed the power of the origin of time during the journey, which means that Uchiha Wave at this time can be understood as time itself. The impact of time itself on the timeline will not be considered as a special change in the timeline. In other words, all the changes made by Uchiha Bo are what should have existed in this timeline. But no matter whether he can see the characters he once liked again, at least Uchiha Nama hopes that when he wants to do something, he can do it as he pleases. And all of this requires strength. Otherwise, just like now, even if Uchiha goes to Lulin, he has to consider the impact on Konoha. But it will be soon. As long as I get back that part of the power in the dragon vein, you old silver coins, just wait for me to deal with you, Uchiha Bo thought, muttering with gritted teeth. Everything about the ninja world is good, except for these old silver coins, who make the whole ninja world confusing. Uchiha Nagata was wondering if the information about Hashirama Senju was spread by some filial son who was determined to save his mother. That guy had a record of instigating a ninja world war a long time ago, when Uchiha Bo was thinking of someone, in a dark underground space. Uchiha Madara was listening to the information from White Zetsu. Uchiha Formosa. Uchiha Madara repeated Uchiha Madara's name and still had some impression of the two young men. That was the child he and Hashirama watched being born together. It's a pity that growing up in such an environment, they must be like delicate flowers, never seeing the cruelty of the world. I hope you won't repeat my mistakes, but it doesn't matter. It won't be long before the world will fall into eternal beauty, Uchiha Madara murmured, stroking his eyes. Although one of his eyes has turned white after using his inamai, Uchiha Madara can still feel the power contained in it. Whether it is a kaleidoscope with 3 eyes, or the two of them following his old path and opening the eternal kaleidoscope, none of them could match the power of his eyes that combined the power of the Senju and Uchiha. What Uchiha Madara didn't know was that while he was thinking about his follow-up plans, there was another black figure hiding in the dark and watching him. This should be the closest to success. Indra and Ajura, under the myriad phenomena, form the samsara I. As long as we can recover the power of the 9-tailed beasts and activate the infinite Tsukuyomi, Black Zetsu thought while observing Uchiha Madara. As for Uchiha Nagata and Uchiha Kage, he didn't take them seriously. Brother, are you sure you didn't go the wrong way? For the first time, Uchiha Kage doubted his brother. The journey was originally expected to take 4 days, but under the leadership of Uchiha Bo, the two men walked for 7 days and did not even see the shadow of Lulin. Ahem, it's almost there, it's almost there. Uchiha Bo coughed twice and said perfunctorily while looking at the map in his hand. In their previous studies, Tobirama Senju did teach the two people how to use and view maps, although the maps in the desert are a little different. It's a pity that theory is theory and practice is practice. Through practice, Uchiha Bo proved that he is not suitable for finding the way by looking at the map. Fortunately, the two of them brought a lot of supplies, so if things really don't work, they can also use reverse spiritual communication to go to the Wetbone Forest. Brother, is that it? Uchiha Kage suddenly pointed at the building in the distance and asked Uchiha Na excitedly. Uchiha Nama took a look from a distance and confirmed that it was not a mirage and said happily, it is very likely. While answering, Uchiha Bo suddenly remembered that at this time Lulin had not yet been covered by sand. Let's go. After saying that, Uchiha Bo and Uchiha Kage sped up and rushed over. When he got closer, Uchiha Nama finally saw clearly that this complex of buildings had an architectural style that was very different from that of the ninja world. I have worn out my golden armor through 100 battles in the yellow sand, and I will not return until I have conquered Lulin. Subconsciously, Uchiha Bo recalled this poem from his previous life. This small country, which has the same name as the very famous country in his previous life, made Uchiha Bo feel as if time and space were confused. It was a vague but real reminder to Uchiha that there was a world waiting for him. Just as they approached the town, Uchiha Naga sensed that familiar energy. The feeling of looking at something from a distance through a veil made Yusaibo feel very uncomfortable. Let's go in and take a look, Uchiha said, and the two of them turned into sand rabbits, which are very common in the desert, and entered the town from the side of the gate. After entering it, you will have a very strange feeling. It was like crossing the water and returning to land, and many negative emotions were smoothed out. Uchiha Naga was curious and worried about this town, which was very different from the original work in time. And all this curiosity reached its peak when Uchiha Boen heard the conversations of the people of Lulin. The familiar voices even made Uchiha Boen stunned. The Uchiha Kage at the side whispered to Uchiha Nama, brother, their language is so strange, are you sure you didn't go to the wrong place? Uchiha looked at the two people who were talking and said, it can't be wrong, this is it. Only here can this kind of language appear. The power of time. Although he didn't know the specific reason, Uchiha Naga could guess that this should be the work of his future self, or his self in a parallel timeline. As for time, Uchiha Bo himself can't understand this thing now. All I know is that from the perspective of time, there is no such thing as traveling through the past or the future. Because you can only enter one timeline from another, the progress of these two timelines may be different, but the two timelines are parallel. However, from a macroscopic time perspective, time is a whole line. Theoretically, Uchiha Bo, who masters the power of origin, can control the timeline. In other words, Uchiha Bo can replace the front and back of a timeline, thus completing the transformation of the past of a single timeline into the future, that is, traveling through the past. But then again, if we look at it from a macro time perspective, it should involve the direction of the entire river of time. Unfortunately, with Uchiha Bo's current authority, there is basically no information in this regard. In other words, the current situation was caused by myself in the parallel timeline, but from a macro time perspective, it can also be said that it was caused by my future self. But none of this matters anymore. Uchiha Wa, whose thoughts have finally calmed down, no longer hides his tracks. Instead, he found a villager and said the words he thought he would never use again, excuse me, where is the king? The man who was questioned by Uchiha looked at him strangely. Although Uchiha's clothes were strange, the familiar language did not make him wary. He replied, "We don't have a king, we only have a leader." Uchiha was stunned when he heard this and subconsciously murmured, "Leader?" The man seemed very enthusiastic. Seeing Uchiha's doubts, he immediately explained, "Yes, leader. He can also be called a prophet. He is the embodiment of Lulin's wisdom. He has been baptized by the holy vein and has gained insight into everything in the world. He will lead Lulin in the right direction, but he will not rule us. We are equal. Uchiha felt somewhat familiar with this word, yet somewhat unfamiliar. But he could still understand the so-called baptism of the holy vein, that is, the baptism of the dragon vein. It was most likely the person who was in charge of all this. Then can I meet him? Uchiha Wawa asked. If possible, Uchiha Wawa would rather obtain the dragon vein from a formal channel. And since he is a prophet and has been baptized by the energy of time, he should know or understand himself. Of course, distinguished guest, the man replied, then bowed and led Uchiha Nawa towards the center of the town. Subconsciously, he bowed in return. Uchiha Bo had an inexplicable feeling in his heart. Obviously this person knew that Uchiha Bawa was not from Lulin, or he had never intended to hide it since the moment Uchiha Bawa appeared. But ever since Uchiha Bo spoke the familiar language, that person no longer had any guard against Uchiha Bo. Nothing else is needed, just this common language is enough to make people let down all their defenses here. Just as Uchiha Nama led Uchiha Kage into the depths of the town, the strangely styled building standing in the desert disappeared like a mirage. Uchiha Bo was walking on the road, and children were running on the street from time to time. Just like Uchiha Nagata's childhood in his previous life, he didn't need to practice chakra or think about war. You just need to live your life under the guidance of your parents, under the protection of the country, and according to your own choices. There are some businesses on the side of the street, selling clothes and food, many of which are unheard of in the ninja world. These things made Uchiha Kage, who had been watching all the way, curious and puzzled. Uchiha Kage was curious about Uchiha Naga's appearance and the language used by the villagers here, but he would not guess anything. His brother was his brother and would always be his brother. After entering the attic, the space inside was not as big as I had imagined. In Xionfan, it was particularly small. The tall attic is not a multi-story structure, and with Uchiha's eyesight, he can easily see the top of the tower from the inside. Lamps are hung in the air. In the very middle of the attic is a spiral staircase leading downwards. There is nothing else besides this. Uchiha Nama looked back and found that the door of the attic had been closed. Only Uchiha Nama and Uchiha Kage were left standing in the small space. The Uchiha Kage, who had been following Uchiha Namiya in silence all the way, finally couldn't help but ask, "Brother?" Knowing Uchiha Kage's doubts, Uchiha Nama sighed and explained, "I came here from another world. This is the language of my world, but even if I know it by nature, I still love you, brother." Uchiha Wada's call of brother seemed to dispel all doubts in Uchiha Kage's heart. "Brother is always brother," said Uchiha Kage. "As long as Uchiha Kage is the brother he is familiar with, nothing else matters, right?" After telling Uchiha Ying about his conversation with the Lulin man, Uchiha Ying said to him, "Let's go, brother. Let's go see what the prophet is like. You have to teach me when we go back, brother." Uchiha Kage, who was following behind Uchiha Nama, suddenly said. Uchiha Nawa nodded without replying, but walked down the stairs with a smile on his face. There is a huge underground space under the pavilion. The spiral staircase leads all the way to the bottom, but there is nothing on the staircase itself. If you miss a step, you will fall directly from the sky. Having just come down from the attic, Uchiha Nagata and the other two were standing at the top of the stairs. A stone altar can be vaguely seen not far away. As we went gradually downwards, the originally open space around us became smaller and smaller, and the stone walls that were once far away were now very close. Until you reach the bottom, looking forward it looks like a canyon. After entering the underground space, Uchiha Wave felt the active time energy. Unlike the power of time that Uchiha possesses, time energy is a pure energy that can be used. Time energy can be used to activate the power of time, but time energy itself does not possess the relevant abilities. Generally speaking, time energy can be found everywhere because traces of time are everywhere. Unless it is a place like eternal nothingness where time does not exist. Most normal life forms cannot survive in such a place. The time energy here is slightly different. This is the energy generated when there is a drastic change in time. It was as if a wound appeared in the timeline, and energy gushed out. In this environment, gifted people can even rely on the rich time energy to mutate and thus possess time abilities. This kind of time ability is very different from Uchiha's authority that relies on the power of time. The appearance may be similar, but the inside is completely different. However, people with the ability to time will be restricted to this environment for their entire lives, just like fish cannot live without water. In a sense, such people can no longer be called human beings. Even the human appearance is just a subconscious imitation due to the limitations of their own cognition. In this way, we can roughly know the situation of Lulin and the so-called prophet Uchiha Bo. It seems that the other self I was worried about was worrying too much. Moving forward along the passage, Uchiha Nama and Uchiha Kage soon arrived in front of the stone altar they had seen before. At this time, a bald woman in a platinum robe was sitting quietly in the center of the altar. There is a stone pillar as thick as a bucket at each of the four corners of the altar, and on the top of the stone pillar is a dragon head facing the center of the altar. The surface of the stone altar beneath the woman's seat was covered with very complex sealing runes. With the arrival of Uchiha Nama and Uchiha Kage, the woman slowly opened her eyes. The golden pupils contain light green spots that appear when the time energy becomes concentrated to a certain level. The moment the woman opened her eyes, a huge amount of time energy spread from her body. Subconsciously, the vertical pupil on Uchiha Bo's forehead opened, and the attacking time energy was like encountering a natural enemy, forming a vacuum area with Uchiha Bo as the center. A light green light also emanated from Uchiha Kage's body, completely isolating the time energy that was originally so close to him from his body. The woman did not open her mouth, but her voice echoed in her ears. Her voice was clear and noble. After opening his vertical pupils, Uchiha Nawa completely understood the woman's identity. He is no longer a human being, but a being of time. Time life is a powerful life form nurtured by time, and they can adapt to all environments where time exists. When life grows to its peak, it can even travel freely in the long river of time. At this moment, in Uchiwama's vertical pupil perspective, the image of the woman was a fish that Uchiwama did not recognize with a dragon horn on its forehead. Most of the time, the image of the true body of life is based on fish. The long river of time, and the temporal life that can live in the long river of time is also represented by fish. This is a young life, but unfortunately, it is like a stranded fish. He who evolved into a time life with the help of the time energy here will never be able to grow further in his entire life. While time and life are blessed by nature, their growth is also fraught with difficulties. As for the woman's name, it is also very simple. The only true god of all time beings is time. The Uchiha wave form, which has integrated a part of the origin of time, can actually be regarded as a part of time. The moment he recognized the woman, Uchiha knew that in fact, it was Uchiha Naga himself. In human form, one will never be able to truly harness the power of time throughout one's lifetime. Abandon everything, transform into time life, and take control of time. Uchiha Wada shook his head. His name was Uchiha Wada. Time was his power but not his only thing. He would never do this unless he was at his wit's end. Just as Uchiha Nawa was about to tell him why he was here, he heard the woman's voice. I know the purpose of the Lord, please forgive me for not being able to agree to your request. I am the people of time, the people of the Lord. The woman's voice echoed in his ears, and Uchiha Wa understood what she meant. In fact, after understanding the essence of the woman's life, Uchiha Wawa already realized that there was a high probability that he would return empty-handed. The rich time energy here certainly did not come out of thin air. A large amount of time force accumulated here caused a vortex point to appear on the timeline. Time energy pours out from the long river of time. If Uchiha Bo took away the power of time here, the rich time energy would naturally become thin. For women who already have difficulty evolving, even survival may become a problem. The last sentence is the woman's explanation of Uchiha Wave. He is a citizen of time and a citizen of the Lord of Time, but he is not a citizen of Uchiha Wave. Since Uchiha Naga chose to be himself and did not assume the responsibilities of the Lord of Time, he naturally would not obtain the authority of the Lord of Time. Of course, Uchiha Bashi still has the identity of the Lord of Time. This identity is not given by anyone, but brought by the power of the origin of time in Uchiha Bashi's body. Forget it, then I'll take you back to the time zone and come back to get it later. Uchiha Nawa sighed and prepared to take Uchiha Kage away. As for whether Uchiha Bo can allow the woman to return time in the future, from the moment the woman chose to meet Uchiha Bo here, it was destined that Uchiha Bo would be able to achieve this in the future. Although time life that has not yet grown to its peak cannot travel through the long river of time, but he can still directly see countless timelines, which is why the Lulin people call him a prophet. Time life will not choose a timeline that is not beneficial to itself, or in other words, time life will not exist in a timeline that is not beneficial to time life. Time life is unique, and there is only one identical time life in the entire river of time. They do not have time coexisting bodies. When they choose the timeline where Uchiha Bo is, they will no longer exist in other timelines. In the future, he will only exist in the timeline where Uchiha Wa comes to save him. As the voice of gift to the Lord was heard, a light green ball of light flew in front of Uchiha Bo. Then, the woman closed her eyes again, and the time energy around her rose and fell like waves with her breathing. Uchiha Nama looked at the woman deeply, took the light green ball of light, and left with Uchiha Kage. This ball of light is made up of a large amount of compressed time energy. Although it is impossible to evolve Uchiha Wa's eyes, it can replace the pupil power as a consumption for Uchiha Wa's Mangekyo dojutsu. In fact, normally speaking, Uchiha's wave eye technique consumes time energy. However, Uchiha Bo does not know how to use the power of time to collect time energy, and the time energy in a normal environment is not enough for Uchiha Bo to release his pupil technique. Therefore, when Uchiha releases his pupil technique, he will consume his pupil power and indirectly use the power of time to extract time energy. With this time energy, Uchiha will not have to worry about his pupil power for a short period of time. Next, I can only think of ways to plan other time forces. Or open the kaleidoscope in the normal way? The latter is directly past, and none of the other time powers are easy to find. Or think about it, are there other time lives in places where other time forces are located? Time and life are indeed scarce, but considering the scale of the entire world, the amount is not too small. It is very likely that some of the time creatures with the ability to move are looking for the power of time to further evolve, or are waiting for Uchiha wave near the power of time. From the moment Uchiha Naga appeared in the ninja world, it was destined that there would be more and more lives on this planet. Put the light ball on the forehead, and without feeling anything, the time energy will be integrated into the vertical pupil and stored. The power of time and time energy seem to be only one level apart, but the actual gap is much larger. One is still just energy and the other already has a certain authority. Elder brother. After leaving the attic, Uchiha Kage looked at Uchiha Wave in surprise as he looked at the yellow sand all over the sky. Uchiha said calmly, "Until I truly master the power of time, Lulin will not appear again. Let's go back to Konoha." After leaving, Uchiha Nawa looked back at the attic deeply. But he found that the attic had been blown away by the wind. He shook his head helplessly and returned in the direction he came with Uchiha Kage. At this time, Uchiha had already determined that his direction was actually correct. It was just that the hesitant woman used her time ability to disrupt the perception of Uchiha Nama and Uchiha Kage, causing them to take some extra time to reach Lulin. The reason for hesitation is simple. The power of time is a kind of authority and also the hope for further development of time life. Even if a time life grows to its peak and is able to travel freely in the long river of time, it cannot truly control time. This is the authority of the power of time. Time life that has grown to its peak can integrate the power of time, master the power of time and become a further time lord. However, this step is basically impossible under normal circumstances. The power of time is the cornerstone of the river of time. It is impossible to obtain the power of time unless you shake the river of time. As for shaking the river of time, even the Time Lord cannot do it. Only Uchiha Nagata, who completely abandons himself and masters the power of the origin of time, can do it. The existing time force is all caused by Uchiha's wave breaking through the world barrier during the journey, thus damaging and scattering the long river of time. Came out. The fact is that this is also how Uchiha's source of time power came from. Normally, the instinct of the river of time would allow it to recover this scattered power. But Uchiha, who has merged with the origin of time, has become a part of time, and can only accept the long river of time. Along with it, all the scattered time power was also assigned to Uchiha. Otherwise, do you think that the power of time is just thrown here and will not be recycled by the long river of time? The woman can choose to ask Uchiha Nama for help to leave the shallows, or she can rely on herself to integrate the power of time and become a dragon in the shallows. How could a real dragon appear in a shallow beach? The woman also understood this truth, but everyone knows the truth, and the temptation is really in front of her. It can be said that every time life that obtains the power of time will hesitate. Even those time beings that have grown to their peak are no exception. The temptation to evolve into a Time Lord is indeed great, but it only means more power. In fact, time and life already have everything they need. If you absorb it, you have to be careful of the reckoning of the Lord of Time. After leaving Lulin, Uchiha Nama and Uchiha Kage set out to return to Konoha. The troops that had set out earlier had now returned to Konoha. War always brings grief to people. Even if you are the victorious side, it means hundreds of families are broken apart. The joy of victory plunged Konoha into a frenzy. But this does not mean that the ninja war is over. Tobirama Senju led his Hokage guards to the Uegakur battlefield, and most of the high-ranking officials also participated in the war. All affairs of Konoha have basically come to a standstill. Perhaps this is also the reason why Sarutobi Hiruzen later established the position of Hokage advisor. Uzumaki Mito was in charge to ensure that the overall situation remained stable, but no one was handling Konoha's affairs. Although Konoha's economy seems to be prosperous on the surface, the government affairs are actually piled up in a mountain. Of course, it's not just Konoha that is like this, the other 4 ninja villages are basically like this during wartime. Those who hold high positions in the ninja village often have considerable strength themselves, and such combat power will never be wasted in times of war. Therefore, the ninja war is not only a competition of the combat power of the ninjas from each ninja village, but also a test of the economy. The Sand Village always fails early on, not only because its overall combat power is weaker, but also because its economy has always been depressed. If the war drags on for a few years, Tsunegakur will collapse due to financial problems. Similarly, Konoha can often rely on a prosperous economy to last until the end, but there are not many times when Konoha can really rely on the economy to last until the end. The most classic example of a person who failed due to financial problems was Hanzo of the Hidden Rain Village, a Kage who was called a demigod. He wants to use his own strength to make the Hidden Rain Village the sixth largest ninja village and get rid of the status and predicament of a small ninja village. The final result was that Salamander Hanzo did not lose, but the Hidden Rain Village could no longer hold on. It's a pity that the war was started by Hanzo of the Salamander, but the end of the war was not up to Hanzo of the Salamander. No gambler will stop when he loses all his money until he is penniless. When Uchiha Namahashi and Uchiha Kage returned, the excitement of Konoha's victory had passed. After the joy, we still have to face the difficulties of life. The two returned to Konoha without alarming anyone and went back home. As always, I came to the door and knocked. The one who opened the door was Uchiha Lee, who was full of expectation and nervousness. "We're back," Uchiha Nawa said to Uchiha Lee with a smile. Hearing this, Uchiha Lee smiled but couldn't laugh, and tears rolled down his cheeks like pearls. Then, he hugged his two sons tightly. Uchiha Nawa did not resist when Uchiha Lee held her in his arms. This was her mother in this life, and she would not feel awkward because she had lived through one lifetime. How can there be any awkwardness or dissatisfaction when one is blessed with the grace of giving birth to and raising someone? The Uchiwama in both lives is the same Uchiwama, and the mother in both lives is the same Uchiwama's mother who gave birth to him and raised him. This is the emotion that comes from life and the throbbing from the depths of the soul. "It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back." Uchiha Lee's voice was trembling, with tears and joy mixed together. "I heard that you won, but you didn't come back." When he spoke the latter part, Uchiha Lee choked up again. Uchiha Bo was stunned that he actually asked Li Xiao to help him report his safety. But when he thought about it, how could a mother feel at ease if she didn't see her child with her own eyes? So Uchiha Bo did not say anything, but just hugged Uchiha Lee, letting her truly feel his presence. After Uchiha Lee calmed down, Uchiha Mao and Uchiha Ying followed Uchiha Lee into the house. As soon as I entered the door, I saw Uchiha Hui sitting in the main seat of the house as usual, looking at the two brothers calmly. Uchiha Hui felt a little funny and a little sad. Uchiha Hui's trembling hands and red eyes proved his excitement. But this man who has been a pillar of support for his entire life still hides his emotions. "Grandpa," Uchiha Kage spoke, and with that crisp voice, the man finally couldn't hold it back any longer. Tears gently slid down from the corners of his eyes, and Uchiha Hui's voice was still suppressed and calm. "Okay, I'm glad you're back." He did not ask the two brothers about their battle results, as he trusted his two grandsons. The only worry is that the two people who have never experienced the evil of human nature will not be able to adapt to the cruelty of war. But Uchiha is Uchiha. There is only Uchiha who gives in for love, and no Uchiha who can't fight. "Grandpa is useless. There is nothing left for me to teach you. In fact, as long as you grow up healthy and happy, that's enough. We don't need honor or anything." Uchiha Hui was silent for a long time and finally spoke. Uchiha opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. It is not easy to grow up healthy and happy. In the previous life, there was the pressure of life, and in this life, there is the pressure of survival. The threat of Black Zetsu, the threat of the moon, the threat of Itsutsuki Ishiki, and the threat of the entire Itsutsuki clan. In the entire Naruto world, ninja wars and conspiracy theories are all unimportant. Ultimately, it's the threat posed by the Itsutsuki clan. The aliens that I had never seen in my previous life appeared in this life. Black Zetsu is easy to deal with. Even though Kaguya Itsutsuki is strong, she has the Six Paths Sage supporting her from behind. And knowing the inside story, Uchiha Naga only needs to keep an eye on the chakra reincarnations of Indra and Ashura. If he really doesn't want Kaguya to be resurrected, he can destroy Uchiha Madara's reincarnation and Black Zetsu will have no way to stop him. The problem with the moon is not that big of a problem, but there is a question mark as to whether Tonari Itsutsuki will be born or not at this time. The main issue is the huge Rinnegan and the possible Rinnegan that may be produced by combining the Itsutsuki bloodline with the Hyuga pure Byakugan. But it's just a super shadow level, so it's not a big problem. What makes Uchiha Wave most uneasy is the last two. Itsutsuki Ishiki is hiding in the dark now, and who knows if he noticed Uchiha's wave. This guy's fighting style is a natural counter to Uchiha Wa's current fighting style. Not to mention giving Uchiha Wa time to recharge, it's not even certain whether he can see where Itsutsuki Ishiki is. There are also waves of Itsutsuki coming, just like the monsters that refresh regularly. The expressiveness in Naruto is limited, and it is difficult for Uchiha to determine the upper limit of the Itsutsuki clan. However, when it comes to large-scale interstellar colonization, the racial strength must not be weakened. While Uchiha Nawa was enjoying the warmth of his family at home, the war did not stop. After suppressing themselves for more than 10 days, the Hidden Cloud clan finally resumed a large-scale battle with Konoha. The Uega Corps followed suit and launched an attack on Konoha. The Kiriga Corps, which had been watching for a long time, joined the battle, but the second Mizu Kage did not participate. It was just a Kage-level member of the Kiriga Corps who led 3,000 Kiriga Corps ninjas to deal with Konoha. Uchiha Nama, who thought he would soon return to the battlefield, was told that he could rest for a while. Senju Tobirama was worried that frequent battles would affect Uchiha Namahaka's psychology, so he wanted Uchiha Namahaka to experience the beauty of life in Konoha. The second is to maximize the deterrent effect. As long as Uchiha wave does not appear, the intensity of the war in these three battlefields will not be too great. Just as the saying goes, the deterrent effect of nuclear weapons is greatest when they are being prepared for launch. When they are actually launched, the deterrent effect of nuclear weapons no longer exists. Uchiha Namahaki and Uchiha Kage were also happy to not have to participate in the war. Anyway, the achievement of repelling the sand village is enough, and killing the second Kaze Kage alone has also proved Uchiha Nama's strength. Now Uchiha Bo wants to try other ways to improve his strength. For example, magic. At the age of 12, these two should be able to withstand natural energy, and the Sharingan can also play a certain auxiliary role. But before that, Uchiha had other things to do. In the forest next to the Akimichi clan's territory, Uchiha Namiya met his only remaining student, Akimichi Kiyuki. The deaths of Nara Shikage and Yamanaka Kore had a great impact on Akimichi Kiyuki. In life, the passing of these two companions left Akimichi Kiyuki with a lot missing. Whenever he goes to a place the three of them have been to or does things they have done before, Akimichi Kiyuki would think of his two deceased friends. What follows is endless sadness. Many times, Akimichi Kiyuki wondered why he didn't leave with them at that time, but the expressions of his family members always made Akimichi Kiyuki feel fortunate that he was still alive. Due to all the contradictions and sorrows, Akimichi Kiyuki chose to hide in the forest near the clan's territory. This was a place they rarely came to. Akimichi Kiyuki didn't want to participate in the war anymore. Without the cooperation of Nara Shikage and Yamanaka Kore, he, Akimichi Kiyuki, would be just an ordinary Chunin. Konoha does not lack a fighter like him, and he does not want to experience the pain of separation in war again. Hate yourself, or hate the war? Akimichi Kiyuki, who was sitting on a tree and staring at the Nara family's deer breeding forest in the distance, was brought back to his senses by a voice in his ear. He turned his head and found that Uchiha Nama and Uchiha Kage were standing beside him. Akimichi Kiyuki said nothing, but lowered his head again, tears welling up in his eyes, but he said nothing. Uchiha Nawa couldn't help but sigh as he looked at his student who had lost a lot of weight. The secret technique of the Akimichi clan belongs to Yang Dan, which has certain requirements on one's own vitality. Basically, all members of the Akimichi clan are constantly eating, and their bodies are all in a medium-fat state. But at this moment, Akimichi Kiyuki looked as if he had become thinner after using a secret technique. His self-abandonment and grief made it so that Akimichi Kiyuki couldn't even eat snacks, let alone barbecue and meals. When Lu Yi and Huli died, my first feeling was anger, Uchiha said to himself. After anger, there was sadness. Anger gave me strength. I killed the Kaze Kage to avenge Lu Yi and Huli. This is the Uchiha clan, the so-called cursed clan, said Uchiha Nawa, looking at Akimichi Kiyuki. But I don't think it's a curse. It helps me gain the power of revenge faster. But even without it, I will still become stronger for revenge. I think the so-called curse is more of a kind of jealousy, Uchiha Bo said with some sneer at the end. But these are not important. What is important is that I avenged myself and you, but it seems that without this hatred, you have become cowardly and self-destructive. Having said that, Akimichi Kiyuki finally looked at Uchiha Nama. He didn't know what to do. For Konoha and their home, he and his friends went to participate in the war. In the end, his friends stayed there forever. Does he hate it? He doesn't know whether he hates it or not, he just feels sad and confused. People have desires in their hearts, so there will be conflicts. The same is true for a country. Only by becoming a family can we reduce conflicts and allow more people to gain peace and happiness. This is what we are doing, said Uchiha Bo, knowing in his heart that this was too cruel for an 11-year-old child. Because of their strength and status, Uchiha Nama and Uchiha Kage themselves joined the war at the age of 12. Didn't Nara Shikai and the other two also join the war at the age of 11 because of their status? From the perspective of Uchiha Naga's later generations, letting teenagers go to war was cruel and a failure for a country. But you have to know that in the Warring States period, it was normal for people to go to the battlefield at the age of 67. The existence of ninja villages did shelter more children to a certain extent. Besides, the ninja war cannot represent everyone. There are still more people living in peace, but life is not so happy and beautiful. Become a family? Akimichi Kage looked at Uchiha Nama, his eyes still full of confusion. Uchiha Nama also knew that it was too early to bring up such a topic for the 11-year-old Akimichi Kiyuki, so just leaving a seed was enough. In short, only by becoming stronger can you protect everything you care about. Now, when you face the same thing again, all you can do is still be sad alone afterwards. Having said that, please think about it carefully. Uchiha Namiya took one last look at Akimichi Kiyuki, and then disappeared in a puff of smoke along with the Uchiha Kage. In the extraordinary world, great power belongs to oneself, and power is everything. As the smoke cleared, Uchiha Namahaki and Uchiha Kage found themselves in another, even denser forest. The trees in the forest are tall and sturdy, and each one of them looks like a century-old tree, but beneath its dry surface lies a powerful vitality. From time to time, slugs, big or small, gnaw on the leaves. This is the wet-boned forest, one of the 3 holy places. There are two theories about the wet bone forest. The most popular one is that the wet bone forest is the forest on the body of the slug fairy, just like that turtle island. Uchiha couldn't be sure about this, as the planet where the ninja world was located was actually very large. The 5 major countries are only located in a part of it, and no one knows what is in other places. After crawling out from the wet and sticky slug ball, Uchiha didn't even dare to breathe deeply. Is there no other way? Uchiha Nama asked the mini version of the slug sage clone who was watching. 3 months have passed since I came to the wet bone forest to learn immortal arts. Originally, Uchiha Namana thought that with his and Uchiha Kage's talents, learning fairy arts should be completed quickly. Powerful mental power brings not only enormous mental energy, but also more subtle control. But the trouble is that the composition of Senjutsu chakra is to achieve a balance between physical energy, spiritual energy, and external natural energy. Normally speaking, the ratio should be 1/3 each. But remember, the chakra composition of Uchiha Wave and Uchiha Kage is different from that of normal people. Moreover, the bodies of the two do not have the strong adaptability to natural energy like Hashirama Senju. On the contrary, the bodies of the two people who have integrated the power of time are still slightly repelled by natural energy, but this feeling of repulsion is not strong. However, this slight feeling of rejection, coupled with the brothers' special chakra structure, greatly increased the difficulty of constructing the fairy chakra for the brothers. The solution given by the slug immortal is to try again and again, trying to find a balanced relationship that suits the two of them. As for the problem of natural energy running wild, all it takes is for two people to be wrapped by the slug. Slugs suck away natural energy. This is also one of the principles of the 2-in-1 temporary version of Sage Mode that Uchiha Nagata and Uchiha Kage used before. The slugs can absorb the natural energy that is running wild in the bodies of the two people to prevent the natural energy from further damaging their bodies. After trying for 3 months and being entangled by sticky slugs every day, Uchiha Nawa finally couldn't bear it anymore. The slugs that were wrapped around the two men had grown to a large size, but the two still had no clue. The slug sage mini-clone looked at Uchiha Nama as if he was thinking, "Sage, you are not using us as a natural energy extractor, are you?" Uchiha asked the slug sage helplessly. The slug immortal shook his head fiercely and said, "How could that be? Although the natural energy that is passed through the human body is more delicious, but immortals would not do this." It's a pity that the slug sage's explanation did not change Uchiha's suspicious look. Just as Uchiha Nama and Slug Sage were looking at each other affectionately, crossed out, Uchiha Kage emerged from another slug group not far from Uchiha Wave. Seeing Uchiha Wave looking at him questioningly, Uchiha Kage shook his head and said, "Failed Uchiha aside. The two brothers had already tried all kinds of common proportions. They couldn't just try all kinds of proportions with decimal points. How long will it take to try this? But without the Sage Mode, it seems difficult to cause damage to 6 paths level enemies. Some of the kaleidoscope's eye techniques are okay, but you can't always rely solely on the kaleidoscope. It's okay to do it myself, but if it doesn't work, I will rely on the power of time to evolve. What should I do with my younger brother? It is still unknown whether the kaleidoscope transplanted to relatives and friends can further evolve into the so-called eternal eye. I hate unclear settings. Actually, there is still a way." The slug immortal, who had been thinking for a long time, suddenly spoke, and even his tentacles stood up. Seeing the two brothers looking at him, the slug sage continued, "The inspiration also came from your previous temporary sage mode. I don't know if you have noticed that over time, your body is gradually adapting to natural energy. If the constructed Senjutsu chakra is unbalanced, it will not dissipate immediately. You can carry 2 slugs with you, one to store natural energy and one to absorb natural energy. This way, you can transform and use it at any time during battle." The slug immortal said this and nodded very happily. Uchiha was looking at the slug sage, wondering how to eat a slug so that it would taste good. "Are you thinking about something bad?" The slug sage suddenly shuddered and looked at Uchiha and asked. Uchiha shook his head and said, "Of course not, it's just that this method can't achieve our expected idea, it's too troublesome." Looking at the tiny slug-like immortal in front of him, Uchiha felt a little helpless. Although it is called the slug immortal, it is certainly not the real slug immortal, but a split body with certain core memories of the immortal. It seems that all the slugs are the split bodies of the slug sage, but this one is a little special. Uchiha doesn't know what's special about it. Why? Uchiha suddenly thought of something and asked, "Slug Sage, you are using natural energy instead of fairy chakra, right?" This is a plot setting from the anime version that Uchiha suddenly thought of. The 3 holy places existed for a long time, much earlier than the appearance of the sacred tree or the 10 tails. There was no such thing as chakra in the ninja world at that time. The earliest chakra was the power used by the 6-path sage to connect people's hearts. Although it later evolved into a means of warfare, the ninja clan became ninjas. However, the earliest ninja world did not have chakra, so what did the 3 holy places use? The slug immortal hesitated for a moment and explained, "In the beginning, the energy used by the 3 holy places was collectively called immortal energy. It was transformed according to the characteristics of our race after we absorbed natural energy. You humans cannot use this kind of energy. It will cause you to become deformed. Later, it was combined with chakra to form Senjutsu chakra, which is a more gentle energy. Some descendants of the Holy Land also began to use the immortal at the same time. This energy is more suitable for you humans. Mayaboku Mountain and others are beginning to accept some people who are destined to come and learn fairy arts. Why do you ask that? Seeing that Uchiha's eyes were getting brighter and brighter, the slug sage couldn't help but ask. Uchiha narrowed his eyes and thought, since we can't find a suitable ratio of Senjutsu chakra for us, what do you think will happen if we don't use chakra blending and use natural energy directly? Won't you stop your brother? The slug sage asked Uchiha Kage excitedly. Uchiha Kage shook his head and said, I believe my brother. At the same time, one could clearly feel the natural energy rapidly flowing into Uchiha Bo's body. Originally, it was necessary to absorb some natural energy and then stop to mix the natural energy into fairy chakra. Under the massive absorption at this time, Uchiha Bo's body also began to deform. This is different from the previous slug-shaped distortion caused by the incorrect combination of fairy chakra. At this time, every part of Uchiha Bo's body was undergoing different deformations, some grew scales, and some grew hair. There were also places where lumps of flesh grew that made one's sanity drop dramatically at the mere sight of them. Just as the distortion was about to proceed further, the slug wrapped around the Uchiha wave immediately sucked away the natural energy. The distortion of Uchiha's waveform also stopped and gradually returned to its original state. No wonder there is no cultivation even though natural energy exists. The natural energy in the ninja world is too violent. Uchiha frowned and thought. The methods of cultivating immortal energy in the three holy places cannot actually be called cultivation methods at all. They simply absorb the natural energy into their bodies and allow it to flush and adapt to the body naturally. Then, with the final output of fairy energy as a template, more fairy energy can be quickly generated. Humans have two weaknesses in this regard. Point one of them is the ability to autonomously perceive and absorb natural energy. This was difficult to achieve before the emergence of the chakra system. It is the chakra system that makes it easier for humans to perceive natural energy. Of course, even that is difficult. In Mayaboku Mountain, toad oil assists in perception, while in the wet bone forest, slugs provide close assistance. The natural energy in nature is very violent. What about that which has been purified once? Uchiha Bo suddenly had an idea and tried to communicate with the slug that was wrapped around him to absorb the natural energy from the slug. There are two kinds of energy in slugs. Point one is the fairy energy that has been assimilated and has the characteristics of slugs. The other is the relatively mild natural energy that has not been completely assimilated and only has a small part of the characteristics of slugs. Since they have no cultivation methods similar to those for cultivating immortals, the slugs cannot convert natural energy into magical energy very quickly. At this time, what Uchiha Bo absorbed was the natural energy that had been purified once and was relatively mild but had not been completely assimilated by the slug. Of course, this is under the premise that the slug cooperates, otherwise Uchiha Bo himself would not be able to forcibly absorb natural energy from the slug's body. As this part of natural energy with certain slug characteristics entered his body, Uchiha Bo's body began to undergo slug-like deformation visibly to the naked eye. But this time the distortion is very different from the previous ones. The distortion caused by the failure of Senjutsu chakra allocation will cause the natural energy to go wild and out of control, and Uchiha's body will randomly show different slug distortions. At this time, Uchiha Bo was able to clearly perceive his own distortion process. First the body liquefies, followed by the appearance of mucus. This is the characteristic of the Uchiha wave brought to it by the natural energy extracted from the slug's body. In other words, this is a reverse process, and the Uchiha wave pattern is being assimilated by natural energy. So that's how it is. This is why humans cannot use fairy energy. The animals in the three holy places will assimilate natural energy into their bodies, while humans' bodies are assimilated by natural energy. A flash of enlightenment passed through Uchiha Nama's mind. In this way, Uchiha Bo has a solution. In fact, the power of the origin of time contained in Uchiha's wave-shaped vertical pupils will also have a distortion effect similar to natural energy. It's just that the power of the origin of time wants to transform Uchiha's wave into time life. The vertical pupils of Uchiha wave act as a seal in isolation, ensuring that Uchiha wave is not assimilated by the power of the origin of time while allowing it to use the power of time. This vertical pupil is the change that occurred in Uchiha's soul during the time travel, which changed his body. In other words, physically, there is a third eye with a vertical pupil on Uchiha's forehead, but spiritually, there is no third eye at all on Uchiha's forehead. What is on his forehead is the power of the origin of time. Now the method that Uchiha Bo has thought of is to store natural energy in the vertical pupils. In essence, natural energy and time energy are energies of the same level, but one is easier to apply and the other is more mysterious. The problem here is that Uchiha Waha is not sure whether the effect of the vertical pupil is on the power of time or on all energy. Will the entry of natural energy cause any changes in the vertical pupils? It's most likely that everything will be fine. Even if something goes wrong, the power of the origin of time should be able to suppress the natural energy. Uchiha both thought of this and decided to give it a try. As mentioned before, Uchiha Nama's body will be invaded by natural energy, but this invasion will not be fatal. It is because after feeling threatened, the original power of time suppressed the natural energy. Drawing the relatively mild natural energy absorbed from the slug's body into the vertical pupil, Uchiha Bo discovered that the vertical pupil was like a huge container, absorbing all natural energy. As the Uchi wave shape was pulled, the distortion on the Uchi wave shape gradually dissipated from bottom to top. As the last bit of natural energy was drawn into the vertical pupil, all the distortions on Uchiha Wave's body disappeared. Only in the hollow megatama of the open vertical pupil kaleidoscope, the original hollow space was gradually filled with yellow-green. Uchiha Bo suddenly opened his eyes and was very surprised. Sure enough, the vertical pupil Sharinan form is just a representation. In essence, the vertical pupil plays the role of sealing and isolating. What really works is the hidden power in the vertical pupil. Uchiha's original huge mental power and original time power. After entering the vertical pupil, the natural energy was quickly converted into a state that Uchiha Bo could use, just like the part of time energy that Uchiha Bo had previously integrated in Lulin. As the thought moved, the transformed natural energy, or the energy of Uchiha Bo's exclusive magic, quickly gushed out and covered Uchiha Bo's entire body. A yellow-green energy coat was draped over Uchiha's body, and yellow-green lines extended from the center of his vertical pupils to both sides above his temples, then spread out into several tiny lines that covered Uchiha's entire body. The slug that originally wrapped Uchiha Nama was bounced away. Uchiha Kage and Slug Sage looked at Uchiha Nama in surprise as his appearance changed drastically. "This is the real Sage mode," Uchiha Nama said excitedly while clenching his right hand. After experimenting with his Sage mode twice, Uchiha Bo moved his mind and the energy of the Sage mode returned to his vertical pupils. Similar to what Uchiha Nagata guessed, the energy of fairy technique cannot be used directly in ninjutsu, but needs to be mixed with chakra to be used together in ninjutsu. Of course, the ninjutsu in that state is what we usually call immortal techniques. However, it is very different from the magic that Uchiha Nama imagined. After cancelling the Sage mode, Uchiha Bo looked at Uchiha Kage with a headache. "My own Sage mode is constructed based on vertical pupils, but what about my brother's?" Uchiha can only say that he knows how to use his vertical pupils, but he has no idea of the specific principles behind them. "You succeeded, brother." Uchiha Kage looked happier than Uchiha Nama himself. Uchiha Nama nodded, wondering if he could allow Uchiha Kage to directly use his fairy energy given the similarity between him and his brother. "Brother, I will pass the energy of magic to you and see if you can use it." Uchiha both thought about it and decided to give it a try. "Anyway, there are slugs here, so if it doesn't work, just let the slugs absorb it." Uchiha Nama and Uchiha Kage held hands together, and a very faint trace of fairy energy was extracted by Uchiha Nama from his vertical pupils, and after removing his own personal traces as much as possible, he transmitted it into Uchiha Kage's body. Seeing that Uchiha Kage had his eyes closed, Uchiha Namahake couldn't help but feel a little nervous. But after a moment, Uchiha Kage opened his eyes and said, "It's okay, brother. Your celestial energy did not riot after entering my body. Although I can't control it, it is like a seed that will autonomously absorb and purify natural energy. I can control the purified natural energy and transform it into my magic energy." Uchiha Nama was a little surprised when he heard this, because this was very similar to the initial spread of ninja chakra that Uchiha Nama knew. The original chakra was not extracted from the human body, but was transmitted from heart to heart by the six-path sage during his travels. It seems that chakra originally had the function of connecting people's hearts, but later it completely turned into a kind of energy used for fighting. Thinking of this, Uchiha Nama closed his eyes and tried to sense the fairy energy he left in Uchiha Kage's body. Eventually Uchiha Nama discovered that he could indeed sense the senjutsu energy remaining in Uchiha Kage's body. It seems that because the energy of the immortal technique left behind is very weak, Uchiha's perception of the wave is also very weak. Generally speaking, he could only barely sense Uchiha Kage's vital signs. "I don't know if it's the peculiarity of me in shadow, or the characteristics of senjutsu energy. If it's the latter," Uchiha thought in his mind, and was somewhat looking forward to this energy that was different from senjutsu chakra. Theoretically speaking, Uchiha Wave can remain in Sage mode permanently, and when the celestial energy in Uchiha Kage's body grows to a certain level, he can remain in the Sage mode permanently. If the energy of immortal arts really has the property of being transferable, then in a sense Uchiha can create a new ethnic group, a new holy land. "Sorry to trouble you, Slug Sage. It's time for us to leave in 3 months. After making sure that there was no problem with the physical condition of both of them, Uchiha Nama said goodbye to Slug Sage. "Yeah, come and see me if you have any problem." The Slug Immortal looked a little listless. Uchiha Nama smiled and said, "When the war is over, I will take you to the ninja world to play, Slug Sage." After saying that, he triggered the reverse summoning technique that he had prepared long ago and returned to Konoha. Just as they came, with a puff of smoke, Uchiha Namahake and Uchiha Kage appeared in a forest next to Konoha. Although 3 months had passed, Konoha was largely unchanged from when Uchiha and the other two left. However, not long after entering Konoha, Uchiha Nama and Uchiha Kage encountered Li Xiao. From Li Xiao, Uchiha Nama got a general understanding of the situation in the ninja world in the past 3 months. The first is Konoha's direction towards Kyumagakure. Sarutobi Suzuki, who was originally in a strategic offensive state, suffered a serious blow. The reason is that the Hidden Cloud Village released the greatest deterrent in the ninja world, the tailed beast Jinchuriki, but it was the two tails Jinchuriki who came instead of the eight tails Jinchuriki. For this reason, Senju Tobirama led his men to the direction of the Kyumagakure battlefield for rescue. Another big event is that Iwagakure and Kirigakure inexplicably confronted each other. This is also the reason why Tobirama Senju is confident in supporting Sarutobi Suzuki. Now, in the direction of Konoha against Iwagakure, there is a stalemate between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Oniki. Kirigakure and Iwagakure are tens of thousands of miles apart, so it is difficult to send ninja troops to fight. The current situation seems to be that the second Tsuchikage and the second Mizukage dislike each other and fight every now and then. Konoha was fighting back and forth with Kirigakure, but it was just a lot of noise with little results. After Kirigakure came ashore, they couldn't defeat Hyaga and Uchiha, and in the water area, Hyaga and Uchiha refused to fight with Kirigakure. Overall, the war has entered a protracted phase that is not as intense as at the beginning, but it is unknown how long it will last. Of course, this is the case if Uchiha Nagata and the other two do not participate in the battle. When it comes to fighting Hashirama Senju, Uchiha Nama believes that he is not qualified to do so. But Uchiha Nama believes that he is the only one with the strongest combat power in this era, that if he did not lack the ability to fight against 10,000 enemies alone, Uchiha Nama would have stopped the war right on the spot. After having sufficient time energy, Uchiha Bo also conducted some research on the time-condensing eye technique. Facts have proven that both ninjutsu and dojutsu have certain flaws. On the surface, Uchiha's time condensation looks like space strangulation, but in fact it is the collapse of the target's timeline, which means that Uchiha did not cut off Shaman's head. Rather, in terms of time, from the moment Yusaibo used the time condensation, a monk is one without a head. Moreover, since the Uki wave is an attack directly aimed at the timeline, it is useless for the enemy to avoid the sight of the Uki wave, that they can only interrupt it but not avoid it. It seems confusing, right? But the problem is that the timeline itself has weight. This weight has nothing to do with the object, but depends on the energy contained in this timeline. The Uchiha wave needs to consume corresponding energy to offset this part of the energy that is sent into the eternal void. The amount of chakra of Shaman itself is not outstanding, so Uchiha can easily collapse Shaman's head after opening his eyes. But if faced with a chakra level above the tailed beast level, Uchiha Naruto would be helpless. Collapse only part of the timeline? It doesn't exist. When Uchiha Bo erased Shaman's head, it was just a representation. What actually needed to be consumed was not the energy of Shaman's head, but the energy of Shaman as a whole. After hearing the order from Li Xiao, Uchiha was stunned for a moment. Just the two of us to provide support. Li Xiao explained, yes, it seems that we have to serve as a backup force and support the Uegakure direction at any time. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Naga nodded in understanding. If you were to ask which ninja village had the largest number of ninjas besides Konoha, it would undoubtedly be Uegakure. The human wave tactic seems to have always been Uegakure's usual tactic. However, as for the Earth escape technique, except for a few supermodel monsters, the more people use it, the more powerful it is. Moreover, when they set out in the beginning, Sarutobi Suzuki brought the most people, and now the number of people is not so large that they need support. Moreover, Uchiha Nama also realized one thing, that the overall combat strength of the Cloud Village during this period was indeed not as good as that of the Uegakure village. However, during this period of time, the Kyumagakure had Kinagaku, who was holding the 6 paths ninja tools, as well as the second Reikage, the 2 tails Jinchuriki, and the 8 tails Jinchuriki who had not yet been deployed. Uchiha Nama could probably guess why Senju Tobirama asked him and Uchiha Kage to go over there. Kinagaku, holding the 6 paths ninja gear, killed the second Reikage and the second Hokage in one fell swoop at the end of the First Ninja World War. In the original First Ninja World War, except for the second Kaze Kage Shaman, the second Kages of the other 4 ninja villages all died in this ninja war and entered the 3rd generation era. Now, because of the existence of Uchiha's wave, Shaman was the first to be knocked down. Speaking of which, Uchiha Nama was indeed very curious about what the so-called 6 paths ninja tools were all about. Judging from the performance in the original work, it looks like a conceptual weapon. I still have some impression of Uchiha wave. The golden rope marks the word spirit, the 7-star sword curses the word spirit, and the red gourd seals the word spirit. After this series of moves, as long as the targeted person speaks the word again, he will be sealed in the gourd. The so-called words are just catchphrases. In the original work, Shikamaru discovered this combo and broke it by changing his catchphrase. Uchiha was really curious about what his catchphrase was. Theoretically speaking, a catchphrase should be the word or sentence that a person says most often. Then everyone should have a catchphrase, unless they have never said it. Shall we set off now? Uchiha Bo glanced at Uchiha Shadow Queen and asked Li Xiao. Li Xiao hesitated for a moment and then said, Hokage-sama only said that he would notify you as soon as you return, but he didn't say when to leave. Let's set off now, Uchiha Bo said after thinking for a while. Now Uchiha Kori still thinks that Uchiha Nagata and the other two are going to practice. If they go back to see them and then talk about going to participate in the war, he will definitely be worried again. Uchiha Nawa simply decided not to say anything for now, and just tell Uchiha Kori after returning from the battle. Otherwise, Uchiha Lee would be frightened even if there is nothing wrong. Uchiha Kage naturally would not refuse Uchiha Nama, and after saying goodbye to Li Xiao, the two hurried to the Kumagakure battlefield. At this time, in the command tent of the Konoha camp in the direction of Kumagakure, Senju Tobirama sat in the first seat with a frown on his face. On his left was Sarutobi Suzuki, who was wrapped in bandages and had a pale face. On the right is the current head of the Nara clan, who is also the military advisor brought by Senju Tobirama. Because Sarutobi Suzuki was seriously injured during the attack on Tobirama Senju, Konoha now lacks top combat power against the Hidden Cloud Village. However, the combat power of the middle and low levels cannot crush the Hidden Cloud Village. Konoha is now more focused on dealing with the Hidden Cloud Village to reduce frontal combat. Hokage, in addition to the two tails Jinchuriki, you also have to be careful of the two Kumo ninjas. At this time, Sarutobi Suzuki was talking about the information he had obtained previously. Those two Kumo ninjas have beards on their faces. According to Kumagakure, they have the bloodline of the legendary Six Paths Sage. The most important thing is that these two people have the Nine Tails Chakra. They were able to enter the Four Tails state during the previous battle. Sarutobi Suzuki said this with some fear. The second Raikage, the two tails Jinchuriki, Kinkaku and Ginkaku, God knows how he managed to survive facing these four people alone. If Uchiha Naga were here, he would probably correct this. The most important thing about Kinkaku and Ginkaku is not the Nine Tails Chakra, but the Six Paths ninja tools that they possess. No one knows where the upper limit of that thing is. However, the experiences of Kinkaku and Ginkaku are indeed unique in the ninja world. They are not Jinchuriki, but they control the chakra of the tailed beasts. The two were also an important part of the revival of the Ten Tails during the Fourth Ninja World War. Senju Tobirama supported his temples with both hands, feeling very helpless. When it comes to fighting, he is definitely not afraid of these guys, or most of the cage level guys are helpless against Senju Tobirama's Flying Thunder God. Even the third Raikage, who later reached the pinnacle of ninjutsu, might not be able to catch the user of Flying Thunder God. The third Raikage may be faster in short range, but you can't resist the fact that Flying Thunder God can teleport long distance. The upper limit of Flying Thunder God depends entirely on perception and chakra amount. But war is not a one-man game, unless you have the fighting power of Hashirama Senju. The main reason why Tobirama Senju became a supporting player in high-end games such as the Fourth Ninja World War was that Tobirama Senju lacked powerful offensive ninjutsu. Water escape is good, but it is not very impressive at the level of Shadow. At least Minato, the Eternal Sister, has a magic skill and the Raiznan that he is not good at. All we can say is that Tobirama Senju created Flying Thunder God but did not develop it in depth, so there is no corresponding advanced ninjutsu. Most of the forbidden techniques developed by the Master of Forbidden Techniques, Tobirama Senju, are functional, probably because Hashirama Senju is enough in battle. After repeated battles, and with reinforcements from the village, the number of cloud ninjas has reached 6,000. It can be said that except for not allowing children under the age of 10 to participate in the war, all efforts have been made. As a result, Konoha now has a high-end combat force. To the overall backwardness of middle and low-level troops. Otherwise, he would not have stayed in the camp and not attacked after Senju Tobirama arrived. The head of the Nara clan also held his forehead with a headache. It was a pity that the amount of chakra in Senju Tobirama was not sufficient. Otherwise, if he could bring a large army to use Flying Thunder God, Konoha would not be constrained by insufficient manpower. When Uchiha Namahaki and Uchiha Kage arrived, it happened to be after a small-scale conflict between Konoha and Kumagakure. In the command tent of the main camp, everyone was frowning. Sarutobi Suzuki was injured. Although he could still participate in the battle, his combat effectiveness was greatly affected. During the battle, Tobirama Senju had to help Sarutobi Suzuki from time to time. Not only that, although the two tails Jinchuriki cannot transform into a tailed beast, he has a high level of control over the tailed beast's chakra. There is also Kinkaku and Ginkaku. After being possessed by the Nine Tails chakra, they move very agilely and have good coordination. Senju Tobirama could only use Flying Thunder God to barely deal with the situation. Alas, it's my fault for being too impatient for quick success. Sarutobi Suzuki broke the silence. When the Kumagakure retreated, he thought that the Kumagakure had reached the end of its rope and led the team in pursuit. Unexpectedly, he was ambushed by the Cloud Village and barely survived. Senju Tobirama shook his head and said nothing. It was true that they were eager for quick success, but even if Sarutobi Suzuki was in his prime, it would not be so easy for the two of them to deal with the four Raikages. The biggest problem now is the inequality in the number of high-level combat forces. Once a large-scale conflict breaks out, the other side is likely to send out one person to massacre the Konoha ninjas. Why are you all so sad? A laugh suddenly reached the ears of everyone in the tent, causing everyone's already ugly faces to look even gloomier as they looked towards the tent door. It was not until two figures emerged from the battle, one in front and one behind, that these people's faces became filled with surprise and excitement. Shadow. Senju Tobirama was the first to call out the name of the person who came. It was Uchiha Nama and Uchiha Kage who finally arrived after several days of travel. When he heard that Senju Tobirama and others were holding a meeting after the defeat, he went straight to the command tent. There are not many low-level combat forces in the Hidden Cloud Village, but the strong ones in the upper levels are very difficult to deal with. Except for the second Raikage, Kinkaku, Ginkaku and the two tails Jinchuriki are no less powerful than the second Raikage himself, Senju Tobirama introduced, fearing that Uchiha Nama didn't understand the situation. Uchiha Nama nodded. The fighting power of the Hidden Cloud Village was still good. Later, Kinkaku and Ginkaku replaced Tobirama Senju and the second Raikage. Seeing that Uchiha Nama was not unaware of the situation, Senju Tobirama said, "Sit down first. Since you are here, you don't have to worry about the battle between the high-level strongmen." Upon hearing this, the Nara clan leader and others nodded. They recognized the strength of Uchiha Namahaki and Uchiha Kage. They had no choice but to recognize it because their record of killing the second Kaze Kage was there. In the history of the ninja world, Uchiha Madara was the first to kill a Kage directly on the battlefield. Although the death of Senju Hashirama was inseparable from Uchiha Madara in the eyes of everyone, he did not die on the spot after all. So it is not a problem to say that Uchiwa is the first one. In this case, we can discuss how to defeat Kumagakure, the Nara clan leader said, his eyes gleaming. A good cook cannot cook without rice. The impact that the powerful Kage level can have on the war is difficult to change by any strategy. It is true that even someone as strong as the third Raikage could be defeated by human wave tactics, but that was subject to various prerequisites. And now, the Uchiha brothers are fighting the Jinjiao brothers. Well, that makes sense. Senju Tobirama fought against the two-tailed Jinchuriki. Well, he had an easy win. Sarutobi Suzuki fights the second Raikage. Just hold him back. As for the remaining 6,000 Cloud Ninjas, the more the Nara clan leader thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. When he was about to speak, he was interrupted by Uchiha Nama. "There's no need to discuss this. Let's just set a time and attack head-on," Uchiha said in a joking tone. Immediately, everyone's attention was drawn to Uchiha Nama. Sarutobi Suzuki said helplessly, saying, "Don't joke around at this time. 6,000 Kumo ninjas, plus the 4 Raikages, are not that easy to deal with." As he said this, he smiled as if to match Uchiha's wave shape. Uchiha shook his head and said, "I'm not kidding, Mr. Tobirama should understand." Senju Tobirama, who was also somewhat puzzled, suddenly raised his head and looked at Uchiha Nama and asked, "Have you mastered the third force?" Seeing that Uchiha Nawa did not answer, but just looked at him with a vague expression, Senju Tobirama was a little surprised. The third power, which is the third divine power of the Mangekyo Sharinan, Susanoo, is the ultimate eye technique of the Uchiha clan. If he had not used the Flying Thunder God Slash to kill Uchiha Izuna in a sneak attack, Senju Tobirama would have had no way to deal with the Susanoo Jutsu. Moreover, Susanoo is a veritable killer weapon on the battlefield. In fact, what Uchiha Nama was thinking about was also Susanoo. After opening the vertical pupil Mangekyo, Uchiha Nama started trying it. The reason why Uchiha Shisui was able to forcibly use Susanoo after having one of his eyes gouged out was due to the power of his eyes brought about by his powerful mental strength. In this respect, Uchiha Namahake and Uchiha Kage are even better than Uchiha Shisui. What's more, the vertical pupil on Uchiha's wavy forehead is equivalent to 2 eyes combined from the perspective of pupil power. During the 3 months in the Wet Bone Forest, in addition to learning fairy arts, Uchiha Nama also tried Susanoo. Before the 6 paths level, Susanoo was simply a weapon in battle. After reaching the 6 paths level, due to the emergence of various eye techniques and secret arts, combat returned to a more flexible type of combat. Even after learning the Sage Mode, Uchiha Nama didn't think there was any technique more suitable for the battlefield than Susanoo. It has developed to this extent. Senju Tobirama frowned and murmured, "It is indeed a good thing that it will be beneficial to this war, but Tobirama Senju also knows the side effects of the Mangekyo." At the same time, Senju Tobirama also decided to conduct in-depth research on the Sharinan after the war, to find out how Uchiha Madara solved the problem of blindness. "Then leave the two tails Jinchuriki and the second Raikage to me." Senju Tobirama said that the relationship between the Sharinan and the tailed beasts is actually very subtle. The Mangekyo Sharinan is the absolute nemesis of the tailed beast, but the prerequisite is that the tailed beast does not have a Jinchuriki. Once the tailed beast has a Jinchuriki, due to the special relationship between the tailed beast and the Jinchuriki, the illusion of the Mangekyo Sharinan will be ineffective against the Jinchuriki. Of course, what is meant here is the ordinary Mangekyo Sharinan illusion, not the Mangekyo pupil technique. If Uchiha Nama knew that Senju Tobirama planned to conduct in-depth research on the Sharinan, he would definitely be very happy. It can be said that Senju Tobirama and later Orochimaru are the two most powerful research-oriented ninjas in the ninja world. After opening the vertical pupil kaleidoscope, Uchiha Nama discovered that his situation was special but also consistent with that of a normal Uchiha clan member. The vertical pupil and the two eyes have a mutually reinforcing relationship. The vertical pupil is always one level higher than the two eyes. It not only means that the vertical pupil will evolve as the two eyes evolve, but also that the evolution of the vertical pupil will lead the evolution of the two eyes. In addition to evolving along with the eyes, the vertical pupil itself has its own independent system, which is to evolve by recovering the scattered power of time to open the seal. Both eyes still conform to the normal evolution rules of the Uchiha Sharinan, and this is also where the Uchiha Sharinan hesitates. It is known that any Uchiha can open the Mangekyo, but those who have opened the Eternal Eye are the reincarnation of Indra's chakra, and no one knows the determining factors. The same goes for the Rinnegan. 4 vertical pupils, the Sharinan or the Samsaragan is just a form of expression. Back to the topic, after confirming that Uchiha Namahake had mastered Susanoo, Senju Tobirama also decided to crush Kumagakure head-on. Yes, it was a crushing defeat. Tobirama Senju did not think that the hidden cloud village had the ability to fight against Susanoo, the third divine power. It doesn't take much. Just kill any one of the 4 men of the second Reikage, and then make 2 slashes in the direction of Kumagakure. That would definitely be enough to cause Kumagakure to collapse. Soon after the decision was made, the formal declaration of war was issued to Kumagakure. At the same time, Konoha also entered the final state of recuperation. So what is happening in the Union camp at this time? The second Reikage frowned and looked at the declaration of war issued by Senju Tobirama in great confusion. He just defeated Senju Tobirama and others not long ago, but now not long after that, Senju Tobirama dared to issue a formal declaration of war? No matter what Senju Tobirama wants to do, everything will be fine as long as we kill them, said Kinkaku. Ginkaku also followed suit, but the two-tails Jinchuriki sat quietly by the side with his eyes closed. The second Reikage felt a bit troubled by the shouting of Kinkaku and Ginkaku. Sometimes he even doubted whether they were 2 people or 2 beasts. Since it can do such a thing as eating the flesh and blood of the 9-tailed fox, it is not wrong to call it a wild beast. These 2 guys are simply hoping for chaos in the world. It was already difficult to keep them in the hidden cloud village, and they came here not long after. Originally, the second Reikage only planned to call upon the two-tails Jinchuriki alone. As a result, Kinkaku and Ginkaku followed and immediately attracted Konoha's attention. The second Reikage didn't think that the hidden cloud village could really deal with Konoha's main force. Putting aside other things, the fact that the hidden cloud village had to pay out these 6,000 cloud ninjas was already a huge loss. If at least a quarter of these 6,000 cloud ninjas were to be killed, that would be enough to inflict heavy damage to the hidden cloud village. But Konoha's declaration of war has been delivered, so it's impossible for us to just not fight. While both sides were preparing for each other, 2 days passed. Just like the Sand Village and Konoha in the past, the ninja troops of Kumagakure and Konoha stood on both sides. The only difference from the beginning is that the total number of both sides has exceeded 10,000 people, and over 10,000 people is not just talk. Even with Uchiha's good eyesight, it seemed like there was no end to it. I have a deeper understanding of the fact that the third Reikage died of exhaustion after being surrounded and attacked by 10,000 rock ninjas. As expected, he is the man who managed to tie with Yaoi in single combat. Uchiha both thought so. In this huge crowd, Gold Horn and Silver Horn were particularly conspicuous. The golden and white hair and the beard on the cheeks made it easy for Uchiha to find the location of the 2 people. Of course, Jinjiao and Yinjiao did not bother to hide. They just stood at the front of the team, ready to rush forward at any time. Do you have anything else to say, Mr. Tobirama? Uchiha Nawa asked Senju Tobirama without turning his head. The Sharinan in both eyes has been activated, and even the vertical pupil on the forehead has opened. Senju Tobirama shook his head and shouted, "Attack!" Hearing what Tobirama Senju said as expected, Uchiha Nama immediately fixed his eyes and said, "Shining." As soon as he finished speaking, the time energy that had been ready to go immediately poured into the vertical pupil on his forehead. As the green light bloomed, an invisible vortex also appeared on Silverhorn's body. "Brother!" Jinjiao exclaimed, and the 9-tails chakra had already possessed him. Ginkaku was also possessed by the 9-tails chakra and was struggling desperately as he moved around. "Damn it!" Jinjiao roared and rushed towards Uchiha. It's a pity that if the time condensation was used normally, it would have been interrupted by Jinjiao. However, the time condensation at this time was what Uchiha Bo had been secretly preparing for Yinjiao. It's better for such dangerous things to disappear, Uchiha Bo sneered. Along with Yinjiao, the 7-star sword and the red gourd on Yinjiao's body also disappeared. Uchiha Wave did not react to the blood flowing out of the vertical pupil. After all, it was a kaleidoscope, so it was normal for some bleeding. Uchiha Nama is not going to play the game of waiting until the war with Kumagakure has officially begun before taking action. If Uchiha hadn't considered Senju Tobirama's face, he would have killed Ginkaku and the two Six Paths ninja tools in an instant when they met. Who knows what the upper limit of this thing is, and Uchiha Bo doesn't want to take the risk. Do you understand what it means that a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall? Let me play with you. After killing Yinjiao, Uchiha moved his mind and was possessed by the energy of fairy magic. After entering Sage mode, rush towards the charging golden horn. The strengthening of the body by fairy energy is even greater than that of fairy chakra when combined with Uchiha Nama's Sharinan. Uchiha Nama's physical skills are no less than that of Emperor Kai, who has opened the 6 gates. Of course, there are no supporting physical techniques. Just as Uchiha Hajime's and Kinkaku's taijutsu collided, Uchiha Kage also activated Sage mode and rushed towards the second Reikage. As for the two tails Jinchuriki, let's leave it to Senju Tobirama. Ha ha ha, so cool. Uchiha couldn't help but laugh excitedly while fighting. This kind of flesh-and-flesh fighting was completely different from his previous fighting methods. Perhaps it was the warlike nature of the Uchiha people. In this situation, Uchiha felt that his attention was becoming more and more focused. Originally, Uchiha, who only relied on the energy of fairy arts and the Sharinan, gradually figured out his own rules. There is actually a unified name for this type of technique, Uchiha Fluid Technique. It was also at this moment that Uchiha Namamai understood the mentality of those Uchiha seniors who used illusions instead of using the Sharinan to fight head-on. Maybe you can win quickly with illusion, but it feels really good to fight with real fists. Compared with Uchiha Nama, Kinkaku became more and more angry as the fight went on. The death of his brother and Uchiha Nama's laughing and mocking were destroying Kinkaku's sanity. The 9 tails chakra in his body gathered more and more, until it finally burned off Kinkaku's skin, causing Kinkaku to enter the 4-tail state. Roar! After being repelled by another collision, Jinjiao he roared like a wild beast, and then he actually ran over on all fours. If we were to say who is the most leisurely at this moment, it must be Sarutobi Suzuki. After Uchiha Bo condensed Silver Horn with one move, it can be said that everyone present had a short circuit in their brains. At the same time, the fear of Uchiha grew even stronger in his heart. When Uchiha Namiya and Kinkaku collided, and the Uchiha Kage ran to confront the second Reikage head-on, the most confused person was Sarutobi Suzuki. I originally thought that fighting the second Reikage with an injured body would be a tough battle. Now, can anyone tell me why one of the opponents has already been killed before the fight even started? If Sarutobi Suzuki also came from the modern era, he would definitely shout, "WOC, there is Tsukude, it's a sure thing." Uchiha Bo, whose arm was scratched by the sharp claws extending from the golden horn, cursed angrily. Isn't it said that Kinkaku and Ginkaku only have a few pieces of 9 tails chakra on their bodies? Why is it that the more we fight Jinjiao, the more ferocious he becomes? Although the 9 tails chakra has indeed reached a peak and has not continued to grow, what is going on with this golden horn? It's not your characteristic to become stronger when you're angry. What's up? Born to overcome obstacles, wisdom will not stop until death, right? Get out of here. Uchiha Bo gathered the energy of the magic in his right hand and punched down, knocking Jinjiao back. He then immediately stepped back to create some distance. However, he did not expect that after being knocked back several steps, Jinjiao used his hands and feet to return to Uchiha in an instant and started fighting with Uchiha. Fuck you, I don't want to play anymore. Uchiha Bo cursed and decided to overturn the table. Roar! Jinjiao roared angrily and slapped Uchiha's body heavily with his sharp claws. Uchiha looked straight at the sharp claws coming towards him, unmoved. Just when the sharp claws were about to hit Uchiha, a light green rib skeleton appeared in front of Uchiha to block Jinjiao's attack. Explosion, right? Light green flames appeared on Uchiha Naga's body. Coupled with the fairy energy coat, it was like the arrival of a fairy with full special effects. It is Susanoo Type 0. A light green skeleton arm stretched out from behind Uchiha Naga, grabbed the golden horn and slammed it hard on the ground. I'll make you explode, I'll make you explode. Uchiha Bo vented his emotions while hitting Jinjiao hard. After giving Jinjiao a Hulk-like slam, Uchiha Bo threw the unconscious Jinjiao away. Compared to the normal golden horn, this mad beast is much easier to deal with. Feeling the energy in his vertical pupils being consumed, Uchiha knew that he could not delay any longer. Unlike Uchiha Namahaka's technique, which essentially consumes time energy, Susanoo, as Uchiha's third power, actually consumes Uchiha Namahaka's power and chakra. The skeleton arms behind him retracted, and a large number of human-shaped rib bones emerged around Uchiha's body. Then came the skeleton arms and skull. When the skeleton body with only the upper body wrapped around Uchiha Nama, the second Reikage knew that something was wrong. Everyone knows how powerful Uchiha Madara is, and people of that period also have a fear of Susanoo. When the skeleton frame was formed, Uchiha Wave continued to mobilize chakra. The muscles intertwined with the skeleton, quickly forming a human figure with only half of the body without skin. Uchiha Wawa let out a breath. The huge pressure made Uchiha Wawa realize that this state was already his limit. Although the pupil power contained in a single vertical pupil mangekyo is equivalent to that of 2 mangekyos, the maximum single-time output is limited after all, and it is difficult to reach the third form of half the body of Susanoo. Although I cannot use Susanoo's weapons, this state is enough. Thinking of this, the fairy energy stored in the vertical pupil attached to Susanoo's right hand. He looked towards the battlefield and threw a punch in the direction of Yunyin. The ground shattered, spreading towards the direction of Kumagakur, while flames gushed out from the cracks. This single strike split the battlefield in two. Then the huge half-human Susanoo dissipated with the wind, leaving only the light green flame still floating on Uchiha Nama's body. The vertical pupil on his forehead had closed due to fatigue, and Uchiha Naga looked at the Uchiha Kage and the second Raikage who were fighting. The Sage mode of Uchiha Kage and Uchiha Nama can be automatically replenished during battle, and can be maintained for a long time as long as there is no particularly large single consumption. At this time, the fairy energy code on Uchiha Kage's body had dissipated, but there was still some fairy energy in the attack. Facing the attack of the second Raikage, he relied on the Sharingan to dodge rather than fight back head-on. Obviously, the battle with the second Raikage had prevented Uchiha Kage from replenishing his energy for immortal arts, and the entangled Uchiha Kage found it difficult to distance himself. Without hesitation, Uchiha Namahake leapt forward, a skeleton arm appeared behind him and punched the second Raikage. Seeing this, the second Raikage hurriedly dodged, turned around and left to check on Kinkaku's situation. After completing this attack, the skeleton arm quickly dissipated. Through the battle with Uchiha Naga, it was discovered that Susanoo consumes more pupil power than imagined. No wonder Uchiha Itake used the Mangekyo for several years, but Uchiha Suzuki broke it in just 2 days. The energy consumption of using dojutsu and the energy consumption of using Susanoo are two completely different concepts. As for why Uchiha could still use Susanoo even though his vertical pupils were closed. Please, you are closing your eyelids, not your Mangekyo, so why can't you use Susanoo? It's not that Uchiha's eyes are blind, it's just that his vision is relatively not as good as that of his vertical pupils. Seeing the second Raikage escape, Uchiha Namiya did not pursue him, so the war on the Kumagakur side should be almost over. If Kumagakur also surrenders, then the two villages of Iwagakur and Kiragakur will definitely not be able to resist Konoha. In other words, the First Ninja World War is about to end? Thinking of this, Uchiha Nama felt a little bit unbelievable. Originally, Uchiha Nama thought that the First Ninja World War would last for several years. But now, at most, is there a year? On the other hand, Uchiha Nama's previous attack with Susanoo did not actually cause much damage. The main reason was that Konoha and Kumagakur were fighting each other. Even if they attacked in the direction of Kumagakur, if they used moves that were too powerful, it would be easier to accidentally injure Konoha's ninjas. But even so, the morale of the Cloud Ninjas was completely destroyed by just this one strike. The second Raikage found Kinkaku, who was easily knocked away by Uchiha Nama, and he breathed a sigh of relief when he discovered that Kinkaku was only seriously injured and unconscious. No matter how much you hate this guy, he is still an important fighting force of Kumagakur. After confirming Kinkaku's condition, the second Raikage looked up at the situation on the battlefield. The two-tailed Jinchuriki was played by Senju Tobirama. Beat up. Sarutobi Suzuki is invincible in the crowd. The Cloud Ninjas fought with gritted teeth, but their fear and intention to retreat could be clearly felt. Alas, the second Raikage sighed and shouted loudly, "Retreat." As the voice of the second Raikage spread, the Cloud Ninjas who had already intended to retreat quickly moved away from the battlefield. The Konoha Ninjas who originally wanted to chase them were ordered to stop by Senju Tobirama. After the Cloud Ninja left, the Konoha Ninja began to clean up the battlefield. After seeing the bodies of their companions, the joy of victory was greatly diluted. There are never real winners in war. "Brother, how are you?" Uchiha Kage looked at Uchiha Nama worriedly and asked. Uchiha Kage was naturally aware of the side effects of the Mangekyo. If possible, he did not want Uchiha Kage to use the Mangekyo. Sure enough, I am still too weak, Uchiha Kage thought to himself. Everyone recognizes the power of the Mangekyo, but you must never become dependent on it, otherwise you will end up blind, said Tobirama Senju, who appeared next to Uchiha Nama and Uchiha Kage in an instant. Of course, having said that, Tobirama Senju himself knew that the Mangekyo was something that he couldn't just stop using. But there is a solution. I will study it carefully when I return to Konoha, Senju Tobirama said in a different tone, his expression very complicated. I didn't expect that Senju Tobirama had studied Uchiha all his life, and now he was studying for Uchiha. Also, Mangekyo is the symbol of Uchiha. Now you represent more than just yourselves. Responsibility and power are unified, said Senju Tobirama and glanced at Uchiha. After that, he left immediately without caring about their reactions. After the victory, Konoha still needed him to coordinate the overall situation. Uchiha Nama looked at the place where Senju Tobirama disappeared and murmured, "Responsibility and power." Of course, Tobirama Senju did not say this casually. After Uchiha opened the Mangekyo, he became the current symbol of Uchiha. But now Uchiha has given Uchiha Namehake responsibilities, but has not given him the corresponding power, and this is what Uchiha Namehake needs to fight for. For outside villages, as long as you have strength, you have everything, but for the village, strength is the foundation, but not everything. This is true even among the Uchiha clan, where the strong are respected. The current Uchiha clan leader may not be willing to give up such great power. Of course, Uchiha Nagata can also choose to defeat the enemy, but if this is the only way to deal with an entire clan, what should he do when dealing with an entire village? Sure enough, there is still a long way to go, Uchiha Wawa said with a sigh. Having the power to flip the table and actually flipping it are two different things, not to mention that Uchiha Wawa doesn't even have the power to flip the table now. With Konoha's deliberate publicity, the information about the battle between Konoha and Kumagakure was spread quickly. Just the next day, this information spread throughout the ninja world, making the already famous Uchiha Nama become a well-known strongman in the ninja world. In the office of the Kaze Cage building in the Sand Village, the still young Cho, wearing a Kaze Cage hat on her head, looked at the information in front of her, sighed, stood up and looked out the window, wondering what she was thinking. Ebizo on the side was busy writing and drawing on various documents. Only his occasional glance at Cho proved that he was not as calm as he seemed. In an unknown place, the second Tsuchikage was confronting the second Mizukage. Hey, mummy, don't you go back to see your Iwagakure, be careful that your home may be stolen by Konoha, don't cry when the time comes. The second Mizukage read the information scroll that was summoned by spirits in his hand and threw it to the second Tsuchikage provocatively. I have Oniki and Iwagakure, so I feel very confident in Little Mustache. But Kirigakure doesn't have any capable figures. The second Tsuchikage didn't even look at the information scroll thrown over by the second Mizukage. What did you say? The second generation Mizukage shouted at the second generation Tsuchikage with veins bulging on his forehead. Heh, Little Mustache, the second Tsuchikage chuckled, not caring about the second Mizukage's anger, and had already been charging up dust release in his hand. Mummy, you deserve to die. The second generation Mizukage roared and rushed towards the second generation Tsuchikage again. That guy named Uchiha sounds scary, but so what? How about you come to Kirigakure and destroy it? What's more important now is to kill this annoying guy in front of you. Not to mention the second generation Mizukage and the second generation Tsuchikage who were fighting each other again. At this time, Onoki in the Iwagakure camp was having a headache. He had seen Uchiha Nama before, and had originally planned to seek revenge on this guy and Sarutobi Hiruzen. The result is now seen. Sarutobi Hiruzen is still the same, very slippery, and impossible to do anything to him, and this Uchiha wave is even more outrageous. Whatever it is, Susanoo will come out. Onoki can still vividly remember Uchiha Madara's power in the past. This kind of fear, like a demon in his heart, always lingered in Onoki's heart until the Fourth Shinobi World War, when the Five Cage fought against Madara, crossed out, and Madara abused the Five Cage. Although it was broken down soon, a bigger shadow appeared again. Now, what Onoki needs to consider is not whether to take revenge or not, but the question of whether to retreat or stay. Kumagakure and Sandagakure surrendered, Kirigakure didn't try its best, and its relationship with Iwagakure was not good either. Continuing to fight in this situation will only result in more losses, so it is better not to dream of defeating Konoha. In other words, it stands to reason that we should retreat now without any hesitation. But Oniki is not that Tsuchikage. The current Tsuchikage is the second Tsuchikage Mu. Oniki does have the power to command in wartime, but in this case, he must consult the village cage on whether to fight or retreat. The problem is that Onoki can't contact the second Tsuchikage at all, or in other words, no one knows where the current second Tsuchikage and second Mizukage are except themselves. Just as Onoki was hesitating, an expected message spread throughout the ninja world. Kumagakure will conclude a peace treaty with Konoha. Unlike the direct defeat of Tsunagakure, the Cloud Village and Konoha signed a truce agreement instead of establishing an alliance. Although everyone knew that this was Kumagakure surrendering to Konoha, in name only Kumagakure and Konoha were negotiating a ceasefire. How come a fist discussion is not a discussion? Have you discussed it? After returning to the camp, Uchiha felt a strong sense of tiredness. When you are on the battlefield, a lot of the fatigue will be caused by physical exhaustion, and it is not until the war is over and the mind is relaxed that all the fatigue and pain will come together. Apart from the scratch on his arm by the golden horn, Uchiha Nama was not seriously injured. But this time, Uchiha Naga used Sage Mode and Susanoo fully, and it can be said that the chakra output has been in a high power output state. Now that he has stopped, Uchiha Bo feels very uncomfortable with the strong feeling of loss. Chakra needs to be refined and replenished by Uchiha himself, but the energy of fairy arts gradually recovers automatically over time. These are all easy to explain. When dealing with Jinjiao, Uchiha Bo also roughly determined the time energy required to release time condensation once using pure time energy. Relying on the time energy previously obtained from Lulin, Uchiha Wave can probably use it about 3 or 4 times without consuming any pupil power. Ever since Kumagakure and Konoha signed the peace treaty, the ninja world as a whole has fallen into peace. Except for the occasional fights between Oniki and Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Uega Corps stayed quietly in the camp. It can be said that except for the second-generation Mizukage and the second-generation Tsuchikage who are missing, the ninja world is not far from restoring peace. Shortly after signing the peace treaty with Kumagakure, Tobirama Senju returned to Konoha with a group of Konoha ninjas from Kumagakure, including Uchiha Namiya. Just like the victorious return of the Konoha ninja troops from Tsunagakure, villagers lined the streets cheering and relatives came to greet them. It's a pity that people's joy is not shared. Some people reunite and hug each other, while others can only listen to the news of their loved one's death in a daze. The affairs that had been piling up in Konoha for a long time were giving Senju Tobirama a headache, and it was at this time that Senju Tobirama suddenly had the idea of setting up an administrative position. The original Konoha structure cannot be said to be imperfect, it can only be said to be full of loopholes. Later, after Tobirama Senju came to power, he made some changes, but the main direction of the changes was still about ninjas and wars, such as the Umbu, ninja schools, etc. This time, the war lasted only about a year, but it caused the government affairs to pile up to this extent that it was hard for Senju Tobirama to imagine how much impact Konoha would have if there really was a 10-year war. However, Senju Tobirama needs to think carefully, as the flaws of the Sand Village Elder system are now known to everyone. In any case, Tobirama Senju is not optimistic about the Elder system. The existing Elder system is used by Uegakure and Tsunagakure, and these two villages are completely at two extremes. The power of the elders in Tsunagakure is too great, which has affected the Cage, causing the Cage to be forced to make wrong decisions that he does not want to make. Of course, this is mainly because the Tsunagakure elders themselves are not particularly strong. The situation in Uegakure is just the opposite. The elders of Uegakure are complete tools. It cannot be said that they have no power, but it can be said that they have no say at all. That Tsuchikage has the final say in Uegakure village, and the elders have no power to refute, let alone change. In short, everything in the Naruto world is a mess except for the fighting. It would be no problem for Uchiha Bo, a political novice, to apply the template of his previous life and become invincible. Just when almost the entire ninja world was waiting for news about the second Tsuchikage and the second Mizukage, a piece of news came out that shocked the entire ninja world. Tobirama Senju sat in the Hokage's office and raised his tired head. The shock in his eyes could not be hidden at all. Kinjiao killed the second Raikage and then defected? Senju Tobirama asked again. Seeing that the Umbu ninja gave him a positive answer again, Senju Tobirama waved his hand and asked the Umbu ninja to retreat. If Uchiha Namahake killed the second Kaze Cage Shaman and was the first to complete the achievement of killing a shadow on the battlefield, then Kinkaku was the first to complete the achievement of killing a shadow who defected. Uchiha Nagata, who received the news, is creating an illusion with Uchiha Cage. Uchiha Nama's illusion theory is very different from that of the ninja world. In the ninja world, illusions are mostly used to confuse or change the opponent's perception. However, the illusion envisioned by Uchiha Nama is to use mental power and chakra to construct an illusion space in advance. During combat, the Sharingan is used to absorb the enemy's spirit into the illusion space and trap the opponent inside. If the opponent's attainment in illusion is not high enough or his mental strength is not strong enough, there is no need to deal with the enemy's body at all to make the enemy physically alive but mentally dead. Putting this aside for now, after learning that Kinkaku killed the second Raikage and defected, Uchiha Naga's first thought was, it makes sense, it is indeed something Kinkaku would do. The second thought was, that's not right. The original third Raikage had not grown up during this period, so who can be the third Raikage now? The third Raikage was also the strongest Raikage in Uchiha's knowledge. He died in the late period of the Third Ninja World War. Even if this guy was over 40 when he died, but if we convert the time, he is only about 10 years old now, and there is a high probability that he is less than 10 years old. As a Cage, one must at least have the strength of a Cage. So who can take charge of the situation in the Hidden Cloud Village now? Moreover, the Hidden Cloud Village does not use the Elder system. At most, there is only one secretary to help the Raikage handle government affairs. We can't let the secretary come out to take charge of the situation temporarily. Uchiha Nama couldn't help but laugh as he thought about it. Judging from the personalities of those guys in Kumagakure, there would definitely be trouble if the leader wasn't strong enough. Why didn't Uchiha Wa be surprised that Kinkaku killed the Raikage? In the original work, Kinkaku and Ginkaku didn't want to stop the war, so they simply killed the second Raikage and the second Hokage when Kumagakure and Konoha signed an alliance, and became the most heinous fugitives in the history of the ninja world. In Uchiha's words, they are pure superhero brothers. Now Uchiha has killed Ginkaku, and with such great hatred, you ask for a ceasefire with Kinkaku. Guess whether Jinjiao will do it or not, and you're done. Jinjiao is dead, but it doesn't mean that Jinjiao will lose his fighting power without Jinjiao. The 7-star sword ceiling set has always been used by Jinjiao, while Jinjiao uses the banana fan more often. In other words, Jinjiao's death has basically no significant impact on Jinjiao's combat effectiveness except for the emotional impact on him. It seemed like it was no surprise that the second Raikage was killed by a surprise attack. Brother? Uchiha Kage couldn't help but ask when he saw Uchiha's distorted appearance. Uchiha Nawa came to his senses and ignored the information and said, "It's okay, let's continue." Kinkaku's defection caused a huge uproar in the ninja world. But what people didn't expect was that after killing the second Raikage and defecting, Kinkaku did not go to Konoha, but disappeared like a stone sinking into the sea. This also made Senju Tobirama, who had been on high alert for several days, breathe a sigh of relief. As an individual, it is very easy for Kinkaku to reach Konoha and rush into Konoha. Although this will surely kill Kinkaku, it will cause the damage was unacceptable to Tobirama Senju. While he breathed a sigh of relief, Tobirama Senju did not relax, but ordered Konoha's barrier team to be on high alert. The reconnaissance ninjas on duty each round must also ensure that there are no unstable factors near Konoha. So where did Kinkaku, who was the focus of the entire ninja world at this time, go? Interestingly, Black Zetsu was helpless when he found out that the ninja war he had instigated had suddenly ended. Turning around, he discovered that after learning all this, Uchiha Madara became more convinced of the feasibility of the Moonai project. Not long after returning to the peaceful ninja world, the second Tsuchikage and the second Mizukage returned. Uchiha Nama thought that the first ninja world war would end there. What was unexpected was that Tobirama Senju and the second Tsuchikage actually reached a silent agreement tacitly. The new generation of ninjas fought on the battlefields of Konoha and Iwagakure, but no large-scale conflict occurred. Isn't this just military training? This is indeed the case. During the ninja war, Tobirama Senju discovered that the peaceful environment led to a huge gap in combat experience between the new generation of ninjas and those of the Warring States period. The second generation Tsuchikage had a similar idea. The core of the human wave tactics is to have enough people, but wouldn't it be better if the quality could be higher? Although there will be some casualties, let them be casualties. Iwagakure is not afraid of casualties. In this ninja war, it can be said that only Sand Village and Kumo Village lost the most miserably, while Iwagakure seemed to be fighting fiercely with Konoha. But in fact, the ones who were killed were always the lower-level ninjas, and in the process of losses, the average level of the surviving ninjas also greatly improved. In the true sense, the combat effectiveness of the top Iwagakure members was not affected at all. Not to mention Kirigakure, which had been in confrontation and friction with the Hyaga Uchiha for several months, and then the second Mizukage suddenly went to fight with the second Tsuchikage. Soon after, Konoha defeated Sand Village and Kumagakure, and the First Ninja World War came to an end. It is said that you can sit on the mountain and watch tigers fight, but suddenly the biggest tiger wins. The situation in Kirigakure was similar. Tobirama Senju and the second Mizukage had tacitly agreed to take the unstable and difficult to deal with families in the village out and postpone dealing with them. As for whether the First Ninja World War is over, that depends on one's own opinion. At this time, as the biggest winner of Konoha, Senju Tobirama was thinking about the subsequent merits and job arrangements. Use the Uchiha Guard to kick out the Uchiha clan. The character of this clan is really not suitable for being high-level political leaders. The same is true for Uchiha Namiya and Uchiha Kage, who are disciples of Hashirama Senju. The positions that Tobirama Senju prepared for Uchiha Namahaki and Uchiha Kage were the head of the Umbu and the deputy head of the Umbu. The name is confusing, right? In fact, Tobirama Senju wanted to further split the functions of the Umbu. Some of them are directly under the Hokage, and while protecting the Hokage, they also complete the tasks issued by the Hokage at any time. The other part is the real dark department that combines intelligence, assassination, and counter-espionage. The part set up for Uchiha Nakatashi and Uchiha Kage was exactly the latter half. However, these two Umbu Senju Tobirama with different functions have not been completely separated. As for his students, Tobirama Senju chose to keep Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo in the Iwagakure battlefield. Sarutobi Hiruzen served as the overall person in charge and commander-in-chief, and Shimura Danzo served as the chief of staff. While continuing to train the two, they also left some of their own foundation for them. Akimichi Tofu and Uchiha Kagami also stayed in the Iwagakure battlefield to continue their training. Only Mito Kato En and Yutain Kohara returned to Konoha, and under the arrangement of Senju Tobirama, they entered political positions and learned how to handle government affairs. In the end, Tobirama Senju did not use the elder system, but instead set up different departments for each of the Hokage's tasks, with each department being responsible for each section of the work. Umbu, Logistics Department, Finance Department, Education Department, Shinobi Department. The Logistics Department is in charge of all materials and related facilities, while the Finance Department is responsible for the management of Konoha's funds. Mito Kato En and Yutain Koharu entered these two departments respectively, and there is a high probability that these two people will serve as directors in charge in the future. The Ministry of Education actually manages the ninja school, but the principal of the ninja school has always been the Hokage himself, so the minister of the Ministry of Education also serves as the vice principal of the ninja school and is the actual manager of the ninja school. The ninja department is divided into two sub-departments. One is responsible for the registration and organization of Konoha Ninja information and ninja team information, and the other is responsible for the issuance of tasks and related matters. Ritsu was the former elite jonin of the Senju clan, who served as the Minister of Education under the arrangement of Senju Tobirama. Another great contributor to the ninja war, Saratobi Suzuki, finally served as the head of the ninja department. As for the position of the Minister of the Umbu, it is actually vacant, or it could be said that the Umbu does not need a minister in the first place. The part directly responsible for the Hokage is managed by the Hokage himself. The other part is called the Branch Director, which is the part currently managed by Uchiha Nama and Uchiha Kage. In addition to this, each participant was deployed based on his own wishes and the merits he had gained. Senju Tobirama was busy for several days before he could take a break. When the appointment letter came down, Uchiha Nama and Uchiha Kage were trying to construct the illusion mentioned earlier, the dream space. It can be said that a magic space has been constructed that can be used again. The next step is to construct an illusion space in the illusion space where illusion can be used again. Then there is infinite nesting. Theoretically speaking, as long as there is enough time, this technique can be used infinitely. It is more powerful than Tsukuyomi and does not consume any energy. Of course there are disadvantages, that is, only Uchiha Wave and Uchiha Kage can use it. To be precise, it can only be used if you have 3 Sharingan. Because Uchiha Nakatoshi and Uchiha Kage constructed the most basic illusion space of this technique directly in the vertical pupils. If it was used by someone else, not to mention that the structure is very different from that of a normal Uchiha's eyes. Using just one eye as the foundation of the illusion space will have a great impact on the Sharingan function of this eye. It is very likely that other illusions will not be used except this technique, and it is estimated that eye techniques will not be possible either. Uchiha Kage used this technique as a transitional technique, and his own eye technique was more than enough after he had the Mangekyo. The Uki waveform it is because of the special nature of Uchiha's vertical pupils. Their vertical pupils are extremely inclusive. When constructing this illusion space, such an area was automatically set aside in the vertical pupil. Basically, no one other than the Uchiha clan would be able to withstand an unprepared attack, Uchiha Bo said casually after completing the formation with the Uchiha Kage. Uchiha Kage looked at Uchiha in surprise. No, is this thing really something a human can withstand? Uchiha Wave did not explain Uchiha Kage's surprise. Early in the morning, Uchiha Nawa got up from the bed and looked at the sunlight coming in from the window, feeling as if he was in another world. Although the war only lasted for a few months, it made Uchiha, who had never experienced it before, feel extremely detached. After having dinner with his family, Uchiha Nama and Uchiha Kage walked towards the back mountain together. In the forest behind the mountain is the base of the Umbu. The names of the 2 departments within the Umbu with different functions have also been determined. The department managed by Uchiha Namahaki is still called Umbu, while the department directly under the Hokage is renamed Kage. As the head of the Umbu, Uchiha's role is more about suppression, and his actual work is basically non-existent. However, as the Umbu was rebuilt and it was also the first day after Uchiha Namahaka took office, Uchiha Namahaka still came to this department with Uchiha Kage. Deep in the forest, there is a cave connected to the back mountain. In fact, there were illusion barriers and perception barriers along the way, but the identities of Uchiha Nama and Uchiha Kage were public, so the 2 of them were able to pass smoothly. If someone other than the Umbu is looking for it intentionally or has entered by mistake, they will never be able to find it without a certain level of strength. Otherwise, as a secret department, why would it be built here if it can be easily found? Sure enough, when Uchiha Nawa arrived at the entrance of the cave, 2 people wearing animal masks were already standing there waiting. Minister, the 2 men bowed and saluted. Uchiha waved his hand and, under the guidance of the 2, entered what was in a sense the first secret base of Konoha. The Umbu is a comprehensive department, which is divided into many small departments, including the Intelligence Department, Counter-Investigation Department, Combat Department, and Criminal Trial Department. The most important of these is the Intelligence Department, which manages information on Konoha's undercover agents in various ninja villages, as well as other intelligence channels. The Counter-Reconnaissance Department is actually responsible for detecting and guarding against undercover agents within Konoha and reconnaissance by other ninja villages. There is no need to say much about the Combat Department. The various assassination teams are responsible for carrying out strategic tasks. The Criminal Investigation Department is more of a cooperation with other departments. In a sense, it is also another intelligence department, except that it obtains intelligence by prying it out of the enemy's mouths. As the core elite of Konoha, the Umbu actually has many family members within it. The Criminal Justice Department is mainly composed of the Yamanaka clan. The Anti-Reconnaissance Department is mainly composed of the Hayaga clan and the Abarame clan. Not to mention the Combat Department. During this period of time, there were basically no civilians whose strength could reach the top level among the Chinins. Only the Intelligence Department is the most diverse, and there are even ordinary people in it. With the arrival of Uchiha Namahaki and Uchiha Kage, the scorching gazes of the Umbu members seemed to penetrate the masks, allowing Uchiha Namahaka to feel it clearly. Ahem. Uchiha coughed twice, thought for a moment and said, although the ninja war has come to an end, we must be prepared for the possibility of a counterattack. The intelligence department must pay attention to the movements of other ninja villages, as well as the situation of Kinkaku, which is ultimately a hidden danger. Also, regarding the use of ninjutsu by the combat department, when recruiting members for the combat department in the future, you must pay attention to the use of ninjutsu and avoid having too obvious characteristics. As Uchiha Bo spoke, he subconsciously thought of a joke from his previous life. Suppose Might Guy becomes an Umbu. Enemy, which village are you from? Might Guy, I won't tell you. Konoha Great Cyclone. The end of the play. I have to say that although some ninjas are powerful, they are really not suitable for the Umbu. In fact, Kakashi is not very suitable for the Umbu, and the characteristics of the Sharingan are still very obvious, but at that time Minato urgently needed his own people. After saying a few words casually to make his presence known, Uchiha Wada did not disturb the Umbu's work any further. Whether in wartime or in peacetime, there is no shortage of battles among the Umbu, and it is almost always equally busy. Mr. Minister, that your disciple Akimichi K filled out the application not long ago, the young minister of the combat department said awkwardly as he approached Uchiha Namiya. Uchiha Bo was stunned when he heard this, and the corners of his mouth twitched twice. Are the characteristics of the Akimichi clan's ninjutsu obvious? Admission will depend on the actual situation, Uchiha Naga said after looking at the young minister. Yes, sir, the young minister said and then stepped back and left. As for the question of whether the characteristics of the Akimichi clan's ninjutsu are obvious, of course they are not obvious. What is Uchiha Bo looking at now? In fact, it is the Konoha barrier that the anti-reconnaissance department is coordinating. Konoha has a special barrier team on duty, but although it is called that, they are actually there to guard the gate. The actual party responsible for Konoha's barrier is still the Umbu. When seeing the Konoha barrier, Uchiha Nama suddenly thought that the later Ninja World Alliance seemed to have used a kind of joint perception ninjutsu for ultra-long-range tactical reconnaissance. I just don't know if Konoha can do it on its own. That thing is still very useful. At least in Uchiha's opinion, it is much more useful than this Konoha barrier. This Konoha barrier was built with the help of Uzumaki Mito and some of the Uzumaki clan's support personnel. Later, when the Uzumaki clan was exterminated, Konoha, which inherited the Uzumaki heritage, optimized the barrier. But in fact it was of no use. Uchiha Itaki and Hoshigaki Kisame came in as soon as they were told. In comparison, there is nothing interesting to see in the combat department. It is nothing more than catching which rebel ninja or capturing which key intelligence personnel. Basically, any information that requires Uchiha Nagata's attention will be held in a meeting with Senju Tobirama. But in a sense, isn't Uchiha Wa now second to none? Uchiha Nama probably guessed what Senju Tobirama was thinking. There is a high probability that he will not be able to inherit the title of Hokage. Senju Tobirama is really worried about letting an Uchiha clan member serve as Hokage. Even if this Uchiha clan member is now, it looks normal. But he will definitely not be treated unfairly. The Umbu will be handed over to Uchiha Namahaki and separated from the Hokage. How far he can achieve depends entirely on his own ability. Anyway, no matter how powerful he becomes, he will always be a part of Konoha. So. When I woke up in shock from my dying illness, Danzo turned out to be myself? When Uchiha Nagata was sure that his condition was very similar to that of Danzo in later generations, he almost laughed out loud. He had scolded Danzo for so many years, and now he was taking Danzo's position. But it is only temporary. The great power belongs to one's own world. If one's strength really reaches the level of Hashirama Senju, the title of Hokage will have more symbolic significance than identity significance. Bring the Hokage with you to command the ninjas? Different from their past hard training day after day, now Uchiha Nama and Uchiha Kage seldom practice except for morning exercises and daily construction of illusion space. It's not that they've become slack, but apart from some ninjutsu that require a long time to hone, the current growth of Uchiha Namahaki and Uchiha Kage relies more on the growth brought about by their own age. That's why Uchiha Bo also turned his attention to other aspects. The Umbu is one part, and another part is some things within the Uchiha clan. There are some things that Uchiha Nagata can do alone, but there are some things that cannot be done alone. Of course, this statement is that Uchiha Bo regards himself and Uchiha Kage as a whole. After turning his attention to the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Nam also had a general understanding of the situation of the Uchiha during this period. There are powerful Kage-level warriors, but there are only 2 elders who are already old, and they have retired and are now enjoying their retirement at home. What surprised Uchiha Nawa was that the entire Uchiha clan had a population of only more than 4,000. This was including ordinary Uchiha clan members like Uchiha Kuri. In comparison, even the next level Sarutobi clan has a population of 5 to 6,000. But think about it, although the Uchiha clan is powerful, the damage on the battlefield is actually very serious. Among the more than 4,000 Uchiha clan members, less than 1,000 are non-ninja. Among the more than 3,000 Uchiha ninjas, only less than half of them actually opened their eyes. This was in the cruel environment of the Warring States period. In the peaceful environment of later generations, the Uchiha's eye-opening rate could even drop to 1/4 to 1/5. Most of the Uchiha who have not opened their eyes are at the upper middle level of genin in terms of strength, and some can even reach the level of chinin. The weakest one with his eyes open can reach the level of chinin, those with 2 Megatama Sharingan are basically at the level of special jonin, and those with 3 Megatama Sharingan are basically at the level of elite jonin. No one would think that the Uchiha, whose strength is above that of a chinin only when their eyes are opened, are entirely dependent on the Sharingan, right? How could an Uchiha with the potential to be above chinin fail to open his eyes in the environment of the Warring States period? For the Uchiha clan, the inability to open their eyes says it all. When Uchiha Nawa learned about it, he was really shocked. Nearly 100 elite jonin? It is hard to imagine how powerful the Senju clan is, as they can still be evenly matched or even have the advantage in this situation. That's not right. At that time, the Uchiha seemed to be in a state of 1 against 10,000, especially the Ino, Deer, and Jo clans, which were already surrounding the Senju. The Sarutobi clan also has an ambiguous relationship with the Senju clan. The only Hinata who might be allied with the Uchiha is still in a hostile state because of the bloodstains in his eye technique. There is nothing wrong with saying that he is fighting alone in the ninja world. I finally understood how Konoha was able to defeat Uchiha Wani when they fought 1 against 4 in the First Ninja World War. Not only does Konoha have abundant resources and the capital to drag it out, but more importantly, Konoha itself is incredibly strong. The exact population size of the Senju that has not yet disbanded is unknown, but a conservative estimate is that it is over 6,000. Sarutobi has about 5 or 6,000 people, the Ino, Shika and Jo tribes together have about 7,000, and the Hyuga clans have about 4,000. Wow, 20,000 ninjas just showed up like that. So the previous situation was purely a sudden outburst of Uchiha's wave, and Konoha's war potential was not fully tapped, right? It has to be said that as a top clan, the Hyuga clan's population has always been the smallest. The main reason is that the Hyuga clan attaches too much importance to bloodline to a pathological degree. However, there is still some effect. The bloodline of the Hyuga tenin during the Warring States period was already very strong, and the Byakugan was so pure that the Hyuga tenin could reach the super shadow level with the pitiful inheritance of the Hyuga clan. In parentheses, this is also the strongest person currently known in the Hyuga clan. The Byakugan of Hinata Hyuga and Hanabi Hyuga who came later also had incredibly pure Byakugan, with Hanabi's Byakugan even being pure enough to open the Samsara eye. It's just the population size. It's outrageous that the population is getting smaller and smaller when Konoha doesn't impose any restrictions. Look at Sarutobi. He gathered his strength for decades, and when the Fourth Ninja World War broke out, his own clan directly formed a ninja army. This may not necessarily mean that the family's assets have been exhausted. I have to say that Konohamaru is truly worthy of the title as the person with the most background in Konoha. Getting back to the topic, after understanding the current strength of the Uchiha clan, and combining his own strength with that of Uchiha Kage, Uchiha Naga had an idea in his mind. It's really nothing wrong to say that the Uchiha account for half of Konoha's share. This share refers to the strength. There are nearly 100 elite jonin, hundreds of jonin, and hundreds of special jonin. So when the number of Konoha's jonin was counted before, the Uchiha were not included at all. This makes sense, as Tobirama Senju had no intention of letting Uchiha go to the battlefield. A fighting clan of ninjas, right? Stop fighting. Just keep them alive and develop them into Konoha's last line of defense. Well, then the last line of defense was taken down by our own people. It's outrageous that we could be played like this to the point of extermination of our clan, Uchiha said helplessly, holding his forehead with his hand. It would be fine if he was just a little bit stupid, but Uchiha is simply extreme and stubborn, which is commonly known as stubborn. But now Uchiha is still here, and it has been about 52 years since the night of genocide in later generations? At this point, Uchiha was silent. This means that it will take at least 50 years for him to meet the protagonists of later generations. New Year's Day is less than a week away, Uchiha Naga said with a sigh. After the Chinese New Year, Uchiha Namehake and Uchiha Kage will be 13 years old. If Uchiha Namehake remembers correctly, Tsunade and the others were 5 years old during this period. Hey, let's become a teacher of the 3 ninjas for fun. Uchiha Singh suddenly chuckled, feeling a little evil. Whether we can see the protagonists in the future is another matter, but fortunately there are some familiar characters now. Master of the 3 ninjas? Uchiha Kage looked at his brother in confusion. Uchiha shook his head and said, "We are going to attend the clan meeting this new year. It has been so many years, it is time to attend." As he spoke, Uchiha Nama felt a little emotional. He had not participated before because Uchiha Nama and the Uchiha Kage were weak at the time, and they were from the Hokage faction. In a sense, were they traitors? Oh, even the Uchiha himself betrayed his clan leader. In short, if he had gone there then, Uchiha was not sure whether he would be respected, discriminated against, or even hostile. Now, Uchiha is the symbol of the Uchiha clan and the true strongest person in the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan still has a strong belief in respecting the strong. 3 days before the new year, Uchiha Nama was notified to go to the Hokage building to attend the council meeting. This is a system established by Senju Tobirama after the restructuring, which is a report by each department on the work done in a year. After dividing up the work, the Hokage himself was indeed much more relaxed, but at the same time his grasp of the situation in Konoha had declined, so this meeting took place. Uchiha Nagata had no idea what the Umbu had done, so he held a pre-year meeting in the Umbu one day in advance, summarized the contents, and then took it to the Hokage building to read it out. In fact, the situation of Li Xiao is similar. Sarutobi Suzuki has certain management experience, but he relies more on the family elders. Sure enough, this world is just a huge makeshift team. Let's go, Mom, Uchiha Bo said to Uchiha Lee while yawning without turning his head. There was also the Uchiha Kage following him leisurely. God knows why Senju Tobirama set the meeting time at 4 in the morning. This is almost as old as the early court session in the feudal period of Uchiha Namiya's previous life. Speaking of early court sessions, even if Uchiha Namiya really achieved his wish in the future, he would never establish the system. Why torture the ministers and torture yourself? But there is still a long way to go. Not to mention this, the gray sky had not yet dawned, and even some breakfast meals had not been served on the empty road. It was not until they were about to reach the Hokage building that more and more people began to appear. Uchiha Nama also saw a familiar figure in the crowd at a glance, and chased after him with Uchiha Kage in a few moments. Brother Li Xiao, how have you been lately? Uchiha Naga asked after getting closer. Li Xiao, who had already discovered this, was not surprised. He sighed and said, now that the war is basically over, the ninja school has become the top priority. But now everyone's mindset hasn't changed yet, and Konoha was established not long ago, so it's difficult. Uchiha Wave nodded in understanding. Now the ninjas in Konoha are mainly composed of family ninjas, and there are not many civilian ninjas. However, the vast majority of families have not changed their mindset and suitable children are educated on their own, with very few being sent to ninja schools for senior classes. Although children educated in this way are indeed quite strong, they lack a lot of necessary knowledge after entering the ninja village system, and they also lack the bonds that Senju Tobirama values most. All we can say is that children born in this way are destined to become the future family faction. This is something that no Hokage can accept, and no Kage of any village can accept. At present, the core purpose of every Kage's policy is to completely integrate the ninja clan into the ninja village and truly enter the ninja village era. The ninja village era is not about just building a ninja village, but about changing people's mindsets, which takes much longer than just building one. Just like the dynasty of Uchiha Nagata's previous life, the Qin dynasty achieved unification, but people's ideas had not changed, or the Qin dynasty collapsed before they had time to change. What followed was that the remnants of the Six Kingdoms began to restore their own countries. What's interesting is that the vast majority, or even almost all of the remnants, wanted to restore their own countries rather than reunify them. After the establishment of the Han dynasty, it took an unknown amount of time for people's concepts to change subtly. In Uchiha Nama's eyes, the Qin dynasty was the first unified feudal dynasty in history, but the Han dynasty was the dynasty that truly made the concept of unification deeply rooted in people's hearts, and it was also the most important dynasty in the history of his previous life. Because to this day, people still call themselves the Han nationality and still use Hanzi as a positive word. How is the Umbu? Li Xiao also asked. Uchiha shook his head and said, everything in the Umbu is confidential, let's talk about it at the meeting. Li Xiao's eyes flashed with enlightenment and he slapped his head and said, I'm too busy. There are so many people here, it's really not appropriate to discuss these things. But Xing and Ying are almost old enough to get married, do you have any idea? Stop. Uchiha Wa interrupted hurriedly. How come the topic turned to this? He is only 12 years old. You are not a child anymore. It's time to start a family and a career. You have almost established all the career you should have. It's time for a family to support you. Li Xiao ignored Uchiha Bo and spoke to himself. Anyway, the Uchiha are not like the Hyaga, who value bloodline to that extent. The Uchiha clan had no objection to marrying outside the clan, but during the Warring States period, there were not many other ninja clans whose children could marry the Uchiha clan. The boss is not small. This one word directly dealt Uchiha a ton of critical damage. Brother Li Xiao, we are no longer in the Warring States period. It's a new era and our thinking needs to change, Uchiha Nama said with a sigh. It's not just that the separation has forced me to get married, but more of a sigh for the concepts that have not yet changed during this period. Prejudice in people's minds is a mountain, and so are various ideological customs. Li Xiao, who has been working hard to change people's ideas, has never even thought that his own ideas have not yet completely changed. Li Xiao was also stunned, and then he stopped talking and lowered his head, thinking about something. He did not come to his senses until he entered the conference room with Uchiha Bo and Uchiha Kage. At this time, sitting in the conference room were the ministers and deputy ministers of various departments. On the one hand, Mito Kato and Utane Kohara started from the middle level because of their merits, and on the other hand, it was also due to the plan of Senju Tobirama, so they did not sit in the meeting room. Even so, most people in the conference room were familiar with Uchiha Nama. In a sense, positions in each ninja village in the ninja world were determined based on military merit. Uchiha Naga had seen these people in previous ninja wars and even fought side by side with them. Starting from finance, please report on the post-war situation, said Tobirama Senju, sitting in the Hokage's office chair. This kind of people sit around the table. The circle meeting model was proposed by Uchiha Bo. I have to say, Uchiha Wave still looks quite incongruous. Of course, this is only for Uchiha Bo. For others, this way of holding a meeting is much easier. As a high-level ninja, there is certainly nothing wrong with standing during meetings, but who wants to be tired if it can be more relaxing? What's more, this is what can better reflect a change in identity. What Uchiha didn't know was that this proposal would also make the word benefit after right gradually appear in Konoha in a more obvious way. The content discussed by the finance and logistics departments was so complicated that Uchiha felt like he was listening to a lecture in class. The upper eyelid and the lower eyelid are like lovers running towards each other. How much did this cost? How much did that cost? There is not enough money here. How much money was saved there? This material went over there. After hearing what Uchiha said, he felt dizzy. After finally getting through this headache-inducing topic, Saratobi Suzuki, the head of the ninja department, reported on the current situation of the ninjas in Konoha. The current number of ninjas in Konoha includes 893 jonins, 1,432 special jonins, 8,361 shiyunins, and 3,764 genins. After hearing Saratobi Suzuki's report, Uchiha Nagata had some understanding of the current situation in Konoha. This number is not the total number of ninjas in Konoha, but the number of recorded ninjas. There are also many family ninjas who are not included in the registration information. Later, as the family integration progressed, the basic information of most of the family ninjas would also be included in Konoha's records. As for Konoha's current strange ratio of chunin to genin, it actually stems from a factor that Uchiha Nama had previously criticized. The upper, middle, and lower ninjas, including the Kage, are essentially just job titles rather than levels of strength. It's just that they are matched in most cases. In addition, due to the proliferation of fanfiction about Uchiha Nagata's previous life, the levels are directly divided by job titles. After the First Ninja World War, most of the surviving genin were able to be promoted to chunin based on their meritorious service in battle. Especially now that the chunin promotion system in Konoha or the entire ninja world is not very strict. Of course, there is another very important factor, that is, the current ninja school is not perfect yet, on the one hand, because of the system, and on the other hand, because of the scarce student population. After reporting the number of ninjas, Saratobi Suzuki also talked about the number and level of completed tasks. But this is not important. This thing affects the promotion of ninjas and Konoha's financial revenue. The finance department has already talked about the financial revenue. After Saratobi Suzuki finished his report, Senju Tobirama did not continue with the next report but said, the issue of recruiting new generation ninjas is the top priority for Konoha and the entire ninja world. The Ministry of Education has a heavy burden. At the end, Senju Tobirama looked at Lishao. This was a former member of the Senju clan, so Senju Tobirama was very familiar with him and confidently placed Lishao in the position of Minister of Education. There are currently 4 grades in the ninja school, with a total of more than 300 people. When he mentioned the number of people, Lishao paused. In Konoha, a ninja village with tens of thousands of ninjas, the only ninja school has only 300 students. Senju Tobirama's already serious expression immediately turned dark. The ninja school was founded by Tobirama Senju. The first reason was to provide Konoha with a steady supply of fresh blood as mentioned earlier, and the second reason was to deepen the integration of the ninja clan. Let the ninja clan abandon their original family training model, and it will be easier to form the idea of taking the ninja village as a collective under the collective education of the ninja school. The biggest problem reflected by the number of students currently enrolled in ninja schools is that the ninja clan does not cooperate with this system and the integration of the ninja clan is progressing slowly. You have to know that in a sense, Tobirama Senju's ninja school is actually driven by profit. Unlike the later generations that used the 3 body techniques as a test, what was taught in the ninja schools during this period was very hardcore. Not being hardcore cannot make the ninja clan give up the ninja clan training model. What most ninja clans do now is to send a small number of people to receive the benefits given by Senju Tobirama, while continuing the previous interest groups and making new connections to form new circles. Stacking, pulling up your pants and not recognizing anyone. Seeing Senju Tobirama's grim expression, Uchiha Nama suddenly said, I propose to revise the system of the ninja school. Seeing everyone's eyes looking at him, Uchiha continued, I think the current ninja school system has great shortcomings. At the same time, we can also look for the possibility of combining the Umbu with the ninja school. Yes, Uchiha Namahashi has set his sights on moving his team to the ninja school. The current ninja school may seem useless, but it will be very different in the future. Tell me in detail, said Senju Tobirama, tapping the table with his finger. As for Uchiha Wa interrupting the original reporting work, there is no need to make a big deal about it. First, the original 4-year system will be changed to a 6-year system. 4 years is not enough time to train a true ninja. When changing to a 6-year system, the teaching content must also be changed. The ninja school only teaches a ninja the basic skills and some low-difficulty basic ninjutsu, and does not teach the subsequent ninjutsu. After passing the ninja assessment, you will be given the status of a genin, and then you will have 3 choices for development. One is to join the umbu. The subsequent learning, teaching, and assessment will be in charge of the umbu. After 4 years of teaching, when his strength level reaches that of a chinin, he will officially join the umbu. The second is to join the existing departments and change from a combat ninja to a political ninja for a period of 2 years. While learning certain ninja skills, you can also learn government affairs. This can free up more combat ninjas who are burdened by government affairs. 3 graduates are normal ninjas. The ninja department and the education department will work together to teach them in a team model where one jonin leads 3 graduating genin. The teaching will last for 3 to 4 years. The mentoring relationship will end when all graduating genin are promoted to chinin or after 4 years. As for the private teacher-student relationship, it will not be taken care of. Regarding Article 3, we need to relax the qualifications for guiding jonin, and at the same time improve the assessment system for Chuyunin and jonin. Uchiha said that after the ninja school reform, it will basically involve and to all departments. On the one hand, Uchiha Namehaka borrowed the ninja school model of Konoha in later generations. As for the various educational systems of Uchiha Namehaki in his previous life, Uchiha Wave will not play around until he understands the core of it. Education is not a trivial matter. Differences in the world and in culture will cause the same system to appear very different in different places. On the other hand, it delayed the various ninjutsu that Tobirama Senju was originally supposed to learn during his time at the ninja school. The vast majority of ninja students are ordinary people. There are not many ninjutsu that they can actually learn at that age. Most of them are taken advantage of by the families behind them. If you want to acquire these powerful ninjutsu, then you must go through the ninja school system honestly. Well, what are the opinions of other ministers? After hearing this, Senju Tobirama did not speak directly but asked for the opinions of other ministers. So what opinions can other ministers have? The Minister of Finance and the Minister of Logistics said that they were just old account keepers and did not understand ninjas, so they would not say more. Li Xiao said, I think it makes sense, but the feasibility still needs to be decided by the Hokage. Sarutobi Suzuki said that it was all up to the Hokage to give his orders. In the end, only Uchiha Nama and Senju Tobirama were left looking at each other helplessly. Senju Tobirama couldn't help but have a headache, and could probably guess what these ministers were thinking. Indeed, from the surface, the original strong competitors Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo were sent to the battlefield by Senju Tobirama, and have not yet come into contact with the power center of Konoha. Uchiha Nagata first handed over the umbu, one of Konoha's core departments, and then gave it great autonomy. Please don't be too obvious in your bias. In the eyes of the other 4 ministers, this wasn't a minister offering advice to the Hokage at all. Wasn't this simply a policy confrontation between 2 generations of Hokage? Uchiha Bo could only say that these old guys were thinking too much. Seeing that no one spoke, Uchiha said, there is another problem. I think we can allow all children of the right age to have the opportunity to go to school. The Ministry of Finance will support this and provide exemptions or even subsidies for children in need. This time the Minister of Finance is not pretending to be dead. When I said I don't understand ninjas, you just assumed that I really don't understand, right, kid? The cost of ninja training is not small. It's easy to deal with 1 or 2 people, but if it is expanded to the whole village, has Minister Singh calculated the financial cost? The Minister of Finance said with narrowed eyes. Uchiha shook his head and said, of course I haven't calculated it, so we need the support of the Ministry of Finance. There is no need for normal training consumption, as long as we can ensure the minimum level of learning. If we have ambition or talent in the future, we will naturally find a way. Before the Minister of Finance could continue speaking, Senju Tobirama suddenly said, I think this system is good, but it's not enough. The 5 ministries will work together to come up with a detailed and feasible plan and submit it to me. This matter ends here for now. The Ministry of Education will continue with the subsequent report. The Minister of Finance curled his lips when he heard this and said, good fellow, you didn't speak up earlier or later, but you finally became the villain. Uchiha Nawa nodded with satisfaction. A system, especially one with such far-reaching impact, could not be finalized in just one meeting. The rest can be left to professionals. Uchiwabo is only responsible for an idea and a proposal. Uchiwabo cannot come up with a detailed plan anyway. As for other ministers, will they feel that their workload has increased? Just add more. It's not like it's increasing their workload, just let the people below discuss and make it slowly, and finally the 5 of them will take a look together and discuss it and hand it over to Senju Tobirama. Do you really think that there are 5 ministers who have nothing to do every day and just talk to each other? That's the work done by the subordinates, and there's no value in letting them do it. After the content about the ninja school, the rest of the report was basically meaningless. Especially when it came to Uchiha Uzumbu report, he was just reading a script verbatim, and it was a script written by his subordinates in a very official language. Even so, when the meeting officially ended, it was already past 7 o'clock. Only at this time did Uchiha Nawa understand why Senju Tobirama had arranged the meeting at this time. Have breakfast, hey, what a coincidence, it's time to go to work. Okay, you treat ninjas like beasts of burden, right? Hey, I decide my working hours by myself anyway, Uchiha said suddenly laughing while eating breakfast. Li Xiao's face turned dark instantly. I treated you to breakfast, and this is how you repay me, right? Ha, who is that? Uchiha Bo suddenly saw a small figure eating at the table in front of him and felt that the figure looked familiar. Li Xiao looked at him, thought for a moment and said, oh, that's the kid from the Heitake family, I remember his name was Heitake Sakumo, and he just started school this year. Looking at that little figure, Uchiha couldn't help but smile. Sakumo started going to school, and then those familiar guys wouldn't be far away. As for why Li Xiao knew Heitake Sakumo, in fact, the main reason is that the Heitake family was originally a very famous samurai family, but later became a ninja family. However, it has retained certain traditions of the samurai family and has a certain reputation in the ninja world. Moreover, the Heitake family has always had a small population, and by the generation of Heitake Sakumo, he was already the only son of the main line. In addition, if you actively enroll in school, you will have some impression of this little guy after leaving your hands. Where is his father? Uchiha Nama asked with some confusion as he looked at the figure of Heitake Sakumo alone. I don't know. Li Xiao paused for a moment. He also got to know some information by accident. He really thought he was very familiar with the Heitake clan. Uchiha Nama didn't think much about it. He looked at Heitake Sakumo and said, this little guy is good, I've reserved it in advance. Li Xiao said disdainfully, whether the little guy agrees or not is still unclear. Although he said this, his eyes were fixed on Heitake Sakumo, curious about what kind of magic this little guy had. It's funny that I'm the head of the Umbu personally invited you, how can you refuse me? Uchiha said that he had no intention of following any rules. Just kidding, rules are made for other people, not to restrict yourself. Uchiha Wa has not yet reached the point where he must lead by example, otherwise the impact will be far-reaching. The Uchiha cage beside him listened quietly without saying a word, but there was a little more expression in his eyes when he looked at Heitake Sakumo. Well, remember, my brother is interested in this little guy. At this time, Uchiha Nawa had no idea what strange things were coming out of his brother's mind. After the meeting, Tobirama Senju returned to the Hokage chair and sat down. Looking at the summarized documents in front of him, he was thinking about the issue of ninja school reform that Uchiha had mentioned earlier. The ninja school indeed did not achieve the results he expected, so reformation is entirely possible. That was why he asked the 5 departments to jointly come up with a detailed plan for him at the meeting. After taking a closer look at it, if it was feasible, they could give it a try. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen and others on the Uegakure front line have led their teams back. New Year is not only the new year of Konoha, but also the new year of the entire ninja world. No ninja village would risk launching a sneak attack at this time. Even if the upper class wants to fight, the lower class may not be willing, especially when the war is basically meaningless. At this moment, all the major ninja clans also held clan meetings within their respective clans. This is a tradition that has been passed down since the Warring States period. However, during the Warring States period, if there was a war, not many ninjas could spend the new year peacefully. This was also the first time that Uchiha Namahaki and Uchiha Kage participated in the Uchiha clan meeting. Although it is a clan meeting, the whole clan should participate, but in reality, if one does not have a job, it is up to personal wish whether to come or not. Of course, having reached the point where Uchiha Nakamura and Uchiha Kage are now, whether or not to attend the clan meeting is also a manifestation of their attitudes. The strongest person of the clan, the symbol of the entire clan, is unwilling to even attend the clan meeting. This is undoubtedly the biggest shame for the entire clan. Therefore, as early as a week ago, an elder came to invite Uchiha Nama and Uchiha Kage to attend the clan meeting. Uchiha Bo, who had already made a plan, naturally would not refuse. In a very spacious room, circles of Uchiha clan members stood according to the opening status of their Sharinan and their clan recognition. In the middle, sitting on the main seat is the current head of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Ji. Below the main seat, there are 2 rows of seats, with 2 seats in each row. Originally, this was the Uchiha's top-level configuration, a clan leader and 4 elders. The Great Elder manages wars outside the clan and is often the strongest person in the Uchiha clan except for the clan leader. In an emergency situation when the clan leader dies, he will temporarily take over as the clan leader until the war is over. However, after the war, the function of the Grand Elder became vacant until the Uchiha Guard was established. The Grand Elder was responsible for managing the Uchiha Guard. Of course, the captain-in-chief of the Uchiha Guard was still the head of the Uchiha clan. The second elder was in charge of the mobilization of resources. After the establishment of Konoha, his functions did not change much, except for the addition of diplomacy. However, those who understand Uchiha diplomacy will understand it. The third elder is in charge of education, and also manages the clan's secret techniques and ninjutsu. It's fine now, but as ninja schools gradually become the main way for the ninja clan to train future generations, the third elder's duties will gradually become vacant. The fourth elder is Uchiha Rikawa, whom Uchiha Nama had met before, and is in charge of the Uchiha population registration. At that time, there were no pro-war, pro-peace, or pro-surrender factions like the Uchiha in later generations. During the Warring States period, if you dared not to unite as one, you would easily be wiped out in one wave. This also led to the fact that at the beginning of the establishment of Konoha, there was basically no factional distinction within the various ninja clans. However, as people gradually had less time to spare, factional disputes gradually emerged, and people would argue over trivial matters even when there was nothing to argue about. Later, Uchiha Nagata and Uchiha Kage rose to power, and real factional struggles began. The Patriarch faction, the Shadow faction, and the Neutral faction. There is no need to say much about the Patriarch faction, which is headed by the Patriarch, but there are not many tribesmen supporting him. Although those in the Uchiha clan who have opened the Sharingan have a certain say, in the end, the opinions of the clan members with 3 Megatama are still the main ones. Among the more than 103 Megatama Uchiha clan members, only a dozen support the clan leader. Except for the third elder, all the other 4 elders support Uchiha Namahide, along with 40 or 50 Uchiha clan members with 3 Megatama. The rest are the neutral faction headed by the 3 elders. The reason for the third elder's neutrality is actually related to his position. He is the educator of the Uchiha clan, and while educating children, his own ideas will also be constrained. In the heart of the third elder, nothing is more important than the family. Not to mention the village, even the patriarch is not as important as the family as a whole. This kind of concept has led to the third elder being a family ninja that is pure to the extreme. He does not like Uchiha Namiya and Uchiha Kage, the ninjas of the ninja village who are from the lineage of the Hokage. However, due to the Uchiha tradition, the third elder knows that he should support Uchiha Namiya. After much hesitation, the third elder decided not to help either side and just continue with family education as usual. The remaining 3 Magatama Uchiha clan members followed the third elder and waited for the results to come out. At this time, most of the Uchiha clan members had arrived. Among the 7 seats in the center, only the 2 seats opposite Uchiha Ji were empty. Yes, the seats of Uchiha Namahaki and Uchiha Kage were not located on the left and right of the clan leader's seat as tradition would have it, but were opposite to the clan leader's seat at the same level. This is something that rarely happens in Uchiha history, because normally the successive clan leaders of the Uchiha clan would be the strongest of their time. Just as Uchiha Ji was looking at the 2 empty seats and thinking, the Uchiha clan members who were forming circles on the opposite side suddenly separated and made way. 2 men, one tall and one short, stood out from the crowd, their tightly closed vertical pupils on their foreheads revealing their identities to everyone. Minister Form, Minister Shadow. Uchiha Ji was the first to break the silence and greeted them. Although he was greeting them, he was still sitting in his seat, his eyes looking at the seat instead of the 2 of them. Uchiha Nama and Uchiha Kage did not say anything, but went straight to the seats that had been prepared. Looking around at everyone, Uchiha Bo compared the information he had collected one by one in his mind. As for Uchiha Ji's greeting, it seemed well-intentioned, but calling the village position within the clan would only alienate the clan members. Xing and Ying are members of my Uchiha clan. It's a bit inappropriate for the clan leader to address them like that within the clan. Uchiha Lishuan saw Uchiha Nawa and the other 2 sitting down on their own, and he stared at Uchiha Ji and said. Uchiha Ji smiled disdainfully, but did not hold on to it again. He is concerned about Uchiha. His resistance to Uchiha Kage was only due to the fact that he was the clan leader, and he had no intention of expelling the 2 from the clan. In fact, Uchiha Ji himself was also struggling. Intellectually, he knew that he could not defeat Uchiha Nakagawa and Uchiha Kage no matter what. But sometimes when you're in that position, it's hard to be rational. Is the position of Uchiha clan leader important? In fact, it means managing a group of more than 4,000 people. But power is like this, it does not distinguish between big and small, because no matter how big or small the power is, it will only nourish greater ambitions. Uchiha Nawa finally looked up at Uchiha Ji. Don't worry, clan leader. My last name is Uchiha. Uchiha finally spoke since arriving at the clan meeting. But Uchiha Ji did not feel relaxed because of this. Who knows whether the sentence means that Uchiha is willing to obey the clan leader's management or that he also has the surname Uchiha and is qualified to be the clan leader. Clan leader, most people have arrived, we can start the clan meeting. The great elder's voice like a bell suddenly rang out, making everyone present come back to their senses and remember that this was still the scene of the Uchiha clan meeting. The great elder is 43 years old this year. He is one of the few Uchiha ninjas known in Konoha, the deputy captain of the Uchiha Guard, and an elite jonin. When it comes to majesty and prestige, even Uchiha Ji, the current clan leader, cannot compare to him. Then the clan meeting will begin. As in previous years, we will first hold a funeral for the deceased pioneers. Uchiha Ji stopped looking at Uchiha Na and looked around before speaking. The Uchiha clan meeting is not actually a meeting, but an event. It is a collective activity of the Uchiha clan before the new year, but unlike other clans who get together to eat and drink, the Uchiha clan gathers together more to talk about the past and look forward to the future. It looks like a meeting. The process of the clan meeting usually starts with everyone mourning in silence for those who have passed away in the past, and then the four elders take turns to talk about the work situation in the past year, so that the clan members can have a certain understanding of their own family. Then he told his clan members about the general direction of the future and the plans to be implemented. In a sense, the Uchiha clan was extremely united and there was no talk of betrayal at all. Therefore, in most cases there are no secrets to be kept within the clan. Originally I thought that the clan meeting similar to the New Year's festival would be more interesting, but after listening to these people's work reports, Uchiha was speechless. Hey buddy, can we have something happy on New Year's Day? After taking a deep breath, when Uchiha began to talk about his future plans for the clan, Uchiha Nama finally couldn't help but speak. The Uchiha Guard is an organization that manages the affairs of a village, but it is just a team, not a department. As soon as Uchiha's mouth opened, everyone's attention was attracted to him. To say that Uchiha is aloof is pure nonsense. Anyone who knows a little about Uchiha knows that Uchiha is just a simple tsundere. If you ask him if he wants to integrate into the group, all he can say is, "Ha, boring." But if you pull them over without asking, then you are definitely pretending to be honest. And the current situation is that the Uchiha families are one of the two founding families of the village, but now it seems that neither the village nor other ninja clans want to play with the Uchiha. He said that he didn't care, but the Uchiha, with his proud personality, kept it in mind. Seeing Minister, what do you think? The great elder thought for a long time, and considering that Uchiha Nama was speaking in the capacity of a villager, he used Uchiha's previous title. The same name has different meanings when used under different circumstances. Seeing that it was the great elder who spoke, Uchiha said after thinking for a moment, "I believe you all know the reason. But.my existence just proves some true core. The Konoha high-level officials have opinions about the Uchiha people. As time goes by, the current Uchiha high-level officials have come to understand this. As a result, some Uchiha clan members also have opinions about the Uchiha Namiya and Uchiha Kage of the Hokage system. In fact, this is also a manifestation of Uchiha's stubbornness. Uchiha Namahaka, Uchiha Kage, and the previous Uchiha Kagami proved to everyone that Uchiha can integrate into the village. However, the Uchiha high-level officials did not think this was the right path. Instead, they believed that this was a betrayal of the Uchiha by Uchiha Nama and others. It is understandable that Uchiha is proud of the most promising and powerful bloodline in the ninja world, but this is not a reason for the Uchiha to stand out in the village after being the defeated party. The other ninja clans were more or less looking for ways to integrate into Konoha or coexist with Konoha, but at this time Uchiha was thinking about how to take the initiative in Konoha. The Uchiha clan members did not leave with Uchiha Madara, not because the Uchiha clan loved Konoha, but because the Uchiha clan members were greedy for the hard-earned peace. But then they found that this peace was not what they had imagined, so they became dissatisfied again. Now Uchiha Nagata, in a higher status, persuades everyone again that it is not that Konoha cannot accommodate Uchiha, but that Uchiha Naga has never put Konoha first. Long-standing family values are not so easy to change. Fortunately, Uchiha did not intend to change all at once, so regardless of the expressions of others, Uchiha continued to speak. Many things cannot be accomplished overnight. As you all know, times are changing. We can no longer move forward alone as we did in the past. Those who live with us are not allies, they are fellow villagers and friends, said Uchiha Nawa, his eyes sweeping over Uchiha and the four elders. Only by changing the minds of these five guys can we gradually change Uchiha. Uchiha Wave can indeed lead the Uchiha on another path, but the Uchiha do not think that this path is faster than integrating into Konoha. Some people always think that Konoha is sorry to Uchiha, and that Uchiha can gain more benefits by being independent. But after Uchiha merged into Konoha, it does not mean that he cannot control Konoha. Only by integrating into Konoha can he have the opportunity to control Konoha. This is equality. Cancel family education and let the children of appropriate age go to ninja school to establish bonds with other peers. Only in this way can we escape from our current situation, Uchiha said, and one could see the reluctance in the eyes of several elders. The ninja school will also be restructured soon. I can't tell you the details yet. This is a big move by the village. The ninja clan can exist, but it can never exist in the way it is now. Only by uniting and forming an alliance can we become a real collective. Yet can truly prosper. In fact, several elders also understood what Uchiha said. If you look at the village from the perspective of the tribe, there will always be some things that you don't understand, but when you reach their level, you can also break away from your own perspective and look at it more broadly. But as the saying goes, the butt determines the head. The three elders who originally supported Uchiha Nawa looked at each other, but still could not make up their minds. I think. Seeing what you said makes a lot of sense. Uchiha was the first to break the silence, but the meaning of his words shocked everyone. But we are not in that position after all, and there are many things we don't understand. We still need Sing to explain some of them to us. After all, I believe that Sing is still the Uchiha surname, said Uchiha, his expression inexplicably calm. Uchiha Namiya looked at Uchiha deeply, and began to explain some of the changes that Konoha had made to the ninja school. Even some of the deeper meanings were taken out and explained to everyone. While Uchiha Ji was listening, he was also making estimates in his mind. The reason why he agreed was simple: he was the head of the Uchiha clan, and while caring about his own position, he should care more about the interests of the Uchiha clan as a whole. And he also understood what Uchiha Nami said before. As long as he had the surname Uchiha, he still belonged to the Uchiha clan. No matter whether he had conflicts with Uchiha Ji or not, it would not harm the interests of the Uchiha clan, because to harm the Uchiha clan would be to harm Uchiha Nami himself. The Uchiha Guard was an organization established by Senju Tobirama that is very suitable for the Uchiha clan. Of course, being suitable does not mean that it is a good institution. At least in Uchiha Naga's opinion, the Uchiha Guard is just a small-time power with a lot of trouble. In fact, Uchiha Wave did not want to expand the power of the Uchiha Guard, which was unrealistic. Uchiha Nagata wanted to incorporate the Uchiha Guard into the Umbu as a subordinate unit of the Umbu, retaining their original functions while gradually replacing the original counter-reconnaissance department within the Umbu. As for the Uchiha Guard being incorporated into the Umbu, it has changed from an independent unit to a unit that is controlled by others. Then Uchiha Naka can only say that this is the same as integrating the Uchiha into Konoha. It seems that the Uchiha Guard has lost a lot of autonomy and its power has become smaller after being assigned to the Umbu. However, with Uchiha Namahaki as the head of the Umbu, Uchiha Namahaki will only occupy a larger share in the Umbu, especially when the Umbu has just been separated from the Hokage and has not yet been noticed by the various ninja clans. As long as the Uchiha occupy enough weight in the Umbu, the actual power they possess will actually increase. This is also the relationship that Uchiha wanted to create between Uchiha and Konoha. This time, the Uchiha clan also realized that integration and dissipation are two different things. Finally, after discussion, for elite Jonin with 3 Megatama, along with 32 Uchiha clan members, joined the Umbu, and will later enter the anti-reconnaissance department under the control of Uchiha Wave. Afterwards, Uchiha Namahaki will also issue orders to the Umbu to coordinate the counter-reconnaissance department and the Uchiha Guard to further improve the investigation within Konoha. Through multiple collaborations, the Uchiha Guard was gradually integrated into the Umbu. While expanding the authority of the Umbu, it also increases the control over the Uchiha and the Umbu. It can be said that both sides may gain, but the Uchiha will take it all. After the Uchiha clan members joined, the situation in the anti-reconnaissance department changed a lot. Hyuga and Abarame were originally the core of the counter-reconnaissance department, but under the deliberate control of Uchiha and Abarame gradually occupied the main positions, and Hyuga was more inclined to do more work and have less power. After all, Hineda's Byakugan is really useful in anti-reconnaissance, and Uchiha Naga would not kick Hineda out with one kick. The 4 elite Uchiha Jonin entered the 4 departments of the Umbu respectively under the order of Uchiha Namahaki. Among them, the Uchiha in the criminal trial department was the most comfortable. Originally, in addition to conventional punishments, the core trump card of the criminal justice department was the secret techniques of the Yamanaka clan. However, the secret techniques of the Yamanaka clan have great limitations and flaws. After Uchiha joined, the cost-effectiveness of the illusion of Uchiha Sharingan directly surpassed the Yamanaka secret technique. Some targets that were originally difficult to use secret techniques even for Yamanaka had no room to resist under Uchiha Sharingan. He is an elite Jonin with 3 Megatama, and a member of the Uchiha clan who has mastered illusion techniques. In a one-on-one situation with this configuration, even an ordinary cage-level warrior who is hit by the illusion will have no choice but to surrender. In addition to this is the intelligence department. The Uchiha clan members will perform a special illusion before the undercover agents set out to hypnotize their subconscious minds. Of course, these are all things of the past. Shortly after the candidates for the Umbu were finalized, the clan meeting also ended. Uchiha Nama and Uchiha Kage strolled through the Uchiha clan's territory, watching these clan members, who are actually no different from ordinary people, preparing for the new year. It is undeniable that the Uchiha clan itself has some problems, but it is more of prejudice that makes the already aloof Uchiha completely extreme. Be careful. Uchiha Nawa supported the little girl who bumped into him and asked, "Little friend, are you okay?" This was a very cute little girl with some baby fat on her face. She looked only about 3 or 4 years old. She bumped into Uchiha Wa accidentally with her bare feet. The little girl rubbed her head, looked up at Uchiha and said without any shyness, "My name is Uchiha Zyuotang." Her voice sounded very crisp. The moment Uchiha Zyuotang raised his head, Uchiha seemed to see a hint of blue light in his eyes, but when he looked closely, there was nothing. "Where is your father?" Uchiha Bo asked after coming back to his senses. Earlier, Uchiha Nawa was staring blankly at the streets in the Uchiha clan's territory. If he hadn't reacted in time, the little girl in front of him would have fallen and her head would have been broken and bleeding. Dad went to attend the clan meeting. Uchiha Zyuotang looked at him, his eyes fixed on the vertical pupil on Uchiha's forehead. She seemed to have some impression of the man in front of her, but she couldn't remember it. She just felt that her father seemed to have mentioned him. "Zo Tong, Lord Xing, Lord Ying." At this moment, a cry of surprise came from behind Uchiha Namahake. Turning around, he found that it was Uchiha Ji, one of the 4 elite jonin assigned to the Umbu. Ji, is this your daughter? Uchiha Namahake greeted. Uchiha Ji ran to Zotong and apologized to him. Yes, Master Singh, I'm sorry, Master Singh, Zotong is still young and doesn't understand much. Uchiha Nama shook his head and said, I don't blame you. Zotong is still very sensible, but I won't disturb you and your daughter. If I have the chance in the future, I can teach you a thing or two. After that, Uchiha Nama and Uchiha Kage left. Uchiha Zuotong, who was dragged away by Uchiha Ji, turned around and looked at Uchiha Mao's back, with an inexplicable look in his eyes. After saying goodbye to Uchiha Ji, Uchiha Nama and Uchiha Kage walked towards home. As the new year approaches, there are fewer and fewer things to do, or rather, what there is has been left for later. While walking on the road, Uchiha Nawa was also thinking about some things within the Umbu. The main families in the Umbu are Yamanaka, Hikari, to the 3 families of Aberame. Yamanaka just took the share, but he actually played together with the Nara and Akimichi tribes. On the contrary, Hyaga and Aberame occupy a large share in the Umbu. There are personnel from these 2 ninja clans in the Intelligence Department, Counter-Reconnaissance Department, and Combat Department. For Hinata, Uchiha's idea is to gradually replace and kick him out. The Aberame clan is more suitable to try to conquer. This is a ninja clan that has always had a weak presence, but it should not be underestimated. The time has officially come to the summer of the 15th year of Konoha. The plan of Uchiha gradually entering the Umbu was implemented perfectly, and with the tacit approval of Senju Tobirama, almost no one even noticed it. Among the current Umbu, at least half of the people in each department are Uchiha clan members. Even 2/3 of the ninjas in the combat department are Uchiha ninjas. As for what Uchiha Nagata said before, try to make the characteristics of the Umbu personnel less obvious. It has been said that rules are for others to follow, not to restrict yourself. The Uchiha characteristics are obvious, so isn't it enough to just kill all the enemies when performing the mission? The development over the past year has also expanded the number of Umbu members to a level that satisfies Uchiha Naga. There are already more than 300 people in the combat department, which doesn't seem like a lot, but if you knew Uchiha Naga's personnel deployment for the combat department, you wouldn't think so. The maximum configuration of a squad in the combat department is 7 people, but some squads will be short of people, and the actual number of people in the squad is 5 to 7. Each team has at least 1 elite jonin level captain, and the team members start out as special jonins. The other 3 departments of the Umbu, except the criminal investigation department, have roughly 500 people each. The minimum strength standard is still chinin, and they must be powerful chinin rather than meritorious chinin. The current strength of the Umbu has surpassed that of the Jounin force at the beginning of the First Ninja World War. At the same time, the reform of the ninja school has been implemented. Starting from a year and a half ago, 70% of the new generation of each ninja clan were sent to study in ninja school. Since that year, the number of students in the ninja school has skyrocketed, and the number of students in the first grade is even greater than that of all previous grades combined. By this year, which is the 15th year of Konoha's enrollment, the number of students has increased by dozens from the original number. As the policy was gradually implemented, children of ordinary villagers also began to learn ninja skills. The duration of the ninja school is set at 6 years, but it is not strict. Starting from the 4th year, as long as the grades meet the requirements, you can apply for early graduation. The destination after graduation is similar to what Uchiha Nami said before, but it is not chosen by the graduating genin themselves. Instead, the 5 departments will issue invitations based on their performance in the ninja school, and the graduating genin who receive the invitation can make their own choice based on their own circumstances. If you do not join one of the 5 departments, you will be assigned to be a guiding jonin. After about 3 or 4 years of team leadership learning and team tasks, you can take part in the chinin examination under the arrangement of the guiding jonin. It is said that since the implementation of this system, Konoha has not actually conducted the chinin examination. There has only been one class of graduating genin since the reform. In the absence of war, Konoha will provide comprehensive basic training for genin. It does not mean that anyone can become a genin once they have the strength to do so. Similarly, the later chinin and jonin also need to learn the corresponding knowledge. It can be said that after missing the period when the review system was not strict at the beginning, it is not so easy for the ninja clan to bring the hidden ninjas in the clan to the surface even if they want to. These hidden ninjas have not received any education in the ninja school or inherited the Konoha system. Their strength and experience are definitely sufficient, but it is difficult for them to pass the theoretical examination for mid-level and upper-level ninjas. Of course, this does not include the Uchiha jonin, who will be properly accommodated under the arrangement of the Uchiha wave. Since he won't become Hokage through normal means, Uchiha WA has fewer concerns. Except for a few genin who entered the Umbu, most of the graduating genin accepted the arrangements normally and got a guiding jonin. Apart from entering the Umbu, the other 4 departments' exposure to various ninjutsu is actually not as good as the instruction of the jonin. There is no need for these youngsters to compete for power. Instead, they are more likely to form bonds and strengthen the ties between the ninja clans. The most important thing is that the 5 departments including the UMBU allow graduated genin to join the company after becoming a Chunin normally, but this will make them less competitive than normal graduated genin. At the beginning of this era, there are still many choices to make. In addition to this is the current situation of the Ninja War and the Ninja World. Yes, the first Ninja War has not officially ended, but everyone has fallen into a strange tacit understanding. Konoha has 2 training grounds, one in the direction of Iwagakure and the other in the direction of Kirigakure, to help some new generation of ninjas improve their ninja combat experience. Among them, the most important one is the Iwagakure direction. Sarutobi Hiruzen is stationed at the Iwagakure battlefield. He only comes back for a period of time during the new year every year. The rest of the time he stays in the Konoha camp and arranges small-scale conflicts with the Iwagakure from time to time. The people in the Konoha camp and the Iwagakure direction have been replaced by batches, and now there are only about 3,000 people in the camp. The situation in other ninja villages is similar. Kumagakure and Tsunagakure almost simultaneously declared war on Iwagakure and opened up 2 more battlefields. Apart from Konoha, only Iwagakure has this level of ninja numbers, and compared to Konoha, Iwagakure needs to improve the overall quality of this large number of ninjas. Sarutobi Hiruzen is not completely without benefits during the garrison process. A small number of people will be retained during the rotation process. After more than 2 years of accumulation, Sarutobi Hiruzen now has more than 500 confidants of his own. As the adjutant, Shinura Danzo also has his own background. On this day, Uchiha Nama did not go to the UMBU base, but went to the ninja school after packing up a little. Naturally, the Uchiha Kage also accompanied him. Now 15 years old, the two have become very similar in height, body shape and appearance due to their rapid development in the Naruto world. At this point, the two of them looked like twins. Only those who are familiar with Uchiha Nama Haki and Uchiha Kage can vaguely see the subtle differences between the two. However, Uchiha Nama guessed that in 2 years, the two would have grown to be almost the same and it would be difficult to distinguish them based on their appearance. The most they could be distinguished by their temperament and habits. After going out, a masked figure suddenly appeared beside Uchiha Nama. "Teacher, this is the information given to you by Minister Lishao." After saying this, the man handed an intelligence scroll to Uchiha Bo and disappeared again. Of course, he was actually hiding in the dark and following Uchiha Nagata, ready to appear at any time when Uchiha Nagata or Uchiha Kage needed him. This person was none other than Uchiha Nagata's only remaining student, Akimichi Kiyuki. On the playground next to the ninja school, almost all the students gathered here. This is because it is the annual Genin graduation examination, and students from 4th to 6th grade can sign up to participate. Of course, 6th grade students must participate, and there is no such thing as repeating a grade unless they are not recognized by the guiding jonin and are rejected. Even if you are rejected, you will have to wait a year before being reassigned instead of having to go to school again for a year. As for what to do if you fail the assessment, just go home and wait, and then go to participate in Konoha's regular Genin assessment. The assessment of the ninja school is divided into 3 parts: theoretical assessment, ninjutsu assessment, and practical assessment. The theoretical examination is an examination of the necessary knowledge for the Genin taught in some ninja schools, while the ninjutsu examination is to examine the mastery of the 3 body techniques taught in the ninja schools. After completing the above 2 assessments, you have obtained the status of a Genin, and the subsequent practical assessment is just a bonus. Graduating Genin who performs well in the actual combat assessment may receive an invitation from the UMBU or be assigned to a better trained Jonin. Among the crowd of onlookers, the 7-year-old Tsunade was watching the battle in boredom. In fact, most of the Genin are not that powerful. The battles between Genin are more of a physical showdown, and especially during the assessment period, ninja tools such as kunao are not used much. At most, it would depend on who can use the 3 body techniques more flexibly. If there is a Genin who can use the escape technique, that would be an eye-opener. At this moment, Tsunade suddenly noticed a commotion in the spectator seats. Not only Tsunade, but many students also noticed this. The spectator seats are actually the viewing area for representatives of each department and the upper echelons of the ninja school. Of course, they are just spectators, and the actual scorers are still the chief assessor and assessors of that year. The reason for the commotion in the spectator seats was naturally because Uchiha Namahaki and Uchiha Kage had arrived. The presence of other ministers in such a not particularly large-scale event would naturally cause some commotion. "Minister Singh is here," Li Xiao greeted. As the actual person in charge of the ninja school, he was naturally present. Uchiha Nama smiled and greeted Li Xiao, then casually replied to a few greetings from representatives of other departments and sat next to Li Xiao to watch the battle on the field. "What is the order of the assessment?" Uchiha Bo asked Li Xiao. Li Xiao glanced at a middle-aged man at the side, and the man quickly replied, "Minister Huixing, it is based on the age from the highest to the lowest." The man let go and introduced, "This is the head teacher of the school, who is responsible for the specific arrangements of various school affairs." Uchiha nodded and said, "Give me a list later and change the order." Upon hearing this, the director subconsciously looked at Li Xiao, only to see Li Xiao nodded in agreement and said, "No problem. What wine brought you here? Tell me which boy you like." Seeing Uchiha Bo heading straight for the reference student, Li knew Uchiha Bo's purpose. However, it is not often that Uchiha Naga's attitude is so resolute that he actually showed up in person to recruit. You really have seen it. Uchiha Bo withdrew his gaze and looked at Li Xiao and smiled. Li Xiao was stunned when he heard this, and his thoughts went back to the past. A young figure appeared in his mind, Heitake. Sakumo? As he said this, Li Xiao was still a little unconfident, but he saw that Uchiha Wa actually nodded. What kind of magic power does this kid have? Li Xiao said, looking towards the waiting area. Heitake Sakumo's white hair was still very obvious. Uchiha Nawa shook his head but didn't say anything. The specific strength of Heitake Sakumo was not specifically reflected in the original work. However, in Uchihata's classification of strength, Heitake Sakumo is at least at the peak of the cage level. Then I'll have to wait and see. Li Xiao became interested when he saw that Uchiha Bo did not answer him. At this time, the students were also discussing the arrival of Uchiha Wa. However, most students only know that he is a big shot, but they don't know who he is specifically. Tsunade narrowed her eyes and looked at the two blurry figures, feeling somewhat familiar. It was not until Uchiha Namahaki and Uchiha Kage sat down that Tsunade suddenly remembered the two uncles who came to her house when she was 4 years old. It seems that this is how we can discuss seniority. Master and father can be equated to a certain extent. Subconsciously, Tsunade recalled that her grandmother had asked the two of them to take care of her. In fact, he had never seen the two of them since that time, but occasionally he heard other people say that his two uncles were very powerful. Thinking of this, Tsunade felt inexplicably unhappy about these two uncles whom she rarely saw. Just after the two people on the field were called off, the chief examiner announced that the order of the examination had changed, and then called the next two reference gen into the stage. One of them was none other than Uchiha Nagata's long-awaited Heitake Sakumo. The other was a member of the Uchiha clan named Uchiha Tadashi. After the clan meeting in Konoha in the 12th year, Uchiha Namiya asked the Uchiha clan to actively send the new generation of children to the Ninja Academy. All I can say is that Konoha has geniuses every year, and Uchiha geniuses emerge every year. Basically, the chief of each session will be a member of the Uchiha clan, and sometimes even the top 3 will be occupied by Uchiha clan members. Of course, Uchiha Nama knew that this year would be an exception. Like Heitake Kakashi, Heitake Sakumo is not dealing with a good-for-nothing comeback. Compared to Kakashi Heitake, who also experienced the blow of his father's suicide, Sakumo Heitake can be said to have had a smooth life. Until he was faced with a choice that a normal person would not hesitate to make, his heart was broken and he committed suicide. It turns out that all true geniuses have to go through setbacks. Doghead. However, it must be said that Shimura Danzo during that period and Sarutobi Hiruzen really deserves to die. Heitake Sakumo, I've heard of you. Uchiha Tanori stood in the middle and looked at Heitake Sakumo cautiously without being in a hurry to take action. Heitake Sakumo held the short blade passed down from his father and said nothing, but stared at Uchiha Tanori, looking for flaws. Heitake Sakumo did not dare to take this Uchiha genius who was 2 years older than him lightly. In the Naruto world, in most cases, the ninja's weapons will not play a decisive factor. In addition, these were not taken into consideration, and shared weapons were not used in the assessments of the ninja school. Instead, students were allowed to use their own weapons. Seeing Uchiha Tadaoki rushing forward with a kunao in his hand, Heitake Sakumo arrived first and slashed his short sword in front of Uchiha Tadaoki. Uchiha Tanori leaned back to avoid the short sword, and at the same time stabbed Heitake Sakumo from the side with the kunao in his hand. Driven by the force, the whole person also moved to the side. Heitake Sakumo's eyes focused, and the momentum of his sword changed, with the blade beginning to chop downwards. Damn it! Uchiha Tianli cursed that he didn't expect Heitake Sakumo to be so cruel. He didn't want to play a game of injury in exchange for injury, so he quickly retreated to avoid it. Seeing Uchiha Tadaoki retreating, Sakumo Heitake was even more unyielding and followed Uchiha Tadaoki's steps and continued to attack. Uchiha Tanori gritted his teeth and used kunao to continuously block Heitake Sakumo's attacks. Uchiha Wa, who was watching, couldn't help but shook his head. Comparing close combat swordsmanship with Heitake, especially Heitake Sakumo, isn't that just courting death? As expected, the Uchiha clan is good at everything, except for their confidence. Urju's pretense is indeed inherited from his family, although there are still some exceptions in the family. However, Uchiha Tanori still has some skills. He was able to defend so well under the command of Heitake Sakumo. It's a pity that if you defend for too long, you will lose. Sure enough, after dozens of encounters, Heitake Sakumo seized the opportunity and kicked out, and Uchiha Tanori was kicked out. With just this one move, if this really happened in a battle, Heitake Sakumo would have killed Uchiha Tadaoki with one blow. Of course, this only means that in theory Heitake Sakumo is stronger than Uchiha Tadaoki, but it does not mean that Heitake Sakumo will definitely kill Uchiha Tadaoki in a real battle. Even the actual combat assessment is far from being a real battle. From a probability perspective, even Uchiha WA has the possibility of being killed by a genin holding a kunao, but this possibility is basically negligible. Fire style, great fireball technique. Uchiha Tanari, who was kicked away, stopped himself and quickly formed hand seals and shouted. In just 3 seconds, Uchiha's signature immortal ninjutsu hit Heitake Sakumo. Hold your breath and concentrate. Heitake Sakumo held the knife with both hands and squinted his eyes at the incoming fireball that he could dodge it, but that he didn't want to dodge. A faint light flickered on the short sword, and an inexplicable power spread out with Heitake Sakumo as the center. Li Xiao, who was watching with interest, stared at Heitake Sakumo, and felt the different chakra and murmured, "This is Heitejai swordsmanship." Although it was the first time he saw it, Uchiha Nama still said it with certainty. Even though he had expected that Heitake's swordsmanship would be very different, Uchiha Nama had never thought it would be so different. The Hidden Cloud Village has a secret technique that can use lightning to stimulate the body to greatly increase the body's speed, and can increase speed and reaction speed in battle. Since the second generation Reikage, all the Reikage have mastered this technique. It was not until the generation of Darui and later generations that Darui became the Reikage by relying on the blood limit of storm release. The Heitake swordsmanship in front of him achieved a similar effect in a way that Uchiha could not understand. That's right, the Heitake swordsmanship called swordsmanship is actually also a special ninjutsu. This type of ninjutsu uses chakra more as a pure energy and does not involve any changes in the properties of chakra. Heitejai swordsmanship. Li Xiao murmured the words, and information about the Heitejai clan flashed through his mind. This is a ninja family transformed from a samurai family. Originally, no one took this family seriously. On the one hand, this family had few members, and on the other hand, this family did not pose any threat and did not fight or compete with others. It is hard to imagine that this family could create such a big thing without making any noise. From the name, one could guess that this was a secret technique transformed from the samurai sword technique. This made Li Xiao, who had done 2 years of theoretical research, think a lot. The Heitake family's swordsmanship can be transformed, but what about other samurai killing techniques? Will there be any other magical effects? You know, in the ninja world there are some samurai who can reach a combat power close to the level of a jonin on their own. Not to mention the various thoughts that popped up in Li Xiao's mind. In the middle of the playground, Heitake Sakumo, with his eyes squinted, suddenly felt a strange airflow. Now, the mind follows the will, and the body follows the mind. In the blink of an eye, Heitake Sakumo appeared behind Uchiha Tadaoyu, with the dagger placed on Uchiha Tadaoyu's neck just right. Before everyone could react, the surging fireball suddenly exploded, scattering sparks all over the sky. Just as everyone was staring at Heitake Sakumo and Uchiha Tadaoyu in a daze, Uchiha was recalling the scene just now in his mind. In an instant, Heitake Sakumo's chakra was released through the short sword, forming a stream of energy that appeared to be white light. It was also with this energy that the visible sword shattered the invisible flames. To be precise, it was not that the flame was chopped into pieces, but that the energy driven by the knife destroyed the structure of the flame, causing it to disintegrate. At the same time, this energy also covered the surface of Heitake Sakumo. Although it was very weak, it still protected Sakumo's body. At the moment when the energy was stimulated, Heitake Sakumo's physical fitness improved to an incredible level. The extremely fast speed achieved an effect almost like teleportation. "You still have a sharp eye," Li Xiao said in surprise, looking at Heitake Sakumo and admiring him. Uchiha Bo just laughed and didn't respond. Does this mean he has a vicious vision? However, Heitake's swordsmanship does seem to be quite complicated. Uchiha Nawa thought about it and became more interested in Heitake's swordsmanship. Although it can hardly improve his combat effectiveness, Uchiha Naga is now very interested in learning more principles of secret techniques. The ninjutsu of the Ino, Shika and Jo clans may look magical, but they are actually the application of yin and yang escape techniques. Assessment announcement. The sound of Butatake Sakumo's victory brought Uchiha Namahake back to his senses. Looking towards the center of the playground, Uchiha Tanari and Heitake Sakumo were performing the seal of reconciliation. Uchiha now nodded. Uchiha Tanari was quite good. In addition to the method that the more sincere the emotions, the higher the talent, the Uchiha clan also has the method of opening dynamic vision in front of the eyes. There are even special methods for eye training within the Uchiha clan, but they are not very useful. And it seems that Uchiha has a strange feeling towards people who often defeat or hit them. If we put the two of them together in the umbu, maybe some wonderful chemical reaction would occur. Thinking of this, Uchiha Bo couldn't help but applaud his own cleverness. Since Heitake Sakumo, there has been no battle that could make Uchiha Naga's eyes light up. Even Uchiha Tanari could only be said to have benefited from Heitake Sakumo's influence. After watching the basically boring genin fight for the whole morning, Uchiha Namiya did not stay long and left with Uchiha Kage. If Uchiha didn't want to make his purpose too obvious, he would have left after watching Heitake Sakumo's assessment. Now that he had seen everything he needed to see, Uchiha Nawa gave the order to recruit Uchiha Tadashi and Heitake Sakumo. As for the other graduating genin, just follow the normal process. In fact, the main way for the Umbu to recruit personnel is to recruit from the Chinins who have already made achievements. Few people would pay attention to ordinary graduated genin unless they had really good talents. A person like Heitake Sakumo is a rare one who would be personally noticed by Uchiha Nama. Even so, Uchiha Nama did not choose to show up to recruit him. In Uchiha's opinion, if Heitake Sakumo came to the Umbu, he would accept him as a disciple, but he couldn't teach him anything, but all kinds of resources were there. If Heitake Sakumo doesn't come, it doesn't matter. After all, he is just a cage. Theoretically, any Uchiha member has such potential. Of course, this is only in theory. Uchiha Wawa is not a bloodline-oriented person. Uchiha Wawa is more interested in Heitake's swordsmanship than Heitake Sakumo. Even for the protagonists of later generations, Uchiha Nama was more interested in the Ashura Chakra and Indra Chakra in them. It seems that both types of chakras have a certain subconsciousness that will affect the thinking of the reincarnated body. Uchiha wasn't sure whether this was true or not. However, if you want to verify it, it is very simple. Just bring out the impure world of Hashirama Senju and see the changes in Hashirama Senju's personality and you will know. Ahem, it doesn't seem that simple. Now there is a sealed book, which contains quite a few forbidden techniques. As far as Uchiha Nama knows, although the motive behind Senju Tobirama's initiation is unknown, the impure world reincarnation technique was developed when Senju Hashirama was still alive. In conjunction with this is the technique of using mutual multiplication of detonating talismans. The latter is easy to say. The impure world reincarnation technique can be said to be the ninjutsu that runs through the entire drama of Uchiha Naruto's previous life. For this, the famous snake sage, Kabuto Yakushi, was awarded the title of Dream Maker. Of course, there is also Uchiha Itachi, the master of solving doubts, who can answer Kabuto Yakushi's lifelong confusions in minutes and help him find the direction of life. Putting all this aside, Heitake Sakumo was not excited after returning to the waiting area after finishing the assessment. Defeating Uchiha Tianli seemed a matter of course. The calmness of the person involved was in stark contrast to the excited conversation among others. But this peace no longer exists when a piece of news comes. Before the assessment was over, the Umbu sent employment invitations to Heitake Sakumo and Uchiha Tadashi. This is the first case since the ninja school was restructured. Even Heitake Sakumo found it difficult to remain calm. As time went by, many things about the war were forgotten, but some things also became more and more mythical. Among them, Uchiha Naga gradually became a legend in this process. It can be said that at least 60% of those who aspire to join the Umbu go there because of Uchiha Naga. However, for those big families, the relationship between the Umbu and the Hokage was gradually understood by those who were proficient in this matter in the family. Regarding Senju Tobirama's idea, some people think that Senju Tobirama is a genius, while others think that Senju Tobirama will play with fire and get burned. But no matter which one they think, everyone knows that if he joins the Umbu, he will have no chance of becoming Hokage. Although when the Umbu develops to its full potential, its leader will be no less powerful than the Hokage. However, there is also a prerequisite here, that is, Uchiha Naga was able to develop the Umbu to that level during the reign of Senju Tobirama. Otherwise, no one except Senju Tobirama, who was responsible for all this, could tolerate such a powerful Umbu. Heitake Sakumo, who came from a small family, naturally didn't understand these things, but Heitake Sakumo always had an inexplicable yearning and admiration for Uchiha Wa. This is why Heitake Sakumo was happy when he received the invitation from the Umbu. As for Uchiha Tadashi, as a die-hard fan of Uchiha and the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Tadashi would definitely not hesitate to join the Umbu. He thought he would have to wait until he became a Chunin before he would have a chance to join the Umbu, but now the Umbu was right in front of him. Uchiha Tanari wanted to go back immediately to report the good news to his family. All I can say is that as a member of the Uchiha clan with both parents alive, Uchiha Tadashi is lucky. In a sense, this is also a kind of potential doghead. It's a pity that although Heitake Sakumo was excited after receiving the invitation, he still had to suppress his emotions and wait until he returned home to discuss with his father before making a decision. Under the education of the ninja school, the proportion of ninja villages in the hearts of the new generation of ninjas like Heitake Sakumo is increasing. A group of ninjas have gradually emerged, mainly from villages, followed by families, and the family ninjas that I think of later. Heitake Sakumo is one of them. That he has no hesitation in sacrificing for the village, but if he has a choice, he will give priority to giving back to the family who gave birth to him, raised him, and taught him, and put his own wishes last. So what does Hayato Heitake think? Of course I went. For most small families, the Umbu is the best choice. The greater purpose of joining the guidance team established by the guiding jonin is to establish a deep bond with each other. In fact, all you can learn are a few ninjutsu given by the guiding jonin. If you are lucky and the guiding jonin is serious and responsible, or the guiding jonin takes a liking to you, you may be able to learn some good ninjutsu. What about the Umbu? The Umbu has Konoha as its backer, and its ninjutsu and secret techniques are simply unimaginable. Although the competition in the Umbu is more intense, the choices and gains that can be made are also greater. Perhaps the great ninja clan needs to guide the team to build a deep bond to strengthen their connection and consolidate their position. What the little ninja clan needs more is to find more opportunities. Yes, it will allow the original road to go further and longer. As for consolidating status, that's a joke. What status do the small ninja clan have? Therefore, Heitake Sakumo's reply was only slightly later than Uchiha Tanari's, and almost at the same time he received the order from the Umbu to go to Training Forest No. 2 in 3 days. Uchiha Nama, who had forgotten everything, was talking to Tobirama Senju in the Hokage's office. In Uchiha Nama's memory, it seemed that Hashirama Senju's cell research was first proposed by Tobirama Senju. Later, it was forcibly stopped by Tobirama Senju, and after Sarutobi Hiruzen came to power, it was secretly started again for a while. In the end, Sarutobi Hiruzen could not withstand the pressure and forcibly stopped the work. Instead, Shimura Danzo's research was carried out in secret and with great success. In a sense, the experiment was very successful, as Yamato successfully inherited the wood release technique. In Uchiha Naga's previous life, many people said that Yamato's wood release and Senju Hashirama's wood release were completely different things. But from Uchiha's point of view, the two are the same, the only difference is the person who uses it. After all, Yamato is a survivor of Hashirama Senju's fusion experiment, so how could the wood release he used be different? Of course, Uchiha's research on Hashirama Senju's cells is not the main point. What Uchiha Nama cares more about is the research on the essence of Uchiha, whether it is feasible to clone and transplant the open eyes, and what is the difference between the Eternal Eye and the ordinary Mangekyo. In Uchiha Naga's impression, there will be a guy named Uchiha Shin later. That guy is a clone of the Uchiha clan, and he also has the Mangekyo Sharingan, which has the ability to control the metal he touches. From this, Uchiha Shin at least knew that the clone-transplanted clone Mangekyo could not open the Eternal Eye, otherwise Uchiha Shin would not have just an ordinary Mangekyo. But this guy has a lot of Sharingan, which is probably why he can't use his eye power properly. In Uchiha Nama's opinion, the Eternal Eye and the Mangekyo can be said to be eyes of the same level, or they can be said to be eyes of two different ranks. Except for Indra himself, all the ordinary Mangekyo of the Uchiha in later generations could not open the complete form of Susanoo. Therefore, Uchiha Nama's idea is that there are two differences between the Mangekyo and the Eternal Eye. First, the Eternal Eye has a source of water that can continuously generate pupil power, while the Mangekyo is rootless water, and the more pupil power is used, the less it will have. The second is that the single pupil power output power of the Eternal Eye is higher. It does not mean that the Mangekyo cannot open the complete form of Susanoo, but that the output power of the ordinary Mangekyo is not enough. The fact that Indra's Mangekyo can reach its full form is due to Indra's personal factors. If that's the case, then Itsutsuki Hagoromo, the six-path sage, can also turn his Sharingan into the Rinnegan directly. Anime, besides, who knows whether Indra opened a kaleidoscope or an Eternal Eye? Therefore, everything will have to wait until Uchiha Bo has conducted a thorough study before a conclusion can be reached. If clones cannot be transplanted into clones, what about natural bodies being transplanted into clones? Of course, the premise of all this is that Tobirama Senju agrees to Uchiha Namiya's establishment of Konoha's research system. Otherwise, Uchiha Nama doesn't want to do it secretly like Orochimaru or Shimura Danzo. I did retain some of my brother's living cells. Senju Tobirama looked at Uchiha Hashirama, who was a little embarrassed. He also knew that Senju Hashirama's situation was very special. As a master of forbidden techniques, he has a strong talent for research and development. Whether it is to enhance Konoha's heritage or for other reasons, Senju Tobirama has the idea of studying Senju Hashirama's cells. As a younger brother, Senju Tobirama naturally would not dig up his elder brother's grave, and there was no need for him to do so. When Hashirama Senju was still alive, Tobirama Senju extracted several batches of living cells from Hashirama Senju and preserved them. On the one hand, it is to prepare for possible research in the future, and on the other hand, it is also to reserve for the implementation of the impure world reincarnation. That you can't just go around looking for Hashirama Senju's cells when you need them. However, Senju Tobirama had not thought that this time would come so soon, nor did he expect that the first to propose would be his eldest brother's two disciples. Sighing, Senju Tobirama did not refuse and said, "Let's set it up secretly and don't show it to everyone. After all, this kind of thing should not be publicized." Uchiha Nawa's eyes lit up when he heard that he had even prepared himself to be rejected when he came here, but he never thought it would be so smooth. Since the establishment of Konoha, my eldest brother has placed all his focus on the village. Everything, including himself, is not as important as the village. I couldn't understand it at first. Senju Tobirama looked at Uchiha Nama, but it seemed that he was not looking at Uchiha Nama. It was not until I became Hokage myself that I completely understood what my elder brother was thinking. I was first the second Hokage of Konoha, and then Tobirama Senju. This matter is beneficial to the village, so there is a reason to do it. As Senju Tobirama, I will not allow anyone to blaspheme my brother, but as Hokage. I agree, said Senju Tobirama, as if something had fallen in his heart. Uchiha had a puzzled look on his face. This was what the Hokage was thinking. In later generations, Sarutobi Hiruzen praised Uchiha Itachi for having the thinking method of a Hokage at the age of 9. This is not to say that Uchiha Itachi has the same wisdom as Hokage, nor does it mean that Uchiha Itachi is very smart, but Uchiha Itaka's perspective on things is very similar to that of Naruto. That is, everything is viewed from the perspective of the village, and from this perspective even the Hokage himself can be abandoned. From this point of view, the Hokage is actually a larger clan leader, and the ninja village is a larger ninja clan. Staff and funding. Uchiha talked about the two most important issues in building a research institute. There is no such thing as free research. In later generations, Orochimaru even set up a small country to supplement his own funds. Personnel is of paramount importance. Even if Uchiha plans to do it himself, he still needs people to help him and do odd jobs. What's more, Uchiha did not intend to do it all by himself, but to divide it into many research projects, assigning the ones he did not pay attention to others, and doing the ones he needed most. I will be assigned to the Umbu, and you will secretly set up a new department in the Umbu. The name. Just follow your habit and call it the Konoha Research Bureau. Senju Tobirama looked at you with an inexplicable expression. Smart wave form. Uchiha always has some strange requirements for naming and addressing. For example, among the 5 departments of Konoha, there will be several small departments responsible for different tasks. As the saying goes, one feels refreshed when good things happen to him. Uchiha walked out of the Hokage building with a rosy face. I just feel that the air is especially sweet. I discover problems, raise questions, and solve problems. After figuring out some of the more essential things about the Sharingan, Uchiha can decide on some of the future plans. If possible, it is better not to do something that is not so good. If you have to, that is another matter. As for what constitutes a last resort, that is of course up to Uchiha. Thinking about bad things in his mind, Uchiha Nawa was also thinking about what to do if the Eternal Eye really needed Indra Chakra. I do have another path to take, but Uchiha Kage has no choice, and who would be willing to stick to just one path when they can choose both? How about we find Madara to take over the points? Considering the strength he might have at that stage, Uchiha couldn't help but expand his mind. Youth spots and impure earth spots are pure abnormality, but age spots. How does the saying go? Punch the Nanshan nursing home and kick the Bihai kindergarten. Just look at me, Uchiha beating up the 2 biggest bosses of later generations. Thinking of this, Uchiha walked on the road whistling, looking in a very good mood. Uchiha Kage beside him couldn't help but smile when he saw this. Although he didn't know what he was laughing at, he was happy because his brother was happy. Not to mention all this, Uchiha Nagata, who had just returned home, received another good news from the Umbu. Hatake Sakumo and Uchiha Tadao were invited to join the Umbu to study. Training Forest No. 2. Uchiha Naga briefly recalled the situation in Training Forest No. 2. Some small virgin forests are retained inside Konoha for use as training grounds. In order to distinguish them from ordinary open space training grounds, these training grounds are called training forests. They retain a large part of the original environment and certain original creatures. The establishment of the Konoha Research Bureau went more smoothly than Uchiha Namehake had imagined, but it was also much more difficult than Uchiha Namehake had imagined. The application for funds and various resources went smoothly, and Uchiha Naga even reserved some extra funds for the Umbu. However, in terms of personnel, there were only a few medical ninjas who were barely acceptable. There were also a few research ninjas, but they were basically different from what Uchiha Naga had imagined. In the end, Uchiha could only sigh helplessly and decided to take those who had talent in this area and learn from scratch. The few medical ninjas who had stayed behind earlier were also brought along to learn. In fact, in the Naruto world, there are some ninja clans' bloodline limits or secret techniques that are very suitable for research, especially the Hyuga clan. Unfortunately, Hyuga and Uchiha don't get along so well. Not long ago, Uchiha was constantly squeezing out Hyuga's share. Moreover, the system of the Hyuga branch family is also difficult to implement. If 2 members of the main family are sent, the Hyuga branch will most likely not agree, and Uchiha will not be at ease with 2 members of the branch family. After thinking about it, I had no choice but to give up. The Uchiha clan Sharingan was actually very helpful for the research. This is my personality. There was no choice at this time, and who could be more assured than someone from their own family, so the Research Bureau added a few more 3 Magatama Uchiha clan members to learn from them. After picking and choosing, Uchiha had nothing left to choose from, so he pinched his nose and allowed a few ninjas with acceptable control ability to enter the training. Then he thought of the Nara clan and asked Senju Tobirama to ask for a few Chinins from the Nara clan. Just like that, the preliminary team was decided, but it still depends on their academic performance. Those who are not suitable will be transferred to other departments. Anyway, once you enter the Umbu, don't think you can quit easily. Uchiha Naga's originally leisurely life was gone, and he taught these selected people some basic knowledge and experimental foundations that he had learned in his previous life. He teaches this group of people for at least 6 hours every day. In his spare time, he starts to write down some knowledge that he can still remember. Uchiha Nama does not have the ability to remember everything he sees. As he lives in the ninja world for longer and longer, he has begun to forget the memories of his past life. Uchiha didn't want to forget any key knowledge or important information, or find that he had known it before but had forgotten it now. Time always passes quickly when you are busy. On this day, Uchiha Namehake and Uchiha Kage did not go to the Umbu, but walked towards Konoha's No. 2 training forest. It was 8 o'clock in the morning, which was the time to notify Heitake Sakumo and Uchiha Tadayoshi. Sure enough, when Uchiha Namahaki and Uchiha Kage arrived, Heitake Sakumo and Uchiha Tadao were already waiting, one standing and one sitting, under the shade of the trees at the entrance of the training forest. Uchiha was not surprised by this. This kind of primeval forest is not something you can enter just because you want to. Master Shape, Master Shadow. Minister Form, Minister Shadow. After seeing Uchiha Namahaki and Uchiha Kage, Uchiha Tadashi immediately stood up and shouted excitedly. Heitake Sakumo followed closely and greeted Uchiha Namahaki and Uchiha Kage respectfully. Uchiha Nami smiled and nodded and asked Uchiha Tadashi, "Who is your father?" Uchiha Tianli curled his lips and said reluctantly, "Master Wigata, my father is Uchiha Jin." Of course Uchiha Naoki knew about Uchiha Tadashi's thoughts, but asking who Uchiha Tadashi's father was not a backdoor request. Uchiha did not need to use backdoors. He was just asking simply. I don't know when this habit started, but when seeing a young Uchiha, Uchiha's first reaction is to ask who the other person's father is. In fact, Uchiha Tanari is only 5 years younger than Uchiha Namiya and Uchiha Kage. Uchiha Jin, Uchiha Ma actually has an impression of this person. He also works in the Umbu, but he is from the Intelligence Bureau. He is a member of the Uchiha clan who is very good at illusion. Maybe it's because I'm too blessed that there are not many members of the Uchiha clan who truly specialize in illusion techniques. After all, even if they just practice a few times, it is enough to deal with 99% of the ninjas in the ninja world. For someone like Uchiha Jin, who made further progress after the establishment of Konoha village, it can be said that even a Kage-level figure like Sarutobi Hiruzen would be easily defeated if he is not careful. It's a pity that Uchiha Jin is too specialized in illusion, and his physical skills in ninjutsu are extremely poor. Moreover, the mental damage that Uchiha Jin's illusion can cause is not high, and it is difficult for him to make any achievements when facing the chakra of the Kage level. Otherwise, Uchiha Jin can be regarded as a Kage-level figure. After asking Uchiha Tadashi, Uchiha Namahaki looked at Heitake Sakumo. Seeing Uchiha Nawa looking at him, Heitake Sakumo tensed his body and looked at Uchiha Nawa with a look of unyielding determination and full of respect in his eyes. "Are you willing to be my disciple?" Uchiha Nawa suddenly broke the silence, and the other three people present were stunned by his words. Even the Uchiha Kage did not expect that Uchiha Namahaki valued Heitake Sakumo to this extent. There are indeed many cases of master killing in Naruto, but this does not mean that the master-disciple relationship in Naruto is not important. On the contrary, the master-disciple relationship in the ninja world is very similar to the master-disciple relationship in the ancient country of Uchiha Naruto's previous life. After a moment of hesitation, Heitake Sakumo said without hesitation, "Sakumo is willing. I will send you into Forest Number 2 later. You have to survive in Forest Number 2 for a month without supplies or help," said Uchiha Nagata. The faces of Uchiha Tanari and Heitake Sakumo did not look so good. There are dangers for sure. The large wild beasts are easier to deal with, but the main dangers are the various poisonous insects. However, these are not the most critical. The most important thing is that Uchiha Tanari and Heitake Sakumo need to identify food and cook by themselves during the month in the forest. You are entering the Umbu, and you may face any difficult situations, so our Umbu will not develop from a single angle. Umbu ninjas must be proficient in all aspects to be qualified. Uchiha Nama said the Umbu's requirements for Umbu ninjas. Of course, this is a requirement for the Combat Bureau. The requirement for other bureaus is just to have top-level Chunin strength. So what do Uchiha Tanari and Heitake Sakumo think? Of course, the two of them didn't have any ideas. After sending them into the number 2 training forest, Uchiha Namiya asked Akimichi Kiyuki to call someone from the Intelligence Bureau to protect the two little guys and record their performance. After that, we reinvested in the establishment of the Research Bureau, or more precisely, in the training of researchers. The actual reason for creating this test is actually very simple. Uchiwama hasn't figured out what to teach these two little guys, and the Intelligence Bureau can't do without Uchiwama for the time being. As for whether this is irresponsible, it's not without benefits. Once you become a ninja, you must be able to live independently. Thinking of this, Uchiha's thoughts returned to the arrangements of the Research Bureau. It is enough to just provide some basic teaching so that these people have a certain level of execution ability, and then they can slowly learn and explore later. 1 month is more than enough time. What we need to think about is which research projects to set up. The research on Hashirama's cells and the Sharingan is definitely indispensable. The living Hashirama's cells are provided by Senju Tobirama, and they can be cultivated again. Anyway, Hashirama's cells are extremely active. As for the Sharingan, the Uchiha clan has preserved Sharingan. When the time comes, 2-1 Magadama and some cell extracts from the clan members will be enough. In addition, there is research on the nature and theoretical basis of the changes and the properties of the 5 escapes. Uchiha Nama did not forget that there was a cool thing called Bloodline Net, which theoretically everyone could learn. There is another issue that Uchiha Bo has always been concerned about, and that is the quantification of chakra. Therefore, the research on the nature and proportion of chakra was also included in Uchiha's research. If we break it down in this way, there should be 8 research topics that need to be carried out. The 5 elements is the simplest and requires the most patience. Point 1 topic can be divided into 2 research ninjas trained by Uchiha Nagata and a few reserve research ninjas to study and research at the same time. The nature and ratio of chakra are similar to this one, except that a few more are added in preparation for ninja research. The top priorities are the research on the Sharingan and Hashirama cells. The latter not only improves combat power, but also has many derivative applications. After making a plan, Uchiha Nama didn't think too much about it and took Uchiha Kage to run between home and Umbu every day. It has to be said that these ninjas who seem to only know how to fight are actually quite intelligent and are always able to quickly comprehend the knowledge taught by Uchiha Naga. At least in Uchiha's opinion, this is normal. Chakra is the combination of spiritual energy and physical energy. The spiritual energy of those with strong chakra will naturally not be weak, and the corresponding mental power is not comparable to that of ordinary people. The spiritual power that Uchiha Bo mentioned is actually thinking, soul, and is closely related to wisdom. Of course, intelligence comes in many forms, just as humans come in many forms. The establishment of the Konoha Research Bureau went smoothly, but Uchiha Tanri and Heitake Sakumo were not having an easy time in the number 2 training forest. At the beginning, Uchiha Tianli walked into the training forest with full confidence, especially after he easily killed a huge python that was thicker than him. He became even more confident. This confidence was broken until the hungry man brought the rabbit he had shot to the temporary shelter he had found. The residence chosen by Uchiha Tianli was a huge tree hole. His father once told him that this kind of tree hole or cave in the wild can effectively avoid poisonous insects. Of course, you can't make a fire in this kind of tree hole, so he chose to cook his dinner in the open space next to the big tree. He didn't have a flint with him, so he used fire escape to get the fire source. Then the problem came, he didn't know how to grill meat. To be on the safe side, he divided the rabbit into 3 parts and roasted them separately. As a result, 1 part was roasted into charcoal, 1 part was roasted so burnt that it tasted bitter, and Uchiha Tanri learned his lesson from the last part. Then, when he took a bite, the juice burst out, literally, and blood spurted all over Uchiha Tanri's face. On the other side, Heitake Sakumo was even more unlucky. He had expected there to be tests but not this kind of test, so he naturally did not bring any flint. But compared to Uchiha Tanri, Heitake Sakumo did not learn any other jutsu at this time. After thinking for a long time, Heitake Sakumo decided to start a fire by drilling wood. The result was Heitake Sakumo threw away the broken branch and looked at the fish in front of him that was almost as tall as him in silence. After taking a deep breath, Heitake Sakumo gave up the idea of eating the fish raw. He put the big fish on his back and walked in the direction where Uchiha Tadaoki left at the beginning. When Heitake Sakumo arrived, he saw Uchiha Tanri coming profusely. Heitake Sakumo couldn't help laughing, which made Uchiha Tianli, who was already looking ugly, completely explode. He held a kunai. He rushed up and shouted something like, "I'm so shameless and I'm going to die, let's die together." Combined with the blood on his face, someone who didn't know him would think he was here to seek revenge. Of course, the two didn't fight in the end. It wasn't because they had a good relationship, but mainly because their stomachs were growling and they really didn't want to fight. Uchiha Tianli raised his head, looked at Heitake Sakumo with his peripheral vision, snorted coldly, and slightly tilted his body. Heitake Sakumo smiled awkwardly, carrying the fish on his back and walked towards the fire that Uchiha Tanri had built. After a lot of trouble, Uchiha Tianli almost shed tears while biting the perfectly cooked grilled fish, but he still said with his face turned sideways, "I just feel sorry for you for not having any fire, do you know?" After that meal, the relationship between Uchiha Tanri and Heitake Sakumo seemed to have eased a lot. Heitake Sakumo also quickly mastered the skills to get along with the Uchiha. After mastering these skills, Heitake Sakumo discovered that Uchiha Tanri seemed particularly easy to get along with. Looking at Uchiha Tianli, who handed him raw beef with a proud look on his face and said that he would treat him to barbecue, Heitake Sakumo couldn't help but sigh in his heart. In fact, after solving the food problem, the biggest problem for the two in this forest was boredom, as long as they were careful about poisonous insects. It is difficult to practice effectively in an environment where there is no real safety. In less than 4 days, Uchiha Tadashi could no longer bear it and challenged Heitake Sakumo. What was different this time from the previous ninjutsu duels was that neither of them used weapons or ninjutsu, but instead they collided with each other like a taijutsu ninja. Most of the Uchiha clan members have better dynamic vision than ordinary people even without opening their eyes. With some Uchiha-style physical skills, as long as they work hard, they can reach the level of Chunin without opening their eyes. This is the case with Uchiha Tianli. His father is best at illusion, so logically he should also learn illusion as his main means. For this reason, Uchiha Tanri also asked Uchiha Jin, and the answer he got was that the true essence of Uchiha's illusions were all based on the Sharingan, and it would be useless to learn them without the Sharingan. At the same time, Uchiha Jin also gradually discovered that what limited his own strength were the physical skills in ninjutsu that he had not paid much attention to before, so he hoped that Uchiha Tianli could hone his physical skills during the period before his eyes were opened, so as not to be like Uchiha Jin, who would become a prey for the opponent as long as the illusion was not destroyed. Uchiha's fluid technique is not something that is not worth mentioning. To be honest, as long as you practice it well and reach the level of an elite jonin, it shouldn't be a problem. This was also the reason why Uchiha Tanri had a head-on fight with Heitake Sakumo in the assessment. During the battle, Uchiha Tianli found his own great shortcomings. Many aspects of Uchiha's fluid technique are about countering the opponent's moves after being attacked, which relies on powerful dynamic vision. However, when fighting with Heitake Sakumo, Uchiha Toshiya faced the same problem that the second pillar faced when he just opened his eyes. He could not see clearly but could not keep up. So at the beginning, Uchiha Tadao was suppressed by Heitake Sakumo, which naturally made Uchiha Tadao very dissatisfied, and he went to fight with Heitake Sakumo every few days. After fighting for a week, Uchiha Tadayoshi was even able to gradually gain the upper hand. This was not because Uchiha Tadayoshi improved so quickly, but because Heitake Sakumo's flaws began to show. The Heitake swordsmanship is a ninjutsu transformed from ordinary swordsmanship. The prerequisite for this secret technique is ordinary swordsmanship. Since it is a sword technique, the question of whether one can master it thoroughly is a question of whether one can master it thoroughly. It is obvious that Heitake Sakumo cannot master it thoroughly. As the sparring time got longer and longer, Uchiha Tanri gradually became familiar with the attacking method of Heitake swordsmanship, and was often able to react before he could even see clearly. In other words, Uchiha Tanri had figured out Heitake Sakumo's offensive tactics, and after discovering this, Heitake Sakumo also thought of a solution. It's actually simple. All you have to do is get rid of the restrictions of the swordsmanship, that is, get the idea but not the form. However, it's easier said than done. After trying this, Heitake Sakumo suffered his first defeat in the battle with Uchiha Tanri. Relying on sword techniques, some of Heitake Sakumo's attacks can be completed without thinking, and several combos can be completed subconsciously. This is also the reason why Uchiha Tanri could see Heitake Sakumo's movements clearly but could not react when the physical fitness difference was not much. Because Uchiha Tianli needs to observe, react, think, respond, and fight back. And Heitake Sakumo only needs to continuously stack the attack rhythm of Heitake swordsmanship to seize Uchiha Tanri's flaws and win. The current situation is that Heitake Sakumo does not use the fixed moves of Heitake swordsmanship, or Heitake Sakumo tries to flexibly split and change various moves. As a result, Heitake Sakumo's movements are slower, much slower. This slowness is no problem for Uchiha's fluid flow technique, even if there are flaws all over the body. So the two of them began to use each other's moves. Uchiha Tanri wanted to turn some of the movements of Uchiha fluid technique into instinct to speed up his reaction, while Heitake Sakumo wanted to gradually master the swordsmanship that was already almost instinctive. In this boring life, a month passed quietly. A very strange friendship was thus established between Uchiha Tanri and Heitake Sakumo. Although it is strange, it is not like before when Heitake Sakumo was too lazy to pay attention to Uchiha Tadaoki, and Uchiha Tadaoki couldn't stand Heitake Sakumoki. No matter what, the established bond is a good thing for Uchiha and also a good thing for Konoha. The new generation with deep ties will have a stronger sense of belonging to the village, and will also be more conducive to the integration of the ninja clan into the ninja village. As for why establishing bonds is a good thing for the Uchiha, isn't this another opportunity to open their eyes, doghead? Having a good friend who is loyal and can explode at any time around you makes you feel so safe, right? It's just that most people can't enjoy this blessing. When Uchiha Nawa saw the two little guys whose hair had obviously grown a lot longer, he almost laughed out loud. Fortunately, the two little guys still paid attention to their personal hygiene. Congratulations on passing the test, Uchiha said with a smile. I've seen your performance, it's better than I thought. What Uchiha Namahaka said was not false. Originally, Uchiha Namahaka had planned to create a competitive relationship between Uchiha Tadashi and Heitake Sakumo. Now the two of them have actually formed a strange bond, which is simply an unexpected surprise. As for the weirdness. Laughing to death, how can a Uchiha make friends normally? What about your arrangements? Uchiha Namahaka kept it a secret. Uchiha Tadao Ando and Heitake Sakumo couldn't help but look at Uchiha Namahaka expectantly. Hahaha, first follow me and learn some basic theories. When you reach a certain level, we can enter the Umbu Combat Bureau together. When you become a jonin, you can decide on the direction that suits you, Uchiha Naga said with a smile. Uchiha Tianli couldn't help but look at Uchiha Nama with a gleam in his eyes. Does that mean he is with Heitake Sakumo? Uchiha Nama nodded. He would not accept any Uchiha clan member as his disciple. There was no need for such a relationship between him and his clan members. After making the arrangements, Uchiha Nawa asked Uchiha Tadashi and Heitake Sakumo to go home and report the good news. Uchiha Jin and Heitake Hayato, who had already been notified by the Umbu, were not anxious. However, they were still surprised after the two little guys returned home, and anxiously asked about their experiences. The test is over, and most of the work at the research bureau has been completed. It's time for Uchiha Naga to consider the issue of the apprenticeship banquet. After Heitake Sakumo officially became his disciple, he can be said to be the first of the third generation of Hokage. After hesitating for a long time, Uchiha Nawa finally sent out invitations to the well-known strong men and ninja clans in Konoha. At the same time, in a secret base underground in the forest behind Konoha, Various simple instruments that should not exist in the ninja world of this era were placed on the table. Researchers in white coats either walked quickly past or looked down at the instruments on the table. This is the Umbu Konoha Research Bureau established by Uchiha Namahaki. The technological development in the world of Naruto is very strange. It seems very backward at the beginning of the plot, but Orochimaru discovered the existence of electronic equipment such as computers. They could even create something like mechanical Naruto, and later on, the Hidden Cloud Village even created a lightning release cannon. There was actually not a few years between the two, and by the time Boruto came out, all kinds of train game consoles had come out. Originally, Uchiha Bo, who thought that this era was very similar to the ancient times in his previous life, discovered when he began to establish the Konoha Research Bureau that the 5 major countries actually had computers. Although it is not advanced, it does have computers. When Uchiha Nagata found out about this, he was completely stunned. It turned out that ordinary people and ninjas on this planet live in 2 different worlds, right? At this moment in the laboratory, 4 people gathered together and nervously looked at the computer in front of them that didn't even have a display screen. They belong to the research project on the nature of chakra, but they are conducting a study that Uchiha Wave has always been very concerned about, the basic unit of chakra. To be precise, they are looking for a reasonable numerical definition for the basic unit of chakra. Unfortunately, this matter is not as simple as they thought. The basic unit is not as simple as randomly picking a number and defining it as 1. First of all, the most basic question is that normal people can only sense chakra but cannot see it. It is not like water, which you can tell how much water is in a measuring cylinder by pouring it into it. They need to use other related things to indirectly define the basic unit of chakra. At first, the idea given by Uchiha Bo was to make an indirect judgment based on the energy of the human body, but after trying, it was found that the idea given by Uchiha Bo was not correct. Or perhaps human energy is indeed one of the 2 major components of chakra, but the 2 are not directly related. The human body has enormous energy, and only a small part of it is used to construct chakras. How small the small part is varies from person to person, and now they have come up with another solution. Do you remember a very magical prop in the ninja world, chakra paper? This thing can observe a person's chakra attributes, and can also reflect the amount of chakra to a certain extent according to the degree of change. Beta said, however, some of the changes in this thing are obvious while others are not, and it does not meet the quantitative standards mentioned by Uchiha Bo. Uchiha Bo once told them that when a substance plays a role, one must not only be able to use the substance, but also know why the substance plays a role. So they went to explore, and finally found the address of the chakra paper source through Konoha's powerful intelligence system. Through a method called the controlled variable method by Uchiha, they continued to eliminate one of the raw materials of chakra paper, and finally successfully discovered that it was the bark of a tree that gave chakra paper its magical effect. Needless to say, at the command, the Umbu brought back 3 complete trees for them. After trying them one by one, we determined that the bark of a tree was the most effective, followed by the trunk, then the roots, and the leaves had basically no effect. Then the problem arose again that the trunks were able to measure a person's chakra range, but they didn't know the specific order of magnitude. So, let's just give it a try. Each possible logical relationship proposed is put into the computer for simulation calculation until the result is consistent with reality. After learning about the progress of the experiment, Uchiha Bo was surprised at first, and then he could only sigh at the simple and unpretentious experimental method. While the research bureau was doing important things, preparations for Heitake Sakumo's apprenticeship banquet were also being made in full swing. The main personnel of each department, the clan leaders of each ninja clan, and some close relatives and friends. When it came to the formal apprenticeship banquet, Heitake Sakumo's father, Heitake Hayato, was numb when he looked at the important people in the hall. The Heitake family has some status in the samurai world, but they have never seen such a scene. Look at the one sitting at the very edge of the table. He is also an elite jonin with some real power in each department. The Heitake swordsmanship was first improved by Heitake Hayato's great-grandfather and brought into the ninja world by Heitake Hayato's grandfather. When it came to Heitake Hayato, he had only barely reached the elite jonin status by relying on his Heitake swordsmanship. Why do I say it's barely enough? Because no one can beat an elite jonin, and no one can beat a jonin. In Uchiha Namahaka's impression, it was indeed Heitake Sakumo who brought Heitake's swordsmanship to the peak, and then was kicked into the ditch by Heitake Kakashi. Congratulations, clan leader Hayato. Sarutobi Hiruzen walked over and congratulated Heitake Hayato. Although the battlefield between Konoha and Iwagakure is still there, everyone has become more and more tacit, and even the casualties are getting less and less. And there are Secundin hiding there watching. Basically the village, no matter what happens, Sarutobi Hiruzen can come back without worry. Of course, this is also allowed by Senju Tobirama. Danzo Shimura, it seems like I, Tenma, owed you something in my previous life. Heitake Hayato naturally recognized Sarutobi Hiruzen, but was at a loss as to what to call him. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not hold any political position, so why call him Hiruzen Jonin? Clan leader Hayato, just call me Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen saw the difficulty of Heitake Hayato and smiled. In terms of seniority, it was okay to call him that. Heitake Sakumo is Uchiha Nama's disciple, Sarutobi Hiruzen is Uchiha Nama's junior, Heitake Hayato is Heitake Sakumo's father. In terms of seniority, Heitake Hayato is equivalent to Sarutobi Hiruzen's half-brother. I'll need your help, Hiruzen. In the future, Heitake Hayato chose to follow suit, and Sarutobi Hiruzen naturally felt relieved. The apprenticeship banquet for Heitake Sakumo was held grandly, but Heitake himself and Uchiha Nama only appeared at the initial apprenticeship ceremony. Then, Hayato Heitake entertained all the invited guests. Just from this one time, Hayato Heitake's name was remembered by all the high-ranking officials in Konoha, and it can be said that he was truly integrated into the Konoha ninja circle. After Heitake Sakumo officially became his apprentice, Uchiha Naga took Heitake Sakumo to do some physical exercises during the day, and took Heitake Sakumo to learn some theoretical knowledge at night. "Teacher, what is the difference between the cage level and other ninjas?" asked Heitake Sakumo when Uchiha Namahake mentioned the term cage level again. When Uchiha Naga talks about some precautions and experiences of ninjas, he always mentions the special case of the cage level. After hearing this, Uchiha Nama thought for a while and explained, "Actually, this is just a concept. There has never been an accurate definition. The original cage level was also called the clan leader level. It was the title of the ninja who led a clan. Later, when the ninja village was established, it became the title of the ninja who led a village. The so-called cage level can be roughly understood as a ninja who has the ability to command an entire village. Some rely on their powerful strength, while others do not have enough strength themselves but can cooperate with the village to achieve similar effects." Uchiha Nama recounted his understanding of the cage level. However, if the Konoha Research Institute proceeds smoothly, Uchiha Wave will soon be able to have an accurate definition of the cage level. Of course, it is difficult to have a definition of combat effectiveness in a worldview like the ninja world. Unless one reaches the six paths level, which is similar to the sublimation of the essence of life. Otherwise, in theory, there is a possibility of mutual killing among those below the six paths. Even if the effect that Uchiha imagined could be perfectly displayed, it would only be able to set a standard for the chakra energy level in the ninja's body. This is basically the same. After all, chakra is the prerequisite for everything. Even if the combat power meets the standard when the chakra is not up to standard, unless the combat wisdom is at the level of Uchiha Itachi, it is still better than the above. On the sixth day after Uchiha Namahake began teaching Heitake Sakumo, good news came from the Konoha Research Institute. Uchiha Namahake and Uchiha Kage hurried to the Konoha Research Institute located in the basement of the back mountain. At this time, many people were surrounding a crude instrument that looked like a computer. Seeing Uchiha Kata and Uchiha Kage rushing over, a group of researchers hurriedly greeted them. "Hello, Director Kata, hello, Director Kage." After dealing with it casually, Uchiha Bo also moved closer to the machine. The delighted researchers quickly calmed themselves down when they saw Uchiha Wavepoint. One of the researchers stepped forward and said, "Minister Singh, this is the chakra detector in our research department." Uchiha Bo hesitated slightly and asked the man to explain in detail. The researcher pointed to the huge piece of wood connected to the computer and said, "Minister Form, this wood called Dalak wood is extremely sensitive to chakra. Through comparison, we chose the trunk of this wood to use. After continuous verification and reasoning, we found that 1.735 grams of Dalak wood can produce an energy reaction to a fixed amount of chakra, and multiples of 1.735 grams of Dalak wood can also produce an energy reaction to multiples of the fixed amount. We formed several 1.735 gram Dalak wood into small cubes, and combined them into this Dalak instrument. It can generate data fluctuations of different areas according to different chakra amounts. By calculating these fluctuations with a computer, we can get the multiple value of the fixed chakra amount. Dorema that is not a multiple of 1.735 grams can also absorb chakra, but the amount of chakra required to produce an energy reaction is not a corresponding relationship, and there is no regularity. Uchiha Nobo nodded after listening to this. With the current level of Konoha Research Bureau, being able to achieve this level already made Uchiha Nobo very satisfied. However, one of the words still made Uchiha Nobo puzzled: fixed chakra amount? The researcher was even more excited when he heard this and said, "Yes, Minister Singh, we all agree that the fixed amount of chakra is very suitable as the basic unit of chakra, but we don't know how to name it." As the researcher said this, he looked towards Uchiha Wave. Uchiha laughed, "Wow, Konoha has developed this kind of thing so quickly? Name it. Let's call it one card." Uchiha Bo smiled as he thought of a joke in his previous life, and then asked, "What's your name?" The researcher murmured one card in his mouth. Although he didn't know what the leader meant, he thought it was a good idea. When he heard Uchiha Hayate asking his name, the researcher was more excited than the moment when the research was successful. "Minister, my name is Uchiha Hayate." Uchiha Hayate was stunned and looked at Uchiha Hayate in front of him with strange eyes. "It's not that I'm surprised that it's an Uchiha member. Uchiha did recruit people from the Uchiha clan in the first place. After all, Uchiha is blessed with advantages in this regard." What made Uchiha Hayate feel strange was Uchiha Hayate's name. This name was not very auspicious. As we all know, in Shippuden, Hayate died. Then in Boruto. Cough cough cough, Uchiha Bo quickly put away his bad thoughts. Uchiha Hayate thought that Uchiha Nagata was surprised by his identity, so he quickly opened his 3 Magatama Sharingan to prove it. "Have you tested your chakra amount?" Uchiha Hayate asked when he saw that Uchiha Hayate had even opened his Sharingan. Uchiha Hayate nodded and said, "I have tested it. Almost all the researchers nearby have tested it. My chakra volume is 137 units, or 137 calories. The average chakra volume of other tests is between 95 calories and 140 calories. Prepare a few more instruments to see if we can test the minimum chakra requirements for each level of ninjutsu, as well as the minimum chakra requirements for the dark. Find ninjas of different levels inside the department to see if there is any pattern." Uchiha thought for a moment and ordered, "I'll take this machine away first. Oh, by the way, can we estimate the total chakra through partial chakra?" Uchiha Naga suddenly asked. After handing over the 2 chakra sealing scrolls to the research bureau, Uchiha Naga took away 3 assembled chakra detectors. After leaving the research bureau, Uchiha Namahaki went to the Hokage's office first. After briefly introducing the chakra detector to Tobirama Senju, he couldn't wait to test Tobirama Senju's chakra. 781 card. The detector was made into a digital jumping screen according to Uji waveform requirements, with the unit card on the far right. The current detection limit is 4 digits, and this is because Uchiha Hayate and his team had originally planned to only do 3 digits after increasing the size of the direct mu and digital jumping screen according to Uchiha's waveform requirements. Otherwise, is this my chakra content? Senju Tobirama asked in confusion. In Senju Tobirama's opinion, his chakra amount should be second only to his elder brother and Uchiha Madara. Well, now Uchiha Madara should be added. Thinking of this, Senju Tobirama glanced at Uchiha Nama, but the number 781 was hard to associate with the number. The prices in the ninja world are actually not cheap. The cheapest bowl of Ichiraku ramen, which is poor Naruto's favorite, cost 60 taels. However, in the original work, Naruto actually doesn't eat ramen very often. The reward for a ninja's mission can range from hundreds to thousands of taels. Uchiha nodded and said, "The researchers in the research bureau also tried it. The best one was a member of the Uchiha clan with 3 Megatama chakras, with a chakra capacity of 141 calories. Have you tried it?" Senju Tobirama stopped worrying about the number and asked instead. "Not yet," Uchiha Naga answered, looking at Senju Tobirama's curious eyes, and then placed his hand on the detector and injected chakra. The numbers jumped rapidly and soon stopped at a number that Uchiha Wave was not expecting. 836 cards. Raising his eyebrows, Uchiha Nama was surprised by the number. Is his chakra capacity now about 50 calories more than Senju Tobirama? However, this is a pure chakra value. If the Sage mode is activated, the energy available to Uchiha Wave will be increased, which is roughly equivalent to about 1,200 calories. This number is an estimate of Uchiha's waveform. Direct Mu can only detect chakra, not other energies. "Ying, you try it," Uchiha said and gave up his seat. Uchiha Kage walked forward, and Senju Tobirama looked at Uchiha Kage. The 2 brothers looked more and more alike as they grew older, and now even Senju Tobirama had to look carefully to tell them apart. Since the shadow often follows Uchiha Nama silently, many people now subconsciously ignore the Uchiha shadow beside Uchiha Nama when talking to Uchiha Nama. Sometimes Uchiha Namahake wondered whether Uchiha Kage would be able to master the Abarame clan's concept-level magical skills. 371 cards. After the number came out, Uchiha Wawa nodded. This number was within Uchiha Wawa's expectations. In the early days, Uchiha Kage could still keep up with Uchiha Nama's pace. As he grew older, the advantage of Uchiha Nama's double mental power was reflected, and the increase in chakra amount was simply beyond the reach of Uchiha Kage. Of course, thanks to the Uchiha Wave, the Uchiha Kage's mental strength is much stronger than that of normal people. Coupled with the blessing of the Uchiha bloodline and the Sharingan release, the amount of chakra of the Uchiha Kage is already exaggerated. As for Senju Tobirama, the Senju family has only produced one person of this level, Tobirama Senju, in all these years, not counting Ashura. Compared to the 2 brothers who looked at it as if it were normal, Senju Tobirama's expression was much more surprised. Judging from their performance, it is hard to imagine that the chakra gap between the 2 is so huge. Although a large amount of chakra does not mean strong combat power, chakra is essential if one wants strong combat power. After measuring the chakra, Uchiha Kage retreated behind Uchiha Nama without changing his expression. "I brought this instrument here mainly because I need your help with something, uncle." Uchiha Bo coughed twice and brought the topic back. "I'm not sure if there is such a term in Naruto, so let's just assume it does." Seeing Senju Tobirama looking at him in confusion, Uchiha Nama hurriedly expressed his thoughts. "To build a chakra level system, we need the chakra data of your master's wife and clan leader Sarutobi?" Senju Tobirama looked at Uchiha in surprise. The latter was not so difficult to deal with since they were all his own people. As for the former, Senju Tobirama couldn't figure out the meaning of it. However, after thinking about it and realizing it wouldn't be a big effort, Tobirama Senju agreed and asked several Umbu to take instruments to various ninja clans. Since they had to collect the information, they should not just collect Sarutobi Suzuki's information, otherwise it would seem like they were being targeted, so they might as well collect the information from all the clan leaders. As for Uzumaki Mito's, it was better for Senju Tobirama to go there in person. Of course, Uchiha Wawa could also go by himself, but in the end it was Senju Tobirama who made the trip using Flying Thunder God. When he returned to the research bureau again, Uchiha Bo had several pieces of data in his hands. Uzumaki Mito, 1,194 cards, Sarutobi Suzuki, 329 cards, Sarutobi Hiruzen, 286 cards, Uchiha G, 279 cards, Heitake Hayato, 53 cards. What surprised Uchiha Namahaka the most was the chakra amount of Uzumaki Mito and Heitake Hayato, but then he felt it was reasonable. After all, Uzumaki Mito is a member of the Uzumaki clan, and the Uzumaki clan members are famous for being picky. Besides, Uzumaki Mito was able to suppress the entire nine tails, so his own chakra amount couldn't be weak. Even Uchiha should have said that Uzumaki Mito's chakra amount was only this much. It can only be said that as the daughter of the clan leader, Uzumaki Mito has great attainments in sealing techniques. As for Hayato Heitake, it is understandable that the Heitake clan is also famous for their low chakra amount and lack of blue. This is also somewhat related to the fact that the Heitake clan is a ninja family transformed from a samurai family. Under the command of Uchiha, the research bureau's operations were very efficient. High. After seeing the two chakra balls that he had asked to be estimated, Uchiha Homa fell silent. 4869 cards, 4998 cards. After taking a deep breath, I can only say that he is worthy of being Hashirama Senju and the complete nine tails? Yes, what Uchiha had asked to estimate earlier was the amount of chakra possessed by Hashirama Senju and the complete nine tails. This also directly determines the limits of the system envisioned by Uchiha Bo. In addition, the minimum amount of chakra required for each level of ninjutsu must be measured. After returning home with all the data, Uchiha Nagata combined the memories of his previous life with some current data and sorted out what he believed to be a reasonable chakra level system. Genin has about 2 cards, Shinin has about 10 cards, Jonin has about 50 cards, Elite Jonin has about 80 cards, Cage has about 150 cards, and Cage Peak has about 300 cards. This is a concept that already existed in the ninja world, and the Uchiha wave only added the definition of the basic unit of chakra. The following are the levels that Uchiha Nama set based on his past life memories and his own ideas. Under the operation of the Umbu intelligence system, the entire ninja world has successively received the chakra level system proposed by Uchiha Namahaki. By the way, there is also a chakra detector given to me by Uchiha Namamai as a friendly gift. Senju Tobirama, who was sitting in the Hokage's office, was naturally the first to get the news. Looking at the introduction in the intelligence scroll, Senju Tobirama frowned and said, Super Cage level. At the same time, the previously detected Uchiha wave form and the chakra level corresponding to the Uchiha cage were also known by Senju Tobirama. It is well known that chakra has no particularly direct connection with combat power. Of course, it cannot be said that there is no connection, but it still depends more on various secret ninjutsu and personal combat skills. However, in Senju Tobirama's opinion, since Uchiha Naga used this number as the definition of level, there must be a meaning behind it. It's like the same basic escape technique. The effects produced by ordinary cage level chakra and peak cage level chakra are completely different. If Tobirama Senju was still just thinking about the deep meaning contained in the definitions of each level, then the several cages from other ninja villages were different. Cho looked at the numbers in front of her, suppressed the urge in her heart and let out a breath. After sealing the chakra detector in the sealing scroll, Cho casually said, Tsunagakur doesn't need such meaningless things. The sand ninja who brought the information nodded silently and quietly forgot the number in his mind. If Cho was just suppressing her inner unhappiness, the second Mizukage could be said to be so unhappy that he wanted to kill Konoha directly. What the hell is this? Tongue flick, instrument. Smash it, smash it. The second generation Mizukage was dancing with joy but was stopped by the Mist Ninjas. Elder Wien frowned as he looked at the instrument in front of him. He had only heard about the effect of the instrument and had not yet checked the information. 492 cards. Although I don't know what this number means, judging from the behavior of the second Mizukage, this number should not be high. Ignoring the furious second Mizukage, the Kirigakur elder picked up the intelligence scroll that the second Mizukage had thrown aside and started to check it. Peak of cage level? The Kirigakur elder looked at the second Mizukage with a strange look, but judging from the name, it seemed not bad, provided that one ignored the 5 levels behind it. The second generation Mizukage let out a long breath and seemed to have calmed down. But the 5 Mist Ninjas who were blocking the second Mizukage did not dare to take it seriously. While they were blocking the second Mizukage tightly, they were also carefully watching his movements. Okay, get out of the way, the second generation Mizukage said in a calm tone and waved his hand nonchalantly. After subconsciously glancing at the Kirigakur elder, the 2 Kirigakur ninjas blocking the front and the other 3 Kirigakur ninjas holding the second generation Mizukage all lowered their heads and stepped aside. Their positions were very similar to those of Konoha's original Umbu, except that at this time in Kirigakur they were not yet called Umbu. Do you have any ideas? The Kirigakure elder asked as he saw the second Mizukage walking towards the chakra detector with a thoughtful look on his face. The second Mizukage nodded, and before the Kirigakure elder could react, he saw the second Mizukage picking up a water hammer and smashing it down, cursing loudly as he smashed it. I have a hashtag asterisk asterisk percent asterisk hashtag hashtag dot. Then, under the gaze of Elder Kirigakure, the chakra detector exploded. Teacher, is this thing reliable? Onoki said with an unwilling expression. He really couldn't muster any favorable impression towards this instrument that defined him as a 234-card shadow level. The second-generation Tsuchikage Mu nodded. Although he was only defined as a 542-card super shadow, he was convinced by the result. For no other reason than the last sentence in this intelligence scroll. The chakra amount of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, is defined as the limit of the system. Onoki opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. In fact, he had never seen Hashirama Senju take action, but he grew up listening to the legend of Hashirama Senju and witnessed the power of Uchiha Madara with his own eyes. Such a god of the ninja world who defeated Uchiha Madara has long been deified in Onoki's heart. Seeing this exaggerated data in front of him, Onoki didn't even think whether it was fake or not. He just subconsciously sighed that he was worthy of being the god of ninja world, Hashirama Senju. It is precisely because of this that he has more faith in this so-called chakra level system. But this is not the most important thing. No matter how you define it, strong is strong and weak is weak. This is a reality that will not change because of other people's opinions. The second generation Tsuchikage said in a muffled voice, what's more important is the signature of this information. Konoha Research Bureau. By the end, the second Tsuchikage also had the idea of imitating others. He knew that Konoha village had always been full of talented people, and if he wanted to keep up with the times, he had to make up for it in other ways. The human wave tactics of Iwagakure were still very outstanding. Later, even the third Raikage suffered a defeat in it. Of course, there is always a countermeasure for everything. This trick has no effect on Flying Thunder God. It's a unique advantage. The second generation Tsuchikage sighed, and then took up the government affairs. While doing so, he was thinking about that research bureau in his mind. First of all, we need to obtain relevant information. If we were to say who pays the least attention to this system, it would be the Hidden Cloud Village. The death of the second Raikage completely left the Hidden Cloud Village in a state of leaderlessness, and the selection of the third Raikage became a headache for many of the Hidden Cloud Village's high-ranking officials. As to whether the Hidden Cloud Village has any high-level combat power now, the answer is yes, but they are just two human Juriki. The current Jinchuriki system of Kumagakure is not as perfect as in later generations. Although it is far superior to other ninja villages, it is still not stable enough. There is no precedent in the current ninja world for having a Jinchuriki serve as Kage. The first to appear was the third Mizukage, who was also the Mizukage first and then the Jinchuriki. It can be said that the hidden village almost fell into civil strife, but fortunately the concept of the village had already taken shape in the Hidden Cloud Village. On the one hand, in order to divert conflicts, and on the other hand, it was also for military training, so Union opened up a battlefield in the direction of Iwan. As for Konoha, we really don't dare to move. If Union is the one who cares the least, then a certain old guy hiding in the dark is the most disdainful. The voices in the ninja world regarding the chakra level system are becoming more and more intense. And Uchiha Nawa, who was at the center of the storm, was staying in the forest behind Konoha with Uchiha Kage, Heitake Sakumo, and Uchiha Tadayoshi. It's just that it's deep in the forest, a certain distance away from Konoha, so here you can be sure that no one will disturb you. You too should measure your chakra amount first. Uchiha Bo used a sealing scroll to summon a chakra detection instrument. This thing was still too inconvenient to carry, but it seemed that they didn't think of making it portable from the beginning. Uchiha Tadao Ando and Heitake Sakumo looked at each other, and no one spoke. Uchiha Tadao took a step forward and prepared to take the first test. The news of the chakra level system has spread throughout Konoha in the past few days. Even the ninja department has made reforms that when certifying new ninjas, the amount of ninjas chakra will be attached to the certificate. Speaking of which, the ninja ID was something that Uchiha Bo proposed a year ago, and it has just become popular now. It is a certificate with some basic information such as name, ninja rank, position, etc. In Uchiha's words, this thing is much more reliable than a ninja forehead protector for identifying identity. However, Uchiha Tanori and Heitake Sakumo knew about this before, but since they had become genin and obtained their certificates before that, and had not updated their certificates later, they really didn't know the exact amount of their chakra. 1 3 cards 6 cards. Uchiha Tianli looked at Heitake Sakumo in shock after seeing the test results. Not a buddy? Your chakra amount, huh? He opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. Uchiha Tanori could only look at Heitake Sakumo with a shocked expression. Heitake Sakumo shrugged and said nothing. He knew the amount of his own chakra. This amount of chakra is even more than Heitake Sakumo himself imagined. Uchiha Nama nodded. The amount of chakra was indeed the weakness of the Heitake clan. Fortunately, the Heitake swordsmanship required very little chakra. As for Uchiha Tianli, what's wrong with you, kid? Uchiha Bo looked at Uchiha Tianli in confusion. Uchiha Tianli curled the corner of his mouth. 13 cards at the age of 10 is not a small number, right? Even if Heitake Sakumo's 6 cards are said to be low, it depends on who you compare them with. Uchiha Nikaidashi didn't care about that. The amount of chakra in the Uchiha clan had never been low, but compared with the Senju and Uzumaki clans, chakra seemed to be a flaw. In fact, the Uchiha clan's chakra volume ranks among the top 5 ninja clans in the entire ninja world. I had this amount of chakra when I was 6 years old, Uchiha Nawa said with disdain when seeing Uchiha Tianli's expression. Upon hearing this, both Uchiha Tanari and Heitake Sakumo looked at Uchiha Namahaki in shock, while the Uchiha Kage behind Uchiha Namahaki curled his lips. What, 6 years old? You must be kidding. It was obviously almost the same when he was 4 years old, okay? Although there were no chakra detectors at that time and the specific chakra amount could not be measured, the general feeling was that he should be a Chunin. The chakra level system established by Uchiha Nama is based on the original level system. Except for a very small number of ninjas who were already stuck on the edge. After the test, the originally vague chakra amount only felt more specific, and the approximate level ranges remained basically unchanged. Of course, the amount of chakra at the Chunin level at a 6-year-old still surprised Uchiha Tanari and Heitake Sakumo beyond belief. After they came to their senses, they could only sigh that he was worthy of being the new legendary Uchiha Naga. The new legend is what most people in the ninja world now call Uchiha Nama, and he is compared to the god of the ninja world and the Shura of the ninja world back then. As for whether they can win this title and become a true legend in the ninja world, most people hold a negative opinion that there is no way around it. Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha are simply too amazing. The stunning beauty of these two is unique even among all the reincarnations of Indra and Asura. But as humans, there should always be hope. The demigod title that later belonged to Hanzo of the Salamander was also a result of the times. Strictly speaking, if Hashirama Senju hit him, he could only use one move at most, because it is impossible for a demigod to see the second move. Back to the topic, Uchiha detected the chakra amount of the two people out of curiosity on the one hand, and on the other hand to estimate the situation for teaching purposes. No matter how talented Heitake Sakumo is, he may not be able to use it even if you learn an A-level ninjutsu. According to statistics from the Konoha Research Bureau, the minimum chakra consumption of A-level ninjutsu is around 15 calories, and the actual fluctuation is around 30 calories. This data is still being verified, but except for some ninjutsu that saves chakra very much, most of them are in this range. The chakra amount is basically within my expectations, Uchiha Nama said, looking at Uchiha Tianli with a puzzled expression and continued, in addition to the chakra amount, the most important thing is the chakra attribute. I brought some chakra papers. You can check them later, Uchiha Nagato said, and took out 2 pieces of chakra papers from his ninja tool bag and handed them to Uchiha Tanari and Heitake Sakumo. By the way, ever since the Konoha Research Bureau purchased a large number of Daleku, the chakra paper in Konoha has become much cheaper, although it was not expensive to begin with. I've measured it before, and it's fire and lightning, Uchiha Tanari said, and used the chakra paper in his hand to prove it. The chakra paper quickly wrinkled, and then spontaneously combusted and dissipated. Heitake Sakumo on the side did not say a word, but just injected chakra into it. The chakra paper was divided into 4 parts, it became moist, shattered, wrinkled, and spontaneously combusted. The 4 phenomena occurred almost simultaneously. Uchiha Tianli was surprised when he saw this and said, "You have all attributes?" Ninjas basically have 1 or 2 attributes. Of course, this does not mean this means that ninjas can only use these 2 types of jutsu. They can also learn jutsu of other attributes, but they will not be able to learn jutsu of this attribute as quickly and their power will be weaker. Although a ninja with all attributes does not have any combat power enhancement, he can learn all kinds of escape techniques more quickly. At the same time, if used well, the fighting style can be more comprehensive and varied. The most famous family with all attributes is the Sarutobi clan. Most people in this clan possess chakra with all attributes. Uchiha Nama shook his head when he heard this. All attribute chakra? This is not a bad thing to say. Theoretically, everyone's chakra has both yin and yang attributes, but the full attribute chakra in popular terms refers to a chakra that is more prominent in both yin and yang attributes than ordinary people. For example, Hashirama Senju's chakra can be called Yangtun chakra. Of course, Hashirama Senju's Yangtun chakra is already very profound and is not suitable as a case. Another thing is that Uchiha Wave's chakra can also be called Yintun chakra. Uchiha Wave is also developing in depth on this basis, but the progress is touching. Uchiha Madara guessed that Uchiha Madara's chakra should also be Yintun chakra, but it is difficult to define because he has never seen it. In Uchiha's opinion, Indra and Ashura's chakras should be blessed with both yin and yang chakras. Well, now you know almost everything you need to know. Use the /attack again, and the target. Is that tree. Go all out, Uchiha Bo said, pointing to a large tree not far away that was so big that it took a man to hug it. After hesitating for a while, Uchiha Wamawa decided not to let Heitake Sakumo target him. Uchiha Wamawa's combat power mainly relied on the Manjikyo, and wasting his pupil power on such a thing was really If he didn't use the Mangekyo, it would be easy for Uchiha Namahaka to dodge this slash, but if he wanted to feel the power without getting hurt, it wasn't because he was a coward, but mainly because a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. Big tree? After saying that, Uchiha opened his Sharingan, and even the vertical pupil on his forehead opened. Uchiha finally figured out why he couldn't control his vertical pupil freely. One possibility is that this vertical pupil came from Uchiha's previous life, and his current body is from this life. This eye is something from his previous life that is transferred to this life. It is essentially the same soul origin, but there are still very subtle differences. This difference causes the vertical pupil to belong to the Uchi wave pattern and not to belong to the Uchi wave pattern. In addition, another possibility is that Uchiha's control over the power of time is too low. This vertical pupil appears to be the Sharingan, but in essence it is still the power of time. Seeing Uchiha being so serious, Heitake Sakumo also seriously held the short blade and adjusted his breathing. What is different from traditional ninjutsu is that the Heitake swordsmanship requires fixed breathing and movements to correctly exert its due power. Coupled with the complex chakra flow required, the threshold for learning Heitake swordsmanship is extremely high, and it is also very difficult to truly master it. At the same time, Heitake swordsmanship is one of the few ninjutsu that can only be fully unleashed if one is proficient in it. If the Heitake swordsmanship is used reluctantly, it is only for show and its actual power is disappointing. His Heitake Sakumo's breathing began to show a regular rhythm. At the same time, white light flashed on the blade. Because the environment was more relaxed this time, the sense of threat faintly coming from the blade was obviously much greater. A flash of enlightenment passed through Uchiha Naga's mind that even a genius like Heitake Sakumo could not perfectly apply swordsmanship in battle now. Thinking of this, Uchiha Nawa had a bigger doubt in his heart. What exactly is the range of Heitake Sakumo's strength? This character, who had no clear words and ended abruptly in the original work, is one of the few characters who is not limited by the level of chakra. There is not a very direct relationship between combat effectiveness and the amount of chakra, but it is not without a relationship. It is not impossible for a cage-level chakra to exert combat effectiveness beyond the cage level, but it is more difficult than significantly increasing the amount of chakra acquired later. But the feeling that Heitake's swordsmanship gave to Uchiha Namahashi confirmed that even if the chakra amount was only at the Jonin level, as long as the swordsmanship was used well, he could unleash the combat power of the peak cage level. This was the judgment that Uchiha Nama had gotten from the swordsmanship that Heitake Sakumo had used before, but now it raised a question mark in Uchiha Nama's mind. Where is the limit of knife skills? Especially the rhythmic breathing of Heitake Sakumo reminded Uchiha Nami of another anime in his previous life. The basis of the extraordinary system in that anime is breathing. Of course, Naruto will definitely not include world rules from other world views, but it still gave Uchiha Naga some more ideas. If Heitake Sakumo could learn to change the nature of chakra while combining it with other breathing methods, what would be the upper limit of Heitake's swordsmanship? Thinking of this, Uchiha Nawa even felt that he had seen another path to Super Shadow, a path that also did not require bloodline. It's a pity that the change of the nature of chakra is easy to deal with. For a senior ninja, it is not a difficult task. With Heitake Sakumo's talent, he can basically do it with ease. However, as for the problem of breathing method, Uchiwama must first understand the secret of the current Heitake swordsmanship, and then find the rules or principles, and use them to reason and experiment, until he finds the breathing method that Uchiwama imagined in the same system. Oh, and there are also movements. The movements of Heitake's swordsmanship are also one of the core elements of the swordsmanship. Under the observation of the Sharingan, Uchiha clearly saw that as Heitake Sakumo's movements changed, the white light on the blade also began to change differently. If we really want to conduct research on it, the amount of work required will be no less than the workload of the two major research projects of the current research bureau, Sharingan and Hashirama cells. And there is another crucial question, which is it worth it? There is no need for Uchiha to learn this sword technique, even if it seems to have unlimited potential, but so what? The foundation of everything about Uchiha is the vertical pupil on the forehead. As for what was left to the Uchiha clan, the same logic applies. The core of the Uchiha clan is the Sharingan, and such a sword technique is at most icing on the cake. After all, Heitake Sakumo's victory over Uchiha Tadashi does not mean that Heitake defeated Uchiha, nor does it mean that Heitake's swordsmanship defeated the Sharingan. Uchiha Nawa's thoughts were surging in his mind, and then he heard a loud bang, and several large trees in the direction of the trees he had pointed to slowly fell down. Uchiha Tianli, who had originally looked indifferent, widened his eyes when he saw this, then looked at the knife in Heitake Sakumo's hand, and then looked at his own hand. Was this the guy I had a close combat with at the beginning? Heitake Sakumo was breathing heavily, his eyes also shining. It was the first time since the 1-month test that he unleashed the full force of Heitake's swordsmanship, and the power was far beyond his expectations. It seems that kind of fighting is still effective, Heitake Sakumo thought and glanced at Uchiha Tadaoki, which made Uchiha Tadaoki feel a chill on his back. Although this kind of fighting is not as good as pure exercise in improving the body, the adaptation to the rhythm of the battle and the improvement of reaction speed have made Heitake Sakumo more meticulous in his mastery of breathing and movements. A little bit. The power caused by every subtlety of Heitake's swordsmanship is extremely different. What a great Heitake swordsmanship! Uchiha praised, but did not tell Heitake Sakumo what he had just thought. The potential of Heitake's swordsmanship also depends on the potential of Heitake Sakumo. After all, no matter how good the road is, someone has to walk on it. Tianli, there's no need to worry. The moment you get the Sharingan, you will know that the Uchiha with the Sharingan is the real Uchiha. Uchiha Bo glanced at Uchiha Tianli and comforted him. Of course, the real Uchiha didn't really want the Sharingan, but who can tell? Wouldn't I lose the things I care about without the Sharingan? Sakumo, the core of your Heitake swordsmanship is just 2 words: control. After thinking everything over, Uchiha Nama said, only by controlling the flow of chakra, controlling the movements, and controlling the breathing can the full power of the Heitake swordsmanship be unleashed. As for more, let's talk about it after you have truly learned the Heitake sword technique. Heitake swordsmanship is very good, but this path is actually very difficult to walk. It seems that Heitake Sakumo has come a long way now, but if Uchiha Nagato were to say, he has only taken the first step. What limits Heitake Sakumo is not the amount of chakra, at least not now. What limits Heitake Sakumo now is his lack of control. Learn the flagwood sword technique, practice the flagwood sword technique to the highest level, use the flagwood sword technique for your own benefit, and extend and develop the flagwood sword technique. This is the path that Heitake Sakumo should take in Uchiha Nama's eyes. No matter how little chakra the Heitake clan has, it is still far superior to ninjas who come from ordinary villagers. If Kakashi Heitake was not held back by the Sharingan, his chakra would be more than enough. Of course, if he had not transplanted the Sharingan to change his path when he was young, no one can say what Kakashi Heitake would have achieved. Heitake Kakashi is a genius, but in Uchiha Nama's opinion, Kakashi's genius lies more in ninjutsu rather than swordsmanship. Putting aside all this, if Heitake Sakumo grew up normally, his chakra amount would be more than enough. Even if it really restricted Uchiha's wave shape, there would be a solution, but that would be a matter for the future. Now, Heitake Sakumo, you should first learn the Heitake swordsmanship thoroughly. Don't talk about surpassing your ancestors before you reach their level. Even though he was destined to surpass his ancestors, the same goes for you. After glancing at Uchiha Tianli, Uchiha said, don't think that everything will be fine after opening the Sharingan. There are few ninjas who use genjutsu in the ninja world. Firstly, no matter how hard they try, it is difficult to match the innate advantages of the Uchiha. Secondly, genjutsu is the most difficult of the 3 ninja skills. Even for Uchiha, it can only be said that it is easy to get started, simple to master, and extremely difficult to sublimate. Uchiha said and added, your father is considered the best in Uchiha illusion, and your talent should not be bad either. But Uchiha Nama emphasized, attracting the attention of Uchiha Tadashi and Heitake Sakumo, and said, now both of you need to practice your chakra control. Especially you, Sakumo, you should add upper breathing control exercises on this basis. After saying that, Uchiha Nama came to a tree. That's right, what Uchiha Naga was preparing to teach was the tree climbing training method mentioned in the original work. It looks simple and crude, but in fact it is very practical while exercising control, especially the advanced version of treading water training. Uchiha Nawa just walked straight on the tree, but Uchiha Tanari and Heitake Sakumo were not as surprised as the 3 little ones in the original book. As children of the family, they did have some knowledge. Right, sass. This training was not difficult for the 2 of them. Uchiha Tanari had ordinary Uchiha talent, and he could handle this level of difficulty in a few days. There is no need to say more about Heitake Sakumo. Kakashi's talent can only be said to be a like-minded person. However, Uchiha still made the task more difficult for Heitake Sakumo. It was still somewhat difficult for him to control his breathing while climbing a tree, as he needed to multitask. If you calculate the time, it should take about the same time as Uchiha Tianli to complete it. Uchiha Nakamura was not sure either, but it didn't matter. If Heitake Sakumo finished quickly, it would naturally stimulate Uchiha Tanari to finish even faster. Oh, a boring thing called bond? Uchiha Nawa thought about it and glanced at the Uchiha Kage who was standing silently beside him, curled his lips and took back what he had just said. Very good, look at me rushing up casually. Uchiha Tianli said and was about to rush towards the big tree, but was stopped by Uchiha Naoki. Don't be in a hurry. Uchiha said casually, took out a kunao from his ninja tools, and in a flash, it left scratches of varying depths on the tree. Deshu, feed me peanuts, we are all geniuses, of course we can't play with such childish things, go ahead. Uchiha Bo said, and glanced at Uchiha Tianli with an inexplicable expression. It was obvious that Uchiha Tianli was stimulated by just this one glance, and then he rushed over screaming. After running less than 1/10 of the way, he fell to the ground in a breeze. Uchiha Tanari, who fell to the ground, was somewhat doubting his life. Heitake Sakumo, who was watching the whole process, looked at Uchiha Tanari. Uchiha Nawa ignored Heitake Sakumo's gaze and sighed to himself, you are indeed a genius. You fall asleep as soon as you lie down. Ordinary people can't compare to you. Then Heitake Sakumo saw the red-faced Uchiha Tanari rushing towards the tree again and again like an indestructible cockroach, and then naturally fell to the ground like a board. Even so, Uchiha Tianli's progress is visible to the naked eye. Shaking his head helplessly, Heitake Sakumo walked to a big tree that had also been destroyed by Uchiha Namiya, took a deep breath, and then stepped firmly on the tree. Unlike Uchiha Tanari's fierce charge, Heitake Sakumo controlled his breathing while trying to use chakra to absorb himself onto the tree. Logically speaking, it should be easy for him who often uses the Heitake swordsmanship to do three things at once, but Heitake Sakumo realized how difficult it was after he fell to the ground after taking only 2 steps. Especially as Heitake Sakumo gradually got into the state, the breeze that blew from time to time made Heitake Sakumo even more nervous. By constantly regulating himself through deep breathing, Heitake Sakumo knew that he couldn't be impatient. The more impatient he was, the more irregular his breathing would become. Uchiha Tianli rushed forward again and almost fell halfway. Coming down, he subconsciously took a look at Heitake Sakumo's progress and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. As expected of Sakumo, this kind of talent is rare. He immediately understood the essence of training. At this time, Uchiha's voice came from afar. Uchiha Tianli, who had just calmed down, felt a pang in his heart. What did that mean? Should we walk slowly? Thinking of this, Uchiha Tianli tried to put his feet on the tree and walked slowly. Sure enough, he was back to the starting point in less than 1/10 of his distance before being blown down by the wind. The moment it fell, Uchiha Tianli's eyes turned red. Looking at everything, Uchiha nodded with satisfaction. It was worthy of himself, the Uchiha temperament. Sure enough, the Uchiha were the easiest to control in the world. A simple Pua would do the job. There were actually people who worried about the rebellion of such a stubborn family. As for the difference between running fast and walking slowly to climb a tree, I don't know if there is any difference under normal circumstances. But for this kind of windy climbing, the slower the training, the more difficult it is. The progress is really fast. It turns out that people's talents cannot be generalized. This kind of training that can see progress every time is really enviable. Uchiha couldn't help but sigh. This is the passionate youth. Uchiha Kage looked at Uchiha Nagata strangely. Back then, had they been trained in these things? Since starting training with Heitake Sakumo and Uchiha Tadashi, Uchiha Nakamura's life has become much richer. Shortly after completing the tree climbing training, Uchiha Nama led the two to start treading water training. Even though Uchiha increased the difficulty of training, the two still mastered the essence in less than 10 days. After that, they were trained separately. After completing the technical training, what remains is day-to-day physical training, ninjutsu/swordsmanship training, and combat training. Time flies so fast that it is already the 17th year in Konoha. Heitake Sakumo and Uchiha Tadashi, who are already 12 years old, already have some boyish looks. Compared with people of the same age, Heitake Sakumo is much taller, while Uchiha Tanari of the same age is almost half a head shorter. If I remember correctly, Heitake Sakumo's final height should be around 1.8 meters, which is already very tall in Naruto. At this time, the appearances of Uchiha Namahashi and Uchiha Kage had become completely identical. Both of them were 1.86 meters tall, with long hair draped over their shoulders. Their looks could only be described as ordinary Uchiha handsomeness, but the vertical pupils on their foreheads were particularly eye-catching. Ha! Heitake Sakumo, who was fighting with Uchiha Tadao, shouted suddenly. A white light flashed on the dagger, and the kunao in Uchiha Tadao's hand was cut into 2 halves with just one exchange. Helplessly retreating a few steps, Uchiha Tianli shouted, "I won't fight anymore. This is totally unfair." As he said this, Uchiha Tianli's face looked very ugly. At the beginning, Uchiha Tadayoshi was evenly matched with Heitake Sakumo, and Uchiha Tadayoshi was always competing with him. But as time went by, Heitake Sakumo's progress was getting faster and faster, especially after Heitake Sakumo was able to truly integrate Heitake swordsmanship into combat. According to Uchiha Nama, Heitake Sakumo's combat effectiveness was no less than that of an ordinary jonin. This not inferior means that in theory Heitake Sakumo has the ability to kill a jonin, but whether this ability can be exerted depends on Heitake Sakumo's condition at the time. Otherwise, even if he has a super special move, he will be constantly kited. Fortunately, there is no information about Heitake Sakumo in the ninja world now, so the first battle will be the best opportunity for Heitake Sakumo to make a name for himself. Uchiha Tianli's progress was actually very fast, but his progress was limited to the application of ninjutsu and the improvement of practical combat skills. How should I put it? This is a glorious road. Even if Uchiha Tanari progresses very quickly, this method is destined to be a gradual improvement. Don't expect any rapid progress in a short period of time. Even when Uchiha Namahaki and Uchiha Kage were taking this path, they relied on the blessing of the huge increase in chakra that was different from that of ordinary Uchiha. Later, after opening the Sharingan, the focus of the two shifted to the Sharingan. There is no need to say much about Uchiha's Sharingan, and Shining is still Uchiha's absolute super killer move, which no one has been able to crack so far. Uchiha Kage continued to study illusions and dream spaces, and made continuous progress through his hard work. Since the battle with Kumagakure, Uchiha Namiya and Uchiha Kage have not fought for a long time, and Uchiha Namiya only has a rough estimate of his own strength level. On the contrary, chakra can be determined by using a chakra detector. In a test half a month ago, Uchiha's chakra level officially reached 1072 cards, entering the 4-digit era. Uchiha Kage has also been improving steadily, reaching the Super Kage level of chakra at 527 cards. At the age of 17, the two have officially entered the peak period of chakra growth. This growth rate will gradually decline in their 20s until they reach the peak period of chakra in their lives around 30 years old. Heitake Sakumo slowly put away the dagger without saying a word. In fact, he had already held back a lot, and at the same time, a sense of restraint gradually emerged during the battle. The Heitake sword technique originated from a samurai skill and is a killing technique. It was fine when he hadn't mastered it yet. After all, it was difficult to even use it. But as Heitake Sakumo gradually became able to apply the swordsmanship in battle, the feeling of being restrained and unable to kill the opponent gradually emerged. This also resulted in Heitake Sakumo being unable to unleash the full power of Heitake's swordsmanship during battle. Uchiha Namehaka naturally saw all of this, and since Uchiha Tanari's strength had reached a bottleneck, Uchiha Namehaka decided to send the two of them to Sarutobi Hiruzen on this day. Your improvement will be very limited with normal training. Next, I will send you to Hiruzen. Although the intensity of the war is very low now, you must not take it lightly on the battlefield, Uchiha Naga said seriously. This was also what Heitake Hayato and Uchiha Jin had been asked before, and they naturally agreed readily. It can only be said that there is still a big difference between modern concepts and later concepts. This kind of sending directly to the battlefield to see blood seems to be used only when the 5 major ninja villages are forced into a desperate situation in later generations. Almost no one thinks there is any problem now. After all, everyone has gone through that time. What's more, there is the example of Uchiha Wada, who achieved the feat of destroying shadows at the age of 12. People from all the major ninja clans had almost no objection to their own children going to the battlefield, but it wasn't that all of them had no objection. The Uchiha clan still had some objections. The reason for the objection is that Konoha has not allowed the Uchiha to go to the battlefield on a large scale so far. Especially after the intensity of the war decreased, even the Uchiha clan members in the direction of the Kirigakure battlefield were gradually withdrawn. Looking at the expectant eyes of Uchiha Tanari and Heitake Sakumo, Uchiha Nagata couldn't help but sigh. Patting Uchiha Tianli's shoulder, Uchiha said, "Okay, go back and make some preparations. I believe your father will have some instructions." After Uchiha both finished speaking, the two little guys took their leave and left in a hurry. Looking at Uchiha Tianli looking at the back of his face, Uchiha now wondered what he was thinking in his mind. Maybe he was hoping that when that day came, Uchiha Tadashi would not be too upset if he regarded that power as a curse or let it confuse his mind, then that would be the end of Uchiha Tadashi's life. As the Research Bureau continued to study the Sharingan, Uchiha Wave was not completely without gain. The Sharingan lives up to its name as the eye that reflects the mind. It is something truly idealistic. The reason why the two were sent to the Uegakure battlefield was decided on these few days because Sarutobi Hiruzen would return to Konoha during these days. Uchiha Nama planned to give the instructions in person and let Sarutobi Hiruzen take it along. It can also be considered that I can use myself to make the two little guys gain some friendship with Sarutobi Hiruzen. After all, if the Uchiha Wave plan was not implemented smoothly, Sarutobi Hiruzen would most likely still be the third Hokage. It's hard to say. Senju Tobirama escaped the negotiation, and given his condition, it is highly likely that he would not die suddenly, especially since Uchiha Wave has already confirmed that there is no such thing as a forced repair of the timeline. Speaking of which, Tobirama Senju is already 40 years old now. Judging from the age of a ninja, he has passed his peak and is gradually declining. Looking at it this way, the situation in the original work is really a coincidence. The second generation of water and the second generation of earth died together, and Senju Tobirama and the second generation of thunder also died one after another. The ninja world, which originally had super standard combat power, suddenly entered the era of ordinary cage level. By the time the third generation of thunder had grown to his peak, Oniki had also completely mastered the dust release, and Konoha had the rising star Namikaze Minato. It seems to be in a balance overall. The existence of Uchiha saved Senju Tobirama from the disaster of the negotiation, and the second generation of Tsuki and the second generation of water inexplicably did not die together. Well, it is normal that they did not die together. The situation in the original book where they died together was really inexplicable. Not to mention all that, on the afternoon of the day when Uchiha Tanari and Heitake Sakumo went home to prepare, Uchiha Nama came to visit Sarutobi Hiruzen's house. Coincidentally, at this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Sarutobi Suzuki had just finished their meal and were sitting in the yard chatting. Looking at the young Sarutobi Hiruzen and the Sarutobi Suzuki, who was already in his 50s, Uchiha Nama couldn't help but feel a sense of time and space confusion. Seeing is here. Sarutobi Suzuki was the first to see Uchiha Nama and greeted him. Sarutobi Suzuki's wife, who was accompanying Uchiha Namehaki and Uchiha Kage, greeted the two and left on her own accord. Suzuki Senpai, Hiruzen. Uchiha Nama and Uchiha Kage also greeted the two of them respectively, and then sat down in the seats not far from the two of them. Kage and I came here because, firstly, we haven't seen Hiruzen for a long time, and we heard that Hiruzen had returned, so we came to say hello, and secondly, there is something we need Hiruzen's help with. Uchiha Naga explained his purpose after sitting down. Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned at first, then he guessed a possibility. Haha, not many people have visited me since I returned to the village. But isn't it too early now? Seeing Uchiha Nama and Sarutobi Hiruzen talking, Sarutobi Suzuki sat aside with a smile and did not interrupt. He was already very old, and the next step was the era of the young people. Oh, Hiruzen is the first commander on the front line, but few people visit him? Uchiha said with doubt, not meaning anything but really feeling it was strange. The succession to Hokage in the ninja world is not like the fight for the royal throne in Uchiha's previous life where it was a matter of success or death. Anyone who can become a candidate for Hokage will definitely hold a high position of power in the future even if he or she is not Hokage. What's more, although Sarutobi Hiruzen does not have a position, he is not without power. No one really thinks that Sarutobi Hiruzen will lose everything after the war is over, right? Let's not talk about Tobirama Senju, just Sarutobi Suzuki, the father of Sarutobi Hiruzen, is the minister of the ninja department. How could he ignore his son, who is also the leader of the Sarutobi clan? I don't understand. I don't understand. Of course, there is no such thing as Hokage candidate now. The second generation is directly appointed by the first generation, and the original third generation was also directly appointed. It was only after the fourth generation that the selection process began and the term Hokage candidate began to appear. Sarutobi Hiruzen also shook his head and did not continue the topic. Although he had some guesses about Senju Tobirama's arrangements, who knew if Senju Tobirama's mind would change? In Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart, it is safer to put it into the pocket like Uchiha Wa. And no one stipulates that if you are a minister, you cannot be a Hokage. At least in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes, the position of minister can be said to be both enterprising and defensive. There is nothing wrong with Sarutobi Hiruzen's idea, but there is an exception, that is the director of the Umbu. There is an essential difference between the Umbu and the other four departments. Later, there was even a saying that there were 4 candidates for 4 parts, and the shadow behind the shadow. Is it that little guy Sakumo? Sarutobi Hiruzen changed the topic to Uchiha's second purpose, but there was still some doubt in his tone. Uchiha Nama nodded and said, it's him, and a little fellow from my clan, Uchiha Tadashi. Isn't he too young? Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned and said, there is no ninja under the age of 16 or over 30 on the battlefield now. Uchiha Nawa was stunned when he heard this. It turned out that time would change people, or perhaps one's true inner thoughts could only be seen when given a choice. Originally, the decision made by Sarutobi Hiruzen in later generations was not like this. However, that Sarutobi Hiruzen is not the Sarutobi Hiruzen in front of us after all. This world has been changed by Uchiha Wave. When I was 12 years old, I had killed the Kazekage and became famous in the ninja world. Uchiha Nama chuckled after coming back to his senses. After all, the standard varies from person to person. Going to die on the battlefield at a young age and going to gain experience on the battlefield at a young age are two different things, especially since this is a low-intensity training war. For example, the Uega Core group still maintains a certain frequency of battles, but the Kiriga Core group has gradually reduced the frequency due to the lack of supplies. The Sand Village is also a training ground, so now they need to divert internal conflicts and make the war in the Cloud Village more intense. Nodding, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not refuse again, but looked at the young face in front of him and couldn't help but sighed. When I get along with you and Cage, I always forget your age. It's just like being famous at a young age. A few years ago, Uchiha's power was second only to that of the Emperor. When Senju Tobirama steps down and is no longer bound by moral constraints, Uchiha Nama will be on an equal footing with that man. Leave those two little guys to me. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile, let me see how powerful the disciples you, Uchiha Nama, can be. Having said that, Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that Uchiha Nama's vision would never be too bad. Nodding, Uchiha Nama asked, how is Shimura Danzo? He has not come back many times since he went to the front line. Sarutobi Hiruzen would occasionally return to Konoha to take a look when the battle was not intense. Normally, Danzo Shimura, who had lighter responsibilities, should have been able to move around more easily, but in reality, except for the occasional New Year holidays, he basically never returned to Konoha. That guy is now focused on recruiting new members and trying his best to trick the new generation of ninjas into going to the front lines. If I go back to Konoha, he would be so eager to stay at the front lines. How could he possibly go back to Konoha? Sarutobi Hiruzen said helplessly. And no matter what, it's the front line. Danzo Shimura and I cannot be absent at the same time. Sarutobi Hiruzen added, as if to make up for Danzo Shimura. Uchiha was naturally aware of this situation. The Umbu's intelligence system was not a vegetarian. With Uchiha Naga's operations in recent years, the Umbu's intelligence system has even gradually become independent. It can be said that if the Umbu did not regularly report the compiled intelligence to the Hokage, the current Hokage might not know more than the Umbu. Uchiha Nama brought up this matter because she wanted to see the current relationship between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. It is unknown whether the relationship between these two future good friends will be different because of the existence of Uchiha Wa, but from now on it seems to have no effect. Although Shimura Danzo was still ambitious, at least this ambition was very different from the ambition in later generations. I understand that the work on the front line is always much harder than in the village, but hard work pays off, Uchiha said in a comforting tone, and Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled in agreement. Sarutobi Suzuki, who squinted his eyes and pretended to be dead, looked at Uchiha Nama and found that Uchiha Nama's expression did not seem to be fake, and he couldn't help feeling scared. He has already understood Senju Tobirama's thoughts and made his own choice. Sarutobi Suzuki thought to himself, and made a big cross in his mind as to whether his son could beat Uchiha Nama. While his silly son is still hesitating and confused, this kid has already started to train his own team and accumulate foundation. Even if Sarutobi Hiruzen really comes to power in the future, how much power will he have left? Sighing in his heart, Sarutobi Suzuki knew that Senju Tobirama had brought the power of Hokage to a peak, but this was also the final peak. No matter who the third Hokage is, he is destined to never have as much power as Senju Tobirama did. This will remain the case even if Senju Tobirama changes his mind and wants Uchiha Namahaki to be the Hokage. By that time, the Umbu had expanded too much. If Uchiha Namahaki himself became Hokage, there was a high probability that the Umbu would be dismantled in exchange. Since Senju Tobirama has decided to divide the power into 3 parts, he will definitely not let Uchiha Nama hold multiple positions. By then, even if Uchiwama tried his best to split them up, what would it matter even if all the Umbu members were Uchiwama's people for a while? If one wants to gain a foothold in the Hokage side, he is doomed to drain away the Umbu's strengths, which gives the new person in charge of the Umbu an opportunity. It's a mess, luckily I don't have to worry about it. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Suzuki closed his eyes and basked in the sun, letting these young people worry about these things themselves. And based on Sarutobi Suzuki's understanding of Uchiha Namahana, even if he were to inherit the Hokage, he would most likely choose to stay in the Umbu. Who can say for sure? After exchanging some pleasantries with Sarutobi Hiruzen, Uchiha Nama took Uchiha Kage back home. What I didn't expect was that when I returned home, I found Uchiha Jin standing at the door waiting for me. Jin, what's the matter? Uchiha Bo asked puzzledly, having a rough guess in his mind. Master Singh, I came here specially to express my gratitude. Uchiha Jin hurriedly came forward to express his gratitude. He was already very happy after knowing that Uchiha Tianli was recruited into the Umbu. When he found out that Uchiha Tanari and Heitake Sakumo were studying with Uchiha Nagata, he was so happy that he couldn't sleep for several days. Now that the arrangement for Uchiha Tianli to go to the battlefield has been confirmed, Uchiha Jin is even more excited. After completely adapting to the peaceful environment of Konoha, some Uchiha have begun to miss the battles during the Warring States period. Due to the lack of battles, the strength of the Uchiha clan from top to bottom has slowed down a lot. Many families want to send their own kids to the battlefield but don't have the chance. No one would dare to join the battle privately without the order from the Hokage, even if they were friends. Therefore, after learning that Uchiha Tianli was allowed to go to the Uegakure battlefield, Uchiha Jin's first reaction was not worry but excitement. As someone who had survived the Warring States period, he knew too well how much impact the presence or absence of war would have on the Uchiha's strength. While expressing his thanks, Uchiha Jin handed the scroll he had prepared long ago to Uchiha Bo. Uchiha took the scroll without refusing it, and said soothingly, "No need to do that. Tianli is from my clan after all, and he has outstanding talents. It is my duty to teach him." After saying this and responding to Uchiha Jin's thanks a few more times, Uchiha Jin left, looking back every 3 steps. After opening the scroll and discovering that it contained some of Uchiha Jin's thoughts and insights on illusion, Uchiha Bo became a little interested and gave it to Uchiha Yang. Uchiha Jin is quite capable as he is able to reach the level of Kage in terms of illusion alone. In the next 2 days, Uchiha Nawa did not take Uchiha Tadao and Heitake Sakumo to practice, but asked the two to prepare well. Uchiha Nama and Uchiha Kage studied the illusion techniques provided by Uchiha Jin at home and selected some add the appropriate ones to the illusion space. 2 days passed like this, and Uchiha Namiya and Uchiha Kage brought the 2 little guys to meet Sarutobi Hiruzen at the gate of Konoha. "This is Sarutobi Hiruzen, the first commander on the front line, and also your uncle master, Sakumo." Uchiha Naga introduced Sarutobi Hiruzen to the 2 little guys. "Although it is highly likely that you know each other, it is better to have someone introduce you to each other as a middleman when you meet formally for the first time." After seeing off Heitake Sakumo and Uchiha Tadashi, the lives of Uchiha Nagata and Uchiha Kage suddenly became leisurely again. In recent days, he even started sitting in the Umbu base and reading documents. This made many high-ranking officials in the Umbu feel a little surprised, but of course they were just a little surprised and did not have any further thoughts. Uchiha Bo sat in the office chair, flipping through the documents in his hand. Basically, this happened in Uegakure and that happened in Kumagakure. The only thing that could arouse Uchiha Naga's interest was that there was a guy in the Hidden Cloud village who was emerging. Even most of the Hidden Cloud ninja are no match for his Thunder Release ninja taijutsu. After calculating the time, it is now the 17th year of Konoha. In the original work, Tobirama Senju and the second Raikage died in the 20th year of Konoha. In the original novel, it should be about 20 years later that the third Raikage took the throne. Due to the early death of the second Raikage, Kumagakure went through a period of chaos, but it seems that without the interference of Uchiha wave, the resilience of the timeline has been corrected, and the third Raikage is about to take the throne. Thinking of this, Uchiha looked a little puzzled that if the third Raikage grows to his peak, he will be able to reach the threshold of Super Shadow. Senju Tobirama, the second Tsuchikage and the second Mizukage are already at the Super Shadow level. Does that mean that the Sand Village family will be in an awkward position by then? But if you think about it carefully, it seems that there has never been a Super Shadow level combat power in Sand Village. Once again, I sigh that it truly deserves the title of the weakest ninja village. Throwing the latest information about the ninja world aside, Uchiha picked up a document marked Top Secret and began to look through it. This is what Uchiha really cares about, the research progress of the Konoha Research Bureau. After developing the chakra detector, the Chakra Essence Research Group plunged headfirst into the pit of chakra matching and has not made any waves so far. Not to mention the research group on the changes in the properties of the 5 chakras. Originally, Uchiha Wawa was prepared to work hard, but the actual research was even more difficult than Uchiha Wawa had imagined, especially when it came to the principle of chakra attribute fusion. He simply didn't move forward. It is understandable that Uchiha's wave pattern is a little slow when it comes to the 3 super standard abilities: Bloodline Limit, Bloodline Elimination, and Bloodline Net. The Hashirama Cell Research Group has become the group with the fastest research and development progress, and now has a large number of Hashirama cells for backup. The most surprising thing is that despite such massive proliferation, Hashirama cells are still very active. The good news is that their aggressiveness is slightly weaker. Some researchers have suggested that they can continue to make progress in this area, specifically weakening the aggressiveness of Hashirama cells in order to obtain more suitable Hashirama cells. It is said that they have now reproduced to the 17th generation. This 17th generation does not refer to 17 divisions, but rather the 17th generation of Hashirama cells after 17 rounds of aggressive attenuation screening. Its aggressiveness has been weakened a lot. At least ordinary cells will not be completely extinct after being mixed with the 17th generation Hashirama cells. About 0.1% to 0.3% of the original cells can survive. However, this is an in vitro experiment, and the actual situation in the human body remains to be studied. Even so, this is extremely good news, giving these researchers hope to continue their research. It is difficult for the original cells to find surviving cells under the invasion of Hashirama cells. The idea of these researchers is to conduct human experiments only after the invasion survival rate of columnar cells is higher than 30%, which can greatly increase the success rate of the experiment. Combined with the body's own immune system and some life instincts, this survival rate has a certain chance of success. Uchiha Nama's response to this plan was to wait and see. Who knows how many times Hashirama's cells will have to be screened to reach that invasion survival rate. During the proliferation process, the decrease in aggressiveness is accompanied by a decrease in activity, but it is not so obvious. Moreover, Uchiha has discovered that in the process of proliferation, there is a range where the aggression decays more than the activity, and after this range, there will be another range where the activity decays more than the aggression. This idea is still full of possibilities. After all, it's just an experiment, so let's just give it a try. Apart from this group of researchers, the remaining researchers are still exploring the reasons for the strong activity of Hashirama's cells. Most cells will have their activity greatly weakened after leaving the human body, even if they do not die. Only Hashirama's cells still have strong activity like an individual life. The Sharingan Essence Research Group, which Uchiha Bo is most concerned about, has made rapid progress with the support of a large number of Uchiha researchers. At least Uchiha Nama has seen another hope of opening the Mangekyo Sharingan. However, the originally envisioned cloning and transplantation evolution plan is no longer possible. The essence of the Sharingan is actually a special Yinton chakra. Clones cloned from one's own cells will not produce new Yinton chakra out of thin air, so there is naturally no such thing as Yinton chakra combined evolution. But there is good news. Such clones can be used as backup eyes after one becomes blind, and the pupil technique will not change. There will just be a certain rejection reaction, but it will be very weak. Using Uchiha Wave's understanding, one special Yinsuka chakra is X, and Uchiha Kage's special Yinsuka chakra is Y. The combination of X and Y can return to form Z. The special Yinton chakra possessed by the clones created by Uchiha Bo is still X, which can be used and replaced but cannot evolve. The reason we can only use close relatives is because of the problem of rejection and complementarity probability. Uchiha Bo murmured as he looked at the information in his hand. Wait, what if we clone X and Y and use them alternately? Uchiha suddenly thought of a possibility, and the corner of his mouth twitched. It seems very feasible. No, don't be impulsive. Uchiha Bo hurriedly calm yourself down and first figure out the principle or use other test subjects to test the feasibility. Here comes the question, where did the kaleidoscope experiment subject come from? Touching his chin, Uchiha Ho fell into thought. After reorganizing all the information submitted by the Research Bureau and placing it on the table, Uchiha Naga rubbed his eyes. Yes, it turns out that it was the right decision to set up the research bureau earlier. If I were to do it myself, it would take me forever. Uchiha Bo praised his own cleverness. However, it is not enough to rely on the research bureau alone. The Konoha Research Bureau is destined to be unable to carry out large-scale human experiments. This naturally requires other ways to solve the problem, but as the saying goes, there is no rush. What is the year of the monkey and the month of the horse? Uchiha Kage asked curiously when he saw that his brother had finally finished his work. Uchiha Bo curled the corners of his mouth that he was used to the presence of Uchiha Kage and always forgot that he had a younger brother by his side. It's just a special time of year. Anyway, it's rare. Uchiha Bo saw Uchiha Kage staring at a file and couldn't help asking, "What's wrong?" Uchiha Kage pointed to a file and said, "There are students from the same class as us who applied for the graduation examination together. They are all fourth-year students." "Oh, a class." Uchiha Bo picked up the file that Uchiha Kage pointed at and looked at it. Although the ninja school's restructuring allows students to apply for graduation assessments in the 4th grade, not many people actually apply for graduation in the 4th grade. Most students apply for graduation examination in the 5th grade, and very few stay until the 6th grade. It was this sight that made Uchiha Bo feel a little bit amused and helpless. "Tsunade, Tsunade, in a sense you really are like Hashirama Senju." Uchiha couldn't help but sigh, holding his forehead. Under Tsunade's instigation, their entire class applied for the graduation examination in the 4th grade. This is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that the passing rate is as high as 78%. In addition to Tsunade and some family members, there was another person who passed the 3rd level of practical test. It was none other than the commoner genius, the future cold-hearted Orochimaru. In comparison, the name Sly Snake was more widely known in Uchiha Nama's previous life. However, Tsunade's behavior deviated from the plot that Uchiha Nama knew in her previous life. In Uchiha Namahaka's memory, Tsunade and the other two should have graduated from Konoha in the 21st year and became disciples of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Calculating the time, it was 3 years earlier, and the reason was really because of Uchiha Wave. In the original work, after the First Ninja World War, the ninja school system was changed to a 6-year system, and the age was calculated on the smaller side. After the restructuring of Uchiha, students from grades 4 to 6 can graduate. At the same time, Uchiha calculates age on the larger side, which makes it possible for 3 people to graduate early. Using Uchiha Bo's algorithm, the 3 of them are now 10 years old, which just meets the standard. However, if it is the algorithm in the original book, the 3 of them are just 9 years old and will graduate in 3 years. It really is fate. After checking the intelligence time, he found that the assessment had just ended not long ago and the graduating students had not yet been assigned to guide the senior ninja. The 3 people made choices that were different from Uchiha Namahaka's memory. In addition, Uchiha Namahaka was not very concerned about the internal information of Konoha. After all, the circle was so small that Uchiha Namahaka would not be unaware of any big events. He almost ignored the graduation of the 3 people. It seems that Uchiha Nama will inevitably miss the future 3 ninjas. Of course, it was also related to the fact that Uchiha Nama himself was not very concerned. His desire to teach the 3 people came more from his interest in his previous life. If we really talk about the ability level of these 3 people, they are definitely there, but they are destined not to stay in Konoha and it will be difficult for them to stay in Umbu. But then again, Umbu is Umbu and Uchiha is Uchiha. Uchiha Nama doesn't care about Tsunade and Jiraiya. At most, he will take care of Tsunade out of Senju Hashirama's favor. To be honest, it seems that Tsunade doesn't need anything to be taken care of except owing money, and Tsunade is still enjoying it. The only person Uchiha Nagata cares about is Orochimaru. Being able to become Orochimaru's teacher would satisfy her dream in her previous life. Not being able to become his teacher would not affect their future interactions and cooperation. Coincidentally, Uchiha Nama came to check the information that day, and it also happened that Uchiha Ying saw this file that Uchiha Nama would never have noticed. Everything went back to normal. That's why Uchiha Naga felt that this was fate. "Let's go find Tobirama." Uchiha Nawa casually threw the documents on the table and said to Uchiha Kage. He was much more casual in calling him that in private. "Just for this," Senju Tobirama said without raising his head. Uchiha Nama and Uchiha Kage rushed over in an instant, and Senju Tobirama thought something had happened. "As master's granddaughter, it is our duty to take care of Tsunade. Besides, you are so busy, and I have inherited your and master's true teachings. Isn't it appropriate for me to teach Tsunade?" Uchiha said with a smile, without mentioning Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Jiraiya is the last of the civilians, and Orochimaru is a civilian genius. Considering the balance and staying away from the ninja clan, they are basically the most suitable people to be Tsunade's teammates. Senju Tobirama nodded without comment. Based on his understanding of Uchiha's wave, it was impossible that this was the reason. He casually asked, "Take him to your Umbu." "Tsunade is not suitable to join the Umbu, and uncle, don't you want Tsunade to live freely without being involved in these things?" Uchiha Nama also refused, pretending to be indifferent. "What's the point of Tsunade joining the Umbu? That makes sense. Then let's graduate normally. You can be a guiding jonin and you can be the 2 graduating students." As he said this, Tobirama Senju raised his head and looked at the change in Uchiha's expression. Uchiha Kage chuckled and said, "Uncle Master, it's up to you to decide. The Kage and I will leave first." After that, he took the Uchiha Kage and left the Hokage's office. After Uchiha left, Senju Tobirama frowned and took the ninja school. Information of Jiraiya and Orochimaru was released. "Go find some detailed information about these two people," Senju Tobirama said to the empty Hokage office. The Uchiha Kage who left the Hokage's office asked in confusion, "Brother, what about the other two people?" On the way here, Uchiha Kage learned about the three people that Uchiha Nama had his eyes on. But the conversation between Uchiha Namahaki and Senju Tobirama just now made Uchiha Kage confused. Why did they only talk about Tsunade? Hearing this, Uchiha Nawa smiled and wanted to touch Uchiha Kage's head. Just as he stretched out his hand, he was stunned for a moment, then patted Uchiha Kage on the shoulder and said with a smile, "There are some things that I know, he knows that I know, and I know that he knows that I know, but this matter cannot be said openly." After saying this, Uchiha Naga did not continue to explain and left with Uchiha Kage. "Ha ha, I have submitted my application to the Umbu for the future Lord Jiraiya, and I will soon become a big shot in the Umbu." Jiraiya laughed wildly at the party. After the assessment results came out, the students in the class knew that they were destined to go their separate ways. After discussion, they finally decided to have a dinner together at a barbecue restaurant. As a result, a group of noisy 10-year-old children appeared in the Akimichi clan barbecue restaurant. Many ninjas who came here for the same dinner or for various reasons looked at the group of children with smiles on their faces, and their childhood memories appeared in their minds. It's still better for those who became ninjas after the village was built. The wars in recent years have claimed many lives, but as the only victorious ninja village, Konoha's losses are not as exaggerated as in the original work. It is impossible to get together all the friends you know, but at least there are still many people who can get together occasionally. Some ninjas who survived the Warring States period and are now close to retirement can only sigh at the changes of the times when they see this scene. People of the same age as them have already struggled on the battlefield for several years, and their comrades have been replaced one after another. How many of them are still alive today? Thinking of this, I raised my glass to these children from afar, as if it was a toast to my former self, or to my companions who are no longer with me. After a glass of wine, my thoughts also came to an end. But these are not what 10-year-old children need to think about, they are clamoring about their own future. Jiraiya kept bragging about how brave his performance was. It stands out among a group of noisy children. It wouldn't be a big problem to say that Jiraiya was the last one in the class, but the reason why Jiraiya was the last one was that 7 or 8 out of 10 students in ninja schools during this period were from ninja clans. Jiraiya, who was born into a commoner family, could only be considered to have mediocre talent, so naturally he became the so-called last-place student. All we can say is that there is a gap between the last two. If Jiraiya attracted attention because of his loud voice and exaggerated movements, then there was also a child among this group of children who attracted many people's attention because of his different temperament. With fair skin and a calm face, his whole body exudes a cold aura. Faced with the noise of his peers, he just drank the sake in the glass. There seemed to be a hint of smile on his calm face, but it seemed to be just an illusion. At this time, Orochimaru was just a talented civilian ninja and had not witnessed the cruelty of life. Tisk Tsunade looked at Jiraiya with disdain. The weak sake made the young Tsunade's face blush. She didn't hate Jiraiya, but she couldn't say she liked him either. She just thought he was noisy sometimes. Of course, sometimes Tsunade herself is also noisy. The time for Umbu to recruit graduating genin has long passed. There's no point in submitting your application. It's obvious that you were not selected, Tsunade said, putting down her wineglass. As expected, Jiraiya's face, which was already a little red due to drinking, quickly became redder and his entire body seemed to be steaming. "Who said?" Jiraiya was about to refute, but he was stunned when he saw Tsunade with her chin resting on her hand and a blush on her face. It was the first time he saw Tsunade like this, and she seemed exceptionally beautiful. "What are you looking at, you bastard?" Tsunade, who was waiting for Jiraiya to explode, suddenly found that there was no sound. When she looked over, she found that this guy was actually staring at her in a daze. Tsunade could not help but slam the table and yelled angrily. Bang! The entire solid wood table shook visibly, but the good news was that the table did not break. Orochimaru also looked at Tsunade, but he was not looking at Tsunade's face, but at Tsunade's hand. The delicate hand that was placed on the table was completely intact, not even a bit red. Orochimaru, who was already curious about Tsunade's identity, became even more curious about her identity. Whether it was Tsunade's words and deeds, her ninja talent, or her obviously abnormal body, all made Orochimaru confirm that Tsunade could not be just a civilian genius. It's just that Tsunade didn't have a last name, and Orochimaru at the time didn't know a lot of common sense information about the Konoha high-level officials, otherwise he could have easily guessed it with his wisdom. His Jiraiya took a breath and moved his eyes away from Tsunade. He swore that he would never provoke this Tyrannosaurus Rex at the airport. As for how true this oath is, that depends on one's own opinion. When the dinner was over, the children left in 2s and 3s, and finally only the drunk Jiraiya and the lonely Orochimaru were left. His gaze lingered on Jiraiya for a moment. Orochimaru sighed, carried Jiraiya on his back and left the barbecue restaurant. In fact, Orochimaru knew Jiraiya, but the two were not familiar with each other at this time. The reason why the two knew each other was very simple. They both grew up in Konoha's orphanage. After being determined to be capable of living on their own, they left the orphanage and lived and went to school under Konoha's welfare policy. Since the residence is arranged by Konoha's welfare policy, the two people's homes are actually not far apart. On the other side, Tsunade said goodbye to a few girls she got along well with and also walked home alone. In Konoha, Tsunade is actually lonely. Her parents are ordinary people living in the daimyo's mansion. Her second grandfather is the Hokage and is very busy every day, so even Tsunade doesn't have many opportunities to see him. Grandma stays at home all year round, which gives Tsunade someone she can talk to. In school, Tsunade didn't want to pay any attention to those ninja children who had various thoughts. Instead, she was closer to some civilian ninjas. There were supposed to be two annoying guys whom she was supposed to call Uncle Masters, but she had never seen these two guys again except for the year when she was 4 years old. It's not like I've never seen him before. The last time I saw him from a distance was during Heitake Sakumo's graduation examination. These two guys actually didn't even know her. Tsunade didn't even come to see the graduation examination. Thinking of this, Tsunade couldn't help but become even more angry. Little Tsunade. A voice brought Tsunade back to her senses. When she looked up, she found the two almost identical figures were standing not far in front of her, one in front and the other behind. Seeing the two people, Tsunade curled her lips, ignored them and walked past. Uchiha held Tsunade's head helplessly and said, "Listen to me, the Cage and I are very busy as the Umbu chiefs, just like your second grandfather. And we all want to give you a normal childhood, so we rarely looked for you when you were in school. But now that you have graduated and officially entered the world of ninja, we will naturally come to find you." Looking at Tsunade's obviously distrustful eyes, Uchiha explained, "Okay, let me make it clear first that I don't want to join the Umbu." Tsunade chose to reluctantly trust the two of them. After all, they were her few relatives, not blood relatives. Tsunade didn't know that if blood relations were counted as relatives, she could count hundreds of people as relatives. As I said, Xianshao has gone into seclusion, not perished. If in the original work the world could have completely perished without anyone noticing because of the war, in this life with the existence of Uchiha, the damage caused to Konoha by the war was not that great. The heritage of the Senju clan was also preserved, and Senju Tobirama's plan of being in name only was a great success. Of course, this plan can only be used by families like the Senju family. If the Uchiha family uses it, you will only see a civilian genius ninja suddenly open the Sharingan inexplicably, and then a group of ninjas with Sharingan from various backgrounds will band together. You can't restrict that kind of thing, so Senju Tobirama will not allow the Uchiha to integrate into Konoha's plan, let alone promote it. Only with a clear goal can we target and deal with it better. Moreover, with the pride of the Uchiha people, even if they would not regard bloodline orthodoxy as above all else like the Hyuga, it would be difficult for them to make the decision to integrate into the civilian population. Don't worry, we have the same idea as your second grandfather. Your life is up to you to decide. Since you haven't submitted an application, we won't make any random arrangements for you. Uchiha explained, and silently added in his heart, I won't accept you even if you want to join the Umbu. Of course, this is purely a joke. Do you understand the value of a medical genius? When Tsunade builds Konoha's medical system in the future, Uchiha Naga will definitely ask Tsunade to train a few scientific research-oriented medical ninjas. This kind of compound talent is exactly what the Research Bureau is in urgent need of, and I would like to make special mention of Pharmacist Do here. That's good. Tsunade breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't want to live in the environment of Umbu. As for the other two genin in the genin team, Tsunade believed that her second grandfather would make careful arrangements. Let's go, I'll take you home. Uchiha Naga did not tell Tsunade in advance that he was Tsunade's guiding jonin, and he wanted to give her a surprise when the time came. Tsunade nodded, and couldn't help feeling warm in her heart. The feeling of being sent home by an elder was something she had never experienced before. The three of them walked on the street which had already darkened, and Uchiha Nawa felt like laughing when thinking about what would happen the next day. By the next day, the warmth had disappeared. Tsunade was sitting on the steps of training ground No. 19. She was annoyed by Jiraiya who was chattering in her ear. On the other side, Orochimaru looked like he didn't want to approach her, so Tsunade didn't want to approach him. Why did my second grandfather assign these two top-notch teammates to me? Tsunade felt like she wanted to cry but had no tears. Tsunade's eyes widened and she didn't know what to say until she saw two people wearing exactly the same clothes and looking the same walking towards her. This is the uncle master becomes teacher, a closer relationship? Of course, it wasn't just Tsunade who widened her eyes, Jiraiya and Orochimaru did the same. Especially Jiraiya, who was chattering all the time that why did he want to join the Umbu? Of course it was because of Uchiha Wada. At the age of 12, he participated in the ninja war as a commander, defeated the Sand Village and killed the Kaze Cage, and became famous at a young age. I don't know how many young people in Konoha have been inspired by Uchiha Nami's deeds, especially Jiraiya, who regards him as an idol. Now that his idol has appeared at this time, Jiraiya may be so happy that he almost faints. God knows how many students were envious when Uchiha Nagata ordered the recruitment on the spot during the graduation examination for Heitake Sakumo. That is exactly the life of the protagonist in a storybook. And now Jiraiya just wants to say, screw Heitake Sakumo, I, Jiraiya, am also going to take the path of the protagonist. Just wait for Master Jiraiya to be chosen as Uchiha Naga's disciple and successfully reach the peak of his life. Ha 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 ha. Thinking so, Jiraiya couldn't help but laugh happily. But Jiraiya did not notice that Uchiha Kage Uchiha, who had just arrived, as well as Orochimaru and Tsunade, were both looking at Jiraiya, who was laughing with strange expressions. Uchiha knew that Jiraiya was a little neurotic, but looks like I'm going to have some headaches in the future. Ha 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 ha. Jiraiya stopped laughing suddenly. Finally reacting, he felt a little embarrassed and couldn't help but look at Uchiha. It seems that little Jiraiya is very happy to see me. So please introduce yourself. Uchiha Nawa introduced himself when he saw Jiraiya come back to his senses. My name is Uchiha Nama. I imagine you have all heard of my deeds. In the days to come, until you become Chunin, I will be your guiding Jonin. Uchiha Nama looked around at the three figures that were gradually overlapping with his memory and couldn't help but smile. My name is Uchiha Kage, and I just follow my brother, but if you have any problems you can come to me for help. Uchiha Kage also introduced himself after Uchiha Namahake finished speaking. The Uchiha Kage was only noticed by Jiraiya and Orochimaru after he spoke. It must be said that this invisibility ability is almost that of the Abarame clan. After clapping his hands to get the three back to their senses, Uchiha continued, okay, now please introduce yourselves to each other. Jiraiya stood up suddenly and said, my name is Jiraiya, and the person I admire most is Master Singh in the future. I want to become a strong man like Master Singh, and then I want to see all the beauties in the world and taste all the delicacies in the world. It seems that little Jiraiya is also very ambitious, but you can just call me teacher from now on, Uchiha Bo said with a smile, even though he was mentally prepared. But Jiraiya's personality still caught Uchiha off guard. My name is Orochimaru. If I had a dream, I would like to learn all the ninjutsu in the world. There is nothing I particularly dislike. Maru spoke after Uchiha finished speaking. The voice was clear and cold, but less hoarse than the voices of later generations that Uchiha Nama knew. After all, Orochimaru at this time was only 10 years old, and he was not a venomous snake. He was just a little snake with a cold exterior and a warm heart who was full of curiosity about the world. Uchiha Nama nodded seriously and said, that's right, it's about grabbing the bell. I'll hang the bell around my waist. As long as you can get the bell, you win. After taking out the bell test that had almost become a classic in later generations, Uchiha Nawa couldn't help but smile when he thought about how this test game was passed down from generation to generation in later generations. However, this smile was seen as harboring malicious intent in Tsunade's eyes. Subconsciously, Tsunade shook her head and said, no. Uchiha was stunned when he heard this, and looked at Tsunade, who kept shaking her head in confusion. But this was not the time to let her off, so he said sinisterly, you don't have to participate, but it means you have failed the challenge. The loser will lose today's lunch. After Uchiha finished speaking, he took out 2 boxes of lunch as if by magic and continued, after the test, I will lead you to do some basic training, and then we will officially complete the various tasks. If you fail the challenge, you can only continue the next training on an empty stomach. At the end of his speech, Uchiha Bo laughed sinisterly twice. Jiraiya shuddered when he heard this and said, I, Jiraiya-sama, will not go without lunch. Watch out, I can easily get the bell later. Orochimaru on the side ignored Jiraiya's shouting, but narrowed his eyes and asked, there are 3 of us, why are there only 2 bells? Uchiha shook the 2 lunchboxes in his hand and replied, of course it's because I only prepared 2 lunchboxes, so work harder and be careful not to get hungry. I knew that you 2 guys had bad intentions, Tsunade roared, very dissatisfied with her second grandfather's arrangement. In response to Tsunade's protest, Uchiha scratched her ears. The little Tsunade spoke loudly. Uchiha Kage said, who has bad intentions? Me. Then he thought about it and thought that Tsunade put himself and his brother together. No matter what, he was happy to be with his brother. He then gave Tsunade a satisfied look in return. Tsunade, who was originally furious, instantly lost her temper and didn't know what to say. Don't worry, I won't use ninjutsu, and Kage will also protect your safety. Uchiha waved his hand and said, okay, I'll give you 5 minutes to discuss it. After 5 minutes, I will take action directly. After saying that, Uchiha Nama and Uchiha Kage disappeared in an instant. So how are we going to deal with this long-renowned Lord Scene? Orochimaru spoke first to break the silence, but his slightly frowned brows and wandering eyes showed that Orochimaru's mind was not on this. Didn't I say there's no need for ninjutsu? Look, I can take down the bell in no time, Jiraiya said confidently, waving his fist. Ouch! With a slight sound, Jiraiya squatted on the ground with his head in his hands. Shaking his fist, Tsunade glared at Jiraiya and said, Master Kata is a member of the Uchiha clan. Although he is famous for his ninjutsu, it does not mean that Master Kata is not good at taijutsu and genjutsu, and it is not something that any of us can deal with. Uchiha Bo, who was observing secretly, curled the corner of his mouth, and a sentence emerged in his mind, it sounds good, and it means a good start. However, Tsunade's way of addressing herself reminded Uchiha Nama that at this time, Orochimaru and Jiraiya did not know that Tsunade was the granddaughter of the first generation. Under the protection of Tobirama Senju, Tsunade was able to attend the ninja school as an ordinary civilian ninja with some talent. No one knows it openly, but whether or not we can guess it secretly depends on the ninja disciples who occasionally appear around Tsunade. What should I do? Should I just admit defeat? Jiraiya roared angrily. Resisting the urge to punch Jiraiya again, Tsunade clenched her fist and said, "Now let's talk about our strengths first. Don't be hasty, I am better at taijutsu and medical ninjutsu." After Tsunade finished speaking, she looked at Orochimaru. She was also very curious about the true background of this civilian genius. Orochimaru shook his head and said helplessly, "I'm afraid I'll disappoint you. I'm not good at anything. I've never been exposed to illusions. My physical skills are average, and I only know the ninjutsu that was taught in school." After he finished speaking, the scene fell into silence. Tsunade looked at the two of them in silence, took a deep breath, and didn't know what she was thinking. Uchiha had naturally anticipated this situation. Even if Orochimaru was extremely talented, he could not create something out of nothing. At least Orochimaru can't do it now. Hey, why don't you ask me?" Jiraiya suddenly shouted loudly. But before Orochimaru and Tsunade could speak, he heard a very slight voice reaching his ears, causing Jiraiya to freeze in place. The time has come. Uchiha had appeared behind Jiraiya without him noticing. "Disperse!" Orochimaru shouted softly and hurriedly left the place to hide. Tsunade gritted her teeth, glanced at Jiraiya and left with her head down. Uchiha Nawa looked at this scene and nodded to himself. Uchiha had expected Orochimaru to make such a decisive choice given his character, and Tsunade was more rational than emotional in this not-so-extreme situation. As for Jiraiya, as early as the moment Jiraiya heard Uchiha's voice, he had already fallen into the illusion. After all, Uchiha Nama said he would not use ninjutsu, but he never said he would not use illusion. And it was not a powerful illusion, just a sound wave illusion with stronger technique. If someone interfered or Jiraiya had a stronger willpower, he would be able to break free. Unfortunately, Jiraiya shook his head helplessly, and Uchiha disappeared on the spot, leaving only Jiraiya's stiff and lifeless body. "Stay where you are. Impossible, there is no way I can win," Orochimaru thought as he ran. This was the question he had been thinking about as early as when Uchiha Wawa left. What was the significance of Uchiha Wawa doing this? This is an illusion. Orochimaru became more certain of his thoughts after checking Jiraiya's condition. At the same time, he was in a dilemma. Orochimaru's knowledge of illusion was limited to the theoretical knowledge taught in the ninja school. Orochimaru really had no confidence in breaking Uchiha's wave illusion, but there is no other way but to go ahead with it. From Jiraiya's perspective, Jiraiya finally realized something was wrong. After hearing Uchiha's voice, he immediately stepped forward and retreated. But just as Jiraiya turned around to face Uchiha, Tsunade and Orochimaru had disappeared. Jiraiya didn't believe that the two would abandon him, but there was no time to think about it. He rushed towards Uchiha Bo and wanted to launch an attack. But the moment he touched Uchiwama's figure disappeared like a phantom. At this point, Jiraiya was the only one left there. "What the hell?" Jiraiya muttered, looking for other people in the training ground. I don't know how much time had passed, but Jiraiya, who never felt tired, finally realized something was wrong. This feeling, what kind of illusion is this? Jiraiya, who had calmed down, was not stupid. He quickly thought of the illusion that was briefly mentioned in class. "But I've never seen Lord Sing's eyes," Jiraiya muttered, feeling very confused. Jiraiya naturally didn't know that illusions also came in many types. The vast majority of Uchiha illusions are used through the eyes, and because Uchiha illusions are too famous, a large number of people are misled into thinking that illusions can only be cast through the eyes. In fact, there are many ways to activate illusions. Vision, smell, hearing, and even touch can all be used. It's just that the development of visual illusions is relatively more complete. The dream space developed by Uchiha Nagata and Uchiha Kage is also a visual illusion. Although it is powerful, it is not undefendable. Relying on the principle of dream space, Uchiha Bo developed this auditory illusion, Shenshenman. Unfortunately, the effect of this technique did not reach Uchiha Bo's ideal state, and it could only succeed at the moment when the target was distracted. Once successful, one only needs to slightly disrupt the flow of chakra to break this difficult-to-succeed technique. Of course, no matter how weak the illusion is, it can produce good effects on an illusion novice like Jiraiya. Never mind, let's give it a try. Jiraiya thought so and tried to disrupt the flow of his chakra, but the scene around him did not change at all. This is also a common feature of the illusions created by Uchiha Nama, which will simulate the chakra flow of the person being hit. In this way, the person who is hit by the spell does not have his own chakra flow disrupted, but the chakra flow in the illusion simulated by Uchiha wave, so naturally he cannot break the illusion. It sounds simple, but in fact, this simulation ability is one of the cornerstones of the creation of the illusion of dream space. Damn it, Jiraiya yelled, a little overwhelmed. How can we fight back if they use illusions on us? As he shouted, Jireya's filter on Uchiha wave was also shattered. This was not the Seeing Lord he knew. This was a bad man who bullied children. Jireya, who was complaining, suddenly felt something was wrong. A vague and strange feeling emerged in his heart, and Jireya seemed to vaguely feel another flow of chakra. At the same time outside, Orochimaru placed his hands on Jireya's back, carefully controlling his own chakra to influence and disrupt Jireya's chakra flow. His mind kept recalling the key points explained by the ninja school teacher, and the originally complicated knowledge was quickly summarized into illusion-related techniques. His attention was focused as never before, but even so, Orochimaru, who had never really learned how to resolve illusions or control chakra, still found it difficult when trying to remove the illusion on Jireya. At this moment, Orochimaru realized more fully the importance of background or knowledge inheritance. Fortunately, just when Orochimaru barely affected Jireya's chakra flow, Orochimaru clearly felt Jireya's cooperation. No, rather than cooperation, it would be more accurate to say that Jireya himself was also trying to dispel the illusion. Orochimaru's pupils shrank, and then he tried even harder to disrupt Jireya's chakra flow. Jireya in the Shenshenman illusion space also clearly felt that the real sense of control was getting stronger and stronger, until it reached a certain critical point. Jireya and Orochimaru shouted loudly almost at the same time, "Illusion, break it!" Orochimaru took 2 steps back, and at the same time, Jireya first moved his fingers, and then almost jumped up on the spot. Ha 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 ha, as expected Jireya, am a genius, ha ha ha. Jireya laughed wildly towards the sky, completely unaware of Orochimaru behind him. Frowning at Jireya, Orochimaru wanted to call him an idiot, but his previous cooperation made him realize that this neurotic boy in front of him had a different heart. He is not as stupid as he appears. Well done. Uchiha Wa appeared not far away from the two of them, staring at them and praising them. The moment he saw Uchiha's wave, Jireya covered his ears and reminded Orochimaru, be careful, Mr. Singh can use sound to cast illusions. Uchiha Nama curled the corner of his mouth. He really thought that he had no perception of the illusion space, right? Uchiha Nama knew too well how dirty Jireya's curses were. Orochimaru shook his head and said, with Master Singh's level, if he wants to make us fall into an illusion, no matter what we do, it will be useless. Facing Orochimaru's reaction, Shibo nodded and said, there are many types of illusions. What you learned in school is only a small part of it. That is why we need the guidance of the Jonin to teach you further. Okay, that's enough of the small talk. Let me see your basic skills. After Uchiha said this, he rushed in front of Jireya and Orochimaru in a flash. After Jireya screamed a few times, everything soon calmed down. Tsunade, who was hiding in a bush not far from here, hesitated when she heard Jireya scream. I couldn't help but ask myself, if this was on a battlefield, if Uchiha Nawa was an enemy, would she run away even if she could? Oh, you finally came out. Uchiha Nawa turned around and looked at Tsunade and said teasingly. In front of Uchiha Nama were Orochimaru and Jireya, who were tied up by Uchiha Nama. Tsunade looked at Uchiha with an unpleasant expression and said, what on earth are you going to do, a big person? As he spoke, veins bulged on his clenched right fist, and Uchiha Kage, who was watching from the side and had already activated his Sharingan, saw a large amount of chakra gathering towards Tsunade's right hand. Looking at Tsunade, who was a little out of control, Uchiha felt very strange. Logically speaking, Tsunade should be able to understand things like the bond of fire and unity, and should be able to understand Uchiha's purpose. Of course, in reality, Uchiha was simply found it interesting. Tsunade roared and slammed the ground with her right fist. With a loud bang, the earth was torn apart like an earthquake, and the final direction of the crack was exactly the Uchiha wave shape. Jumping casually to avoid the crack, Uchiha Naga looked at Tsunade curiously. This was the strange power known as the passive power of Hashirama Senju. After punching the ground, Tsunade stomped hard without hesitation. As the ground shattered, Tsunade rushed towards Jireya and Orochimaru at a speed that was difficult for them to see clearly. Subconsciously, Uchiha's Sharingan opened and discovered that Tsunade was a powerful force that stepped on the ground to move quickly. The principle was very similar to the shaving in one piece. Some users of ninteijutsu can achieve similar effects if they use all their strength, and even the later 8 Gates-kai can achieve an effect similar to the moon step. However, the biggest difficulty of this move is not how difficult it is to use, but how to resist the powerful recoil force, otherwise you will be torn to pieces. Looking at the glowing green light on Tsunade's body, Uchiha Nama understood Tsunade's solution. Just like Tsunade's ultimate move in later generations, creation and regeneration, it destroys and repairs at the same time, but it is not that powerful at this time, and it is not passive. Tsunade needs to heal herself at any time, which will distract her attention. Thinking of creation and regeneration, Uchiha Nama is still very interested in this technique. This combined with the Yin Seal and Tsunade's super strength can actively activate the passive ability of Hashirama Senju. Don't underestimate Tsunade. Relying on her ability to survive and her own combat wisdom, Tsunade's strength is among the top among all the Kage. After rushing to Jireya and Orochimaru, Tsunade grabbed the ropes on the two men and pulled hard, and the two men regained their freedom. Without hesitation, Jiraiya and Orochimaru stood beside Tsunade and watched Uchiha wave with vigilance after opening his Sharingan. Nodding slightly, Uchiha Wafa approved of the limited-time bond between the three ninjas that if there were data displays, he should be able to see the attributes of the three people: life plus 33%, stamina plus 33%, skill plus 33%. You performed much better than I thought. Uchiha waved and said with a smile after removing the Sharingan, release that state, little Tsunade. It must be a great burden on your body. After glaring at Uchiha Wa, the inexplicable sense of oppression that was originally visible to the naked eye on Tsunade disappeared. The intense pain that swept through her body made Tsunade unable to help but squat down. The side effects of this newly created move were greater than Tsunade had imagined. Lord, seeing this is? Orochimaru asked in a low voice. Even though he had some guesses in his mind, Uchiha Nagata needed to say it himself at this moment. You should have guessed it. After becoming a ninja, it is only a matter of time before you face an enemy that you cannot deal with. At this time, the best choice is to escape, but you cannot always escape. Uchiha Naga looked at Tsunade and said, when you can't escape, you need to work together and give it your all to survive. Uchiha Naga paused and continued, it also lets you know that the combined strength of multiple people of the same level is far greater than that of an individual. For example, me and Ying. A long time ago, our strength was almost bound together. Even though we each have strong strength now, we can still exert far extraordinary strength when we are together. This is the power of bond. Thinking of some jokes from his previous life, Uchiha Nama couldn't help but laugh. Bond, inseparable. Effect, physical strength plus 100%, skill plus 100%, if one party dies, the other party will go into an absolute rampage and gain strength plus 1000%. Of course these things are relatively empty. Later I will teach you 3-person combined ninjutsu. After you learn it, it can greatly improve your individual strength before you grow up. After Uchiha said this, Orochimaru's eyes lit up. For Orochimaru now, nothing would make him happier than learning new ninjutsu. Lord Singh, what was that illusion you used earlier? Orochimaru asked. He was very curious about the auditory illusion that Uchiha had used before. Uchiha Nagata never expected that Orochimaru would be interested in illusion, which was Orochimaru's biggest weakness in his later years. The nature of illusion is very complicated. It can be divided into auditory, visual, olfactory, and tactile ninjutsu according to the way of release. Among them, tactile ninjutsu is the most difficult to guard against, Uchiha Naga said after thinking for a while. Up to now, Uchiha Wa still has an unclear understanding of the nature of illusion, and he only relies on the experience of his predecessors to build it. But you don't have to worry. There are not many illusion-type ninjas in the ninja world. Most of the ninjas who use illusions are in Konoha, and there are even fewer who are proficient in illusions. After Uchiha said this, he opened his Sharingan and gave an example. I will explain the solutions and countermeasures of various illusions later. I will teach you gradually. It is enough to have a basic ability to deal with it. If you really encounter a shadow who is proficient in illusion, it will be useless whether you know how to solve it or not. Okay, the most important thing now is that we are going to take our class photo, and you can just call me teacher from now on. After saying that, Uchiha waved and motioned for the three to follow him and walked out. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru stood together in front of a standing camera that Uchiha Namahaki remembered as very old in his previous life. Uchiha Namahaki and Uchiha Kage stood behind the three little guys, and everyone had a different expression. Orochimaru was as cold as ever, and it was impossible to tell what he was thinking from the surface. Jiraiya was visibly excited and looking forward to the ninja life. As for Tsunade, she was still a little indignant. To explain why Heitake Sakumo and Uchiha Tadao were surrounded here, the story begins when the two arrived at the front line. After arriving at the Uegakur battlefield, Uchiha Tanari and Heitake Sakumo did not receive much special care. Instead, they were assigned to a stronger team of genin to participate in a small-scale battle with Uegakur. After the initial adaptation, Heitake Sakumo soon blossomed into his own brilliance. His Heitake swordsmanship is always able to kill the enemy cleanly and efficiently. Because his attack looks like a giant white tooth, he is called Konoha White Fang by many people. Since Heitake Sakumo has not killed any enemies of note yet, not many people recognize this title. Most people gave this title out of respect for Heitake Sakumo's master Uchiha Nama. There are also some people who recognize Heitake Sakumo's strength from the bottom of their hearts and believe that Heitake Sakumo will eventually become the sharpest fang of Konoha in the future. Then there are the very few psychologically distorted, envious and jealous people who constantly belittle something. For this reason, Heitake Sakumo worked even harder to acquire combat skills. If what Heitake Sakumo needs to worry about is whether he will live up to his reputation, then Uchiha Tadaoki is truly ignored by everyone. During training, Uchiha Tanari's talent was weaker than Heitake Sakumo's. In addition, Uchiha Tanari's current training is not systematic. In other words, there is no method in fighting. All these led to a huge gap in strength between the two people who seem to be of similar ability. This cannot be reflected during sparring, but Heitake Sakumo always comes to care about Uchiha Tadaoki, which makes the already upset Uchiha Tadaoki feel even more hurt in his self-esteem. All we can say is that Heitake Sakumo still hasn't mastered the Uchiha manual. Of course, if you don't come to find Uchiha Tannery in this situation, his self-esteem won't be hurt, but the friendship between the two will naturally fade. The contradictory Uchiha are like this. They will not be jealous of the strong, but will only pursue the strong. They will not oppress the weak, but will only protect the weak with disdain. When you are weaker than the Uchiha people, don't expect to get their good face, and when you are stronger than the Uchiha people, don't expect to get their good face even more. In order to prove himself, during an exploration mission, Uchiha Tianli wanted to directly kill a small leader of the rock ninja to obtain more intelligence. Unfortunately, Uchiha Tianli underestimated his fighting ability. The exposed Uchiha Tianli and Heitake Sakumo hurriedly evacuated, but the Uegakur who reacted quickly chased them closely. This ultimately led to the current situation of being surrounded. Uchiha Tannery used ninjutsu to fight back many times, but it only increased his own consumption and failed to slow down the pace of the Uegakur. Just when the two were surrounded, the little leader of the rock ninja who was slashed by Uchiha Tianli came out and said, "Hey, isn't this the famous Konoha White Fang?" When the two men evacuated earlier, the little leader had already recognized Heitake Sakumo's identity. If the current ninja world that is most afraid of Konoha is Sand Village, then the current ninja world that is least afraid of Konoha is Uegakur. Even in the eyes of many Uegakur ninjas, it's not that they can't defeat Konoha, they just don't want to suffer too much losses. As a result, Uchiha Namahaki, who became famous at a young age, also became a symbol of good luck in the eyes of these Uegakur ninjas. It was not so much that Uchiha Namahaki was powerful, but rather that Konoha needed a god at the right time. After learning that Heitake Sakumo had obtained the title of Konoha White Fang by stepping on Uegakur, the already jealous Uegakur ninjas became even more furious. The Uegakur leader was one of them. After recognizing the identities of Uchiha Tannery and Heitake Sakumo, he directly ordered to pursue and intercept the two at all costs. As long as they can kill these two people, Uegakur's morale will be boosted and they will win, and he will become Uegakur's greatest contributor. Thinking of this, the rock ninja leader could no longer hold back and waved his hand, saying, "The moment of fame is just around the corner. Go, kill them." After saying that, more than 20 rock ninjas rushed towards the two of them. Heitake Sakumo was waving the broken blade in his hand in confusion that if he continued to use ninjutsu to attack the two, even Uchiha Tannery and Heitake Sakumo would find it difficult to escape in the current situation. However, the rock ninjas ignored their advantage and instead wanted to rely on large numbers of people for close combat, while Uchiha Tannery and Heitake Sakumo's current advantage is close combat. This made Heitake Sakumo puzzled but also relieved. While using the broken blade to block the attacks of the Uegakur ninja and looking for opportunities, Heitake Sakumo was even able to devote some of his attention to Uchiha Tannery's situation. After confirming that Uchiha Tannery could also handle it with ease, Heitake Sakumo felt even more relaxed. Heitake Sakumo didn't know that the cannon fodder tactics of Uegakur were deeply rooted in the hearts of the people from top to bottom. Even a small leader with more than 20 people under his command would use the cannon fodder tactics to consume the enemy's chakra and physical strength first. When the time is right, you can take action and reap the rewards. Just like now, seeing the Uegakur ninjas becoming dead souls at the hands of Uchiha Tannery and Heitake Sakumo, this little leader was not panicked at all. As long as these two guys can be killed, it would be worth it even if it cost hundreds of rock ninjas, let alone dozens. Thinking of this, the little leader concentrated more on finding Heitake Sakumo's flaws. As for Uchiha Tannery, this guy is not important. It will be more than enough to deal with him after we kill Heitake Sakumo. The little leader who thought he was smart didn't know that he had made a mistake that he absolutely couldn't do when fighting Uchiha. Big mistake. Of course, since Tobirama Senju did not allow the Uchiha to participate in the war, the other ninja village's understanding of the Uchiha is still based on rumors from the Warring States period. Now, the little leader's eyes focused, and the rock and soil condensed on his right hand to form a layer of earth armor. In 2 instants, the little leader rushed to Heitake Sakumo and punched him. Heitake Sakumo, who had just repelled the Uegakur ninja in front of him with a sword and was about to pursue the victory, felt the airflow behind him and had no time to react, so he turned around and held the sword in front of him to protect himself. The mind and heart are one, the heart and body are one, the body and the sword are united. Cut. Almost in an instant, Heitake Sakumo's broken sword stood in front of him, and a strong white light burst out from the blade. It's a pity that in most cases, Naruto is not a world where one can become stronger with personal will, and Heitake Sakumo is not the kind of guy who can increase tenfold if he says so. The rock fist shattered the sword light. Even though the sword light cut through the rock and cut the little leader's arm, Heitake Sakumo was still knocked to the ground by this punch. The blade shattered and the man was thrown to the ground, his life or death unknown. Haha, Konoha White Fang, nothing special, the little leader grinned, and the surrounding Uegakur were equally excited. This was called achievement. And in a place where no one noticed, Uchiha Tianli was staring at the little leader with red eyes. Bang, bang, bang. Uchiha Tianli, who was breathing heavily, could only hear the pounding of his own heart, and his chakra was unconsciously gathering in his body. An inexplicable and indescribable chakra emerged from the center of the eyebrows and spread to the eyes. First there was a cool feeling, and then an intense pain swept through his eyes, but this piercing pain was nothing compared to the pain Uchiha Tanri was feeling in his heart at this moment. The field of vision in front of my eyes was first quickly filled with scarlet, and then the scarlet gradually dissipated, and an unprecedented clarity emerged before my eyes. You all deserve to die. Uchiha Tianli stared at the little leader. The sound that sounded like it came from hell finally made the Uegakure ninjas notice Uchiha Tianli. The pair of Tumagatama Sharinan that were still shedding tears of blood made all the Uegakure shudder. Devil, an Uegakure ninja couldn't bear the mental pressure and subconsciously took a step back, muttering, "What devil? He's just a guy pretending to be a ghost." The little leader shouted angrily, but his body was shaking slightly. He didn't know what he was afraid of, but just looking at those bloodshot eyes, it was as if he was facing a wronged ghost from the underground seeking revenge. If Uchiha Nama knew about this, he would definitely give a thumbs up to this group of Uegakure ninjas. Good man, you are the one who dares to look directly into the Uchiha Sharinan. As we all know, to fight Uchiha you must fight more than one, so what is the Uchiha's response? It's actually very simple. You are helping another person to break the illusion. I just need to make all of you fall into the illusion and that's it. Uchiha Tianli looked around at the Uegakure ninjas and then closed his eyes. But the Uegakure ninjas clearly felt that they had lost control of their bodies. One Uchiha Tianli uttered a number. As the voice fell, blood suddenly spurted out of the neck of an Uegakure ninja, and a wound caused by a kunao appeared out of thin air on the neck of the Uegakure ninja. Horse. The rock ninja opened his mouth but no sound came out. There was fear in his eyes, and his body slowly fell to the ground and lost its temperature. Two Uchiha Tianli did not stop and continued to spit out numbers one after another. What followed was that the immobile Uegakure fell one by one, and fear gradually spread along with the death. The little leader's pupils shrank into a point, and he kept muttering something. His colleague who fell beside him, Uchiha Tianli, with his eyes closed and blood and tears still warm on his face, looked like the god of death, taking their lives one by one. How is this possible? Witchcraft? What kind of witchcraft is this? The little leader's body was shaking, he wanted to struggle but couldn't move at all. Until all the surrounding Uegakure had fallen to the ground. The wounds on their necks were completely different, but it was clear that they were all caused by kunao. The little boss completely collapsed, and he didn't even notice that the space was distorting and his body was distorting. Let me go, I know a lot of information. I can be a prisoner. Ho ho, he shouted, but before he could finish his words he felt a sharp pain in his neck. Everything before my eyes faded away like a mirage, yet it seemed as if nothing had changed. Uchiha Tianli, who was standing there with his eyes closed, had already appeared in front of the little leader without knowing when, with a kunao stabbed in his neck. The little leader subconsciously wanted to cover the wound on his neck. Unfortunately, an irresistible feeling of weakness came over him, and the little leader fell to the ground and watched Uchiha Tanri walk towards Heitake Sakumo. He already understood what happened, but it was too late. Uchiha Tianli walked towards Heitake Sakumo while breathing heavily. The stinging in his eyes and the feeling of weakness from using a large amount of chakra swept through Uchiha Tianli's body. His trembling hand reached out to Heitake Sakumo's nose, and his fingers felt Heitake Sakumo's faint breath, and Uchiha Tianli breathed a sigh of relief. Then he smiled relaxedly, carried Heitake Sakumo on his back and walked towards the Konoha camp. Only dozens of Uegakure corpses were left there. Uchiha Tanri's talent for illusion is much better than anyone imagined. He has been exposed to various illusion theories since he was a child. His father was a master of illusion, and his two teachers were also masters of illusion. This made Uchiha Tianli's attainment in illusion theory reach a very high level. Occasionally, Uchiha Tianli would use some ordinary illusions to practice, but the effect of these illusions was very limited. Uchiha Tanri's powerful attainments in illusion theory enabled him to use the opportunity to cast illusions on all the rock ninjas after he opened his Sharingan. Ordinary illusions are difficult to use against multiple people at the same time, and it is also difficult to pull the enemy into the illusion without leaving any trace in a very short period of time. But Uchiha Tanri, who combined Uchiha Jin's theory and Uchiha Wa's shadow theory, can do it. Uchiha Jin's illusions are known for their power, and he is one of the few illusion-type Uchiha who can use illusions to directly cause damage to himself. However, Uchiha Jin's techniques were too dependent on the Sharingan. Without the Sharingan, not to mention exerting his full strength, even casting illusions would become difficult. The Uki waveform and Ukuyal of Bo Ying's illusions are based on the dream space, which requires building one's own dream space in advance. Uchiha Tianli, who had just opened his eyes, naturally did not have the time to construct a dream space. Uchiha Tianli simply borrowed the basic theory of the dream space, combined with Uchiha Jin's experience and skills, to create a new illusion immobilization space. After performing the illusion, Uchiha Tanri used a kunao to kill the Uegakure ninjas who would not resist in reality one by one. Heitake Sakumo was seriously injured and dying, and Uchiha Tanri angrily opened his two Megatama. This piece of news was soon placed in the offices of the 5 major ninja villages. The two up-and-coming people have already attracted a lot of attention, and since they are disciples of Uchiha Namahaki, the most famous ninja in the current ninja world, this information has attracted the attention of many people. Alas, God have pity on Konoha. Cho sighed. Since becoming the Kaze Cage, she has learned many things that she didn't know before, and her perspective on things has gradually changed. It was also at this time that Cho understood Shaman's helplessness. The first Kaze Cage rejected the tailed beasts and chose to take the resources of the 4 major ninja villages. This move seems very correct to Cho now. Only when basic needs are met can we build a land that can give birth to talented and powerful people. Uchiha. Thinking of that figure, the personal hatred and the fear of the shadow finally turned into fear that filled her heart. As the original witness, Cho still doesn't understand what Uchiwama's move was. Fortunately, there is new hope for Tsunagakur. Cho couldn't help but curl up the corners of her mouth when she thought of the little guy in the village. Cho has already realized that the limitations of puppetry are still too great. In comparison, the other secret technique created by Shaman is the key to truly solving the lack of strong people in Tsunagakur. Teacher, you are the one who truly left endless wealth to Tsunagakur. Cho sighed and bent down to deal with the documents on the desk. Even Cho, who was reckless at the beginning, can now sit down calmly and try to solve the problem with her own wisdom. What Cho was impressed by were the 2 secret techniques left by Shaman, puppetry and sand manipulation. The former solved the dilemma of Sand Village's lack of resources and difficulty in training a large number of ninjas, and greatly improved Sand Village's basic strength. The latter brings hope of solving the problem of Sand Village's lack of high-end combat power. Even though we still need to work hard to move forward, a ray of light in the darkness can always bring people endless motivation. It's a pity that without a few years of rest and recuperation, the Sand Village will no longer be able to participate in the ninja war. If Cho was feeling emotional, then the Hidden Mist Village was filled with gloating at this moment. Ha 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 ha, damn mummy, prepare to be in big trouble. The second generation Mizukage laughed, and he was looking forward to the trouble that Uchiha Namahaki might bring to Uegakur. As for the problem of Konoha being too strong, what else can we do? Just endure it. Do we really have to fight to the death? Unless the 4 major ninja villages work together, the second generation Mizukage sees no hope of defeating Konoha. In any case, the second generation Mizukage does not want to go to Konoha and fight desperately. It is not an exaggeration to say that the Hidden Mist Village is far away overseas and is hanging by a thread. Even if people with foresight can foresee that the Hidden Mist Village will be the target of the sword after the end of the Continental War, there is still a solution. The second Mizukage is not a fool. The Hidden Mist Village can hold on anyway. So, let's continue to hold on and see who will give up first. How could the 4 major ninja villages work together? Putting aside other things, he already wanted to kill the mummy when he saw him. Hey, do you think that mummy guy will be killed directly by that shape? The second generation Mizukage suddenly turned around and asked the young man with his eyes closed. This was the Mizukage bodyguard that the first Mizukage Byakuran brought to the 5-Cage summit, and he was also a strong contender for the position of the second Mizukage. Of course, the second generation Mizukage was eventually defeated by the powerful Mustache Man. Ever since the situation in the Hidden Cloud Village became known to everyone, the cages of each ninja village began to intentionally choose to cultivate strong people within the village in order to avoid the embarrassing situation that happened in the Hidden Cloud Village. In fact, the situation in Sand Village is similar to that in Cloud Village, but the situation in Sand Village is more special. Cho directly took over the responsibility of Kaze Cage. In fact, the overall level of the village is too low and Cho can suppress it. The second generation Mizukage, who had fought a battle with the second generation Tsuchikage, also began to look for suitable candidates in the Hidden Mist Village to train in advance in case something unexpected happened to him. This is not a curse on myself, but as the shadow of a village, I must leave a legacy for the village. Now that I have discovered the problem, I cannot turn a blind eye to it, otherwise I will not be considered a qualified shadow. The guy who was Byakuran's bodyguard and competed with him for the position of the second Mizukage was also noticed by the second Mizukage. Although he failed in the competition, this guy is at least a shadow-level figure and not much older than himself, so he is indeed a suitable candidate. In addition, there is a little guy who has already made a name for himself in the village, and he is also a target worth cultivating. At the same time, the Hidden Cloud Village announced the selection of the Reikage, do not queue. Only the top leaders of Uegakur Village and Konoha Village were in a state of headache. The second Tsuchikage's face was already very distorted under the bandages. Who could tell him how he could have caused such a big mess just by training as soldier? How about striking first and gaining the upper hand, an elder suggested cautiously. Before the second Tsuchikage could say anything, another elder spoke up. How do you do it? Are you going to charge in front? Okay. The second generation Tsuchikage knocked on the table, also thinking about how to deal with this matter. Based on his understanding of the Uchiha clan, they would definitely come to attack if nothing unexpected happened. The problem they needed to deal with here was to isolate the connection between Konoha and the Uchiha clan. Konoha cannot be forced to declare war as soon as Uchiha takes action. If a real fight breaks out, Uegakur will definitely lose. Although the other 3 clans would help Uegakur if it couldn't hold on, the loss of Uegakur would be too heavy. Uegakur was the only clan in the ninja war except Konoha. The biggest beneficiary outside. How about apologize first? Another elder suggested. As soon as he finished speaking, the second Suchikage shook his head and said, "This war is unavoidable. Apologizing will only lose face and it's not justifiable. No matter what, we are still at war with Konoha. Find a way to reduce the losses and at the same time don't continue to expand the impact. Let Uchiha Nagato vent his anger and then recuperate. We can settle these accounts later," said the second Suchikage, sighing. "There's no way, he can't beat them with just physical strength. Tobirama Senju, Mito Uzumaki, Sarutobi Suzuki, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Uchiha Hashira, Uchiha Kage, and a whole bunch of ninja clan leaders." The second Suchikage gets a headache just hearing these names. "These two guys, I hope they don't go too far," Senju Tobirama said in an ambiguous tone after listening to his subordinate's words. After letting the Kage believe, Senju Tobirama did not continue to talk about this matter, but there was a gleam in his eyes. Among the other clan leaders who learned of this, Sarutobi Suzuki's reaction was the strangest. Sarutobi Suzuki sat on a rocking chair in the courtyard, listening to the report from his clansmen, shook his head and said, "Haha, Senju Tobirama is such a smart man." He didn't say anything more after he finished speaking. Times have changed. This is Konoha. How could anything be hidden from the Hokage? It's nothing more than a default or balanced transaction. Uchiha Namahaki, who was jumping in the forest with Uchiha Kage, naturally understood this truth. He was really angry, but Uchiha was not yet to the point of being overwhelmed. It would be a good thing if he really reached that point, as his Sharingan might have been upgraded. However, in addition to being angry, Uchiha Namahaki wanted to take this opportunity to attack Uegakure as an individual. The target is not the second Suchikage, but the Four Tails and Five Tails Jinchuriki of Uegakure. The Four Tails is one of the tailed beasts that can provide the host with bloodline limits. Uchiha Nama's main goal is to collect the chakra tissue of the Four Tails. This is also the idea that Uchiha Naga came up with through the original story, where Orochimaru collected the horn tissue of the Eight Tails and cultivated an Eight Tails chakra the size of a horn. The Konoha Research Bureau, which has the foundation for cultivating Hashirama cells, is thinking that it should be possible to cultivate the chakra of the tailed beasts. The only technical difficulty is the difference between the tailed beast tissue and normal biological cells. The tailed beasts are a very special kind of energy creature. Although they have physical bodies, the essence of their bodies is composed of certain substances plus chakra. And if nothing unexpected happens, the tailed beast should inherit some of the abilities of the Ten Tails, or the Divine Tree, and be able to absorb natural energy. However, it is not certain whether this is the special feature of the Nine Tails or whether all nine-tailed beasts can absorb energy. In Uchiha's opinion, it is the latter. The tailed beasts also consume chakra, but since they are not real living creatures, where do they extract chakra from? Uchiha's guess is that they absorb natural energy and convert it into chakra. The original chakra was transformed from the natural energy absorbed by the sacred tree into energy that is more suitable for the human body or more suitable for the Otsutsuki. Not to mention this, even with the speed of Uchiha Nakatoshi and Uchiha Kage, it would take several days to reach Uegakure, which is also a proof tacitly acknowledged by Senju Tobirama. At this time, the fastest ninja in the ninja world was still Senju Tobirama. In a few days, Senju Tobirama could have caught up with the enemy and even intercepted them in advance. It may be a little difficult for others, but with Tobirama Senju's perception ability that can reach tens of kilometers at its limit, it is very easy. "Brother, we're at the camp," Uchiha Kage suddenly said. At this time, with their eyesight, they could already see the Konoha camp in the distance. However, the two of them would not pass by the Konoha camp based on their route, but would maintain a distance of about 2 kilometers. However, this distance was enough to be discovered by the sensory ninjas in the Konoha camp. Shortly after the two passed by at high speed, a Hyuga sensory ninja came to the command tent and told Sarutobi Hiruzen about his discovery. Waving his hand to let the man retreat, Shimura Danzo on the side could not help but say, "Hiruzen, no matter whether we win or lose, this is the best time for us to attack Uegakure. As long as we can severely damage Uegakure in one fell swoop, it will lay the foundation for Konoha to unify the ninja world. At the same time, it is the greatest merit that you and I can get." Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head and said, "You still don't understand Kata. He won't pass through the Uegakure camp. How can a mere Uegakure camp be enough for Kata to vent his anger, and how can it be enough for him to show his determination?" "You mean?" Danzo Shimura looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen in surprise. He never thought that Sing would make this choice. "Not only that, no matter whether Sing wins or loses, we can't move. We just have to believe in Sing. We represent Konoha's attitude at this moment. If we move, the first ninja war that was about to end might be completely detonated," Sarutobi Hiruzen said, and stood up involuntarily, as if he saw the backs of the two jumping in the woods. The era of deterrence under Hashirama Senju has passed, and whether a new era of deterrence can be established depends on this time. During this period of time, Sarutobi Hiruzen had been running home whenever he had nothing to do, not because he was bored. Sarutobi Suzuki was trying his best to teach him his experience and the thinking that Sarutobi Hiruzen should have. It's a clever timing, but he is indeed an enviable child. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but sigh as he recalled that dazzling light. "Let's stop here." The second-generation Suchikage, who was well prepared, flew in the air and said in a deep voice while looking at Uchiha Nama and Uchiha Kage on the ground, Perception talent. Is really useful, Uchiha Naga said with emotion as he looked at the second Suchikage flying in the sky. The three most powerful perceptive ninjas known in the ninja world are the second Suchikage, Tobirama Senju, and Minato Namikaze. Their powerful perception ability allows them to attack or defend in most situations. But you know, a genius once told me that the most important thing in a battle between ninjas is not powerful ninjutsu or huge chakra, but intelligence. Uchiha Nama had an inexplicable smile on her face. And your information is public. As Uchiha Naga said this, the second Suchikage had an ominous premonition in his heart. Boom! Soon this premonition became reality. A heat wave came from afar, and the second Suchikage, who was suspended in the air, saw billowing black smoke coming out of a corner of the Uegakure village. At the same time, two familiar yet unfamiliar chakras suddenly appeared in the perception of the second Suchikage. Looking in that direction, it turned out to be Uchiha Wa, who was holding the unconscious Four Tails Jinchuriki. And Uchiha Kage. How is this possible? The second Suchikage turned back in disbelief and looked at Uchiha Namahaki and Uchiha Kage on the ground, only to find that the two had disappeared in a cloud of smoke. Without having time to think about the reason, the second Suchikage hurriedly flew towards the Uegakure village. Shadow clones are really useful. Uchiha Nama smiled and praised Senju Tobirama's wisdom. This talent for developing ninjutsu is Senju Tobirama's greatest strength. After sealing the collected Four Tails chakra and the cells of the Four Tails Jinchuriki into the sealing scroll, Uchiha Nama led the Uchiha Kage towards the second Suchikage. Uchiha! The angry voice of the second Suchikage came. Looking at Uchiha Nama and the second Suchikage Uchiha with light green light on their bodies, he was shocked. In the blink of an eye, the second Suchikage had already flown into the air not far from Uchiha Namahaki and Uchiha Kage. After tickling his ears, Uchiha Bo opened the vertical pupils on his forehead without hesitation. The three hollow Megatama spun rapidly, and the time energy gathered rapidly. The second Suchikage, who was about to speak, felt an inexplicable fear sweeping over his body, and subconsciously released an Earth Escape move. Uchiha Nama and Uchiha Kage, who were staring at the second Suchikage, instantly moved away from their locations. As the two men moved away in an instant, several earth spikes pierced out from the soles of their feet. At the same time, the near-death threat posed by the second Suchikage also disappeared. Is this the jutsu? The second Suchikage frowned and looked at Uchiha Madara. The strong threat of death made the second Suchikage feel as if he was back to the day when he faced Uchiha Madara. Uchiwama closed his kaleidoscope's vertical pupils. As expected, for the current Uchiwama, the time condensation move was more suitable for sneak attacks rather than frontal combat. But it doesn't matter. The Uegakure village is nearby, and the second Suchikage didn't dare to use dust release. The nature of using dust release in Uegakure village is different from that of using it in the Uegakure camp. It will bring great negative effects regardless of whether it hurts your own people or not. In this ninja world where strong people can be influenced by ordinary people, this tactic of moral kidnapping is very useful. Uchiha Bo had already thought of a way to leave. Seeing Uchiha closing his mangekyo, the second Suchikage breathed a sigh of relief. Although he already knew how to release this technique, the feeling of being on tenterhooks at all times was not pleasant. The second Suchikage was not here to fight Uchiha Nagato. After getting closer, the second Suchikage discovered that the casualties in the part of the Uegakure village destroyed by Uchiha were not heavy, and were even less than those in a training war. Moreover, the impact was limited to this part and did not cause damage to other parts of the ninja village. However, this situation still made the second Suchikage feel a little scared, and he had already made up his mind that in the future he would not leave the village unless necessary. These are just Uchiha Nama and Uchiha Kage. What if these two people brought the flying thunder god Kuno of that damn guy Senju Tobirama? The second generation Suchikage doesn't want to experience the scene where the Konoha army parachutes into the Uegakure village and that Suchikage is not in the village. Logically, I should fight with you, Uchiha Nama said to the second Suchikage. Before the second Suchikage could speak, Uchiha Nama continued, but after thinking about it, I felt that it was not necessary. Since you injured my disciple, I will send you, the Hidden Rock Village, a warning. After saying that, Uchiha Namahaka suddenly lifted up the Four Tails Jinchuriki who had been held in his hand. Remember, an imperfect Jinchuriki is just a tool in front of Uchiha. Uchiha said, and the vertical pupil on his forehead suddenly opened. With the transmission of chakra and pupil power, he gradually controlled the Four Tails. At the same time, the Uchiha Kage standing aside also opened the three Magatama Sharingan and stared at the four-tailed Jinchuriki in Uchiha Namahaka's hand. Uchiha Nama doesn't know any sealing techniques, so naturally he can't unlock the seal that the Uegakure village used on the Four Tails Jinchuriki. But Uchiha Namahaki has another way, which is to control the Four Tails in the Jinchuriki's body himself, and the Uchiha Kage controls the Four Tails Jinchuriki. Under the double illusion, the Jinchuriki was forced to transform into a tailed beast. You're welcome. As the Four Tails Jinchuriki began to transform into a tailed beast, Uchiha Namahaki and the Uchiha Kage said goodbye to the second Suchikage and left in an instant. He ignored Uchiha Nama and Uchiha Kage's second Tsuchikage who left, but looked at the Four Tails Jinchuriki with bloodshot eyes. At the same time, he completely understood the warning in Uchiha's words. There is nothing wrong with using the Jinchuriki this way, but there is a prerequisite, that is, the Mangekyo Sharinan has not yet been born among the Uchiha. Otherwise, in front of the Mangekyo Sharinan, whether it is a tailed beast or a non-perfect tailed beast Jinchuriki, they are all bombs that can explode at any time, and they will hurt themselves but not others. After this news spreads, the village will no longer trust and embrace the tailed beast Jinchuriki, and the possibility of the birth of a perfect Jinchuriki will be further reduced. Warning, what a good warning. The second generation Tsuchikage said, gritting his teeth, and his hatred for Uchiha Nagata had already reached the second level. All Iwagakure ninjas, get ready for battle. The voice of the second Tsuchikage echoed in the Iwagakure village. The Iwagakure ninja troops originally prepared for Uchiha Namahashi were now used against their own people. That's not right. This cannot be said to be our family. Looking at the gorilla with four tails and red hair behind him, the second Tsuchikage had a very gloomy expression. I originally thought that Uchiha Nawa was sensible and didn't intend to break up with me, but now it seems that guy is much more lawless than the second Tsuchikage thought. Feeling the chakra fluctuations coming from behind him, Uchiha Nama smiled. The last part of the puzzle was in hand, and Uchiha Naga's plan could begin. Ninja World, Konoha, Hokage, Hihi. Uchiha chuckled and felt that the future was bright. Uchiha Madara, just a remnant from the old days. The sage of six paths, he is just an old immortal who is barely alive. As he thought about it, Uchiha's wave gradually floated up. In fact, the ultimate goal of all the preparations made by Uchiha Wawa is not to improve his own strength. Uchiha Wawa has already had a route to improve his strength that only requires slow progress. What Uchiha prepared was a foundation for rebuilding the world after destroying everything. Since ancient times, no matter which world it is, destruction is much easier than creation. There was actually no other meaning in helping Iwagakure before leaving. Uchiha simply did it because he thought of it. I don't know since when, Uchiha's mentality gradually approached I don't eat beef. Nowadays, Uchiha Wada feels very strange about this world that he has established so-called bonds with some people and is restricted by them, but he has no sense of belonging to this world itself. Sometimes, Uchiha Nama would even think of taking this group of people back to their former world. Perhaps in Uchiha Nama's heart, that was home. Uchiha Namahaki and Uchiha Kage left instantly, and the second Tsuchikage, along with Oniki and a group of Iwagakure ninjas, began to seal the Four Tails for the second time. The damage that a tailed beast controlled by a Mangekyo can cause is actually less than that of an out-of-control tailed beast itself. This is a possibility that no one who was waiting for the outcome of the matter has ever imagined. After the shock came silence and fear. The tailed beasts were once proposed as a deterrent to the ninja village, but this proposal was eventually abandoned because of the existence of some creatures with combat power comparable to or even exceeding that of the tailed beasts. Even so, the tailed beasts are ultimate weapons that are rarely used by the 5 major ninja villages. Apart from the 5 major ninja villages, only Takigakure village has the 7 tails. In a sense, Takigakure village can be called the 6th ninja village. As for the Hidden Rain village, it was only a coincidence that it could develop to that state. Even if Hanzo of the Salamander tried harder, the Hidden Rain village would never become a great hidden village. And now, suddenly the tailed beasts have become remote-controlled bombs? Or the kind where the remote control is in the enemy's hands. But this bomb has a very sweet coating, and no one is willing to throw it away. The result was similar to what Uchiha Namahake had expected. While he was using it and on guard at the same time, the possibility of a perfect Jinchuriki appearing was actually lower. However, there is an exception here, the Hidden Cloud Village, which has a more complete system. The Mangekyo's ability to restrain Jinchuriki is limited to the stage before one becomes a perfect Jinchuriki. Once one becomes a Jinchuriki, with the ability to communicate with each other and cooperate with each other, one can basically be immune to 99.99% of illusions. As for why it is not 100%. As we all know, infinite Tsukuyomi is also considered an illusion. So where is Uchiha Wada, the protagonist of the incident at this time? In the Konoha camp, Uchiha Tadao was lying on the bed. Uchiha Namahaki, Uchiha Kage and Heitake Sakumo were standing beside the bed looking at Uchiha Tadao. Good performance, but next time remember to take Sakumo and run away. There's nothing shameful in running away, said Uchiha Naoki, nodding after listening to Uchiha Teri's story. Uchiha Tanori twitched the corner of his mouth and nodded but did not answer. He agreed to save Heitake Sakumo, but in the end he was the most seriously injured. It can't be considered an injury, it's just that the consumption was too great. As soon as he opened his eyes, he created a large-scale illusion involving dozens of people. Seeing Uchiha Tianli's expression, Uchiha knew that he didn't listen, but that was normal. It was impossible for Uchiha to remain calm in a situation that could open his eyes. It's not that all Uchiha people are not calm, but the calm Uchiha can't open their eyes. As for Heitake Sakumo, it was mainly external injuries, with at most his internal organs slightly displaced, which is considered a minor injury in the ninja world. As long as you get off the battlefield and recuperate for a period of time with a medical ninja, there will basically be no problem. Besides, this is not the time to fight alone. If something goes wrong, just report my name. Isn't it for times like this that the older generation has made such a great reputation? Uchiha Bo said helplessly again. I let you out to gain experience, not to prove anything. The moment I accepted you, I already recognized you. Otherwise, why would I accept you? Uchiha's tone was still helpless, but there was no blame in it. It's just that it seems that every person who has an outstanding master will want to prove himself so as not to bring shame to his master's reputation. Heitake Sakumo and Uchiha Tadashi felt warm in their hearts, but still no one spoke. After a moment's silence, Heitake Sakumo was the first to speak. I'm sorry to trouble you, master. Shaking his head, Uchiha Nama knew that although the master-disciple relationship in the ninja world was similar to that in ancient times, there was still a gap in concepts. Remember, master's father is your father's father. If he was afraid of trouble, I would not have accepted you. Tianli does not need to prove anything. I don't accept you as my disciple only because you are from my clan, not because you lack talent. When you travel in the ninja world in the future, remember not to forget my name. Uchiha Naga looked at Uchiha Tianli and said. Uchiha Namiya was aware of the knot in this little guy's heart, but Uchiha Tannery also proved that his talent was not bad. He had 2 Megatama when he opened his eyes at the age of 11. At least in Uchiha Namiya's opinion, Uchiha Tannery still had certain potential. After some further improvements, a shadow-level core unit can be created. Thinking of this, Uchiha Wawa couldn't help but chuckle. Unconsciously, the word cage level had become a backbone unit in Uchiha Wawa's subconscious. Since the Sharingan has been activated, let's check the chakra amount as well. Uchiha Nakagawa took out the chakra detector from the scroll and placed it in front of Uchiha Tannery. The activation and upgrade of the Sharingan will lead to the awakening of Uchiha's Yinton chakra. Both mental strength and mental energy will be strengthened in this process, the ratio of chakra amount will subtly change, and most importantly, chakra will also be improved in this process. 3-9 cards. Looking at this number, Heitake Sakumo and Uchiha Tadashi himself were very surprised. Especially Heitake Sakumo, the two of them often practiced against each other, and he knew the extent of Uchiha Tannery's growth best. Standing next to Uchiha, he subconsciously looked at Uchiha. The Uchiha bloodline. Then why am I like this? A trace of confusion flashed across Heitake Sakumo's eyes, but it was shattered in the blink of an eye by the sharp sword in his heart. The road ahead was right in front of him, and he had to stand at the end of the road before he could say anything. On the contrary, Uchiha's wave was not surprising. The earlier one opens the Sharingan, the earlier one's mental strength will be improved, and the greater the increase in the subsequent growth process will be. But at the same time, the earlier one opens the Sharingan, the more difficult it will be for the body to withstand the pressure on both the mental and Sharingan levels, and this is where Uchiha's blood disease comes from. According to this range, if nothing unexpected happens, your chakra volume should be able to reach the peak of cage level and approach the level of super cage during your peak period. Uchiha Naga stated the results of his analysis. However, this long-term estimate is not accurate, and no one can predict what will happen in a few years. Okay, Sakumo, take good care of Tannery. I think Hiruzen is getting anxious. Uchiha noticed someone coming outside the tent and said to Heitake Sakumo. After Heitake Sakumo nodded, Uchiha Nama took the Uchiha cage away. The ninja who came to look for Uchiha Nama and Uchiha cage was stunned at first when he saw the two of them, then he said hello and took them to the command tent in the camp. The moment Uchiha Nama and Uchiha cage opened the tent door and entered, they clearly felt the eyes of everyone in the tent falling on them. Before the two could speak, Sarutobi Hiruzen laughed and said, haha, I can guess it from the looks of you two. You won very easily, right? As the impact of Uchiha Hashira and Uchiha Cage's attack on the Uegakure village gradually fermented, the most direct result was that the First Ninja World War came to an abrupt end. In just a few months, the ninja world returned to its former prosperity. It was as if the so-called First Ninja World War was just a dream for everyone. With the end of the Ninja War, Konoha quickly resumed economic exchanges with other ninja villages, and the biggest surprises were the small ninja villages. You know, for the big ninja villages, the intensity of the war has been reduced to the level of training, but for the small ninja villages, either one can be called a life and death. With the end of the war, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo's positions as frontline commanders were naturally removed. The final result was that Danzo Shimura entered the cage department, and Hiruzen Sarutobi was parachuted in to become the deputy director of the ninja department. I don't really care about these Uchiha waves. Under this piece, the timeline quickly came to the 22nd year of Konoha. Uchiha Nakatashi and Uchiha Kage have also officially reached the age of 22, and their theoretical knowledge and combat skills have grown rapidly. However, the improvement in their strength is limited to the natural growth of chakra and the accumulation of natural energy. It was also at this time that Uchiha Nama realized how difficult it was for ordinary ninjas to quickly improve their strength. It was too difficult to improve by relying only on ordinary ninjutsu without a bloodline limit. Especially after the combat power reaches the super shadow level, the improvement that can be brought by ordinary bloodline limits is very limited. Based on the cultivation of Hashirama cells, the research on artificial four-tailed cells is progressing very smoothly. The idea of the Konoha Research Bureau is to artificially cultivate a cell that can adapt to and contain the four tails chakra, and to proliferate this cell. Normal cells are of course impossible, but what a coincidence, the 34th generation Hashirama cells perfectly meet the requirements. Thus, an artificial four-tailed cell was born, which is rich in four-tailed chakra and can increase the four-tailed chakra as the cell proliferates. The method of use is also very simple. By transplanting the third-generation four-tail cells into the body, you can obtain a certain amount of four-tails chakra, and the difficulty of control will be greatly reduced. After practicing, you can even master the non-inheritable lava release. Uchiha Nama naturally also thought of lava release, but he did not transplant the four-tail cells. Instead, he tried to directly control the four-tails chakra. The four-tails chakra without independent consciousness is much more difficult to control. After trying, Uchiha Wave developed the lava release, but the result disappointed Uchiha Wave. Lava release did improve the combat effectiveness of Uchiha Nagata and Uchiha Kage, but it was far less than imagined. As for the increase in chakra brought by the four-tails chakra, it is even more dispensable for Uchiha Hama and Uchiha Kage. The artificially cultivated four-tailed cells have reduced their danger and improved their controllability, while also greatly reducing the amount of chakra they contain. Even after proliferating to the 6th generation, even if the cells were still able to continue proliferating, the content of the four-tails chakra was already negligible. Not useful, very useful. The cage-level core unit that Uchiha Nagata had mentioned casually before almost came true. The 3 Magatama Uchiha, who was already at the elite Jonin level, officially stepped into the threshold of cage level with the blessing of the four-tail cell. However, due to the corrosive nature of the tailed beast chakra, which is difficult to eradicate, the use of the four-tailed cells requires the recipient's own chakra to reach more than 55 calories. This is a safe value with a success rate of more than 95%. Once it falls below 55 chakras, the success rate will drop below 60%, and the lower the chakra amount, the lower the success rate. Fortunately, in addition to the four-tailed cells, the Hashirama cells that have been under research have also produced results. After a long period of screening and proliferation, the 62nd generation of Hashirama cells have basically achieved the expected results of the Research Bureau. The 62nd generation of Hashirama cells are also called Chakra Serum by Uchiha Nama, which can provide the injector with a 15-20% increase in chakra amount. This increase is effective for chakra amounts below 300 calories, and the success rate is almost 100%. It has now become a basic benefit for the Umbu, greatly improving the overall strength of the Umbu. In terms of numbers, the total number of Umbu personnel was ultimately maintained at 800. Although Uchiha Nagata intends to expand the size of the Umbu, it is still an elite department with basic strength requirements. After being upgraded within the Umbu, the already elite ninjas can basically maintain their strength at the level of Special Jonin. In other words, you can conservatively consider the 800 Umbu members as 800 Special Jonin. What can I say about this kind of combat power? Under the leadership of Uchiha Nagato, they can sweep across any ninja village in the ninja world except Konoha. As for Konoha, let's talk about it later. The 800 people are the main personnel, and there are also some indirect members under the Intelligence Bureau, so this number is difficult to count. Nearly 200 people belong to the Intelligence Bureau, 100 to the Counterintelligence Bureau, 50 to the Criminal Investigation Bureau, and the rest are all members of the Combat Bureau. You mean the Research Bureau? As the Research Bureau's achievements and influence grow, it has now become independent and become Konoha's 6th department, the Research Department. As for this independence, it depends on one's own opinion. The current head of the Research Department is Uchiha Kage. The headquarters of the Research Department is directly established on the site of the previous Research Bureau, but branch research bureaus have been built in other departments. The structure of the largest combat bureau has not changed, with a total of 53 fully staffed 9-man teams. The average basic level per person is at the elite Jonin level, and 13 of the team captains are cage-level Uchiha members. Unknowingly, Uchiha dared to claim that the Uchiha clan was now the undisputed #1 clan in the ninja world, although this power was hidden under the Umbu. In addition to the development of the Umbu, Konoha has also been steadily improving the village's strength in the past 5 years of peace. There are about 300 new students enrolled every year, of which about 200 are able to graduate, and this number is increasing every year. The major ninja clans, which have had a sparse population for many years, can be said to have let go of their lives after entering peace. After the ninja school system was restructured, most of the new generation of ninja clans will also go to ninja schools to study. Coupled with the fact that more and more civilian families with the means sent their children to ninja schools, the number of ninjas in Konoha grew rapidly. Due to the great victory in the First Ninja World War, Konoha's strength was recognized by the entire ninja world, and this recognition was not limited to the ninja village. All the big and small countries, wealthy businessmen and powerful families will entrust more tasks to Konoha, which has also enabled Konoha's economy to recover rapidly. In comparison, among the other 4 ninja villages, except for the Hidden Mist village which was less affected, the other 3 ninja villages were all affected to varying degrees, making the already severely damaged economy even worse. As Uchiha Namahaki and Uchiha Kage walked towards the Hokage building, the villagers they met greeted them one after another. After nodding in response one by one, Uchiha Nagata thought about the reason why Senju Tobirama called him over. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be about the 3rd generation Hokage? Shaking his head secretly, Uchiha Nama certainly knew what Senju Tobirama was thinking, but Uchiha Nama was not someone who would just let things go. Well, that doesn't count when you're weak, that's called being a real man who can bend and stretch. In 5 years, both Uchiha Nagata and Uchiha Kage have grown greatly physically. In a recent test, Uchiha Wawa's chakra volume has officially reached 2,618 calories, but based on this growth trend, Uchiha Wawa guessed that it will eventually reach around 3,500 calories. If the Sharingan upgrade is included, it should reach more than 4,000 when the Eternal Eye is activated. There is still a certain distance from the maximum chakra amount of Hashirama Senju. Uchiha Kage is gradually approaching a normal growth curve, with chakra reaching 1,289 cards. Although it is close to the middle stage of Super Shadow, it is already nearly twice as different from Uchiha Kage overall. Uchiha Ma had anticipated this situation. After all, the huge amount of chakra of the two was mainly due to 2 factors. One was the influence of the Uchiha bloodline, and the other was the two's innate strong mental power. The Uchiha wave pattern is a superposition of time travel, while the Uchiha shadow is affected by the dissipated power of time. The so-called strong mental power of Uchiha Kage only means that he is slightly stronger than ordinary people, and it is far from the level of Uchiha Namahaki, who is more than twice as strong as ordinary people. Therefore, during the growth process, the pressure of Uchiha Kage's mental power on his physical body was much smaller than that of Uchiha Bo, so the growth of his physical body was naturally slower. The most important thing is that with the Sharingan stuck at 3 Megatama, Uchiha Kage's combat power improvement also reached a bottleneck early on, and the huge amount of chakra had no way to vent it. Uchiha Nama also has a similar problem. Although his pupil technique is good, it is still a bit too damaging for the Mangekyo. Uchiha Namahaki also lacks conventional high-powered ninjutsu. Considering the influence of chakra amount on ninjutsu, Uchiha Namahaki has tried to develop the ordinary 5 escape techniques in depth. Finally, it was discovered that although the power of the 5 elements is affected by the degree of development of the 5 elements and the amount of chakra, it itself has a limit. The fantasy of using Earth Escape to defeat Wood Escape was shattered, but it was not completely in vain. During the in-depth development of the 5 releases, the Uchiha Wave Combined Force Research Department successfully conducted research and had some guesses about the basic principles of dust release, a bloodline elimination technique. It's a pity that bloodline elimination doesn't mean you can master it just by understanding it. It also requires a physical foundation. However, bloodline elimination is a combination of 3 attributes, which is very helpful for Uchiha Bo to continue studying the bloodline network of subsequent 5 attribute combinations. Uzumaki Mito's sealing technique is very troublesome, but the 9 tails is easier to deal with. Uchiha Namahaka knows that Uzumaki Mito's perfect Jinchuriki is only limited to the perspective of the ninja world. In Uchiha Namahaka's understanding of the definition of a perfect Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Mito is not one of them. She simply relied on her powerful sealing technique and considerable chakra to suppress the use of the 9 tails, and was simply unable to achieve the so-called telepathic communication with the tailed beasts. Senju Tobirama, an auxiliary in high-level battlefields and a master in low-end battlefields. I'm an old man, Sarutobi Suzuki, and who knows when he'll die. Sarutobi Hiruzen should be a smart man? It doesn't matter. He's just a cage at the peak level. A deputy director from the UMBU should be able to hold this guy back. After all, the director is still very busy. While calculating the difference in combat power in his mind, he walked towards the Hokage building, and before he knew it, he had arrived at the bottom of the building. Ha, so fast! Uchiha Bo exclaimed in surprise. It turned out that time passes quickly when people concentrate. Let's go, Kage. Calling to Uchiha Kage, who was also in a daze, Uchiha Kage walked towards the stairs. I support you, brother. Uchiha Kage said inexplicably after coming back to his senses. Uchiha's figure paused for a moment and continued up the stairs. I don't know you yet. It's not that bad yet. Let's go. Bang, 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 come in. When I walked into the office, the piles of documents that I used to see were basically gone, and only some important documents were still placed on Senju Tobirama's desk. Senju Tobirama raised his hand and motioned the two to sit in front of him. He stared at Uchiha Nawa without saying a word. Seeing that Senju Tobirama didn't say anything, Uchiha Nawa didn't speak either. He sat across the table with Uchiha Kage and looked at Senju Tobirama quietly. With a sigh, Senju Tobirama said, Scene, do you want to be Hokage? Uchiha Nawa's eyes, which were originally staring at Senju Tobirama, suddenly widened. He was really shocked. What did this mean? Seeing Uchiha's performance, Senju Tobirama shook his head helplessly and said, Do you also think I plan to let Monkey be the Hokage? Nodding, Uchiha Bo did not hide his thoughts. Sighing again, Senju Tobirama said, I did think so at first, but my mind changed when you went to Uegakure alone. Uchiha said in doubt. Would Tobirama Senju be the kind of person who would change because of power, and Tobirama Senju should be able to do that kind of thing? In Uchiha Nama's impression, Senju Tobirama should be a very stubborn guy. In fact, I have no intention against you. As for Uchiha, I believe you can understand me. This is the best way I can think of to deal with it. Senju Tobirama said with emotion as he looked at the grown-up Uchiha in front of him. I have been looking forward to this conversation. It's been a long time, and I have a lot of thoughts that I really want to talk to you about, although I had originally planned to leave this world with all these. Senju Tobirama said, and Uchiha Nawa couldn't help but look at the wrinkles at the corners of Senju Tobirama's eyes. If you talk about hatred towards Uchiha, I definitely had some back then, or whoever survived that era doesn't have some hatred in their heart. Senju Tobirama leaned back slightly in the chair, looking at the ceiling as if he began to reminisce. Uchiha Nama did not interrupt. He was still curious about the character of Senju Tobirama. When I was young, my heart was filled with hatred. I practiced to become stronger just for revenge. But when I was closest to that step, my elder brother who had brought me all the way stopped me. At that time, I didn't understand and couldn't accept it. After the village was founded, I tried every way to target the Uchiha. It wasn't until I took over to help my eldest brother manage the village that I was able to take the village seriously. It was not until I became the second Hokage that I understood my elder brother's intentions and the hatred in my heart completely disappeared. At that time, I began to try to look at the Uchiha clan and other ninja clans from a fair perspective. For this reason, and in order for the Senju clan to survive forever, I disbanded the Senju clan and allowed them to fully integrate into the village. But it is precisely from an impartial perspective that the hidden dangers of the Uchiha clan force me to pay attention. It is precisely because I have been deeply in hatred that I know how terrible this state is, and the Uchiha clan will only be more serious. When he spoke of the latter part, Senju Tobirama's tone was no longer as calm as before. He sat up and looked at Uchiha Naga solemnly. Looking at the look in Senju Tobirama's eyes, Uchiha nodded in agreement. With the in-depth study of the Sharingan, some of the Uchiha ninja characteristics were also discovered. This is the inevitability brought about by the bloodline limit of the Sharingan. There are also many Uchiha researchers in the research department. After discovering these things, their first reaction was that it was impossible. However, when they tried to prove it with doubts and received confirmation, they completely became supporters of this theory. However, they were the last batch of ninjas educated by the ninja clan after all. They did not think that the Uchiha clan was a threat, but quickly thought of the direction that Uchiha had once envisioned. Guide the Uchiha correctly, and let them harm others instead of their own family members. As long as you treat the Uchiha sincerely, the Uchiha will be the most stable part if they are not guided maliciously. After all, being stubborn always has two sides. That's why I didn't imagine you becoming the Hokage at first. Maybe you are suitable to be the Hokage, but you are the only special case among the Uchiha people I have seen so far. Once the Uchiha Hokage is established, no one can predict what will happen next. You might be able to lead Konoha to further progress at that time, but you might also cause Konoha to fall into the abyss. At that time, I thought that what Konoha needed was stability rather than impatient improvement. So, I chose to try a three-way balance of power and let the more stable monkey become the Hokage. As he spoke, Tobirama Senju looked at a piece of information that had been placed on his desk. That was the key to changing his mind. Until you attacked Uegakure alone, I seemed to vaguely see my brother's back, said Senju Tobirama, with a nostalgic smile. In any case, at over 50 years old, he is already an elderly man in the ninja world, and even with the physique of a member of the Senju clan, his body shows certain signs of aging. I'm not one of those guys who doesn't understand the Sharingan. I know your eyes haven't evolved yet. Similarly, Kage also has endless potential. In the current ninja world, the future is yours after all. The Uchiha clan can only guide but not force. Since you want to control Konoha, I also want to try to make Konoha follow your ideas. I believe that my judgment of people will not be wrong. As he said this, Senju Tobirama couldn't help but laugh again and said, in fact, sometimes I feel helpless about some of my brother's naive ideas. In a sense, I agree with Uchiha Madara. Of course, Madara's ideas are still too extreme. But it seems that you, who were born under the watch of your elder brother and Madara, seem to have combined the advantages of both of them. I think that the decision I made will also be recognized by Big Brother. As for the future, even if the future is still full of uncertainty, the same uncertainty will lead to a huge difference in what we can gain now. After saying that, Senju Tobirama actually revealed an expression like a businessman. This made Uchiha Nama, who was still thinking, completely confused. No, where is my cool and aloof Senju Tobirama? You just lived a few years longer than the original author, so why is there such a big difference in your personality? Before Uchiha Nawa could come to his senses, Senju Tobirama returned to his cold and expressionless face. So. What's your answer? Shape. Looking into the eyes of Senju Tobirama, Uchiha Nama said without hesitation, yes, I want to be Hokage, but I want more than just Hokage. You know, Mr. Tobirama, in my opinion, the current situation in the ninja world is very distorted. Uchiha said with a serious look at Senju Tobirama. Hearing Uchiha Nama's address, Senju Tobirama looked at Uchiha Nama with a puzzled expression. Uchiha Nama had called him Hokage, Tobirama-sama, and Uncle Master, but this was the first time he called him teacher. Haha, young people's ideas, young people go and try it, it won't be worse than the Warring States period. Senju Tobirama shook his head and did not interfere with Uchiha Naga's thoughts. Similarly, there is no idea of understanding it in depth. After all, once you understand it in depth, you will naturally have your own thinking, which may also lead to contradictions. There is no need to add any conflicts to the harmonious situation at this time. Uchiha was stunned that he didn't expect Senju Tobirama to say this. He was still the evil Uchiha brat who always said, "I will, but I still hope you don't extreme." Senju Tobirama turned his gaze to the document in front of him. This was the second reason why he called Uchiha Nawa over. There are conflicts and hatreds among the 5 major ninja villages, but they are not unsolvable. Just like the integration of ninja clans to build villages. There should be no extreme massacres. Because Senju Tobirama's eyes were on the documents on the table, he did not notice Uchiha Nama's strange expression. Seeing that Uchiha Nawa didn't say anything, Senju Tobirama continued, "As Konoha expands, the original reasonable structure is gradually not enough that you can enrich it on the existing basis. And there are Monkey and the others." Since the Hokage was not appointed on the battlefield in the midst of crisis, Tobirama Senju had many more considerations when inheriting the position of Hokage in such a peaceful environment. With the coordination and discussion of all parties as well as some personal preparations by Tobirama Senju, the change of Hokage cannot be finalized in a short period of time. What's more, there is the process of reporting the daimyo, which Uchiwabo does not understand the most. Speaking of it, the term Hokage Pulse was gradually recognized by netizens in Uchiha Nama's previous life after a daimyo accidentally revealed the truth about the appointment of Hokage. As for the truth behind the Hokage appointment, of course it is fire is the bond that twists and ties generations. At this time, Uchiha Namahaki and Uchiha Kage were teaching Uchiha Tadao and Heitake Sakumo. In 5 years, Heitake Sakumo and Uchiha Tadashi, who were already 16 years old, looked no different from adults. If there was any difference, it was just the look in their eyes. It's a pity that after returning to peacetime, Uchiha Tannery did not get the opportunity to activate the 3 Megatama. However, relying on the Tannery-style illusion system established with 2 Megatama, Uchiha Tannery's strength was still stabilized at the elite Jonin. This can be roughly seen from the amount of chakra. Uchiha Tannery's chakra amount reached 132 cards in the test a week ago. Speaking of chakra amount, this is a pain for Heitake Sakumo. In terms of strength, after achieving what Uchiha Nagata called the sword is moving in the heart, Heitake Sakumo has become an elite Jonin ranked among the top. But until now, the 16-year-old Heitake Sakumo only has 28 calories of chakra. According to the chakra standard set by Uchiha Namahaka, 28 cards is still a certain distance away from the chakra level of a Jonin. What is even more troublesome is that since Heitake Sakumo's basic chakra amount is not high, even after using the chakra serum, Heitake Sakumo's chakra amount is only 33 calories. Originally, Uchiha Nama thought that he could rely on the combined effect of the 4-tail cells and the chakra serum to help Heitake Sakumo get rid of the problem of insufficient chakra. "Teacher, is there no other way to increase the amount of chakra?" Heitake Sakumo asked involuntarily as he looked at the glaring numbers on the instrument in front of him. Uchiha Tannery, who was of the same age and not as strong as him, had a chakra amount that was 6 times as much as his. Uchiha Tannery's fighting style can restrain 90% of ninjas. Strong illusions cannot be solved by everyone using common methods. It's a pity that Heitake Sakumo is one of the few who can resist it. Illusion covering is the method used by high-end illusion masters. Of course, there are only a few ninjas in the ninja world who can reach this level. Uchiha Tannery can already claim that it is lonely at the top in this regard. Uchiha Wawa shook his head. At least Uchiha Wawa couldn't think of a more suitable method for the time being, and Heitake Sakumo's biggest problem now was not the amount of chakra. Thinking of this, Uchiha said, "At present, the 2 cell implants developed by the research department are the simplest methods, but your biggest problem now is not this." Hearing Uchiha Nagata's words, not only Heitake Sakumo, but even Uchiha Tadashi, who was learning illusion with Uchiha Kage nearby, couldn't help but secretly glance over and wondered about Heitake Sakumo's situation. Now Uchiha Tannery had no chance to resist Heitake Sakumo, let alone use ninjutsu. He didn't even see the person when they were fighting. He lost in a flash of white light. To use Uchiha Nagata's words, the current Heitake Sakumo can beat 6 Uchiha Tadao. Because with Heitake Sakumo's chakra, he can only release the move that can kill Uchiha Tannery instantly 6 times in a row at most. Uchiha Tannery is still very curious about the name of that move. Even Uchiha Tannery, who possesses the Sharingan and is good at illusions, can't see it clearly at all, and there is no afterimage. It's like teleportation. You know, even the threshold ninjutsu of the Jounin, the body flash technique, will only leave a few frames in front of the Sharingan. Of course, Heitake Sakumo would not tell Uchiha Tannery what this move was called. This was a move that Uchiha Tannery improved after he learned Heitake's swordsmanship. It mobilized chakra in an instant, consumed 1/5 of the chakra, and slashed at high speed. The name is Heitake's swordsmanship, one sword. Indeed, as the amount of chakra increases, your speed and strength will be improved. What Uchiha was talking about was the Heitake swordsmanship, one sword. Since it is a move that consumes chakra by a percentage, its power will naturally increase as the chakra consumption increases. The effect is that Heitake Sakumo's speed and strength will be greatly enhanced. This is also the reason why Heitake Sakumo wants to increase the amount of chakra even though the Heitake swordsmanship itself consumes very little. However, in Uchiha Nagata's opinion, this is a wrong path. Heitake Sakumo's path should be to strive for excellence in master skills, rather than to be extremely strong. Heitake swordsmanship, one sword, was created by Uchiha Nama, and its usage preference is closer to Uchiha Nama's habits. Even though Heitake Sakumo uses it to great effect now, it does not mean that this move is suitable for Heitake Sakumo. Looking at Heitake Sakumo's current appearance, it is obvious that he is obsessed with the path of strong power and flying, but it is a pity that this path is not suitable for him. In terms of chakra talent, Heitake Sakumo is among the worst among the people Uchiha Nama knows, a circle of geniuses. Even Heitake Kakashi, the future son of Heitake Sakumo that Uchiha Nama knows, is much stronger than Heitake Sakumo. At least Heitake Kakashi's chakra is enough to support the continuous consumption of the 3 Megatama Sharingan while retaining the chakra of an elite Jonin level. Quantity. Even after changing his decadent mentality and working hard again, he could continue to increase his chakra amount even in his 30s. Sakumo, the core of Heitake's swordsmanship is not chakra, but swordsmanship. When your attention is gradually focused on chakra, the swordsmanship you practice will become a more powerful ninjutsu. Uchiha Nama said, looking into Heitake Sakumo's eyes. A blade-like light flashed in Heitake Sakumo's eyes, but it was no longer as sharp as before. Unconsciously, the sword intent in Heitake Sakumo's heart had subsided a lot, which also shocked Uchiha Nagata. It was too embarrassing to waste a future strong man. The sealing technique scroll is a ninja tool proposed by Uchiha Nama, developed by the research department, and perfected by Uzumaki Mito. Its function is to release the sealing technique prepared in advance on other people or oneself, which is somewhat similar to the ninjutsu capsule in the future ninja world. Of course, there is still a big difference in essence. The sealing scroll has complicated sealing techniques engraved on it. When needed, you only need to trigger the starting technique to use the sealing technique corresponding to the sealing scroll. For example, the one that Uchiha Nama used on Heitake Sakumo is the 5-element seal scroll, which can cast a 5-element seal on the target. With this thing, ninjas who don't know sealing techniques can also release sealing techniques based on the scroll, which can be of great convenience in many scenarios. For example, Uchiha Wawa now, theoretically speaking, Uchiha Wawa could learn sealing techniques from Uzumaki Mito, but he chose to give up after spending more than a week barely learning a sealing technique. This kind of pain is more than 10 times what Uchiha Bo experienced when he was learning a language in his previous life. Uchiha opened the palm-sized scroll and stuck it on Heitake Sakumo's forehead. The technique spread into the air and then quickly gathered towards Heitake Sakumo's forehead. 5 small megatama appeared on Heitake Sakumo's forehead in a spiral pattern of the 5 elements, adding a strange handsomeness to Heitake Sakumo's face. He put away the empty scroll of sealing in his hand. Not every scroll can contain the sealing technique. Each scroll of sealing is specially made by the research department. And this specialization does not only refer to special materials, but also specialization according to the manufacturer. The sealing scroll used by Uchiha Nama came from Uzumaki Mito, and its volume is 4 or 5 times smaller than those made by other sealing class ninjas. The largest sealing scroll currently is more than 1 person tall. It is the result of 4 days of hard work by the entire sealing class led by Uzumaki Mito. The scroll of sealing technique that took Uzumaki Mito and the sealing class 4 days to make was definitely not simple. It was the Konoha Barrier Core Sealing Technique scroll. Its existence is to serve as a foundation. When Konoha's barrier is severely damaged after being attacked, a barrier system can be quickly established when it is rebuilt. After all, those walls are virtual, and it is the barrier that really plays a protective role. After completing the seal, Heitake Sakumo slowly opened his eyes. An inexplicable sense of emptiness and contradictory sense of fullness made Heitake Sakumo feel uncomfortable. This 5-element seal was specially made by Uzumaki Mito at the request of Uchiha Nama Haka. Its essence is not to seal the chakra in a small space, but to forcibly interrupt the balance of the chakra ratio, allowing the chakra to be restored to physical energy and spiritual energy and fill the body. This is also the reason why feelings of emptiness and fullness appear at the same time. Teacher. Heitake Sakumo opened his mouth and clenched his fists, not knowing what to say. He understood what Uchiha said, but had not yet experienced the difference in detail. Uchiha shook his head and said, "My original plan was to have you learn the nature changes of chakra and integrate it into the Heitake swordsmanship, but on the one hand, the research department has not yet figured out the logical rules of the breathing method, and on the other hand, I think you need to recall the feeling of swinging a sword as an ordinary person. Go to the Iron Kingdom. As for time, come back when you think you can." Uchiha Nama smiled at Heitake Sakumo. Isn't this the same as a martial arts master returning to the mortal world to comprehend nature after reaching the pinnacle of his practice? Heitake Sakumo nodded and looked at Uchiha without saying anything. After finishing their instruction to Heitake Sakumo and Uchiha Tadashi, Uchiha Namahaki and Uchiha Kage returned to the Umbu office. Tianli's progress is faster than expected. Uchiha Kage said as they walked on the road. I don't know when he started to have a great interest in teaching the younger generation. Maybe it started during the meal when I first met Heitake Sakumo? Uchiha nodded and said, with the stimulation of another genius, one can always exceed one's original potential. The so-called potential is the future, but also the limitation. Tianli is now on a road whose end no one knows. Uchiha Nama feels a sense of accomplishment for this character that did not appear in the original work. By the way, there is a Chunin in the clan who was recommended to the research department. Uchiha Kage suddenly thought of the information he saw not long ago and said, "Oh," Uchiha Bo said with slight doubt. Since Uchiha Kage suddenly mentioned it, there must be a reason. Her name is Uchiha Zuoton, the little girl back then. Uchiha Kage couldn't help but chuckle when he thought of that little figure. That little girl left a deep impression on Uchiha Now and Uchiha Kage. When I heard the name Uchiha Nama, I thought of the little girl I met at the clan meeting. She became a Chunin so fast. Uchiha Kage agreed. I remember him as a little kid. I didn't recognize him at all when I saw his photo. He's already 14 years old now. A 14-year-old Chunin, his talent is acceptable in the Uchiha clan. If he enters the research department, his research talent will be even more outstanding. Speaking of which, I don't know how Uchiha Ji is doing recently. Uchiha Nawa thought of the Uchiha clan member who had supported and admired him early on and was one of the first to enter the Umbu. Calculating the time, Uchiha Ji should be in his 30s now? This age is already considered old for a ninja. Some people who live to be 60 or 70 years old do not count. The lifespan of a normal ninja is very short. I took a look at it at that time, and then he transferred to the Intelligence Bureau and became the director of the Information Department. Uchiha Kage was very concerned about these things and introduced them after Uchiha Nama mentioned it. The Information Department. Is not bad. At least the danger is much lower. Uchiha Bo said after thinking about the responsibilities of the Information Department. As they were talking, the two had already arrived at the Umbu office. At this time there was already a young man standing by the table in the office. "Why are you here so early today?" Uchiha Naga asked the boy as he sat down on the chair. The fair skin, the stern face, and the beginning of purple eyeshadow, is none other than the future cold-hearted Orochimaru. It was at this time that Uchiha Nama noticed that Uchiha Zo Tong was actually the same age as the future three ninjas. "I have some questions I would like to ask Mr. Singh," Orochimaru said respectfully. Uchiha didn't care about Orochimaru's attitude. After all, that was his personality. Instead, he asked curiously, question. After graduation, he did not apply to join any department, but waited for Konoha to assign him to be a mentor to a jonin. He wanted to rely on guiding the jonin to get more detailed teaching and more resource support. Facts proved that what he thought was not wrong. Uchiha Nawa, a long-renowned ninja from Konoha, became his guiding ninja, along with Tsunade, who seemed to have a strong background, and Jiraiya, who was an orphan like him. Orochimaru considered himself very lucky that he did not think that it was his so-called talent that attracted Uchiha Naga. In front of Uchiha Bo, few people can be called geniuses. During the 2 years under Uchiha Naga's guidance, Orochimaru frantically learned all kinds of knowledge that he had never been exposed to before. As he learned more and more, Orochimaru felt more and more that talent alone was not enough. What made Orochimaru even more anxious was that shortly after the Chunin exam, Jiraiya was accepted as a disciple by Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Tsunade also studied under Senju Tobirama. Only Orochimaru, the civilian genius with the highest talent, had nowhere to go. Of course, although the three of them each had their own paths to go, they were still a team and would occasionally carry out missions together, and the communication between them had not decreased, but this was precisely what made Orochimaru even more uncomfortable. Every time he could see the progress of the other two, but Orochimaru himself could only continue to improve what he had learned. Fortunately, not long after, Orochimaru entered the research department under the arrangement of Uchiha Kage to participate in some basic research, and he could also go to Uchiha Nama and Uchiha Kage's offices alone every night to answer questions and solve problems. In fact, Orochimaru didn't know that these were all arranged by Uchiha Wave. After Orochimaru and the other two finished the Chunin exam, Sarutobi Hiruzen originally planned to accept all three of them as his disciples. As a result, before he went to find Tsunade and Orochimaru, he was visited by Tobirama Senju and Uchiha Kage. Uchiha. No idea where those three guys got the information. Senju Tobirama said that Tsunade did not need a master, she just needed to grow up happily. Uchiha said that Orochimaru was his and he should not touch him during the test. The Uchiha Kage didn't say anything, he just stood beside Uchiha Namahaki and looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with his Sharingan. Sarutobi Hiruzen? Shortly after finishing the guidance work, Uchiha Naga's first thing was to look for all the guys who might be interested in Orochimaru and look for Orochimaru in advance, so that the person he liked could not be a random person. As for why he didn't show up and accept him as his disciple like he did with Heitake Sakumo, the main reason was that their personalities and circumstances were different. Heitake Sakumo respects Uchiha Nama, but if Uchiha Nama doesn't say he wants to be his disciple, Heidei Sakumo will just continue on his own path. With the support of the Heidei clan, there's nothing wrong with that. But Orochimaru is different. After Uchiha blocked several possible paths for Orochimaru to become a disciple, Orochimaru now feels that he can hardly move forward. Of course, this difficulty is only for Orochimaru himself. For most civilians, Orochimaru is a golden phoenix that flew out of a chicken coop. 16-year-old shinins are rare among civilians, not to mention that Orochimaru has outstanding talents in all aspects under Uchiha Namiya's guidance and his own efforts, and he performed brilliantly in the Chunin examination. There are even many people who regard Orochimaru as the hope of ordinary people, and want him to find a feasible path for ordinary people. These are all good. The position of Chunin is actually not low in the ninja world. If converted, it is equivalent to a middle-class family. Let alone supporting yourself, it is not impossible to raise a small ninja clan if you work hard. Of course, in the current environment of Konoha, no one would really take the trouble to create a ninja clan. Marrying a wife, having children, and living a life without worries about food and drink is already the happy life that most civilians dream of. It's a pity that Orochimaru wanted more. He wanted to learn more ninjutsu and see higher scenery. For this reason, Orochimaru does not have the arrogance that most geniuses have. He will find a path to a higher level at all costs. When Uchiha Kage found him, Orochimaru agreed to Uchiha Kage's invitation without hesitation, and it could even be said that he couldn't wait. Orochimaru did not think that Konoha's research was useless. Under Uchiha Naga's guidance, Orochimaru's vision and perspective were greatly expanded. This was also Orochimaru's biggest gain in those 2 years, which could not be compared to any other ninjutsu. With hard work and superhuman talent, Orochimaru passed the tests and assisted in completing some basic experiments in the laboratory in less than 10 days. At this point, he already had the ability to complete subsidiary experiments on his own. As he became more skilled in the experiments, Orochimaru's ideals gradually changed. The pursuit of ninjutsu gradually turned into a pursuit of unknown truths. Perhaps Orochimaru was born curious about the unknown, but in Orochimaru's eyes, the biggest unknown was ninjutsu. After having the ability to complete basic experiments independently, Orochimaru was told that he could go to the Umbu office at night to ask Uchiha Namahaki about the problems he encountered. It was also at that time that Orochimaru instantly connected some of his past experiences and understood everything. After learning the so-called truth, Orochimaru did not feel unhappy. On the contrary, he knew that this was precisely the proof that Uchiha Naga valued him. People will not invest their energy in things they don't care about. Orochimaru felt absolutely valued in Uchiha Nama. This was also what Uchiha had expected. Uchiha believed that with Orochimaru's wisdom, he would be able to think of these things and understand the meaning contained therein. Uchiha did not teach everything directly to Orochimaru because he did not want Orochimaru to lose his own thinking. Only provide the foundation, and then let Orochimaru discover, think, and verify everything by himself until he finds his own way in the fog. What Uchiha provided was his own experience, not the answer. Just at this moment, Orochimaru expressed his thoughts and doubts over the past 2 days after a respectful question mark. Teacher saying, I found that the greatest research achievement of the current research department is the application of the tailed beast chakra and the cells of the first generation. I wonder if other cells can be used in this way. Orochimaru lowered his head slightly and expressed his thoughts.